Supreme God Emperor Chapter 2586 to Chapter 2638. Alright, the seal has been strengthened this time. Even if the human emperor comes again, he won't be able to break it. The first figure said, Yuan, I'll leave the ninth heaven realm to you. No accidents can happen. Otherwise, we'll replace you at any time. I understand. Yuan snorted and didn't say anything else. Thina figure suddenly said, you have to be careful of Duguyi. If there's anyone in the Kanglan 9 realms who can break this seal, as the Emperor's teacher, that guy might be able to break this seal. The Emperor's teacher, Duguyi. He was a human. He was known as the Lone Emperor and was also known as the first array god of mankind. Yuan said in a muffled voice, that old thing was cut off an arm and a leg by father back then. He's already a useless person. Don't forget, he's known as the Lone Emperor. The others also nodded. I understand. The remaining 8 figures slowly dissipated at this moment. Emperor Yuan's face was exceptionally gloomy at this moment. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, several figures broke through the air and arrived. 3 figures in black landed in front of Yuan. Ninth Heaven Emperor. The 3 of them bowed one by one. What's the matter? Yuan was in a bad mood and said in a muffled voice. Previously, when he captured Yushur in the 9th Heaven Realm and imprisoned her, he thought that he could take advantage of her and obtain one of the 13 primeval treasures, the Sparrow God Fan. However, all these years, he couldn't find out the secret of the Azure Emperor at all. He didn't see the Sparrow God Fan at all. I've detected the aura of the origin of time and space. Hearing this, Yuan's expression suddenly tensed at this moment. Speak. The aura of the origin of time and space has appeared in the 9th heaven. However, I can't find the specific location. Moreover, the aura of the origin seems to have changed. Change? Yuan frowned. One of them hurriedly said, it's not the original aura, and, it's very weak. As soon as he said that, Yuan waved his hand and said, immediately launch an inescapable net to investigate. Yuan Pavilion's people, don't idle. Go out and search. If I can subdue one of the 4 great essences, the time and space essences, I will definitely surpass the 8 great emperors and become the strongest person below Great Emperor Father. To imprison Yushur, I paid a huge price. Human King, that asterisk shoal, destroyed the mark my father left behind. My king heir was weakened. If a first-class race were to attack the 9th sky, the King Abyss Pavilion would not be able to stop them. Check it immediately. Also, the son of the human emperor and Emperor Qing has come to the Great Thousand World. As for which world he is in, it is hard to say. However, if he is in the 9th heaven world, you must find him. One of them said cautiously, if it really does appear, the other 8 heavenly emperors will definitely fight for it. Lord Heaven Sealing God Emperor is definitely not here. As long as you find him, immediately seal the 9th heaven realm and forbid anyone from entering or leaving. Yuan shouted in a deep voice, in these years, the 8 emperors have suppressed me even more ruthlessly, this subordinate understands. At this moment, Yuan's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. Xian Emperor Yushur had become a hot potato. They couldn't be thrown away or killed. He now, not only was the God Emperor imprint that his father had bestowed upon him gone, but his strength had also plummeted. It could be said that he was just a paper tiger now. If those first-class clans were making things difficult for him, he couldn't bear it at all. From the Emperor's strength had fallen, suppressing the 9th heaven world was not a problem. However, those guys in the outside world. At this moment, he could only scare them and slowly recover his strength. Fortunately, the human emperor and the others were more severely injured than him. After the human emperor's battle, the other emperor and god emperors were invincible and did not dare to cause trouble. Di Xianxia. Di Wushuang. Di Tongtian. Yuan shouted again, the 3 of you are my right-hand men. If this matter is done well, in the future, I will be the first of the 9 emperors and inherit my father's heavenly mandate. In the future, I will be the God Emperor of the Great Thousand World. At that time, the 3 of you will be able to become a God Emperor. The figure nodded heavily at this moment. Mu Yun naturally didn't know everything that happened in the Elephant's Sacred Mountain. At this moment Mu Yun was deep in the ancient mountain. Looking ahead, it was a mess and she was cautious. The disciples of the four major sects had obviously fought here and then entered the secret treasure. At this moment this time, she didn't know where she found it. Only judging from the battle, the disciples of the four major sects had probably seen a lot of good things. Muyun carefully concealed her soul aura and rushed into the opened cave door. Following behind these guys, it was not a big problem to sneak up on one or two people. They were Lu Wuyan and Bai Susu from the Two Instruments Pavilion and Ling Tianyi from the Blue Dragon sect. This was definitely not going to let these guys go. After entering the cave door, the front instantly widened and an underground palace appeared in front of them. In the underground palace, every building was 100 meters tall. Not only was it magnificent, but there were also many strong auras. Wu Ancient Stream Mountain had existed since ancient times and had a long history. To be able to maintain such a perfect place until now, it must be extraordinary. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun was carefully moving forward. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. God Realm 1 organ? Mu Yun did not say another word and instantly charged out. Where is he? Mu Yun was now at the God Realm 3 organs. Capturing a God Realm 1 organ was like playing with a child. Clamping down on the man, Mu Yun shouted, "Where did the others go?" The disciple was stunned at this moment. His body trembled as he said, "They all went in." The disciples of the four major sects went in different directions and searched by themselves. Hearing this, Mu Yun's brows relaxed. Then if these people gathered together, it would be really difficult to deal with them. After dealing with the man, Mu Yun walked into the underground palace. The palace here was built in an ancient style and did not have the smell of dust left behind by history. Instead it looked like it had just been built not long ago. After entering, Mu Yun looked around. There were several auras hundreds of meters away from her, but Mu Yun was not familiar with them. She did not come here to be a murderer. At the Two Instruments Pavilion, Mu Yun did not show mercy to Lu Wuyan and Bai Susu's subordinates, as well as the people from the Blue Dragon sect. However, there was no need to offend the others. At least, the Boundless sect and Jiuxing sect had no enmity with her. Yun entered later. Many of the palaces had been searched by the disciples of the four major sects. But even so, Mu Yun still picked up some things. So in a short while, Mu Yun had already entered the depths of the underground palace and encountered many cultivators. She did not want to provoke them. After all, Mu Yun had the aura of the 3 organs divine realm. Unless the 5 organs divine realm cultivators did not take her seriously, ordinary 4 organs divine realm cultivators would not be willing to provoke Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun entered an underground palace. This was an underground palace. It was squarish and had wide openings. As she stepped into it, Mu Yun felt a strong fluctuation of formation patterns. Looking through the entire hall, Mu Yun did not find any formation. But, however, that fluctuation had yet to dissipate. Most finally, Mu Yun arrived behind the door of the hall. At this moment, behind the wooden door, there was a picture scroll that emitted a weak aura of a formation. Ancient divine formation, Mu Yun murmured and touched it gently. Steep all of a sudden, the formation shone brightly and opened. Mu Yun wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Once the formation was activated, Mu Yun's figure was fixed. And in that formation, a ray of light slowly rotated and entered Mu Yun's body. In the next moment, a ray of light flashed in her mind. First, this formation was engraved in her mind. 7 stars and 9 moons formation. Yun murmured. It's integrated into my mind? Mu Yun was a little confused for a moment. Was she lucky? Pick up treasure? 7th. 9 moons formation, a level 1 ancient divine formation, condensed 7 stars and 9 moons, and could burst out the pure power of the stars and moon. Opening and closing the door, she found a level 1 ancient divine formation engraved in her mind. Mu Yun was very excited at this moment. This was a pie falling from the sky. It was difficult. No wonder the disciples of the 4 major sects fought so hard to squeeze in. This place was really full of treasures. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun pushed the door open and walked out. She had to go to other places to check. It's really you. Just as she pushed the door open, a figure appeared in front of her. Wei Tong, this guy. He was really haunting her. Seeing Wei Tong, Mu Yun calmed down. There was only this guy. Mu Yun smiled. As expected, you're haunting me. Humph, I didn't have the time to kill you last time and let you break through. You must have used a lot of milky jade stones, right? This time, I'll let you die without a burial place. At this moment, Tong's blood and qi were exploding. 3 inner organs realm. But, his essence, qi, and spirit were incomparably strong, as if he could break through at any time and reach the 4 organs realm. This guy also used the milky jade stones to cultivate. This time, you can't escape. Wei Tong shouted. As Tong spoke, he took a step into the main hall. Bang, with a sound, the door closed. Wei Tong looked at Mu Yun with a cold gaze. Mu Yun had 500 milky jade stones on her. He couldn't bear to share such a fortune with Bai Susu and Lu Wuyan. Dear. It would be best if he killed Mu Yun. This. He could also find out the secrets on this guy's body. It seems that you want to kill me personally? Mu Yun asked. Yun sneered and said, have you forgotten that I'm also in the 3 organs realm? I didn't forget. Wei Tong said confidently, but don't forget that I'm about to reach the 4 organs realm. Killing you is easy. Although he said that, an armor suddenly appeared on Wei Tong's body. Armor light shot out from the top and bottom of the armor. It was obvious. Of course, it was an extraordinary divine weapon. This guy should have obtained something good in this underground palace. Let's give it a try. Mu Yun said. Yun didn't explain further and clenched his hands into fists. 8 Desolation Seal. 8 Desolation Seal. At the same time, the 2 of them attacked. Boom, at that moment, a loud explosion sounded in the main hall. 2. Everyone retreated. At this moment, they were even more cautious. With one collision, the 2 of them were evenly matched. Wei Tong was also surprised at this moment. Mu Yun's improvement was very fast. Logically speaking, his realm should be superficial. However, at this moment, the qi and blood that Mu Yun burst out was not much weaker than his. It didn't make sense. It seems that you are indeed hiding a lot of secrets. Wei Tong said. Tong snorted, then all the more I can't let you escape. If you want to stop me, you have to have the ability. Mu Yun shouted and waved her hand. Boom. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared. The 7 stars and 9 moons formation appeared. Directly. Boom. A loud explosion sounded at this moment, and the formation directly enveloped Wei Tong's figure. 3 stars and 4 moons condensed at this moment. Slash. With a low shout, the 3 stars and 4 moons instantly charged towards Wei Tong. First, set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book residence. Ancient God Formation. At this moment, Wei Tong was even more shocked. When did Mu Yun know the Ancient God Formation? Wei Tong's figure flashed, and the armor on his body suddenly shone with light. 3 stars and 4 moons rushed out at this moment and attacked Wei Tong. Rumbling sounds kept ringing out at this moment. But, it was the armor that helped Wei Tong block most of the attacks. 3 stars and 4 moons did not kill Wei Tong. One, it was true that the level of the Ancient God Formation could kill a 5 organs Divine Realm warrior, but it also depended on the power of the formation. When the 7 stars and 9 moons formation erupted, it could even kill a 5 organs Divine Realm warrior. But, now, the eruption was not enough. 3 stars and 4 moons probably could not even unleash half of the formation's power. Mu Yun had no choice. Although this formation was engraved in his mind, his control of the formation patterns was not so precise. It was already very rare to be able to unleash such power for the first time. Although the formation could not kill Wei Tong, Mu Yun did not only have this method. Divine Wood Sword, kill. In an instant, under the World Tree, the Divine Wood Sword shone brightly and charged out. Break, under the World Tree, the Divine Wood Sword turned into the size of a thumb, like a small stone, and exploded at this moment. Bang, in an instant, following this, Wei Tong's head exploded. All flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Mu Yun's eyes were cold at this moment, and the power of devouring erupted. The fight between the two of them had already attracted the attention of some martial artists. Mu Yun did not even have time to plunder the things on Wei Tong's body and immediately broke out of the door. Mu Yun, where are you going? It's you, Mu Yun. Two delicate shouts sounded almost at the same time. Bai Susu. Xiao Ruyan. Here came at the same time. Bai Susu had long been paying attention to Mu Yun. She immediately felt the eruption of qi and blood and rushed over. While Xiao Ruyan did not give up on chasing Wei Tong and Mu Yun. Just now, she felt Wei Tong's aura. No thinking that Mu Yun was actually here. The 4 organs Divine Realm and 5 organs Divine Realm cultivators gritted their teeth when they saw Mu Yun. You two stinking women. Yun cursed. I've already F***ed one, and I'm too lazy to even look at the other. This curse spread for hundreds of meters. Xiao Ruyan and Bai Susu's faces darkened. Mu Yun was courting death, the two of them increased their speed and chased after Mu Yun. Same as at this moment, the disciples of the 2 Instruments Pavilion and the Blue Dragon sect had also caught up. Mu at this moment, Cloud was unable to escape. It could only go deeper. I hope it's not the death door, Mu Yun sped up and rushed out. Boom boom. Boom, then, a series of explosions could be heard. Xiao Ruyan and Bai Susu were infuriated. This woman had gone completely crazy. Mu Yun sprinted even faster, as if his life depended on it. Eh? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in front of him. Then, a wall of light appeared in front of him. It's over. Mu Yun was shocked. There was no way out this time. We can only rush in. Mu at this moment, Yun took a step forward and rushed in. Buzz, in an instant, the wall of light with a faint golden light enveloped Mu Yun's figure. Xiao upon seeing this sight, Ruyan and Bai Susu immediately rushed in without hesitation. In an instant, the two of them appeared on a golden land. Mu at this moment, Yun was standing 100 meters away from the two of them. He stopped and looked at the two of them with a smile. What tricks are you playing this time? Bai Susu said gloomily. Mu Yun stood there but did not run. It was too strange. I'm playing tricks? Mu said. Yun sneered, if you hadn't chased after me back then, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Now, you've broken up with Lu Wuyan, right? Why don't you consider joining my sect and being my maid? Who knows when I'll be in a good mood and dote on you? You, Mu Yun, you're dead, Xiao Ruyan said in a low voice. Xiao Ruyan, we haven't settled the score yet. I don't even want to be my maid. You're not qualified. Mu said. Yun was incomparably arrogant at this moment. He stood on the spot and shouted. Prepare to die. Xiao Ruyan was completely furious at this moment. Clang, at first, they just casually caught Mu Yun. They did not expect this guy to destroy such a big exploration of theirs. 500 milky jade stones were worth 100,000 origin stones. That was a huge fortune. Just like that, it was ruined by Mu Yun just like that. Bai Susu's face turned cold and attacked at the same time. Two people were determined to get Mu Yun. Whoever killed Mu Yun, the things on Mu Yun would naturally belong to him. Want to kill me? Mu Yun sneered. Bang, bang, then, 2 bangs sounded. Xiao Ruyan and Bai Susu, who were originally flying out, fell to the ground at this moment. At this moment, they were in a sorry state. Their chests were deformed under the pressure of the ground. Gravity. The 2 girls were stunned at this moment. When they took a step, 100 times the gravity suddenly appeared. No wonder Mu Yun, this bastard, did not run. Are you comfortable? Yun said with a smile. Just now it was not that he did not want to run, but he did not stop after entering the light wall and directly rushed into this gravity space. 100 times the gravity was too strong for invincible monarchs like them. Body as a monarch, his body was as heavy as a mountain. However, the power he usually controlled had extremely small fluctuations. At this moment, it was equivalent to 100,000 feet tall mountains pressing down on his body. Who could withstand it? The 2 of you, continue to chase. Mu Yun would not go near the 2 of them at this moment. Bang! She walked towards the depths. 100. It was not that they could not withstand the gravity, but it was definitely impossible to fight here. Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan also gritted their teeth and followed Mu Yun towards the depths. The two of them were determined to kill Mu Yun. At this moment, the two of them were really crazy. Mu Yun did not care and continued forward. Endure, then let's see who could endure who. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could kill the two of them. Same as at this time, if the two of them were here, Lu Wuyan and Ling Tianyi would probably get the news soon. At that time, there would truly be no path to heaven and no door to hell. 3. At this moment, it was like a tug of war. Mu Yun's speed was not slow. His body had been tempered by the 9 stars he gem body and nourished by the power of the stars. He had stepped into the monarch realm and had a strong foundation. Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan were at the 5 organs god realm and 4 organs god realm respectively. However, the strength of their physical bodies might not be stronger than his. The 3 of them dragged on and continued to move forward. At that very moment, Mu Yun discovered that with each step he took with great difficulty, his essence, energy, and spirit were continuously increasing. On the other side. On the side, Xiao Ruyan and Bai Susu were panting. Their bodies were dripping with sweat, but they also had surprised expressions. Obvious, however, the two of them also noticed the changes in their bodies. This gravitational field was not set up for nothing. It had an extremely strong effect on the condensation of one's energy. At this moment, Mu Yun was not only walking, but also tempering his soul and physical body. On the path of martial cultivation, the soul and physical body were always the most important. If the body was weak, the power of the soul could not be released. If the soul was weak, no matter how strong the physical body was, it would be easy to be killed. The two complemented each other. This place was simply a heaven-sent land for tempering the physical body and soul. How could Mu Yun give up such a good opportunity at this moment? Although Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan were chasing Mu Yun, they also seized the opportunity to cultivate. 3. At this moment, he was like a tortoise as he chased and fled. He was full of energy and started to cultivate. However, this feeling did not last long. Mu Yun felt that his energy and blood seemed to have reached the peak. While in this short half a day, his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. This kind of change was more like laying down a foundation to prepare for future progress. As the tempering was completed, Mu Yun suddenly realized that the pressure on his body had weakened a lot. He was no longer struggling to walk out step by step, but could walk normally. Although it was still strenuous, it was much better than before. While Mu Yun roughly understood in his heart. While the ground was more like a training ground. Entering and exiting it corresponded to one's realm. If one did not have the corresponding physical body and soul power, they would suffer an extremely strong pressure. And this kind of pressure promoted the improvement of the physical body and soul power. Thus, it corresponded to one's realm. When it reached this level, it could be called perfect. While Mu Yun had obviously arrived earlier. Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan were still struggling to move forward. But, the two of them were incomparably happy. The aura in their bodies was increasing. While Mu Yun did not turn back and attack. Damn it, he did not know if Xiao Ruyan and Bai Susu would suddenly complete their tempering. Stepping out, Mu Yun went straight into the depths. While there were many strange things about this place. Mu Yun did not doubt it at all. If he did not go to the waterless ancient mountain, but entered a force like the 2 instruments pavilion, his strength would definitely not increase so quickly. The waterless ancient mountain was a forbidden area, but it was also a place of opportunity. Mu Yun stepped out. Not long after, Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan also stood up. The pressure on their bodies had weakened a lot. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment, there were sounds of breaking through the air. Lu Wuyan led more than a dozen people from the 2 instruments pavilion. Ling Tianyi led more than a dozen disciples from the Blue Dragon sect and appeared again. Be careful. Susu said, this place is a gravitational field. The pressure is very strong, but it's good for cultivation. It will take some time. Xiao Ruyan looked at Ling Tianyi and said, Mu Yun, that bastard, has already completed his tempering and entered the depths. I'll chase after him right now. This guy, can't let him escape. As Xiao Ruyan's words fell, she immediately chased after him. At this moment, Susu also looked at Lu Wuyan. Nodding, she went to chase after Mu Yun. Just the underground palace outside had many benefits. It was even more beneficial and powerful to temper one's body and soul here. There might be even more good things in the depths. If Mu Yun alone achieved the Tao, then it would really be a waste, so now, they had to suppress Mu Yun. She and Xiao Ruyan were at the 5 organs divine realm and 4 organs divine realm. It was easy to catch Mu Yun. Mu Yun, no matter how strong Yun was, he was only at the 3 organs divine realm. 2A figure chased out. The people behind him carefully stepped into the gravitational field and began to cultivate. On the other side, Mu Yun's speed was not slow either. Without thinking, Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan immediately chased after her. If it was just one of them, Mu Yun could still deal with it. If they attacked together, Mu Yun would not be able to handle it. Only looking ahead, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. At this very moment, 2 paths appeared in front of Mu Yun. And the 2 paths were resplendent, almost identical. Seeing those 2 paths, Mu Yun was overjoyed. In a short period of time, Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan would definitely catch up. It was very likely that the 2 women would not choose the same path. It was most normal for each of them to take one path. And he, no matter which path he took, would encounter one person. This way, he could set up an ambush in advance. If it was Bai Susu, he could not kill her, but it was not a problem to injure her and run away. If it was Xiao Ruyan, he might be able to kill her with his 3 organs God realm cultivation. At this moment, Mu Yun already had a plan in his heart. Without stopping, he left the gravitational field and rushed into one of the paths. Not long after, Bai Susu and Xiao Ruyan arrived one by one. Looking at the 2 paths in front of them, the 2 looked at each other. 1 path each. Bai Susu said, "Whoever encounters Mu Yun will be lucky." Xiao Ruyan nodded and rushed out. Bai Susu shook her head and also sped towards the other path. The 2 figures separated at this moment. Xiao Ruyan was careful as she moved forward. Since Mu Yun rushed into the path, he must know that the 2 of them would chase separately. Mu Yun was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very shrewd. Under such circumstances, how could he not be prepared? Xiao Ruyan was cautious. On the other side, Bai Susu was even more cautious. If she was careless and was tricked by Mu Yun, then she would die. It was not that she had not been tricked by Mu Yun before, to the point that she lost her innocence. The 2 of them walked forward carefully. No one dared to be careless. And for a time, many of the disciples of the 4 major sects came to the gravitational field area and sat down peacefully to temper their bodies. Mu Yun was even more quiet at this moment, lurking by the side of the path and holding his breath. Whether it was Xiao Ruyan or Bai Susu, he could not just run away. With such a chase, did those guys really think that he could be killed easily? Mu Yun was looking ahead carefully at this moment. Swoosh, a figure appeared at this moment. In an instant, Mu Yun moved. 7 stars and 9 moons formation, open. The formation suddenly opened, and the 3 stars and the 4 moons charged toward that figure. Mu Yun did not say any nonsense and directly charged out with the divine wood sword. At this moment, the heaven and earth furnace turned into a streak of fiery light and also attacked. The pale yellow divine robe instantly appeared on his body. The golden light was incomparably dazzling. The fallen hero divine sword slashed out at this moment. In that instant, Mu Yun could be said to have revealed all of her trump cards. His powerful blood chi exploded at this moment. A rumbling sound instantly exploded. Bang, a figure fled in a sorry state. Xiao Ruyan's complexion was deathly pale at this moment. She staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Yun. Seeing the figure in front, Xiao Ruyan was stunned. Mu Yun was dressed in a pale yellow divine robe. From top to bottom, from inside to outside, she looked like a completely different person. His temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. Seeing that it was Xiao Ruyan, Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this woman was at the 4 organs divine realm. He might be able to kill her at the 3 organs divine realm. The rumbling sound fell, but the formation was still there. The 3 stars and the 4 moons charged out again. A series of ferocious auras exploded in all directions. At this moment, power condensed all over Mu Yan's body. The sword light of the fallen hero divine sword gradually flickered. Xiao Ruyan snorted. Her dress exploded apart, revealing a light silver soft armor from within her body. Just now, if not for this soft armor, she would already be dead. Mu Yun must die. Xiao Ruyan was already furious. At this moment, Mu Yun was even more cautious. Who knew if this woman had any other divine artifacts? The two figures confronted each other for a moment and instantly charged out. Mu Yun understood that the pale yellow divine robe lasted for about 5 to 6 minutes. If he could not continue to maintain it, he had no chance of winning against Xiao Ruyan. The gap between each realm of the human monarch 5 organs divine realm was comparable to that of a saint emperor and a saint emperor. Leapfrogging to kill, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Flash sword divine technique. A sword slashed out. The sword light flickered, and the layers of sword chi broke apart at this moment. The moves of the flash sword divine technique were not difficult. What was difficult was the explosion of speed. If there was no faster explosion of speed, the power of the flash sword divine technique could not be condensed. The sword was drawn, the sword essence condensed, and Mu Yan's figure rushed out. Clang, a sonorous sound rang out. Xiao Ruyan suddenly raised her palm at this moment. A token shield appeared on Xiao Ruyan's palm. The token shield flashed, blocking Mu Yan's attack. A ray of moonlight shot out again, and Mu Yan took the opportunity to retreat. This woman indeed had more than one divine artifact of the mortal realm on her. Mu Yan's expression was solemn at this moment, looking ahead. Sneak attack? Xiao Ruyan was indifferent at this moment. I thought you were just a small fry that could be killed easily. I didn't expect you to have some ability. Since that's the case, then all the more I can't let you live. As Xiao Ruyan's words fell, murderous aura condensed all over her body. Divine 4 organs realm, tempering the 4 organs, plus the condensation of the gravity field previously, Xiao Ruyan could be said to be at the peak of the divine 4 organs realm. She was only one step away from reaching the divine 5 organs realm. Mu Yun was just at the divine 3 organs realm. Instead of thinking of escaping, she actually wanted to ambush and kill her. This guy was courting death. Xiao Ruyan's murderous aura soared, and her speed was even faster. As she took a step forward, a tyrannical aura burst out. For a moment, Mu Yun only felt a tyrannical source power suppressing the agility of her body. Divine Wood Sword. With a low shout in her heart, the Divine Wood Sword attacked again. The Divine Wood Sword forged by the World Tree was driven by the power of the soul. What it caused to Xiao Ruyan was also a soul injury. Sometimes, a soul injury was even more unbearable. The two figures constantly collided. Mu Yun was murderous at this moment. Xiao Ruyan was even more indignant. A mere divine 3 organs realm actually made her so flustered. This guy deserved to die. Xiao Ruyan held a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other hand, similarly attacked. The roaring sound sprinted on the entire avenue. The two continued to fight, and the collision of source power had already reached its peak. Luotian sword slash. Suddenly, Xiao Ruyan slashed out with her sword, and the sword light rushed out, attacking Mu Yun. A puff suddenly sounded. Mu Yun's chest was directly pierced through by the long sword. The two bodies were close at this moment. You're dead. Xiao Ruyan snorted coldly. Is that so? Mu Yun sneered at this moment. In her hand, the fallen hero divine sword fell to the ground at this moment. Mu Yun suddenly grabbed the divine sword. If she continued to fight with Xiao Ruyan, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Mu Yun had to bear this sword. It's not certain who will die. Mu Yun held Xiao Ruyan's long sword tightly in her hand and closed the distance between the two. With a bang, the two bodies were tightly stuck together. Xiao Ruyan held the shield and separated the two, wanting to pull back the divine sword. But how could Mu Yun give her the chance? Die. With a low shout, Mu Yun on Xiao Ruyan's left hand held the heaven and earth furnace tightly. It was as if she was holding a brick in her hand. I'll slap you to death. Mu Yun's heaven and earth furnace directly blasted out. How could Xiao Ruyan follow Mu Yun's thoughts at this moment? The shield was directly waved out at this moment. Boom, an explosion took place at that instant. The shield blocked the impact of the heaven and earth furnace. It's not over yet. Mu Yun sneered and waved her hand. The heaven and earth furnace was about to smash down again. Xiao Ruyan's expression tightened at this moment, and the shield firmly charged forward. Be careful here. But suddenly, a green light flashed past. A puff suddenly sounded. The divine wood sword directly pierced Xiao Ruyan's head. Her soul scattered, Xiao Ruyan's body slowly fell to the ground. Mu Yun was panting heavily at this moment. He had almost died. He underestimated Xiao Ruyan. After a long time of killing people above his level, it made him think that he was invincible in the same realm. It was not difficult to kill people above his level. But in the five organs divine realm, the gap between each realm was really, really big. Mu Yun sat on the ground, panting heavily. Pulling out the long sword, Mu Yun panted heavily. Cracks had already appeared on the shield at this moment, but Mu Yun still took it away. After looting all the things on Xiao Ruyan's body, Mu Yun got up and left without stopping. This was not a place to heal. The divine weapon of the mortal realm was extremely harmful to the current body. Mu Yun panted heavily, his body trembling. That sword directly stabbed into his chest. If it were not for his three organs being refined, he was afraid that he would have died from the sword. The pale yellow divine robe retreated at this moment. The two fought for a short few minutes, but every move made Mu Yun feel extremely oppressed. Those who came here for the trial were the top disciples of the four great fifth-class sections. How could they be mediocre? Mu Yun gained a lot from this battle. The road seemed to be endless. Mu Yun did not dare to stay. Finally, a golden light appeared in front of him. Mu Yun sped up and rushed over. When he came close, Mu Yun realized that what appeared in front of him was a vast world. At a glance, the golden light was endless. It was the light of the rows of palaces in front. It was tens of thousands of meters long and wide, like a city. Mu Yun rushed in without saying a word. Right now, healing was the most important thing. Otherwise, death was the only way out. A series of air-piercing sounds sounded on the road. Mu Yun's figure appeared in front of the golden palace. On the other side, there were already figures appearing. On the road, dozens of figures arrived. Xiao Ruyan. Seeing the corpse on the ground, some disciples' faces turned ugly. Blue Dragon Sect's Ling Tiany's eyes were even colder at this moment. It's that guy. Ling Tiany shouted in a low voice, Xiao Ruyan should have been tricked. As soon as these words came out, everyone from the Blue Dragon Sect looked horrified. TSK. Xiao Ruyan is the most talented. It's a pity that she died in the hands of some Mu Yun. Beside him, a figure smacked his lips at this moment. Gao Sun, shut up. Ling Tiany looked at the azure-clothed man and shouted. Boundless sect, don't think too highly of yourself. Hearing this, Gao Sun grinned, your Blue Dragon Sect shouldn't think too highly of yourself. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and flames burst out. Gao Sun waved his hand and said, Boundless Sect disciples, follow me. Don't be alone. If you are caught by the Blue Dragon Sect disciples, you will become a captive and die for them. Gao Sun sneered and left quickly with his men. In the Boundless Sect's team, Nie Ziyun also sneered at this moment and said, this little girl is too arrogant. Now that she's dead, let's see if you still want to catch this young master. Previously, Nie Ziyun, like Mu Yun and Wei Tong, was captured by the Blue Dragon Sect disciples to help them scout the way. Now that Xiao Ruyan was dead, he was happy in his heart. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. A group of people hurriedly left. Ling Tiany was furious at this moment. Mu Yun. Damn bastard. At the same time, Gao Sun led the Boundless Sect disciples and continued forward. Nie Ziyun. Gao Sun said, is that Mu Yun that powerful? Nie Ziyun said carefully, I saw that guy at the divine realm of 2 organs. It's impossible for a divine realm of 2 organs to kill a divine realm of 4 organs even if it's a sneak attack. Maybe that kid has advanced. Hearing this, Gao Sun nodded and looked at the other two. Fang Tianxua, Fu Shoutian, you two be careful. It's best not to provoke this kid. Fang Tianxua was tall and strong. He said with a smile, I'm at the divine realm of 5 organs. Why would I be afraid of him? Although I'm at the divine realm of 4 organs, I'm stronger than Xiao Ruyan. Fu Shoutian also muttered. Gaosun was speechless. What are you guys thinking? If we don't provoke that kid, will he provoke us? What I mean is that Mu Yun has an unknown origin and is in a deadlock with the Blue Dragon sect and the 2 Instruments Pavilion. Let's not make enemies with him and let him disturb the peace of the 2 sections. We can explore this place properly. Hearing this, they immediately nodded. Nie Ziyun's expression was not too good. All right, Ziyun. Gaosun comforted him, those bastards from the Boundless sect dared to use you as a pathfinder. I guarantee that I'll slaughter a few of their disciples and let them have a taste of their own medicine. I'll vent my anger on you. Nie Ziyun was, of course, annoyed. But now, the disciples of both sides were here. It was impossible for them to fight for him alone. But as long as those disciples of the Blue Dragon sect dared to separate, he would definitely kill them all. At the same time, on another passage, the disciples of the 2 Instruments Pavilion and the 9 Stars sect also gathered. The disciples of the 4 major sects had 2 paths, but they were completely different. The path that Baisusu took was full of danger. Baisusu was panting at this moment and had consumed a lot of energy. But after Lu Wuyan brought some disciples of the 2 Instruments Pavilion and the 9 Stars sect Xingyue arrived, the difficulty was reduced. The disciples of the 2 sects worked together to break through the obstacles on the road. Lu Wuyan looked at Baisusu and asked, "Have you met Mu Yan?" Baisusu shook her head. Lu Wuyan frowned. "I'm afraid he's on another passageway." "He should have met Xiao Ruyan." Baisusu frowned and said, "Xiao Ruyan, that woman got off easy. If I encounter him, I'll definitely kill him personally." Lu Wuyan was furious, but Baisusu was even more furious. After Mu Yun said those words in public, Lu Wuyan had been estranged from her for the past few days. On the surface, Lu Wuyan didn't say anything, but in her heart, she already despised her. Mu Yun did not care about these things. People from the 4 great sects would definitely come to his palace. Right now, the most important thing was to recover his cultivation as soon as possible. The wound on his chest was too serious. Even with Xiao Ruyan's essence, energy, and spirit recovering, she had only recovered more than half. It was equivalent to the battle with Xiao Ruyan. Other than fishing up origin stones and a few transcendent divine artifacts, he did not obtain anything else. What a huge loss. At this moment, Mu Yun felt a little helpless in his heart. However, killing a disciple of the Blue Dragon sect was considered the greatest gain. Ling Tianyi was the next target. It was just that this trial was about to end. He was afraid that there was no chance to kill Ling Tianyi. At this moment, Mu Yun temporarily suppressed the injuries in his body and got up to leave. If the disciples of the 4 great sects wanted to explore this place, it would probably take a while before they arrived. Now, he could take a look first. Leaving the corner, Mu Yun stood up and looked around. There were golden halls everywhere. They were extraordinarily mighty and had an astonishing aura. It was hard to imagine what kind of force built this. He wanted to ask Guai. This guy seemed to have obtained a lot of good things the last time he left and was concentrating on digesting them. Dispelling the thought, Mu Yun began to look around in the magnificent palace city. Golden bricks, golden tiles, golden walls. Dazzling and brilliant. For a moment, Mu Yun was incomparably surprised. Unbroken Ancient Mountain, one of the top 10 most dangerous places in the 9th Heaven realm, lived up to its reputation. Those invincible experts who surpassed the monarch rank would probably be surprised if they saw this place, right? Huh? He came to a courtyard. The entire courtyard looked magnificent. On the door, there were 3 words that were particularly dazzling. Alchemy Academy? Mu Yan's face lit up as he stepped inside. Bang, a tyrannical repulsive force instantly collided. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mu Yan's figure retreated. Restriction, there was a restriction here. Mu Yan's face was dry. Alchemy Academy, just by looking at the construction of this place, there must be extremely rich ancient divine pills inside. But this restriction, he just quietly touched it, and his whole skeleton almost fell apart. He couldn't enter this place at all. It was like a 6 or 7-year-old child looking at an attractive fruit tree inside a high wall, but he couldn't climb in at all. He could only watch anxiously. Mu Yun was not an indecisive person. If he couldn't enter, others couldn't enter either. This place could be left as a treasure in the future. In the future, when he was strong enough, he could use it to claim. After making up his mind, Mu Yun continued to move forward. Behind him, he saw the Weapon Academy, the Martial Pavilion Academy, and so on. Each courtyard was incomparably huge. But Mu Yun couldn't enter at all. Seeing so many treasures in front of him, but unable to claim them, Mu Yun's heart was bleeding. Array Academy. When Mu Yun saw the Array Academy at the end, his brows relaxed. He wasn't completely ignorant of ancient divine arrays now. If he could crack the array formation here, or figure out something, he might be able to enter. After making up his mind, Mu Yun stood at the entrance of the Array Academy. The array patterns in his hand condensed one by one, and the power of heaven and earth was gradually merged and controlled in Mu Yun's palm. Pushing out with both hands, the array patterns flickered with light. Finally, Mu Yun's hands entered. It really worked. With a flash, Mu Yun's body entered the courtyard. Rather than a courtyard, it was more like a square. It was 10,000 meters long and wide, and the floor was laid with golden light. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to be walking on a martial field that was watched by tens of thousands of people. The power of heaven and earth gradually swept over from all directions. Eh? A cry of surprise sounded at this moment. It was Guai. You're awake? I've been awake all this time. Mu Yun looked around and asked cautiously, where is this place? Do you know? Guai curled his lips and said, of course I know. It's one of the 10 most dangerous lands, Wujian Ancient Mountain. Nonsense, was that what I asked? Mu Yun was speechless. What I asked was, where is this place? Guai chuckled and said, Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. Golden Axe. Heavenly Palace? Guai continued, that's right, the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace that Wujian Ancient Emperor once established. Ancient Emperor, this was the first time Mu Yun heard of it. The Ancient Emperor existed in the Primordial Age and the Primordial Age. Those were truly peerless and invincible. Guai explained, the 6 realms of the Emperor realm are Human Emperor, Earthly Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, Sovereign King, Sage Emperor, and Imperial Emperor. At the Imperial Emperor realm, there are no early or late stages. There are only 10,000-year Imperial Emperors, 100,000-year Imperial Emperors, and 1,000,000-year Imperial Emperors. And now, the titled gods and titled emperors in the vast 1,000 domains are equivalent to 10,000-year Imperial Emperors. The titled gods and titled emperors born in the Primordial Age and the Primordial Age are equivalent to 1,000,000-year Imperial Emperors and 10,000,000-year Imperial Emperors. Mu Yun understood in her heart. That's the old antiques. Mu Yun nodded and said, are they stronger than the current titled gods and titled emperors? That's not necessarily true. Guai said slowly, titled gods and titled emperors are existences that surpass the supreme realm and the sovereign realm. They are invincible below the emperor god realm. But they are also divided into strong and weak. This isn't a matter of time. Of course, most of the time, the ancient gods and ancient emperors are indeed stronger than the current titled gods and titled emperors. There are exceptions. For example, your mother, the Azure Emperor Yi Yushur. With the Sparrow God Fan, she has no problem taking on 3 opponents at once. Your father is the same. The human Emperor Mu Qingyu is majestic and invincible. Almost all the clan leaders and sect masters of first-class forces are not necessarily your father's match. The 2 of them belong to the category of titled gods and titled emperors. They are relatively strong existences. Perhaps the ancient gods and ancient emperors are not necessarily on par with the 2 of them. Mu Yun was speechless for a moment. Her parents were so powerful, why was he so inferior? Actually, you don't have to feel inferior. Guai said again, your mother dared to snatch the 9 nether vermilion bird tribe's supreme treasure, the Sparrow God Fan. That was also because she was strong. Otherwise, the 9 nether vermilion bird tribe would have gone berserk long ago. As for your father, according to the judgment of the first emperor god, Yi Xiaoyao, perhaps your father obtained the inheritance of the ancient gods and ancient emperors. Or perhaps your father dug up the graves of the ancient gods and ancient emperors. I don't feel inferior. Mu Yun emphasized. It's all right. It's understandable that you feel inferior. Guei comforted her. It's a pity that your parents only have you as their child. If you had a sibling, perhaps you wouldn't have a chance to become the emperor of the 9 lives. After Guei finished speaking, Mu Yun was surprised. Old thing, what did he mean by that? Did he mean that he, Mu Yun, had no choice but to choose? If he had a younger sibling, would he have nothing to do with it? Generally speaking, the ancient gods and ancient emperors are much stronger than the current gods and emperors. However, it's not 100%. It's fine as long as you understand this. Guei continued, the Wujian ancient emperor is in existence even more ancient than Xianxia. Some say that the Wujian ancient mountain has existed since the primordial age or even the primordial age. The Golden Axe Heavenly Palace is extremely powerful. As for why it was destroyed, no one knows. Mu Yun asked cautiously, was it done by Diming? Impossible. Guei denied. In the primordial age, heaven ruled the myriad realms. Later, the heaven-sealing divine emperor Diming appeared and joined forces with Yellow Heaven to kill heaven. Then, Yellow Heaven ruled the heavenly Tao. That was the primordial age. Diming in the primordial age couldn't even be considered a god emperor. He didn't have that ability. It's not just the 10 great forbidden lands in the 9th heaven realm. Many of the forbidden lands in the greater 1,000 realms were actually built by powerful sects in the primordial age and the primordial age. However, they were all destroyed. Guei said with certainty, perhaps only heaven, Yellow Heaven, and the 4 great origins know about this. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard this. Aren't you one of the 4 great origins? Set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book dweller, are you kidding me? You are one of the 4 great origins. You don't know? Mu Yun said speechlessly. I knew it before, which was why I cooperated with the number 1 god emperor. However, I lost too many memories when I fought with Diming. I don't know, Guei coughed awkwardly. I've forgotten about these things in the past. It's only recently that I recalled them. Guei looked at Mu Yun and said, I told you before. In our current era, Diming controls the myriad realms and seals the heavens as the god emperor. Further up is the period between 1,000,000 and 10,000,000 years ago. It is known as the ancient era, when the Yellow Heaven controls the myriad worlds. Going back further, it's the primordial era. The period from 10 million to 100 million years ago is called the primordial era, and the heavens are the rulers. Billions of years ago, everyone called it the Great Desolation era. No one knows what the heavens and earth were like during the Great Desolation era. It's still a mystery. Even the 4 primary essences have no idea how they were born. Guei sighed, what I know is only limited to the immemorial age, the primordial age, the azure sky, the yellow sky, the dark emperor, Yi Xiaoyao, and the 4 origins know some things about that age. As for the primordial era, no one knows. At this moment, Mu Yun had a rough understanding of the situation. The prehistoric era, the archaic era, the ancient era, and the modern era. History was like a long river, and no one knew what had happened in the past. Even the ancient gods and ancient emperors, who claimed to live forever with the heavens and earth, would still die. Even someone as powerful as ancient Emperor Wujian, who had created the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, would still die. Between the primordial age and the primordial age, what was born between the azure sky, the yellow sky, and the dark emperor, the ancient gods and ancient emperors couldn't have perished for no reason. Unfortunately, he was only at the 3 organs divine realm now. He didn't have the qualifications to participate in these matters, and now, he was still being hunted down. Looking at the hall in front of her, Mu Yun could now understand. Why was it that this place, which was only the outer perimeter, was filled with treasures? Those treasures were precious to human monarchs. However, in the former Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, they were probably just decorations. The gap was too big. Even if an Earth Lord or Heavenly Lord was invincible, they wouldn't be able to barge into this palace. Furthermore, no one knew what was in the depths. Mu Yun walked carefully in front of the square and looked at the palace in front of her. In front of the main hall, 2 words were written. Formation Department. It was simple, but it made people fall in love with it. Stop looking. Guei shouted, this place should have been the Formation Academy of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace in the Unbroken Ancient Mountain. It might even be the Formation Academy in the outer layer. But even so, it's still a top-notch ancient divine formation. Be careful not to fall into it. Mu Yun nodded. Ancient existences were extremely powerful. Right now, he was just a pitiful sovereign personage. The difference was too great. Actually, ever since she ascended the throne, Mu Yun also felt it. In the past, it seemed that his vision had indeed been too narrow. But now, his horizons had been broadened, but even so, it was still not enough. It only broadened his horizons. Arriving at the door of the hall, before Mu Yun could do anything, a sweeping aura suddenly flashed over. Mu Yun was slightly stunned. This kind of sweep was similar to a sweep of soul power, but it was also different. It seemed to be condensed by an array. Mu Yun looked nervous. Guei said at this moment, wear the pale yellow divine robe. Huh? Although puzzled, Mu Yun still did as she was told. The sweeping aura became puzzled, but in the end, the door of the hall opened with a bang. Mu Yun stepped in, but she was even more puzzled. At first, the sweep clearly carried a hint of rejection. Once the pale yellow divine robe was worn, the repulsive force weakened. Yi Xiaoyao and I have explored this place. This aura is from the painting of the gods. Mu Yun was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you just enter the pill and weapon departments? It's useless. Guei mercilessly said, what can you do if you enter? Just the pressure alone is enough to crush you. Brat, just wait for your death. You can learn the Tao of array formations here and have a general understanding of the ancient god array. Mu Yun did not refute. Guei was right. The 7 stars and 9 moons array that he now controlled was directly engraved in his mind. It was not controlled by him at all. He really did not know much about the ancient god array. Unfortunately, ever since he had entered the eastern wasteland, he had been either protected or hunted down by mysterious people in the streamless ancient mountain for the past year. How could he have the time to explore? He did not have the energy to explore. There was no place to explore. This was the most awkward thing. Let's take a look at this place first and see what's here, Guei urged. Haven't you been here before? Guei coughed and said, I. Back then, when Yi Xiaoyao and I came here, we went deeper. We didn't like this place, so we didn't come here. Mu Yun was speechless. This place was too low level. Yi Xiaoyao didn't care about it at all and went directly to the core. Mu Yun was dealt a huge blow. They were both 9 Fate Emperors, and they were doing so well. But he was too weak. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Mu Yun threw away his thoughts and looked around. No matter what, the threat of this place was still very great. It was so for him. After entering the hall, Mu Yun looked around. Praying mats were placed in the hall. However, at this moment, the entire hall was empty. There was not a single person in it. It would be strange if there was someone here. Mu Yun entered the hall and looked around. There was nothing strange about it. Sit on it and try. Guei urged, from the looks of it, this might be the place where the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace used to preach to the outer court disciples. There might be something left behind. Okay. Mu Yun sat down cross-legged. Buzz, suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Then, Mu Yun felt dizzy. The dizziness almost made Mu Yun vomit blood. But then, the dizziness disappeared. At this moment, a gentle aura appeared in Mu Yun's body. The scene around him changed. It was as if he was no longer in the hall, but in a white world. Under a tree, he sat on a stone pier. In front of him, an old man stood up and looked at him. What doubts do you have? Ask. The old man spoke directly. Mu Yun was a little confused at this moment. What was going on? Could it be that this was really the so-called preaching ground that the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace had opened? Wasn't the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace too terrifying? Ask. The old man said again. What is the ancient god formation? Mu Yun hurriedly blurted out. 3-1 He really didn't understand the ancient god formation thoroughly. Hearing this, the old man said slowly, since ancient times, martial artists have always been on the path of exploration, walking to a higher realm. In order to recover from injuries, they made pills. In order to increase combat power, they created weapons. And the heart of a martial artist is more than that. Heaven and earth are the most vast and mysterious. The origin of life, time and space, life, heavenly Tao and earth. These are the most mysterious. Mu Yun understood. The time and space, heavenly Tao, earth, and life that the old man mentioned corresponded to the four great origins. The so-called formation uses the human body as a guide to construct the momentum of heaven and earth. The holy formation integrates the momentum of heaven and earth. The power of the ancient God formation controls the momentum of heaven and earth. And the power of the desolation formation creates the momentum of heaven and earth. The old man continued, the so-called ancient God formation uses the power of heaven and earth to construct formation patterns and condense the formation. After it integrates with the momentum of heaven and earth, it is separated and used to control the momentum of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Mu Yun suddenly slapped his head. That's right, he had always thought of reaching the level of the ancient God formation and controlling the momentum of heaven and earth. But how to control it? What he thought was to directly condense formation patterns and lock the momentum of heaven and earth. But how could the momentum of heaven and earth be so easily locked? And now, the old man said that he should first integrate, then separate, and then control it. This was the most special way. Mu Yun secretly scolded himself for being stupid. During this period of time, he had been going down the wrong path. In the following time, Mu Yun kept asking questions in his heart. The old man answered one by one. As time passed, Mu Yun only felt dizzy. Suddenly, his body swayed and he appeared in the main hall again. You're awake? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, wonderful, as expected of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, as expected of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace. The old man's words enlightened him. It cleared a lot of fog for him. It was just that now was not the time to sort it out. Let's continue to take a look. Looking ahead, Mu Yun was resolute and decisive. Even if this place was the outer court of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, it was not something he could walk through. But if he could walk a little more, he would walk a little more. After all, there were not many opportunities like this. Guai did not say much. Mu Yun continued, such a powerful Golden Axe Heavenly Palace could be destroyed in the ancient era. It's hard to imagine what it went through. Guai did not speak. Passing through the main hall and coming to the left side, it looked like a library of 100 square meters. In the center of the room, there were bookshelves, surrounded by low tables and chairs. Mu Yun looked at the bookshelf in the center. At this moment, it was a mess. It was full of broken scrolls. But even so, there were thousands of scrolls. Mu Yun hurriedly looked over. Level 1 Ancient Divine Array, 5 Elements Sky Rolling Array. Level 2 Ancient Divine Array, Heavenly Void Spirit Array. Looking at it, most of them were Level 1 Ancient Divine Arrays, Level 2 Ancient Divine Arrays, and very few Level 3 Ancient Divine Arrays. In other words, these Ancient Divine Arrays corresponded to Level 1 to Level 3 Ancient Divine Array Masters. They targeted the 3 realms of Human Monarch, Earth Monarch, and Heaven Monarch. Mu Yun was shocked again. What was the Heaven Monarch realm? In the 4 great wilderness of the Eastern Wilderness, it was enough to be called a top expert of a 5th grade force or race. In the former Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, it could only be considered an outer court disciple? What a pity, what a pity. Looking at those scrolls, Mu Yun felt her heart bleeding. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Mu Yun felt that it was really a pity, none of the thousands of scrolls, Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3 Ancient Divine Arrays were complete. Most of them were damaged. Once some parts of the array were missing, who would dare to cultivate it? If he made a wrong move, he might get himself killed. These scrolls were all damaged. It was simply asking for their lives. Mu Yun shook his head regretfully, feeling that his heart was bleeding. If they were all given to him, then he would have no worries about cultivating Level 1 to Level 3 Ancient Divine Arrays. In other words, if he was given 10 to 8 years to cultivate these arrays, he could directly fight head-on with the 5th grade races and forces. Human Lord 5 Organs Divine Realm. Earth Lord 6 Organs Divine Realm, Heaven Lord 7 Essence Spirit Realm. Who would not be convinced? A level 3 ancient divine array was set up and could kill a lot of people. It was just a pity that these were all incomplete. They were not worth anything at all. However, Mu Yun did not give up and looked ahead. Huh? Finally, Mu Yun found an unfolded ancient divine array diagram on the table. The array patterns drawn on it were lifelike and were still well preserved. It was spread out on the table and was not damaged. Level 1 Ancient Divine Array, Ternary Guai Array. Mu Yun was stunned. The Ternary Guai array was not a large-scale array fluctuation. Instead, it used array patterns to construct powerful origin power fluctuations, condensing origin power energy bodies, and transforming into 3 existences that were the same as the original body. In this way, there would be 4 of him. Moreover, the 3 figures could self-destruct at the critical moment. The origin power that was compressed to the extreme would self-destruct. Mu Yan's eyes lit up. This was what a treasure was. Once this array was refined, it would not be so strenuous for him to face Xiao Ruyan. He could directly kill her with a raise of his hand. After putting away the ternary Guai array, Mu Yun continued to check carefully, not leaving anything behind. In the end, after turning everything upside down and finding nothing, Mu Yun left unwillingly. Coming to the room on the right, Mu Yan's mind calmed down. Eh? Mu Yun said in surprise, there's a smell of inheritance, it should be. Guai analyzed, the center is where the lecture is, the left is where the array diagram is, and the right should be where people can enhance their comprehension. Kid, give it a try. Although millions of years have passed, there should still be some things left behind. Yes. Mu Yun did not hesitate and sat down cross-legged. Boom, suddenly, a surge of energy spread out from within his body. At this moment, Mu Yan's body was completely calm. She was like a corpse sitting there motionlessly. Not long after, Mu Yun stood up again. How is it? Hee, Mu Yun laughed and waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, the 7 stars and 9 moons formation took shape. Mu Yan's palm moved slightly. The 7 stars and 9 moons formation, the 5 stars and 7 moons, instantly appeared. Light flowed. The 5 stars and 7 moons made people feel the power within their bodies condensing. The improvement of the 7 stars and 9 moons formation is very obvious. Mu Yun said with a smile. This should be the place where an elder of the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace once left his true comprehension for the younger generation to use for their breakthrough. It's just that after millions of years, it's already very faint, but even so, there was still such an obvious effect. One could imagine how powerful that elder's comprehension of formations was when he was alive. At this moment, Mu Yun could not help but sigh at the strength of these people. They were really very strong. 3-1, quick update, continue to go deeper and try. Mu Yun prepared to go deeper and continue to move forward. As she took a step forward, a voice suddenly sounded. Swoosh, a sharp blade came directly at her. Mu Yun was always on guard here. At this moment, she immediately dodged. A few figures appeared in front of her. It was a person with bright eyes and white teeth. Her hair was combed into a ponytail, and she looked youthful and beautiful. Who? The woman's eyes turned cold when she saw Mu Yun. Who are you? Mu Yan's eyes turned cold at this moment. The woman looked at Mu Yun and sized her up. You're Mu Yun? The woman said softly. Mu Yun's expression was strange. This woman knew him? No need to guess. I don't know you. The woman said again, but looking at Lu Wuyan and Bai Susu from the 2 instruments pavilion, they can't wait to kill you. They have been looking for a guy called Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were cold. As expected, those guys would not let him go from the bottom of their hearts. But I don't understand. What do you mean? Looking at the woman, Mu Yun said again. I'm from the Jiuxing sect. My name is Lin Ryu. The woman smiled and said, I don't intend to be enemies with you. Since you can enter this place, you should be an ancient divine array master. We're all ancient divine array masters. You should know what I want. Lin Ryu said directly, you've stayed here for so long. You should have found a lot of good things. Give them to me, and I'll pretend that I didn't see you. Taking advantage of the situation, Mu Yun smiled slightly. You might have found the wrong person. Whether it's Lu Wuyan or Bai Susu, I don't care. Mu Yun said again, if they want to kill me, they can come. As soon as these words came out, Lin Ryu was stunned. So, you're prepared to fight me to the death? If you don't attack me, why should I be enemies with you? Mu Yun said with a faint smile. At this moment, Lin Ryu didn't care at all. Swish. The next moment, Lin Ryu directly attacked. For Organ's divine stage, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. It wasn't like he hadn't killed anyone before. At this moment, the long sword in his hand slashed out. The Luoing divine sword and the flash sword divine technique instantly exploded. This time, Mu Yun had experience. The speed of his sword slash became faster and faster. Powerful sword moves spread all over the place. In the room, there was a loud explosion. Rays of light rose into the sky. At this moment, the two instantly exchanged blows, causing waves of fluctuations in the hall. However, this place was the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace after all. With the surrounding array set up, even if the two fought fiercely, the palace was still intact. Powerful airwaves spread out layer by layer. After half a day, the two were panting. The two figures, separated by more than 10 meters, looked at each other. I've underestimated you. Lin Ryu snorted at this moment. The underestimation is yet to come. Mu Yun looked at Lin Ryu and said, are you preparing the array? Lin Ryu's eyes flashed. It seems that you are too. Mu Yun laughed and didn't say much. Buzz, buzz, in an instant, two buzzing sounds sounded at this moment. In front of Lin Ryu, a ray of light flashed out. At the same time, in front of Mu Yun, a ray of light also flashed out at this moment. Boom, the two arrays instantly collided. The 7 stars and 9 moons array condensed the 5 stars and 7 moons and exploded at this moment. Powerful airwaves spread out layer by layer. At this moment, the entire hall began to shake. What the two used was a level 1 ancient divine array. However, Mu Yun also judged at this moment. The power of the ancient divine array that Lin Ryu used was not at its peak. It was the same for him. What the two were fighting at this moment was perseverance. The slightest carelessness could kill either of them. Boom. A dull explosion sounded. Just as the two were fighting, a wall in the middle of the hall exploded at this moment. Behind the wall, a sound appeared in front of the two. The two appeared almost at the same time. Behind the wall, a ray of light flashed. Good stuff, it was definitely good stuff. At this moment, the two increased their strength and attacked each other. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. Break! A ray of light flashed past. The divine wood sword attacked. Bang, a ray of light shot out at this moment. With a flash of light, the power burst out. However, right at that moment, a figure blocked Lin Ryu's path. At this moment, Mu Yun hurriedly retreated. Wan Fangping, what are you doing? Lin Ryu said unhappily, this kid almost killed me. I didn't notice. The figure that appeared was a man. The man laughed dryly and said, I didn't expect this guy to have a trick up his sleeve. I thought I didn't have to appear, Lin Ryu snorted. With a swoosh, a sound suddenly sounded. At this moment, Mu Yun directly drilled into the wall and disappeared. He ran away, chase him. At this moment, a few more figures appeared. Lin Ryu and Wan Fangping directly charged out. Both of them were in the Four Organs divine realm. Mu Yun could kill one of them alone, but he didn't have the confidence to do so if they worked together. Immediately, 4 or 5 figures chased. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't have time to think about how these people entered this place. First, it was the 2 Instruments Pavilion, then the Blue Dragon sect, and now the 9 Stars sect. Mu Yun cursed in a low voice, sooner or later, I will kill them all. These guys had no enmity with him and would kill him because of their own goals. Mu Yun would never show mercy to such people. At this moment, a loud thud sounded. At this moment, he staggered, and a line of blood flowed down from his nose. What the hell is this? Before he saw what was in front of him, he bumped into a bump. Mirror. After rushing into the tunnel, less than 100 meters forward, there was actually a mirror in front of him. Moreover, it was a mirror that didn't reflect light. Mu Yun was stunned at this moment. There was no figure in that mirror at all, and it was as smooth as a surface. He couldn't see anything at all. Walking a few steps to the left, Mu Yun stretched out his palm. There was no mirror. At this moment, Mu Yun withdrew his soul aura. This place was full of mirrors, and it didn't reflect people's figures. It was as if the light didn't exist. Hiding one's aura was very suitable for an ambush. Mu Yun didn't plan to escape, he still didn't know what was in front. It wasn't safe to be chased like this. Mu Yun took a step forward, and a powerful aura was released at this moment. Over there. Suddenly, someone shouted. Bang bang bang, a series of bangs rang out. Cries of pain also rang out. Those guys were too fast, and they also suffered a loss. The distance between them was definitely not more than 100 meters. However, there were layers upon layers of mirrors in a disorderly manner that blocked Mu Yun's figure. Senior sister Lin Ryu. Senior brother Wan Fangping. Someone said, that kid has entered here. There are invisible mirrors blocking in front, so it's not easy to see. Then smash it. A man's voice sounded at this moment. It should be Wan Fangping. He was a Jiuxing sect disciple with Lin Ryu. Bang, a muffled bang was heard. At this moment, a low and deep gasp could be heard. As Mu Yun expected, that guy probably didn't smash the mirror with one punch, but injured himself. First set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. F***CK. What is this condensed from? A low curse sounded at this moment. Obviously, Wan Fangping had suffered quite a bit of backlash. Lin Ryu said at this moment, these strange mirrors here can reflect soul power. We can only find that guy with our eyes. Eyes, the moment these words came out, they were all stunned. Wherever the eyes passed, the range was very narrow. If they were not careful, they might be finished. Lin Ryu didn't care and said, that guy must have found something good when he entered this formation before us. Moreover, this guy is being chased by Lu Wuyan and by Susu. Why are those two chasing him? Could it be that it's really as this guy said, that he did that to Bai Susu? It's very likely that it's because of treasures. As soon as these words came out, a ruthless look flashed across Wan Fangping and the others' faces. Wan Ku, take 3 people and guard the exit, in case that guy runs from here. Wan Fangping said directly. Wan Ku was at the Divine Three Organs realm. Even if Mu Yun was at the Divine Three Organs realm, it was impossible for her to kill Wan Ku instantly. If Mu Yun really wanted to escape from here, as long as there was any movement, they could turn back and kill Mu Yun. Wan Fangping said again, Lin Ryu, each of us will lead a team and ensure that everyone is in each other's sight. Once there's an accident, immediately surround and capture Mu Yun. Understood. Wan Fangping immediately made a plan. They absolutely couldn't let Mu Yun run away. Just as Lin Ryu said, that guy might have many treasures that ordinary people couldn't imagine. If Mu Yun ran away, then the treasures would be gone. This was absolutely intolerable. Immediately, 7 or 8 figures used the mortal artifacts in their hands to scout the way and headed towards the mirror. Wan Ku was also very cautious at this moment. Guard this place well. That guy is at the Divine Three Organs realm. It's easy to catch you off guard and kill you all. Yes. At this moment, the 4 of them stood at the entrance that had just been blasted open and didn't dare to be careless. Lin Ryu shouted, Mu Yun, as long as you hand over the things you obtained, I can spare your life. Lin Ryu, it's not certain who will die. Mu Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Over there. When they heard the voice, they cautiously moved in a certain direction. It was impossible to see through the mirror in this place. Furthermore, with his soul energy being obstructed, it was impossible for him to see through it. They could only rely on their eyes to see and the weapons in their hands to probe. At this moment, Mu Yun was very careful. Such a place was unfavorable to Wan Fangping and Lin Ryu. But for him, there were many benefits. As long as someone was slightly further away, he would be able to kill them. The Heaven and Earth Furnace and Divine Wood Sword were both extremely suitable. After making up her mind, Mu Yun calmed herself down and waited patiently without running around. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Mu Yun punched out. 8 Desolation Seal. A seal was formed, and power surged out from Muyun's body. At the same time, the divine wood sword and heaven and earth furnace did not care, directly charging out with a loud rumble. Explosions rang out one after another. That second Viscera Divine Realm disciple was almost instantly killed by Muyun. Regarding this, Muyun did not stand on ceremony. She instantly turned around and left. Ji Ming. Seeing that a disciple had died, Wan Fangping immediately rushed over. Along the way, he crashed into many mirrors. He's dead. A disciple said with an ugly expression at this moment. As fellow disciples, seeing their junior brother being instantly killed in front of them, not only did they feel heartache, but they also felt their hearts palpitate. Muyun did not intend to leave at all. Instead, she fought them head-on here. This bastard, was she not afraid of death? Just thinking about it, unless she encountered Lin Ruyu and Wan Fangping, Muyun would not be delayed at all. This place was troublesome for them, but for Muyun, it was a barrier between heaven and earth. We can't continue like this. Next, Muyun attacked and killed another 2 people. Wan Fangping spoke. At this moment, Lin Ruyu's face was also ashen. Indeed, they could not continue like this, otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Retreat. The remaining 5 people retreated one by one at this moment. But at this moment, the 5 people's faces were pale. At the entrance of the passage, 4 figures had all fallen to the ground at this moment, without any breath. Wan Ku. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Wan Fangping's lungs were about to explode from anger. Wan Ku was his younger brother. I'm going to kill that guy. At this moment, anger rose in Wan Fangping's heart. Kill me? You're not qualified. At this moment, Muyun appeared at the entrance of the cave and sneered, so what if you have more people? Muyun. Wan Fangping took a step forward and rushed towards the entrance. Wan Fangping, don't be rash. Lin Ruyu hurriedly spoke at this moment, but it was already too late. Whoosh, a formation was born at this moment. 5 stars and 7 moons condensed directly at this moment and charged towards Wan Fangping. Muyun did not stop there. Ternary Guai formation, activate, 3 figures appeared beside Muyun. This was where the power of the Ternary Guai formation lay. It was not a large-scale killing, but a condensed body of 3 sources of origin power, possessing the same attack as a physical body. Muyun sneered and rushed out. At first, apart from Lin Ruyu and Wan Fangping, there were still 10 people. These 10 people were at the 2nd and 3rd Viscera Divine Realms. It was impossible for him to be a match. But now, there were only 5 people left. These 5 people were not so troublesome to Muyun. A figure condensed by the formation cooperated with the 7 stars and 9 moons formation and charged towards Wan Fangping. The other 2 figures charged towards the remaining 3 disciples. Muyun directly charged towards Lin Ruyu. You were disturbed just now. Now, no one will help you. Muyun sneered and attacked with her palm. At this moment, Lin Ruyu was stunned. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. At this moment, Muyun's entire body seemed to have changed. In just a short while, Muyun's entire aura was stronger than before. How could this be? After killing 7 or 8 people in a row, Muyun's devouring power was unleashed, fusing even more essence, energy, and spirit. Her strength naturally increased by a large margin. Facing Lin Ruyu again, Muyun's fierce attacks were naturally nothing difficult. The battle spread in the hall. Rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. Finally, it completely quieted down. In the hall, Muyun was panting. Around him, several corpses gradually turned cold. Muyun sat on the ground, panting. Fighting with Lin Ruyu and using the 7 stars and 9 moons formation and the 3 elements Guai formation at the same time, he had also reached his limit. If not for listening to the Tao in the hall and receiving guidance in the room on the right, he would not have taken such a gamble at all. 2 at the 4th Viscera Divine Realm, 3 at the 3rd Viscera Divine Realm. Muyun did not hold back at this moment and started devouring. The source stones and mortal artifacts on their bodies were also plundered clean by Muyun. After doing all this, Muyun made up his mind to leave this place. It was very difficult for him to investigate the formation courtyard. There were dangers everywhere inside, and it was not easy to investigate. After all, he was only at the third Viscera divine realm. Moreover, there were probably many disciples of the four major sects outside now. He could take this opportunity to leave this place. However, when he came to the entrance of the hall and looked outside through the crack of the door, Mu Yun was stunned. Outside the entrance of the formation courtyard, several figures were looking at the hall, as if waiting for something. People from the Jiaoxing sect? Mu Yun furrowed his brows. If people from the Jiaoxing sect were guarding here, it would be really troublesome. How could he go out? Lin Ruyu and Wan Fangping did not go out. If he went out, those people from the Jiaoxing sect would not let him go. Looks like I can only stay here for now. The four sects trial was not without a time limit. A year's time was already nearing its end. If these guys did not leave, Mu Yun did not mind staying with them. Thinking of this, Mu Yun decided to stay and cultivate in seclusion. Anyway, he could not leave this place. After making up his mind, Mu Yun sat down cross-legged. The 7 stars and 9 moons formation was set up around his body to prevent any accidents. Mu Yun adjusted the essence, energy, and spirit of Lin Ruyu, Wan Fangping, and the others into his body and began to absorb it. At the same time, the origin stones and milky jade stones were piled up around his body and condensed carefully. Powerful waves of air spread out one after another. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun sat there for a full year. Within his body, a surge of energy exploded with a bang. At this moment, Mu Yun opened his eyes. The force was accumulating layer upon layer. The fourth Viscera divine realm arrived. A light flashed across Mu Yun's eyes. After consuming the origin stones and milky jade stones, he had finally reached the fourth Viscera divine realm. In about 2 years, he had reached the fourth Viscera divine realm from the first Viscera divine realm. Who would dare to believe it? At this moment, Mu Yun's strength skyrocketed from head to toe. The force accumulated layer upon layer was vast and powerful. This was the fourth Viscera divine realm. If he encountered Lin Ruyu and Wan Fangping now, there was no need for the 2 ancient divine formations to complement each other. He alone was enough. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not intend to leave. He continued to hone the 8 Desolation Seal and the Flash Sword Divine Technique. The 8 Desolation Seal had now reached the greater mastery stage, and it would be perfected one more step. As for the Flash Sword Divine Technique, Mu Yun was only at the lesser mastery stage. The 7 stars and 9 moons formation and the ternary Gue formation had not reached the peak level. In 2 years, his strength had skyrocketed. Mu Yun also needed time to let his strength settle down. After making up his mind, the Fallen Hero sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand. In the next 3 years, Mu Yun stayed here and did not leave. 8 Desolation Seal, Flash Sword Divine Technique. At this moment, the 7 stars and 9 moons formation and the ternary Gue formation were also condensed to the extreme. The accumulation of power was stacked layer upon layer. This time, Mu Yun was ambitious. It's time to leave and see what the so-called Eastern Wilderness Continent is like. Sooner or later, he would walk out of the Eastern Wilderness Continent and head to the core of the Abyss Realm, the Abyss region. Yi Sueki, Bao Qingyu, Miao Shanyu and Meng Zimo. They were waiting for him there, the top supremes of the 3 second-class forces. So what? At that time, he would kill whoever dared to detain his wife. Back then, in the mortal world, he was powerless to protect them. The various forces took away his 9 wives one by one. And now, he would find them one by one. Qin Mengyao, Xiao Yuner, Jiao and Miao Shanyu were all pregnant. Until now, he still did not know whether the child had been born or not. Those forces had better ensure that their wives and children were fine. Otherwise, none of them would be able to live. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. After making up her mind, Mu Yun stepped out of the array courtyard. Ancient Emperor Wu Jin, Golden Axe Heavenly Palace, ancient emperors from the primordial era, or even the primordial era, how powerful were they? However, he still disappeared into the vast history. Why? Because they were not strong enough. Mu Yun did not want to disappear into history. She could only become stronger. After making up her mind, Mu Yun looked at the array courtyard behind her and sighed. There will be a day when I will come back. Her figure gradually disappeared. Mu Yun looked around. Let's leave this place first. At the same time, at the entrance of the ancient land, 3 to 5 figures were chatting at this moment. Senior Brother Luo. A disciple said, Senior Brother Lu Wuyan and Senior Sister Bai Susu asked us to guard here. When will it end? Yeah. Another disciple complained, we are all in the three organs divine realm. It's not a good thing to delay our cultivation. Senior Brother Luo scolded when he heard this. Stop complaining. Senior Brother Lu and Senior Sister Bai gave us ancient god pills and origin stones. Senior Brother and Senior Sister are worried that Mu Yun is not dead. Just guard her for a few more years. Senior Brother Luo said in a low voice, if Mu Yun appears and can kill her, we will be rewarded by Senior Brother and Senior Sister. As soon as he said that, several disciples nodded. A disciple chuckled and said, Senior Sister Bai is so beautiful. Senior Brother Lu is really lucky. However, I heard that Senior Sister Bai chased Mu Yun into a dangerous place. The two of them seemed to do that, really? Then isn't Mu Yun enjoying himself? I don't know if it's true or not. Senior Brother Lu hasn't enjoyed Senior Sister Bai's beauty before Mu Yun took the lead. Senior Brother Lu is probably furious. It might be true. Ever since we returned to the Two Instruments Pavilion, it seems that Senior Brother Lu is not so close to Senior Sister Bai, Senior Brother Luo snorted. Rumors can't be trusted. Don't talk nonsense. Who said it's a rumor? I can tell you responsibly that it's true. A voice could be heard. Senior Brother Luo snorted. How can you be so sure that it's real? You sound like you're Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Senior Brother Luo exclaimed. Swish swish swish, all of a sudden, the few figures became nervous. Where are Bai Susu and Lu Wuyan? Mu Yun said directly. Brat, you still dare to come out? You really aren't afraid of death. Senior Brother Luo sneered. If it wasn't for this brat, they wouldn't have had to wait here for 4 years. Senior Sister Bai and Senior Brother Lu were right. This brat really didn't die, killing Mu Yun this time would be a huge gain. You talk too much. Mu Yun said, let me ask you, where are they? Brothers, let's kill this guy together. All right. Immediately, a few figures dashed forward. Moments later. Bang, after the last bang, Senior Brother Luo's face turned pale. You've reached the Four Organs Divine Realm. In 5 years, Mu Yun had reached the Four Organs Divine Realm. How was this possible? Senior Brother Luo's heart turned cold. Where are they? You and I are both at the Four Organs Divine Realm. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Senior Brother Luo snorted and rushed forward. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of sound. Senior Brother Luo's arm was instantly broken. Mu Yun retracted her sword and asked again, where are they? Senior Brother Luo's face turned pale. Sword Soul. Intermediate Sword Soul. Speak. Mu Yun frowned. I'll speak. Senior Brother Luo hurriedly said, the Two Instruments Pavilion, Blue Dragon Sect, Boundless Sect, and Jiaoxing Sect seem to have found a relic in East Tiger City in the northeast of Wujian Ancient Mountain. What relic? It seems to have been left behind by an Earth Lord. The upper echelons of the 4 sects didn't like it, so they sent their disciples. Senior Sister Bai and Senior Brother Lu are among them. East Tiger City, Mu Yun nodded slightly. Thank you. The sword flashed, and Mu Yun killed them with one strike. The essence, energy, and spirit of the 4 or 5 people returned to their bodies, and a comfortable aura flashed out. According to the Myriad Worlds map, Mu Yun found the location of East Tiger City and prepared to leave. He had to kill this person no matter what. Who knew, he might meet others. Mu Yun grinned. I'm not the same as before. What about you guys? The Eastern Wilderness was one of the 5 major regions of the 9th Heaven Realm's core realm. The Central Abyss region, the Eastern Wilderness, the Western Myriad Mountains, the Southern Ocean region, and the Northern Heavenly Mountain origin. In the Eastern Wilderness, origin power was the thinnest, so the top sects were 4th-tier forces. The cultivators and races living in the Eastern Wilderness were divided into 4 regions. The Eastern Wilderness region, the Southern Wilderness region, the Northern Wilderness region, the Western Wilderness region, and more specifically, the Central Wilderness region. The Two Instruments Pavilion, the Blue Dragon Sect, the Boundless Sect, and the 9 Stars sect were located at the border of the southern wilderness region and the central wilderness region. They were considered to be in the south of the entire eastern wilderness continent. In the center of the eastern wilderness continent, there were only 2 top 4th-tier forces. 7 valleys, Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. The 4 5th-tier forces belonged to the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Naturally, there were many 4th-tier races and sects in the eastern wilderness. For example, the 4 4th-tier races in the eastern wilderness region. Earth Erosion Dragon Clan, Purgatory Blood Phoenix Clan, Moon Aurora Bear Clan, Flame Spirit Spear Clan. These 4 Tier 4 races occupied the eastern barren region of the eastern barren land. They were like fire and water with the other regions. The Reverence Moon Holy Ground in the northern wilderness region had a strong foundation. The Tuoba family, East Flower Mansion, Void Spirit Cave, and Distant Fire sect in the western wilderness region were also deeply rooted. As for the southern wilderness region, because it was covered by the seamless ancient mountain, there weren't many powerful sections. Mu Yun could only roughly determine the location and level of these forces from the Myriad Worlds map. As for their actual strength, Mu Yun wasn't sure. However, there was no doubt that there were invincible sovereign emperors in the 4th-tier sects and races. This was only the weakest of the 5 great lands in the Abyss world, the Eastern Wilderness. The Western Wilderness region, the Southern Sea region, and the Northern Heavenly Mountain origin were all richer and stronger than the Eastern Wilderness. There were even 3rd-tier forces and races overseeing them. As the core of the 9th Heaven world, the Abyss world was the core of the Abyss world. There were many experts there. 2nd-tier races and 2nd-tier forces all had invincible sovereigns. There were even many sovereigns. Mu Yun understood that only by reaching the sovereign realm would he have the qualifications to touch this level. 9th Heaven world, Abyss region, for symbols Holy Mountain. Mu Yun clenched his fists and walked out of the seamless ancient mountain. Finally, he could take a step forward and take a look at the colorful 9th Heaven world, Abyss region. This place was the core of the Abyss world. The Abyss world was the core of the 9th Heaven world. The Abyss region could be said to be the core of the 9th Heaven world. 6 2nd-tier races, 3 2nd-tier forces, and 9 top forces covered a large territory of the Abyss region. Of course, the 9 top forces were at the peak. The 9th Heavenly Emperor was the ruler of this world. He was invincible. Everyone knew this. At this moment, 9th Heaven world, Abyss region. In a mountain forest, origin power gathered and aura condensed. It was like an otherworldly paradise. 2 figures stopped in front of a pavilion. One of them was noble and elegant, like a fairy of the 9th Heaven, high and mighty. The other was like a fairy in the human world, agile and otherworldly. The 2 female figures were unsurprisingly beautiful, but their temperaments were different. These 2 people were Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu. 9th Heaven world, one of the 9 2nd-tier Pill Emperor Manor, 2 of the 7 great Pill Emperor princes. To be precise, there were now 6 great Pill Emperor princes. Lu Qianshan, as one of the 7 great Pill Emperor princes, was killed by unparalleled sword venerable. Pill Emperor Manor only had 6 great Pill Emperor princes now. Pill Emperor Manor was one of the overlords of the 9th Heaven world. For a time, Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu were both titled as Pill Emperor princes. At that time, it caused a lot of waves in the 9th Heaven world. But later, the 2 women displayed alchemy talent that left others in the dust. It also made many people in Pill Emperor Manor who were dissatisfied shut their mouths. At this moment, Meng Zimo was slightly solemn. Miao Xianyu was pacing back and forth, a little anxious. Sister Xianyu, if you keep walking, I will feel dizzy. Meng Zimo said helplessly. Every move was elegant and noble. Different from Ming Yuxin's high and mighty attitude, Meng Zimo's elegance and nobility were more approachable. Miao Xianyu sat down, grabbed Meng Zimo's hands, and couldn't help but say, Sister Zimo, we have been searching for 100 years, but there is no news of Brother Yun. Maybe he is no longer in the 9th Heaven world? Meng Zimo said seriously, Kanglan 10,000 realms, the 9th Heaven world is the main domain. He may have gone to other realms. No, Miao Xianyu's expression was not good at this moment. Swoosh, a sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a sword light appeared at this moment. She's here. A woman came over on her sword. She was dressed in a decent fiery red dress, which accentuated her tall figure. Her long hair was tied up and tied behind her head, giving people a sense of competence. That exquisite face also made people feel that their breathing was stagnant. Sister Xueqi. Seeing that woman, Miao Xianyu was extremely excited. You are going to be a mother, so impatient? Yi Xueqi looked at Miao Xianyu and said with a smile, I'm not the only one who came. Behind her, an aura appeared again. Bao Qingyu. A green figure landed on the ground. It was Bao Qingyu. Within Bao Qingyu's body, a tyrannical fluctuation emitted a dangerous aura. Seeing the three of them, Bao Qingyu bowed. According to the order of the 9 women, Meng Zima was first. Yi Xueqi was third after Qin Mengyao. Miao Xianyu was 7th, and Bao Qingyu was 9th. Back then, Yi Xueqi was taken away by the people of the Divine Sword Pavilion. Bao Qingyu was taken away by the people of the Lunar Sect. The Pill God Matter, the Divine Sword Pavilion, and the Lunar Sect were the 3 top second-tier forces in the 9th heaven world. The 4 women were highly regarded in the 3 sections. Today, their status and fame were well known in the Yuanyuan region. Bao Qingyu looked at the 3 women and said, I'm late. No. The 4 women looked at each other at this moment. Although they were all in the Yuanyuan region of the 9th heaven world, they all needed to cultivate and were highly regarded by their sections. Usually, they didn't have many opportunities to gather together. Now that it was rare for them to meet, they naturally couldn't finish talking. First, they set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Bao Qingyu looked at Miao Xianyu and asked, have you thought of a name for the child? 1T/P No, Miao Xianyu shook her head and said, we still don't know if it's a boy or a girl. How do we name it? 1T/P That's true. 1T/P Meng Zimo said, thinking about it carefully, Sister Mingyao's child is the first, Sister Yun is the second, Sister Jiu is the third, and you are the 4th, but until now, I don't know if the child's 3 siblings have been born. At this point, the 4 women looked at each other and smiled. 1T/P Mu Yun now had 4 children, but these 4 children were completely unlike humans. They were born after 10 months of pregnancy. 1T/P Qin Mingyao's child was the earliest, but it seemed that he hadn't been born yet. 1T/P In this way, it was really unknown when Mu Yun would become a father. 1T/P Xueqi suddenly said, could it be that this 4th child was born before his siblings? 1T/P Don't say that, it might not be so. 1T/P When the time comes, who will be the boss? 1T/P At this moment, the 4 women had started talking, and their mood was much better. 1T/P Usually, in the sect, there was no such opportunity to have a heart-to-heart with others. 1T/P The 4 of them had all walked out of the human world and had fused with the 9 spirits heaven capturing tablet. They felt closer to each other from the bottom of their hearts. 1T/P Is there any news of Mu Yun? 1T/P Meng Zimo spoke at this moment, and the few of them fell silent. 1T/P Xueqi said, I've already used all the connections I can to look for little junior brother, but there's been no news. Could it be that he's not in the 9th heaven realm? Bao Qingyu guessed, after all, the Kanglan 10,000 realms and the 9 great heavenly realms are vast and boundless. Even a supreme being would find it difficult to travel through it once in his lifetime. 1T/P Back then, Big Brother Yun was already an ancient holy emperor. He should be a monarch now. Look for him. 1T/P 1T/P At this moment, the 4 women's faces were heavy. 1T/P Most importantly, they couldn't even be sure whether Mu Yun was still alive or dead. 1T/P However, in the hearts of the 4 women's T believes T's was still alive. 1T/P After all, this wasn't the first time Mu Yun had done this. 1T/P Every time, she's died 1T/P Finding Big Brother Yun is our top priority. However, we can't neglect our cultivation. 1T/P Miao Xianyu said solemnly, Brother Yun's enemy is the heaven-sealing divine emperor. 1T/P When she said this, Yi Xueqi and Bao Qingyu were somewhat puzzled. 1T/P 9 Fate Son of Heaven, the first one is Yi Xiaoyao. 1T/P The second one is Brother Yun. 1T/P As for the human emperor and Emperor Qing, they are Brother Yun's parents. Right now, Emperor Qing, Yi Yushi, is imprisoned in the ninth heaven realm. 1T/P, the first divine emperor, can be said to be Brother Yun's grandfather. 1T/P, the third emperor, is Brother Yun's uncle. 1T/P, Miao Xianyu explained one by one. 1T/P, there were some things that Bao Qingyu and Yi Xueki didn't know. 1T/P, if Brother Yun's true identity is exposed, I'm afraid the ninth heavenly emperor will kill him at all costs. 1T/P, Yi Xueki frowned and said, then if little junior brother becomes stronger, wouldn't the heaven-sealing divine emperor be? That might not be the case. 1T/P, Miao Xianyu had been with Mu Yun for a while, so she knew more things. 1T/P, the heaven-sealing divine emperor killed the first divine emperor and was deeply injured. I don't know where he is cultivating. Now, in the great thousand world, the 9 great heavenly emperors are revered. Those first-rate races are actually not afraid of the 9 great heavenly emperors. However, due to the heaven-sealing divine emperor's prestige, no one dares to touch them. 1T/P, Bao Qingyu and Yi Xueki also understood this. 1T/P, titled emperors and titled gods were the top forces in the great thousand world. 1T/P, in the entire great wide world, there were no less than 20 people who had such a title. 1T/P, the 9 great heavenly emperors were just emperors. 1T/P, Mu Qingyu had failed before only because Di Yuan had the life-saving method of the heaven-sealing divine emperor. 1T/P, if a titled emperor or titled god appeared now, Di Yuan might not be a match for him. 1T/P, however, Di Yuan was the 9th son of the heaven-sealing divine emperor, Di Ming. 1T/P, it was impossible for the first-rate races to touch him. 1T/P, but there was still some fear. 1T/P, moreover, other than the unfettered sacred ground, no one would save Yi Yushi, the Qing emperor. 1T/P, they were no longer warriors who had just walked out of the human world, and they were more far-sighted. 1T/P, the more they knew, the more they understood the complexity of the great thousand world. 1T/P, the heaven-sealing divine emperor, even if he was called a god emperor, might not be able to swallow all the first-rate races and forces. 1T/P, titled god and titled emperor. 1T/P, for example, the human emperor and the Qing emperor only had the word emperor or god. 1T/P, the god emperor was an existence that stood at the peak of the world. 1T/P, however, no one knew what was the difference between those titled gods and titled emperors and the god emperor. 1T/P, this kind of difference wasn't something they could explain clearly. 1T/P, the great thousand world is vast and boundless. The 9th heaven realm is the weakest of the 9 great heaven realms. Other than Di Yuan, there are no titled gods or titled emperors. 1T/P, Meng Zimo analyzed, if Mu Yun is really prepared to fight with the heaven-sealing divine emperor, the 9th heaven realm might be the best place to start. The 4 of us are divided into 3 top second-rate forces. When the time comes, we will definitely fight for him on the battlefield. 1T/P, even if we can't help him, we can't drag him down. 1T/P, hearing this, Miao Xianyu, Yi Xueki, and Bao Qingyu all nodded. 1T/P, Miao Xianyu gently stroked her lower abdomen, her heart bitter. 1T/P, at this time, was it really good to have a child? 1T/P, as if seeing through Miao Xianyu's thoughts, Yi Xueki smiled and said, don't worry. Only with a child can that guy pressure and let him know how heavy his burden is. 1T/P, besides, if we don't succeed, we will die for a righteous cause. No one in the Mu family is afraid of death. 1T/P, Bao Qingyu smiled bitterly and said, this is just the beginning. Why are you so discouraged? But then again, I'm about to reach the supreme stage. Yi Xueki smiled and said, I've already reached the supreme stage. 1T/P, Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu were stunned. 1T/P, these 2 people were so fast. 1T/P, what are you surprised about? It's not like you don't know how much the lunar sect values my lunar bloodline. All kinds of inheritances and advancements, but next, I may have to experience fighting. 1T/P, Bao Qingyu said, it's useless if you only increase your realm and not your strength. 1T/P, Yi Xueki nodded and said, me too. 1T/P, Meng Zimo and Miao Xianyu nodded. 1T/P, the 2 of them were proficient in alchemy, so it was inevitable that they would be distracted and increase their realm. They were not as good as Yi Xueki and Bao Qingyu. 1T/P, oh right. 1T/P Bao Qingyu said, I heard that Qin Mengyao has returned to the Ice Phoenix clan from the Ice God Palace and is now the patriarch. 1T/P Mingyue Shin seems to have returned to the Five Spirit clans. 1T/P Xiaoyuner seems to be in the unfettered sacred ground. As for Jiao and Wang Xinya, I'm not sure. Qin Mengyao succeeded as the patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan? 1T/P The three women were all shocked at this moment. 1T/P Sure enough, among the 9 women, Qin Mengyao had always been so terrifying. 1T/P This made them feel that even Mu Yun might not be able to compare to her. 1T/P The Phoenix clan is divided into 2 bloodlines, the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix clan's patriarch has disappeared, so I'm afraid that the position of the patriarch is not so easy. 1T/P Miao Xianyu said. 1T/P The few of us really need to increase our strength. 1T/P Sweki said again, last time, the one who killed your Pill Emperor Manners Lu Qianshan should be senior brother Lu Qingfeng. 1T/P Unparalleled Sword Venerable, to be able to fight with the Pill Emperor Manners Mansion Master and leave calmly, eldest senior brother is probably a divine venerable, so fast. 1T/P The few of them couldn't help but exclaim. 1T/P It was indeed very fast. 1T/P Eldest senior brother is extraordinary. In terms of swordsmanship, I'm far from his match. Yi Sweki paused for a moment and continued, moreover, my father once said that eldest senior brother was born extraordinary and didn't belong to the immortal world. At that time, I didn't take it seriously, but now that I think about it, back then, big brother Yun and Xiaqing entered the human world together. Not long after, Xiaqing seemed to have left. He should have gone to the upper-class world. I wonder how he is now. 1T/P Xiaqing and Mu Yun could be said to be brothers. 1T/P In fact, calling them brothers was already too distant. 1T/P The two of them were completely in cahoots. 1T/P Sweki understood. 1T/P That Lai Pilong, back then, brought little junior brother along. The two of them were in cahoots, achoo. 1T/P achoo. 1T/P Almost at the same time, Mu Yun and Xiaqing, who were billions of miles away, sneezed at the same time. 1T/P Which bastard is talking about me behind my back? 1T/P Which bastard is talking about me behind my back? 1T/P 3-1 The two of them said at the same time. 1T/P Meng Zimo said again, we are in the 9th heaven realm. It's best not to run around before we reach the supreme realm. The upper-class world is too dangerous. 1T/P After reaching the supreme realm and stabilizing, we can think of a way to contact Qin Mengyao, Xiaoyuner, Jiao, Mingyue Shin, and Wang Xinya, N. 1T/P At this moment, the 4 women also understood. 1T/P who? 1T/P Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. At this moment, Yi Sweki slashed out with her sword, and the sword light was resplendent. 1T/P 1T/P Greater than a bewildered voice sounded. 1T/P In the void, a figure appeared at this moment. 1T/P Greater than a middle-aged man appeared in front of the 4 women. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his beard was unshaven. He looked rather bleak. 1T/P Wang Jiandong. 1T/P Almost at the same time, the 4 women spoke. 1T/P The 4 women naturally had an impression of this person. 1T/P Back then, in the human world, it was Wang Jiandong who led the 7 great forces and took the 9 of them away. 1T/P Hee. Wang Jiandong grinned, his row of big yellow teeth was particularly eye-catching. 1T/P Why do you hate me so much? 1T/P Wang Jiandong chuckled and said, if I didn't bring you to the upper-class world back then, would you be able to achieve today's results? 1T/P Meng Zimo said coldly, if you didn't bring us, we wouldn't have been separated as husband and wife. 1T/P A small separation is for a big reunion. 1T/P Wang Jiandong smiled and said, when the time comes, the 3 generations will be in the same room, and the human emperor and Emperor Qing will have many descendants. Won't they be happy? 1T/P The 4 women all snorted. 1T/P Miao Xianyu said coldly, what are you doing here? 1T/P Cough cough, serious business, serious business. 1T slash P Wang Jiandong said, for the current Ice Phoenix clan's patriarch, Qin Mengyao, I'm here to bring a message. 1T slash P Qin Mengyao said that the four of you have to do your best to explore your innate magical powers. Miao Xianyu is pregnant, so you have to treat the child better. 1T slash P also, Mu Yun is very safe. I'll send you this message. 1T slash P. As soon as Wang Jiandong finished speaking, he chuckled and said, I brought the message. I'll leave. You guys continue. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jiandong's figure flashed and disappeared. 1T slash P. Did he really leave? 1T slash P. This Wang Jiantong had come all the way here just to say this sentence? 1T slash P. At this moment, the four women were a little surprised. 1T slash P. It won't be that simple. 1T slash P. At this moment, Meng Zimo frowned slightly and began to think carefully. 1T slash P. Sister Meng Yao, if you ask Wang Jiandong to bring a message, you must have paid a lot of money. How can you pass it with just a sentence? The three women also nodded at this moment. 1T slash P. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website, dig as hard as you can, Yi Sweki said. Could it be that you're talking about the 9 spirits heaven snatching tablet? 1T slash P. As soon as she said this, Meng Zimo, Bao Qingyu, and Miao Xianyu's expressions changed slightly. 1T slash P. Over the years, they had improved by leaps and bounds, and it wasn't as simple as passing down the inheritance. 1T slash P. The sect also praised them greatly. 1T slash P. It's very likely. 1T slash P. Meng Zimo said again, when we go back this time, when everyone cultivates, dig out the 9 spirits heaven snatching tablet and comprehend it. Back then, Uncle Mu fused the 9 tablets into our bodies. It can't be that simple. 1T slash PN. 1T slash P. As for Xianyu, the child, Bao Qingyu was puzzled. 1T slash P. Miao Xianyu explained, this child is not born. In my body, he is holding the essence of a life seed and sleeping peacefully. I remember that back then, Sister Mingyao's child was also like this. He snatched many treasures. 1T slash P. Perhaps Sister Mingyao means that if the child needs it, then give it to him. Perhaps after he is born, he can save a lot of cultivation time. As soon as she said this, Meng Zimo and the other two nodded. 1T slash P. All right. 1T slash P. The four of us are all in the 9th heaven realm. If we are bullied in the sect, we don't have to endure it. 1T slash P. At most, we'll go to their door together. 1T slash P. In the coming days, focus on cultivation. 1T slash P. But now that we know that Mu Yun is safe, we don't have to worry. Sooner or later, we'll meet again. 1T slash P. The four women discussed for a moment before they stood up and left. 1T slash P. Now, for them, the path of cultivation was long and arduous. 1T slash P. There were still many things that they needed to do. 1T slash P. 1T slash P. At the same time, in the great wide world, the Phoenix domain. 1T slash P. Since ancient times, the Phoenix clan had been one of the most powerful clans. 1T slash P. Dragons and phoenixes could be said to be the strongest existences in the world. 1T slash P. The current dragon clan was not of the same origin, but even if it was divided into 10 major dragon clans, it was still the first class in the myriad of worlds, and no one dared to provoke it. 1T slash P. The Phoenix clan. 1T slash P. The Fire Phoenix bloodline and Ice Phoenix bloodline managed each other separately. 1T slash P. But to the outside, the two branches were still connected as one. 1T slash P. Furthermore, the Fire Phoenixes and Ice Phoenixes had a habit of marrying each other in order to improve their relationship. 1T slash P. At this moment, the enormous ice blue palace of the Ice Phoenix race flashed with an intoxicating light amidst the mountains. 1T slash P. Greater than a figure stood proudly in the middle of the ice palace. 1T slash P. She was dressed in a long black dress that accentuated her proud figure. Her slim figure and her seemingly cold and beautiful face complemented each other perfectly. 1T slash P. Qin Mengyao. 1T slash P. Qin Mengyao, who had entered the upper-class world, stood out in the Ice God Palace. He was discovered by the Ice Phoenix clan and brought back to the clan. 1T slash P. And the patriarch of the Ice Phoenix clan, Bing Xiaochen, suddenly disappeared. 1T slash P. All. Along, the patriarch's wife, Lan Ningbao, had been in charge. 1T/P now, Qin Mengyao had returned and succeeded the patriarch's power. 1T/P The Ice Phoenix clan attached great importance to bloodlines, and the children of the patriarch were the most suitable candidates to take over. 1T/P bloodlines were extremely important to the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. 1T/P as the patriarch, Qin Mengyao naturally shouldered all the responsibilities of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. 1T/P at this moment, standing outside the palace gate and looking at the buildings that looked like ice crystals all over the mountains and plains, Qin Mengyao stroked his stomach with his hand. 1T/P back then, your grandparents named your father Yun. They hoped that he would be like the clouds in the sky, free and unrestrained. 1T/P but now, your father has become a cloud, drifting along with the wind, without a fixed residence. Qin Mengyao seemed to be talking to himself. 1T/P mother named you Qin. 1T/P I hope that you will be like dust, ordinary and unremarkable. Spend your life, find a woman you love, and stay with her. If anyone dares to provoke you, mother will beat them up for you. 1T/P Mu Qin. 1T/P no. Qin Mengyao shook his head and said, follow mother's surname, Qin Qin. Lest some people with ulterior motives feel that your background, Mu, is too conspicuous. 1T/P Qin Qin. Qin Qin. Qin Mengyao murmured. 1T/P Io, little bastard, you're not satisfied? 1T/P Qin Mengyao felt the restlessness in his abdomen and scolded with a smile, what's wrong with the name Qin? In the future, you will be called Qin Qin. When your father becomes the ruler of the great thousand world, you will be called Mu Qin. 1T/P you're not satisfied? Even your father doesn't dare to make me unhappy, do you dare? 1T/P when the time comes, I'll let your father beat you up. 1T/P as Qin Mengyao's words fell, his abdomen gradually calmed down. 1T/P Lan 1T/P greater than a soft voice sounded at this moment. 1T/P greater than a figure walked out from the hall. 1T/P it was Lan Ningbao. 1T/P she was the elder of the Ice Phoenix clan, the wife of the patriarch, Bing Xiaoqian. 1T/P the Ice Phoenix clan was also divided into factions. Among them, the Ice clan and the Blue clan were the most powerful. 1T/P this was also why Qin Mengyao was still able to become the patriarch even though he was not strong enough. 1T/P Bing Xiaoqian was extremely powerful, and his power was still there. 1T/P as an elder of the Lan clan, Lan Ningbao naturally supported her daughter. 1T/P it's cold outside, come in. 1T/P the territory of the Phoenix clan was divided into two sides. One side was as hot as a furnace, while the other was as cold as an ice cave. 1T/P in this kind of cold, ordinary people would instantly turn into popsicles when they entered. 1T/P mother, I'm fine, Qin Mengyao said helplessly. 1T/P you're fine, but my grandson still has things to do, Lan Ningbao said angrily, quick, put on your clothes. 1T/P I knew it. Back then, that bastard Mu Qingyu was so kind and said that he could save you. In fact, it was for his son. 1T/P let you appear in the small Bayun city of Immortal Realm, and then let his son appear there, just to kidnap my daughter. 1T/P it's great now. He even has a child from old Mu's family, mother, Qin Mengyao said with a helpless and bitter smile. 1T/P I heard that kid has a few women? My daughter is so outstanding, why should she serve the same husband as others? 1T/P that Mu Yun, I want to see just how powerful he is. 1T/P at this moment, Qin Mengyao was too lazy to speak. 1T/P ever since he returned home, his mother had said these words many times. 1T/P mother, let's go in. The child is not satisfied, alright, I won't say any more. 1T/P Lan Ningbao pointed at Qin Mengyao's stomach and reprimanded, little fellow, you're not obedient. Come out if you have the ability. See if I won't teach you a lesson. 1T/P although she said that, Lan Ningbao's eyes were filled with doting. 1T/P even if it was a powerful warrior, the closeness of blood and the connection of blood could not be explained in a simple sentence or two. 1T/P every time Lan Ningbao talked about Mu Yun, she was dissatisfied. 1T/P, but when she mentioned the little fellow, she would immediately shut up. 1T/P, she had tried and tested this method time and time again. 1T/P, this little fellow, it's not a good idea to not come out. After all, it will delay your cultivation. 1T/P, Lan Yingbao said, this time, when you succeed the clan leader, the blue lineage won't say anything. With me around, they won't dare. 1T/P, but the ice lineage faction has some complaints. After all, a few extraordinary geniuses have also appeared in the ice lineage. 1T/P, as time passes, there might be a dispute. 1T/P, Qin Mengyao didn't care and said, as long as they think they are stronger than me, they can come and fight for it. 1T/P, Lan Yingbao sighed and didn't say anything. 1T/P, and 1T/P, Ninth Heaven Realm, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Wilderness, Eastern Tiger City. 1T/P, the East Tiger City was located at the border between the Eastern Wilderness and the Southern Wilderness. 1T/P, the city had a population of millions. In the Eastern Wilderness, it could only be considered a small city. 1T/P, but this small city, this section of the Eastern Wilderness. Time, however, was bustling with activity. 1T/P, greater than 100 miles away from Eastern Tiger City, was originally a ruin. After hundreds of thousands of years, no one cared about it. 1T/P, but recently, someone found a transcendent mortal divine artifact. 1T/P, greater than a transcendent mortal divine artifact was suitable for earthly monarchs. 1T/P, this discovery caused many people to be astonished. 1T/P, greater than a supreme treasure had appeared in the ruins of Eastern Tiger City. 1T/P, of course, a transcendent mortal divine artifact alone couldn't attract the attention of the Tier 5 forces. 1T/P, however, those 6th and 7th grade powers were extremely eager to get their hands on them. 1T/P, the Eastern Wilderness didn't only have the top Tier 4 and Tier 5 forces. 1T/P, Tier 6, Tier 7, Tier 8, and Tier 9 forces all existed. 1T/P, for a moment, Eastern Tiger City was very lively. 1T/P, moreover, the 4 Tier 5 sects that were competing with the city, the Two Instruments Pavilion, the Blue Dragon sect, the Jiaoxing sect, and the Boundless sect, had also sent their disciples here. 1T/P, although the 4 sects didn't care about the things of earthly monarchs. 1T/P, but the disciples of the 4 sects still valued it. 1T/P, after all, there were many monarchs in the 4 sects. 1T/P, for a moment, Eastern Tiger City was also very lively. 1T/P, there were many heavenly monarchs, and ancient monarchs. 1T/P, there were also quite a number of human monarchs. 1T/P, but there were few earthly monarchs. 1T/P, at this moment, in a restaurant in Eastern Tiger City. 1T/P, near the window, there was a figure, dressed in black, wearing a black hat, sitting peacefully. 1T/P, I heard that many Tier 6 sects came this time. 1T/P, there are many ancient monarchs in the Tier 6 sects. They might find some Tier 1 ancient god pills and break through the shackles of the ancient monarchs. 1T/P, the Two Instruments Pavilion, the Blue Dragon sect, the Jiaoxing sect, and the Boundless sect have many monarchs. 1T/P, yeah, those Tier 2 ancient god pills and transcendent mortal divine artifacts are probably theirs. 1T/P, we don't want to get the biggest share. We just want to get some soup. 1T/P, there shouldn't be any earthly monarchs in the 4 sects, right? 1T/P, it can't be. Earthly monarchs are considered the backbone of the 4 sects and 5 sects. They won't lower their faces and fight with us, right? 1T/P, for a moment, the restaurant was filled with discussions. 1T/P, interesting, the black-clothed man muttered to himself, the disciples of the 4 sects are really here. 1T/P, Ling Tianyi, Lu Wuyan, Bai Susu, don't think about running away this time. 1T/P, greater than a faint smile appeared on her face at this moment. 1T/P, it was Mu Yun. 1T/P, after leaving Wujian Mountain, Mu Yun came to Eastern Tiger City. 1T/P, for the past few days, she had been looking for information. 1T/P, there was a ruin 100 miles away from Eastern Tiger City. 1T/P, however, those ruins had been explored for hundreds of thousands of years. 1T/P, but for some reason, there had been a fluctuation recently. Someone had found transcendent mortal divine artifacts and Tier 2 ancient god pills. 1T/P. Although there were many force sects in the eastern wilderness, they were all high and mighty. 1T/P. Transcendent mortal divine artifacts and Tier 2 ancient god pills were extremely attractive to the cultivators near eastern Tiger City. 1T/P. Not to mention them, even Mu Yun himself was eager. 1T/P. He had no choice. He was too poor. 1T/P. Outside of the sect, he had to search for ancient god artifacts, ancient god pills, and origin stones himself. 1T/P. Right now, he was not an ancient god alchemist or ancient god artifact master. It was impossible for him to refine pills and weapons and exchange them for origin stones. 1T/P. If he wanted to improve, origin stones, ancient god artifacts, and ancient god pills were essential. 1T/P. Not to mention transcendent mortal divine artifacts and Tier 2 ancient god pills. 1T/P. Mu Yun even lacked transcendent mortal divine artifacts and Tier 1 ancient god pills. 1T/P. He was determined to get the Eastern Tiger ruins. He had to go in and take a look. 1T/P. Moreover, the disciples of the four major sects were also here. 1T/P. He would definitely meet someone he knew. 1T/P. The debts that should be settled should also be settled. 1T/P. Mu Yun wasn't the kind of person who would swallow his pride after suffering a loss. 1T/P. If he suffered a loss, he had to make up for it. 1T/P. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, book guest house mobile edition. In the next few days, East Tiger City became even more lively. Many warriors of the Four Realms, Holy Emperor, Ancient Holy Emperor, and Human Lord, came. Most of them were warriors from 6th grade sections. A small portion of them were disciples from 5th grade sections. This was enough to see the difference between the 9th grade sects in the great wide world. Human lords could be called patriarchs in the 6th grade sections. In the 5th grade sects, they could only be considered disciples. This was not as simple as it seemed. The difference was really big. Mu Yun Shen, who was in East Tiger City, also secretly sent a few osteopyrum to gather information. Now as expected, the 4 5th grade sects, 2 Instruments Pavilion, Blue Dragon Sect, Boundless Sect, and Jiuxing Sect, sent many disciples this time. Mortal artifacts and 1st grade ancient divine pills were quite useful to these human lord disciples. In addition, it was a good opportunity for these disciples to train. This time, not only did the human lord disciples move out, but the 4 major sects also sent a few earth lord disciples to investigate. This was for Mu Yun. It was not good news. Some sect disciples cooperated with each other and had a close relationship. If all of them gathered together, that would be troublesome. After staying for a few days, East Tiger City gradually settled down. So many people did not stay in East Tiger City for too long before they got up and left. East Tiger City ruins. This place had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and the buildings had long withered. Moreover, in these hundreds of thousands of years, many warriors came and went, constantly investigating. Basically, everything that could be dug up had been dug up. The appearance of good things made people feel that there were still secrets in this place. It was said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, a sect was built here called the East Tiger Sect. The East Tiger Sect was once prosperous and suppressed the 4 major sections. However, in the end, it was destroyed overnight, and the sect's location was turned into ruins. East Tiger City was left. Before the East Tiger Sect was built, the ruins of the East Tiger Sect seemed to be the land of a sect. Similarly, it was destroyed overnight. This place could be said to be very strange. It was also because of this strange change in the ruins of the East Tiger Sect that everyone rushed here anxiously. Perhaps, there were still unexplored secrets here. At this moment, many people had already arrived at this place. Mu and Cloud arrived and saw the desolated land. It was hard to imagine that there would be treasures here. Boom cries rang out one after another. Some people began to dig into the ground, while others began to fight due to bickering. Mu Yun looked around carefully. Luo Tianxing and Pango Ling followed beside him. Most of the people who entered this place were in groups. Mu Yun was too conspicuous to be alone. What's next? The Panga spirit said, I don't think these guys are easy to deal with. I'm not to be trifled with either. Mu Yun smiled faintly. Swish swish, at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Tian at the edge of the horizon, dozens of people landed. For it was a young man with a high-nosed bridge and a pair of bright eyes. He was looking around. I think I've seen it somewhere before. When it came to that person, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. At that moment, the several tens of people descended and looked around. Senior brother Wan. Beside the young man were a man and a woman. The woman said, Is there really an ancient site in the East City ruins? There should be. Wan Qingming said slowly, the elders in the sect deduced that there was a relatively powerful sect before the East Tiger sect, the Thousand Cauldron sect. It is said that when the Thousand Cauldron sect was powerful, an emperor once appeared in the sect. Emperor, the expressions of several disciples changed. Emperor in the East Wilderness, an emperor was the overlord, and no one could compare to him. Wan Qingming the Cauldron sect was once located in the East Tiger ruins, and there was actually an emperor. But, such a powerful foundation was destroyed in a single night. It was unbelievable. Most importantly, the East Tiger sect actually dared to establish a sect on the East Tiger ruins. Not indeed, it was still destroyed. There are many things that you don't know, and you don't have the right to know. Qingming snorted coldly, Wan Fangping and Wan Ke died in the unbroken ancient mountain, but you survived. Xing Yu this time, you have to be careful. Senior brother Wan, Xing Yu hurriedly said. Wan Fangping and Lin Ruyu entered the formation courtyard together. I couldn't stop them, that's enough. Qingming snorted and said, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it has something to do with you, Xing Yu you won't be able to escape. Let's see if there is anything strange in the ruins first. Wan Qingming did not say anything else. At this moment, Xing Yu's expression was ugly. Wan Qingming was an earthly monarch. Human monarch and earthly monarch were only one word apart, but their strength was worlds apart. In the Nine-Star sect, earthly monarchs were core disciples and held high positions. Xing even though Yu was a human monarch, it sounded like she was only one step away from Wan Qingming. However, this was the true gap between the two. It was like a towering mountain. At this moment, Xing Yu could only secretly pray that Wan Qingming did not have time to care about her this time. After all, it was not just the Nine-Star sect that came this time. On the other side, there was also a group of people carefully investigating the surroundings. Nie Guang. A young man smiled and said, I heard that your younger brother was almost killed by the Blue Dragon sect as bait last time. This time, the Blue Dragon sect's Ding Shi and Zhong Boming are leading the group. Should we kill a few of their disciples to vent our anger? That's right, big brother. Nie Ziyun hurriedly added, the Blue Dragon sect is getting more and more overboard. Shut up. Nie Guang looked at Nie Ziyun and said, this time, the East Tiger ruins matter is very important. If we mess it up, we won't even be qualified to pay with our lives. The moment he said this, Nie Ziyun opened his mouth but could not say anything. Nie Guang shouted. Nie Guang looked at the other person and said, don't try to sow discord. Our boundless sect has killed many Blue Dragon sect disciples as well. Right now, we should focus on the East Tiger ruins first. Hearing this, Jiang Ziru chuckled and did not say anything else. Here. This time, the boundless sect was led by Nie Guang and Jiang Ziru, both earthly monarch experts. Same. At this time, the Blue Dragon sect disciples were also led by earthly monarch experts. As for the two instruments pavilion disciples, there seemed to be more of them. This time, the two instruments pavilion disciples were led by two earthly monarch experts, but they acted separately. It was very strange. Among the Blue Dragon sect disciples, Ding Shi and Zhong Boming were standing together at this moment. This time, Yishui Han and Liang Hong are leading the two instruments pavilion. Interesting. Ding She laughed and said, right now, the two instruments pavilion seems to be divided into two factions because of the so-called God's Son. The Pavilion Masters faction, and two of the three Deputy Pavilion Masters factions. They want to be careful of the God's Son and kill him. I heard that last time in the unbroken ancient mountain, Xianxia of the Two Instruments Pavilion really did find the god's son. However, there was an internal conflict later, and the god's son was not brought back. Boming said, "These things have nothing to do with us. It's good that the Two Instruments Pavilion is in chaos. This time, the East Tiger ruins might have a great opportunity. Once it appears, the sect's elders will take action." Dingxi's eyes narrowed. "You mean, the Heavenly Monarch elders will take action?" In the Dragon sect, Earthly Monarch experts were disciples. Earthly Monarch experts. Earthly Monarch experts were considered core disciples. Earthly Monarch experts. Heaven Monarch 7 Primordial Spirit Realm was the elder level. Earthly Monarch experts were considered the top in the Blue Dragon sect. That was Earthly Monarch experts could be considered experts in the entire Eastern Wilderness. In the Eastern Wilderness, emperors were the overlords. Earthly monarchs and human monarchs could only be considered the bottom. Only heavenly monarchs could be considered to have reached a higher level. As for the sovereign kings and saints, every single one of them was considered an expert within the fourth-rate sections. "This is interesting." Ding. She chuckled. It seems that there really is something good in the East Tiger ruins. The disciples of the major sects were undoubtedly the most eye-catching in the East Tiger ruins. The Two Instruments Pavilion, the Blue Dragon sect, the Boundless sect, and the Jiaoxing sect belonged to the fourth-tier Qiyang Holy Kingdom. These 4 sects were extremely powerful in the southern wilderness. The other sects couldn't compare at all. Here. At this moment, everyone avoided the disciples of the 4 sections. The disciples of the Two Instruments Pavilion split into 2 groups to explore the ruins. Moo. Yun looked around carefully. Since these ruins had been searched countless times, there would definitely be changes now that there was something different. And, moreover, it was unlikely to be found using conventional methods. The 3 of them looked around and avoided the disciples of the 4 sections. Boom, all of a sudden, just as everyone was spreading out to search the ruins, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. At this moment, cracks appeared on the ground. Then, some of the cracks spread out, and the sound of explosion spread even faster. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Moo. Yun brought the Panga spirit and Luo Tianqing with her and flew away. Entire. The ruins covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The cracks spread, and some saints couldn't dodge in time and fell directly. Then, on the ruins, screams rose and fell one after another. "Look!" At this moment, exclamations sounded from the crowd. Countless figures looked at the center of the explosion, their faces changing in shock. "This is the ruins of the East Tiger sect?" Some people were shocked. Wasn't the East Tiger sect turned into ruins? The East Tiger sect was just buried underground. At this moment, no one cared who had triggered this. Then, the commotion gradually calmed down. Everyone also looked into the depths one by one. One palace after another rose to prominence. It was really the ruins of the East Tiger sect. Here engraved between the palaces, 3 large words were particularly eye-catching. East Tiger sect. This time even the disciples of the 4 sects exclaimed. The East Tiger sect had once been stronger than the 4 sects in its heyday. It hadn't been destroyed, but it had been covered up. At this moment, how many heavenly treasures would be produced in the sect ruins? Human, even if they obtained a small amount, they might be able to make another breakthrough. For a moment, everyone's eyes were burning. In the Blue Dragon sect. Dingxi looked ahead and said in surprise, "The ruins of the East Tiger sect have appeared? Doesn't that mean that the 10,000 Cauldron sect is very likely not destroyed, but just disappeared?" Beside him, Zhong Boming nodded when he heard this. If that was the case, then this trip was worth it. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Charge. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. Mu Yan's eyes lit up when she saw the scene. The Great Thousand World was boundless, and there were countless legends. The Donghu sect, perhaps she could make a fortune. There was a high possibility that this place hid a great secret. Mu Yun was overjoyed and directly rushed out. In an instant, tens of thousands of cultivators rushed toward the center. The Donghu sect's ruins were only a corner. The main point was below. The sound of air being torn apart sounded one after another, shocking everyone. In the crowd, Bai Susu suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Beside her, Lu Wuyan spoke at this moment. Nothing, let's go. Bai Susu said slightly and did not say anything else. Just now, she seemed to have seen that bastard in a glance, however, it was unlikely that bastard should still be in the uncharted ancient mountain. Why would he come here? Although this place was not as dangerous as the uncharted ancient mountain, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Bai Susu looked at the person beside her and said, Is there any news from the uncharted ancient mountain? No. A disciple said, Senior Sister Bai, don't worry. Mu Yun can't escape unless she dies in the uncharted ancient mountain. Bai Susu nodded. Even if Mu Yun didn't die, she would definitely kill Mu Yun if she dared to appear now. At that time, Mu Yun seemed to be in the second organ's divine realm. After 5 years, it was impossible for that guy to break through again. Absolutely impossible, Bai Susu thought in her heart and flew up. The Donghu sect's ruins were shockingly discovered. This news spread rapidly, and the number of cultivators who rushed here was also increasing. At the same time, in the Donghu sect's ruins, Mu Yun looked down, and her heart trembled. Not only her, but the surrounding cultivators were also shocked at this moment. The former Donghu sect's ruins still looked as majestic as before. The palace that they saw just now was built in the middle of a mountain range. The mountains were filled with water, and the giant trees were lush. This place was somewhat like a paradise on earth. Moreover, there was no one inside. One figure after another rushed in and disappeared. Mu Yun looked ahead. Her speed did not decrease as she rushed towards a pavilion on a mountain peak. At this moment, there were already a few figures in the pavilion. When Mu Yun displayed her cultivation as a sovereign of the 4 organs divine realm, those figures immediately avoided her. Human ruler realm could be said to be the strongest here. Moreover, Mu Yun's 4 organs divine realm was most likely not a solo cultivator. In that case, those warriors at the pinnacle of the sage realm could only leave. Mu Yun entered the attic and started checking. This place looked more like the residence of the Eastern Tiger sect's disciples. The huge loft only had 2 floors. The first floor was 100 square meters wide. The second floor was also close to 100 square meters. Mu Yun didn't see anything valuable on the first floor, so she went straight to the second floor. Inside the second level, it looked a little bleak. Mu Yun searched for a long time and found 2 glass bottles on the ground in a room that looked like a martial arts room. Inside the bottle, there were a few pills that looked round and translucent. Grade 1 Ancient Divine Pill, Spiritual Organs Pill. Grade 2 Ancient Divine Pill, Spiritual Organs Pill. 10 Spiritual Organs Pills. 3 Spiritual Organs Pills. Mu Yun's face lit up. The Spiritual Organs Pill nourished the 5 organs of a sovereign of the 5 organs divine realm and was very beneficial. As for the Spiritual Organs Pill, it nourished the 6 organs and had a strange effect. Of these 2 pills, 1 Spiritual Organs Pill was worth at least a few thousand origin stones. The Spiritual Organs Pill was worth at least 10,000, this was simply picking it up. Mu Yun swallowed a Spiritual Organs Pill. Immediately, a wave of spiritual energy spread out in her body and nourished her 5 organs. At this moment, Mu Yun felt the power in her body change. A comfortable feeling spread throughout her body. After searching the house and not finding any other strange places, Mu Yun left again. After entering a few more attics, Mu Yun found many ancient divine pills and even ancient divine artifacts. Naturally, there were also many ancient divine pills and ancient divine artifacts. However, Mu Yun really didn't care about them now. However, when she walked down, Mu Yun found something strange. In the Donghu sect ruins, it was as if all the Donghu sect martial artists had disappeared overnight. In an attic, Mu Yun found a few spiritual organs pills. Even the lid of the spiritual organs pills had been opened, but no one had taken them. It was as if a martial artist was there, preparing to cultivate, but in the next moment, his entire person disappeared. Not only Mu Yun, but the others also discovered this. The Donghu sect ruins were still there, but it was as if all the martial artists here had disappeared in an instant. This was too strange. Bang, there were many attics in the huge mountain range. Not long after, the sound of battle exploded. Mu Yun also understood that these people were probably fighting each other for some treasure. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Mu Yun didn't care and continued to search. The sound of battle increased. Although there were many attics, not every one of them had something left behind. Most of them were empty. Let's go to the place where the pills are stored. Mu Yun made up her mind and said. The place where the elixirs were stored was the richest and most populous. If these people really left in an instant, they definitely wouldn't be able to take the place where the pills were stored away in time. The Elixir Institution, or the Elixir Pavilion. Mu Yun looked around and began to search. Boom, a violent explosion sounded in front of her. Several figures were fighting at this moment. Disciples of the Boundless Sect and the Blue Dragon Sect. Mu Yun leaned between the trees and looked ahead. It was a huge valley. On both sides of the valley's mountain walls, there were attics built. The attics were high in the air and looked magnificent. In the depths of the valley, Mu Yun saw two words. Elixir Pavilion. This was the place where the pills were stored. The disciples of the Boundless Sect and the Blue Dragon Sect also thought of this and came here. At this moment, the Boundless Sect and the Blue Dragon Sect were four people fighting each other. The other disciples were also engaged in a fierce battle. Among them, Mu Yun saw a few familiar figures. Ling Tianyi, Lu Qiu, Jiang Han. Seeing the three of them, a smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Ling Tianyi was still at the human sovereign 5 organs realm. Lu Qiu and Jiang Han were both at the 4 organs realm. They hadn't changed. In fact, it was unlikely that they would change. After all, at their level of strength, it was impossible to improve in just a few years. A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. What a coincidence. At this moment, Mu Yun's killing intent was stirred. He was now at the 4 organs realm, so it would be difficult to kill Ling Tianyi. But Lu Qiu and Jiang Han, no problem. Mu Yun's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, Mu Yun's figure joined the battle. At this moment, Mu Yun's body had changed into a set of clothes. It was the uniform of the Boundless Sect's disciples. Constantly killing the Blue Dragon Sect disciples, Mu Yun approached the two of them. Lu Qiu, Jiang Han, long time no see. Seeing the two of them, Mu Yun smiled slightly. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. The two of them ignored their opponents and looked at Mu Yun in surprise. Mu Yun would actually appear here. Are you very surprised? Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun waved her hand. Swish, swish, two ear-piercing sounds instantly sounded at this moment. Almost at the same time, the Divine Wood Sword and the Heaven and Earth Furnace attacked. Mu Yun's heaven's eye opened, and two fine spatial blades directly attacked at this moment. Puff, puff, in an instant, two figures' heads flew off their bodies. Lu Qiu. Jiang Han. When Ling Tianyi saw this scene, his face turned ugly. Looking at Mu Yun, Ling Tianyi was even more stunned. You are not dead. Ling Tianyi was unable to restrain his anger. Back then, Xiao Rian chased Mu Yun and was killed by Mu Yun instead. In that giant palace, they searched for Mu Yun everywhere, but there was no sign of Mu Yun anywhere. They didn't expect this guy to actually appear here. Bastard, you deserve to die. Ling Tianyi shouted in a low voice and charged towards Mu Yun. Ling Tianyi, your opponent is me. A low shout sounded, and Boundless Sect's Gao Sun charged out. Last time, when he led the team, Boundless Sect's disciples were captured by Blue Dragon Sect as test stones. Today, the opportunity returned. Senior brother Gao Sun. Nie Ziyun shouted, kill him, it was this bastard who captured me last time. Alright. Gao Sun immediately charged out. Ling Tianyi was blocked. Looking again, in the chaotic battle, he couldn't see where Mu Yun was at all. At this moment, Mu Yun naturally didn't care. She wasn't in the mood to fight. Boundless Sect and Blue Dragon Sect had sent out hundreds of disciples at this moment. Hundreds of human monarchs fought here, and thunder rumbled everywhere in the valley. The destructive power was strong. Rumbling sounds sounded one after another. Power flowed in Mu Yun's body. The devouring power was unrestrained at this moment. No matter how many deaths and injuries were inevitable, Mu Yun naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In 5 years, he was able to go from 1 organ divine realm to 5 organs divine realm. The devouring power had made a great contribution. In his body, power was constantly accumulating, and wave after wave rushed to his 5 organs. Mu Yun didn't care at this moment. He opened his mouth and swallowed a few spiritual organs pills, digesting and absorbing them. An extremely comfortable aura was released at this moment. Kill, kill. Mu Yun looked around and grinned. The more you kill, the more I devour, and the faster I improve. Mu Yun had even thought of it. If the 4 major sects fought, blood would flow like a river, and he could make a big profit. However, no matter how strong the devouring power was, it was not limitless. If he was now a human monarch, he would definitely explode and die if he devoured an imperial emperor. Not to mention an imperial emperor, he might not be able to withstand a heavenly monarch. Mu Yun was mixed in the team at this moment, killing left and right. The Boundless sect had no enmity with him, and he only killed Blue Dragon sect disciples. Boom, suddenly, an explosion sounded in the sky. 4 figures separated. Boundless sects Nye Biliu and Xianxia, as well as Blue Dragon sects Ding Shi and Zhong Boming, separated at this moment. Liang Hong, do you want to be the Oriole behind? A shout sounded from Xianxia's mouth. Do you think we're dead? Blue Dragon sects Ding Shi also roared at this moment. While the 4 of them were fighting, the disciples of the 2 instruments pavilion were running towards the entrance of the elixir pavilion. These guys were clearly planning to reap the benefits. The elixir pavilion was the foundation of a sect. There were definitely many spirit pills here. You guys fight slowly. This elixir pavilion might be extremely dangerous. Let me help you guys take a look first. Liang Hong was dressed in black and had a thin figure. He said with a fake smile. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. You're courting death. At this moment, the 4 of them stopped fighting and turned to attack Liang Hong. Wan Xingming, where's the cooperation we agreed on? At this moment, Liang Hong grinned. Boom, suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard. The disciples of the Jiuxing sect all appeared. This time, it became lively. The disciples of the Blue Dragon sect and the Boundless sect were fighting. The disciples of the 2 instruments pavilion and the Jiuxing sect interfered. This time, the disciples of the 4 major sects no longer had any so-called unity against the outside world. They started to kill each other. The scene was instantly chaotic. Mu Yun was in the middle, but she grinned. It's good to be chaotic. The more chaotic it is, the more people will die, and the more people I can kill. Mu Yun wanted to be in a mess. The disciples of the 4 major sects killed whoever they caught. Immediately, the sounds of fighting and shouting filled the entire elixir pavilion. Mu Yun activated her devouring power and enjoyed it to her heart's content. At this rate, she would soon reach the 5 organs divine realm. With the flash sword divine technique and the 8 desolation seal, who could stop her with the 2 level 1 ancient divine formations, the ternary Guai formation and the 7 stars and 9 moons formation, Earth monarchs could, human monarchs would die if they came. The battle started. The disciples of the 4 major sects fought with each other. There were ancient divine pills in the elixir pavilion. It would be a waste not to take them. Now, whoever fought for them would be the enemy. As the fighting outside the elixir pavilion became more and more intense, a crack appeared on the door of the elixir pavilion. Seeing the crack, Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. It opened, charge, ignoring the fighting between each other. Mu Yun rushed out. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions rang out one after another. Mu Yun's strength skyrocketed. Explosions took place one after another. Die! A curse sounded at this moment. When Mu Yun rushed out, the other figures naturally saw this scene as well. Ling Tianyi's gaze never left Mu Yun. Bai Susu and Lu Wuyan had also discovered Mu Yun's location. Several figures all charged towards Mu Yun. If you want to kill me, then come. At this moment, Mu Yun seemed to have gone crazy. The breakthrough is now. Rushing into the elixir pavilion, Mu Yun directly poured the essence, energy, and spirit that she had devoured into her body into her limbs, bones, soul, and physical body. the powerful force tempered his 5 viscera. Bastard! Ling Tian's eyes were about to split open. Mu Yun actually dared to kill Lu Qiao and Jiang Han. These two people could be said to be his confidants. However, he was killed by Mu Yun. How could he tolerate this? The killing intent in Bai Susu and Lu Wuyan's eyes intensified. When I break through, all of you will die. Mu Yun was confident that she could deal with a divine realm of the 4 organs against a divine realm of the 5 organs. But dealing with a bunch of them was just courting death. Right now, he only had a pitiful 1 million years of lifespan. Increasing one's lifespan was of utmost importance to a saint. 1 million years, or even 10 million years, was possible. However, when one reached the monarch level, one's affinity with the heavens and the earth would increase. The sainthood carried the might of heaven and earth. And the monarch position merged with the might of heaven and earth. In this process, the increase in lifespan was pitifully small. Unless he got another life seed. At that time, when he was with Miao Xianyu and encountered that life seed, for the sake of Little Four's future, he and Miao Xianyu were passively devoured by Little Four. If he wanted to meet it again, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Break! With a low shout, Mu Yun's killing intent was overwhelming at this moment. In her body, her 5 viscera seemed to have connected into a spring. Inside, the source energy that was gurgling out was rich and powerful. Divine realm of the 5 organs. Mu Yun's face lit up with joy. She had finally reached it. It had only been a mere 5 years since she entered the seamless ancient mountain, and she had reached the divine realm of the 5 organs from the 1 organs. Who could compare to her? Mu Yun roared, and her figure that had rushed into the elixir pavilion stopped at this moment. Huh? Ling Tian and the others were all stunned at this moment. This fellow actually stopped running? These few years, you guys have been too arrogant. Looking at the dozens of people who followed in, Mu Yun sneered. Bastard, you killed my blue dragon sex disciple, you deserve to die. Ling Tian shouted angrily. Mu Yun, you must die today. Bai Susu said coldly. At this moment, outside the elixir pavilion, several Earth Monarch experts were fighting and had no time to care about the elixir pavilion. Mu Yun grinned. Without the Earth Monarch, you guys are just courting death. This time, Mu Yun did not run away. Boom, in an instant, a punch was thrown out. The 8 desolation seal, 8 seals, merged into one. As Mu Yun's strength gathered, the 8 seals merged into one, and a seal was directly slashed out. Bang bang bang. In an instant, 3 disciples could not dodge in time, and their bodies exploded. Divine realm of the 5 organs. This time, Ling Tian, Bai Susu, and Lu Wuyan were shocked. Mu Yun reached the divine realm of the 5 organs in a short while. What kind of ability was this? This guy must have a great treasure on him. Bai Susu said indifferently, if we don't kill him, it will be a great disaster for us in the future. N. Understood. At this moment, Ling Tian and Lu Wuyan each took out their divine weapons. Mu Yun, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Bai Susu sneered. Bai Susu snorted. This time it was not for Deputy Pavilion Master Sun Yi, nor for Sui Qingrong, but for themselves. Slash. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care. The fallen hero sword in his hand directly slashed out at this moment. He could see that among the dozens of people, there were a few in the divine realm of the 5 organs. But their aura and strength were not as good as Ling Tian, Bai Susu, and Lu Wuyan. At this moment, Mu Yun bypassed the 3 and rushed to the other side. None of the dozens of people could stop him. Intermediate sword soul, with a touch. Kill. With a sweep of the sword light, the disciples at the divine realm of the 1 organs, 2 organs, and 3 organs had no power at all. The powerful sword light rushed into the sky. Puff. Puff, flesh and blood splattered. In the divine realm of the 5 organs, Mu Yun was not afraid of warriors of the same realm at all. At this moment, the divine wood sword pierced out from time to time and slashed with a loud bang. Powerful airwaves were stacked layer upon layer. Continue to kill. At this moment, Mu Yun grinned hideously. The grievances of being chased over the past few years were released at this moment. Those who block me. Die. For a moment, Ling Tian, Bai Susu, and Lu Wuyan were completely furious. This damned Mu Yun. You too, are you hiding and letting him kill us all? Ling Tian shouted at this moment, how much more are you prepared to hold back? As soon as these words came out, Lu Wuyan and Bai Susu snorted coldly. Ling Tian, why don't you show some real skills? I understand. At this moment, the three of them were chasing Mu Yun with all their strength. Inside the elixir pavilion, there were plazas and pavilions. It looked even bigger than the valley. Compared to the dozens of people here, they looked really insignificant. At this moment, the speed of the three people skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun sneered. Show your real skills? Mu Yun sneered and said, but it seems to be useless. Triple Gue formation, open. With a furious shout, three figures formed by origin power around Mu Yun rushed out at this moment. Rumble, for a moment, the three figures directly charged towards Bai Susu and the other two. But Mu Yun continued to slaughter the other disciples. Blocking the entrance, no one could escape. Dozens of disciples were killed by Mu Yun at this moment, and only a dozen were left. Those dozen people were completely panicking. Run! In an instant, the dozen disciples ran towards the depths of the elixir pavilion. If they did not run now, they would really lose their lives. Mu Yun looked at the three figures in front of her, but sneered again and again. 7 stars and 9 moons formation. The formation opened, and the 7 stars and 9 moons condensed at this moment. This time, it was a complete level 1 ancient divine formation. Bang, a ray of light flashed past. With a bang, the sound of an explosion rang out. At this moment, the earth was constantly making muffled sounds. Violent waves of air completely rang out one after another. The explosive sounds in the entire elixir pavilion were beyond imagination. 2 ancient divine formations, plus the divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace, plus me, Mu Yun. You won't die. I'll die. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, and her figure charged out. Bang, a deafening roar was transmitted at this moment. Outside the elixir pavilion, in the valley, Liang Hong and Wan Xingming stood on one side. Ding Shi and Zhong Boming of the Blue Dragon sect carefully looked at the other side. Nie Bihua and Jiang Zero of the Boundless sect were also extremely cautious at this moment. The disciples of the 4 major sects were in the midst of a fierce battle. That explosion rang out at this moment, interrupting the fight between the 6 people. If we continue fighting, no one can think of getting the elixir. Liang Hong said indifferently at this moment, I hope you can think carefully. I've thought very clearly. Ding Shi snorted and said, I want the elixir. If you want to fight, I'll also accompany you. If you don't want to fight, then split it. How? Nie Bihua said with a frown. Ding Shi spoke again. Simple. Our Blue Dragon sect has 2 Earth Lords here. We'll take 40%. Your Boundless sect has 2 Earth Lords. We'll take 40%. Liang Hong represents the 2 Instruments Pavilion. Wan Xingming represents the 9 Stars sect. We'll each take 10%. Hearing this, Nie Bihua and Jiang Zero did not say anything. However, at this moment, the 9 Stars sect's Wan Xingming and the 2 Instruments Pavilions Liang Hong had dark expressions. These 4 fellows were planning to team up. Looks like you've calculated your wishful thinking well. Liang Hong sneered and stepped out. But do you really have the right to take 40%? Just as Liang Hong finished speaking, Wan Xingming walked out from the side. A powerful aura shook the surroundings. Earth Lord's 2 organs God realm, this fellow was still hiding his cultivation even now. Ding Shi, Zhong Boming, Nie Bihua, and Jiang Zero's expressions changed slightly. Now, it seemed like they had been played. How about it? Looking at the 4, Liang Hong spoke again. Isn't it time for everyone to reverse the situation? The 2 Instruments Pavilion and the 9 Stars sect will take 60%. The Blue Dragon sect and the Boundless sect will take 40%. This time, the atmosphere became heavy. Boom, an explosion took place at that instant. Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the elixir pavilion, blood veins surging all over his body. Lu Wuyan. Seeing this figure, Liang Hong's expression changed. Senior brother Liang, Mu Yun is inside. As soon as Lu Wuyan spoke, her aura completely dissipated. She was dead. Liang Hong's face paled. Lu Wuyan's father, Lu Lan, was an Earth Lord realm expert. Her grandfather, Lu Songlong, was a Heaven Lord realm expert. The two of them were in the Two Instruments Pavilion. Their status was not something he could compare to. If this fellow died here, he would be finished, Liang Hong roared in anger. Mu Yun was that god's son. Bastard! At this moment, the door of the pill pavilion was completely opened. Mu Yun was covered in blood and stood still. Bai Susu was already dead. Ling Tianyi was grabbed by Mu Yun, his face pale. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book pavilion. Tianyi. Ding Shi and Zhong Boming were nervous when they saw Ling Tianyi being grabbed by Mu Yun. Bastard, let him go. Ding Shi and Zhong Boming shouted. Let him go? Mu Yun sneered, you've been chasing me for so long, let him go? Okay. Bang, an explosion sounded, and Ling Tianyi's head flew up. Damn it. You're courting death. Ding Shi and Zhong Boming were furious at this moment. Liang Hong was even more furious at this moment. 3 figures instantly charged out. Mu Yun snorted, and 3 figures condensed from the ternary Guai formation and rushed out at this moment. Boom boom boom, in an instant, 3 explosions sounded at this moment. The ground cracked, and the violent sound filled the ears. Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and stepped back. The 3 figures directly exploded. The difference between a human monarch and an earth monarch was like a chasm. Mu Yun looked at the few of them and grinned. After killing a few geniuses, I feel much better. Mu Yun chuckled and said, I don't mind if you continue to chase me, because one day, you will be like them. As his words fell, the pale yellow divine robe on Mu Yun's body flashed out. With a swoosh, his whole person rushed into the depths of the elixir pavilion. Liang Hong, Ding Shi, and Zhong Boming were about to explode from anger at this moment. Lu Wuyan, Bai Susu, and Ling Tianyi were all geniuses of the sect. In the future, when they entered the Earth Monarch, they would be experts. But now, they were dead. Chase! Liang Hong gave a low roar and charged out. Lu Wuyan and Bai Susu were dead, and he had to bear a lot of responsibility. In addition, Mu Yun was the god's son, and he would definitely die. Liang Hong led people to chase out, and Ding Shi and Zhong Boming also led people to charge out. Immediately, the 4 sects attacked Mu Yun from 2 sides. Nie Ziyun, Jiang Ziru, and Wan Xingming were a little stunned at this moment. Mu Yun, Nie Ziyun looked at his elder brother and said in a low voice, this kid is the Two Instruments Pavilion's son, and he has hundreds of milky jade stones. Milky jade, Nie Bihua's eyes lit up. Go. There were many medicinal pills in the elixir pavilion. It would be best to kill Mu Yun and seize the milky jade stone. At this moment, Wan Qingming seemed to have thought of something and took out a jade stone. At this moment, the jade stone exploded. Beside him, Xing Yuer said in shock, the jade stone is connected to Wan Fengping's aura. If it exploded, then that means the person who killed Wan Fengping is here. Mu Yun. At this moment, Wan Xingming was furious. It was definitely Mu Yun. Just now, everyone was here. When Mu Yun suddenly appeared, everyone's aura stopped. Only Mu Yun's aura was exposed. This guy, kill Wan Feng and Wan Ku, Wan Qingming bellowed, this child must die. It didn't take long for the disciples of the 4 great sects to enter the pill pavilion, each with their own thoughts. On the other side, Mu Yun started running again, but this time, Mu Yun felt happy. After killing Ling Tian and the others, he was really in a good mood. If these guys wanted to kill him, they had to see if they were qualified. As for Liang Hong, Ding Shi, Jiang Ziru, and the others who were chasing after him, Mu Yun was happy for them to chase after him. It wasn't like he had only done this once. He was at the Human Lord 5 Internal Organs Divine Realm. Next, he would chase after the Earth Lord Realm, tempering the 5 internal organs and refining the 6 bowels. Earth Lord Realm was a completely different level. However, right now, shaking off the people behind him was what he had to consider. Mu Yun was dressed in a pale yellow divine robe. His speed increased, but it was still not the speed of an Earth Lord. Fortunately, there were array formations everywhere in the pill pavilion. Mu Yun could sense the existence of the array patterns and could dodge in advance. The people behind him had many people, so they did not have this advantage. Not long after, someone triggered the array formation and was cut in half. Bastard! Liang Hong could tell that Mu Yun was doing this on purpose. You can't escape. Liang Hong shouted, today, I must kill you. Cut the crap. Mu Yun shouted, many people said that they would kill me, but I didn't die. If you want to kill me, then catch up and kill me. Mu Yun suddenly sped up and headed straight for the depths. He could feel that there were spatial fluctuations in front of him. He became extremely sensitive to the fluctuations from his right eye. Suddenly, there was no path in front of Mu Yun. It was as if the Donghu sect had reached the end. Wherever his gaze passed, the ground would sink, forming a black ravine. At a glance, he couldn't see the bottom. It was as if the entire Donghu sect had collapsed underground. Further down, there was an even more turbulent existence. 10,000 Cauldron Sect? Mu Yan's expression turned cold. It was rumored that the East Lake ruins was first overseen by the 10,000 Cauldron Sect, and there was an invincible imperial lord. It was destroyed overnight. That was how the Donghu sect was born. In the end, it was also destroyed overnight. 3.1 Update quickly. The Donghu sect was not destroyed overnight. Did this mean that the 10,000 Cauldron sect might not be destroyed overnight? Guai said at this moment, kid, jump. A great opportunity is waiting for you below. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Guai said that there would definitely be a great opportunity. With a leap, Mu Yun jumped into the ravine below. At the same time, Liang Hong, Ding Shi, Zhong Boming, and the others arrived one by one. Damn it! Liang Hong cursed in a low voice. This kid isn't afraid of death? Ding Shi cursed, in this pill pavilion, all the storerooms are controlled by arrays. We can't enter at all with the strength of an Earth Lord. Zhong Boming continued, the elders of the sect have already arrived. This time, the sect master might come personally. Sect master, hearing this, Ding Shi's expression turned ugly. If the elders of the sect were here now, then things would not be so easy to handle. They might not even be able to get a second-grade ancient god pill. Not to mention a third-grade ancient god pill. In that case, Ding Shi looked down. They had also thought of what Mu Yun could think of. Below was most likely the ruins of the Thousand Cauldron sect. The Thousand Cauldron sect had an emperor back then. An emperor would have at least an emperor weapon, right? There were 6 major realms of the emperor realm. Human Emperor, Earth Lord, Heaven Lord, Sovereign King, Sage Lord, and Emperor Lord. The corresponding ancient god weapons. Transcendent Mortal Divine Weapons, Ascended Mortal Divine Weapons, Mortal Divine Weapons, Emperor Divine Weapons, and Emperor Divine Weapons. If one could control an Emperor Divine Weapon, they could be called the king of the entire Eastern Wilderness. Not to mention Emperor Divine Weapons, even Emperor Divine Weapons and Emperor Divine Weapons could make them extremely powerful after their realms increased. Fight, more than a dozen figures rushed down one by one. It was pitch black all around. At this moment, Mu Yun was falling continuously. Gradually, a ray of light appeared in front of her. As Mu Yun continued to fall, the light became brighter and brighter. Fire, looking down, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. Panga Spirit! Mu Yun shouted in a low voice. Panga Spirit suddenly appeared. Fire, Panga Spirit was delighted. Be careful, Master Mu. Panga Spirit's figure flashed and turned into a flame dragon, enveloping Mu Yun's figure. Bang, it was like a stone falling to the bottom of a lake. Mu Yun's figure fell into the fire at this moment. Dong. Not long after, a figure appeared. The two of them appeared in the fire. Master Mu, Panga Spirit's face was filled with joy. The fire here is very beneficial to my cultivation, I know, go ahead, don't worry about me. Yes. Panga Spirit transformed into a flame dragon and jumped into the sea of fire. At this moment, Mu Yun passed through the fire and landed on the ground. At this moment, looking up, Mu Yun's expression changed. Looking over, it looked like a bowl of fire was falling from the sky. In the center, the bottom of the square bowl was emitting endless flames. Thousand Cauldron Sect, Mu Yun couldn't help but think of this in her heart. Mu Yun didn't stop and continued to move forward. At the same time, Liang Hong, Ding Shi, Zhong Boming, and the others also landed. This place gradually became lively. At the same time, in the East Tiger ruins. In the sky, martial artists were constantly arriving. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. A group of silhouettes descended and stood on the ruins. The East Tiger sect really exists. It was an old man with a head of white hair and a strong aura, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Beside the old man, 3 middle-aged men stood one by one, and the aura in their bodies was also exceptionally strong. Pavilion Master, the East Tiger sect has opened. Is it possible that the Thousand Cauldrons sect also exists? A man who looked rather refined said cautiously at this moment. Thousand Cauldrons sect, the old man waved his hand and said, enter and investigate. Sect Master. At this moment, a figure flew over. Ishui Han, you're here? Where's Liang Hong? The old man asked. Liang Hong and the 3 major sects fought over the Elixir Pavilion, and the Divine Sun appeared. The moment these words came out, the old man was stunned. The 2 middle-aged men beside him couldn't help but raise their brows. Let's go. The old man waved his hand and immediately prepared to move. Haha, the master of the 2 rites is very early. A gentle laugh rang out, and another group of figures arrived one by one. Long Songhai. Seeing the newcomers, the master of the 2 rites smiled and said, your Blue Dragon sect is not slow either? As the sect master of the Blue Dragon sect, Song Long Hai was also a sovereign king elite. In the eastern wilderness, sovereign kings were invincible except for the 4th-tier sects and clans. The East Tiger sect's ruins have appeared, and the Thousand Cauldrons sect might be here too. At that time, the princes and princesses of the Qiang Holy Empire might come personally. Song Long Hai smiled and said, I'll go in and take a look first, in case I don't get anything when the time comes. After Song Long Hai finished speaking, he led his people in. The master of the 2 rites snorted at this moment and didn't say anything. Looking at the other 2 of the 3 beside him, the master of the 2 rites shouted, Sui Qingrong, Sunny, I'm the pavilion master now. The Divine Sun concerns the survival of the 2 instruments pavilion. As 2 of the 3 deputy pavilion masters, if you insist on doing things your own way, I'll punish you according to the rules. The master of the 2 rites said mercilessly. Sui Qingrong and Sunyi's faces were slightly pale. The master of the 2 rites was a sovereign king elite at the Divine Bone Realm. The 3 deputy pavilion masters were all at the 7 primordial spirit realm. However, one was a sovereign king, while the other was a heavenly lord. Such a huge gap, it was irreparable. At the side, Gu Shuhua didn't say anything. In the 2 instruments pavilion, the master of the 2 rites stood majestically. As for the 3 deputy pavilion masters, they were also deeply rooted. Sui Qingrong and Sunny were dissatisfied with the Divine Sun, so they wanted to eliminate the Divine Sun from the beginning. They thought that it was nonsense. The master of the 2 rites didn't care. Previously, when they were sneaking around, he could just turn a blind eye to it. But now, if they were to make a move in front of him, he couldn't just ignore it. First, he set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residents Sunny and Sui Qingrong were silent. The master of the 2 rites, the 4 great sects, and 4 invincible sovereigns in the godly bone realm. Facing him, the 2 of them felt immense pressure. Boundless sects Daoist Wuliang and Jiuxing sects Xing Wuhan are here too. Let's go. The master of the 2 rites waved his hand and led everyone into the East Tiger City ruins. At this moment, the entire East Tiger City ruins was completely lively. In the East Tiger City ruins, the upper echelons of the 4 great sects, the Elixir Pavilion, the Weapon Pavilion, and other places were opened one by one. Although the other cultivators were envious, there was nothing they could do. Those were the 4 great sections. What could they do? They could only watch. They were also envious of those supreme treasures, but they had to be alive to take them. With 4 top sovereigns in charge, who would dare to act rashly, at this moment, in the East Tiger sect's Elixir Pavilion? The master of the 2 rites led his men into the Elixir Pavilion. Muyin fell from here? The master of the 2 rites looked down with a solemn expression. He didn't know what was down there. If he went down rashly, he would probably die a terrible death. At this moment, the sect master of the Azure Dragon sect, Long Songhai. The Boundless sect's Daoist Wuliang. The Jiaoxing sect's Xing Wuhan. The 4 great sect masters were all gathered here. The East Tiger sect was as prosperous as the 4 great sects back then. However, they disappeared overnight. Now that they were here to dig for treasures, the East Tiger sect had been completely turned upside down. After all, many people would carry important supreme treasures with them. Even if there were supreme treasures in the sect, they were limited. Everyone, what do you think? The Daoist Wuliang was dressed in a Daoist robe and had a sage-like aura. Should we go down or just watch here? As soon as he said that, the master of the 2 rites, Long Songhai, and Xing Wuhan all revealed contemplative expressions. Xing Wuhan was the first to speak. It might be heaven or hell below. If the East Tiger sect is here, then the Thousand Cauldron sect. Xing Wuhan didn't say much. Although the Thousand Cauldron sect wasn't qualified to become a 4th-rate sect back then. However, the sect master had reached the Imperial Emperor realm. The Thousand Cauldron sect was nothing compared to the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, a 4th-tier force. However, the 4 major sects combined could not compare to the 10,000 Cauldron sect. If Xiaochen went down and excavated the 10,000 Cauldron sect's remnants, he might be able to uncover a great secret. Long Songhai said in a muffled voice, I once heard a rumor in the Qiyang Holy Empire. It said that the 10,000 Cauldron sect's leader, Wan Chongqing, came from the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. It's just that this lad's talent and willpower are only average. However, by chance, he managed to enter the waterless ancient mountain death trap. Not only did he manage to survive, he even managed to make rapid progress. In just a short 1,000 years, he reached the God Monarch realm and established his own sect. Long Songhai glanced at the trio and said in a deep tone, It seems like the kid found a precious treasure in the streamless ancient mountain. Treasure? The master of the 2 rites were intrigued by Long Songhai's words. Long Songhai continued, It said that, it's a primordial treasure. The master of the 2 rites, Daoist Wuliang, and Xing Wuhan's cheeks twitched when they heard the words primordial treasure. A primordial treasure, it was a primordial divine artifact, something that surpassed a supreme divine artifact. How many primordial treasures were there in the entire Great Thousand Realms? Could Wan Chongqing really have obtained a primordial treasure? The Qiyang Holy Empire hasn't given up on investigating the 10,000 Cauldron sect all these years. We also know that the Qiyang Holy Empire has many god monarchs and monarchs. If the Qiyang Holy Empire can't forget about it, Long Songhai did not continue. Xing Wuhan looked at Long Songhai. Sect Master Long, are you saying that this place is worth a look? However, Sect Master Long, you seem to be worried that if you die here, our 3 sects will swallow the Blue Dragon sect. The 4 people present were all old foxes. How could they not know each other? Long Songhai wanted to explore, but he was not confident. He was worried that if he died here, the Blue Dragon sect would be finished. If Long Songhai did not reveal some important information, the 3 of them might hesitate. Long Songhai revealed such a big secret to attract the 3 of them. Long Songhai smiled and did not deny it. What do you all think? Long Songhai looked at the 3 of them and said, If there's a primordial treasure, are you willing to give it up? This place has only just appeared because the Donghu sect's ruins appeared. However, if the 10,000 Cauldron sect's ruins appear, the Qiyang Holy Empire will have to interfere. Long Songhai's words were reasonable. Danger and opportunity coexisted. They all understood this. If you're willing to tell us more, we might be able to go with you. Daoist Wuliang smiled. Long Songhai smiled. I heard that the primordial treasure is a cauldron. Cauldron, the other 3 immediately had the same thought. Cauldrons were rare to begin with. Regardless of whether it was a square cauldron or a 3-legged cauldron, it was extremely difficult to forge. However, its power was exceptionally strong. Its attack was powerful enough. Its defense was tough enough. Could it be? The master of the 2 rites suddenly said. What is it? The 3 of them looked at the master of the 2 rites and asked anxiously. Nothing is impossible. The master of the 2 rites shook his head and smiled bitterly. Long Songhai and the other 2 did not think much of it. Everyone, what do you think? Long Songhai asked again, do you want to enter or not? Yes. Daoist Wuliang smiled and said, we have no hope of breaking through to the sovereign king realm. If we don't look for opportunities, we'll stay like this for the rest of our lives. All right. Xing Wuhan nodded. The master of the two rites smiled and said, I'll go as well. The four of them looked at each other and waved their hands. The people behind them came forward. The four of us will check it out first. If we can enter and there's no danger, then you all can enter. Long Songhai waved his hand. The four of them had a metallic color on their faces. Human Lord 5 Organs Divine Realm. Earth Lord 6 Organs Divine Realm. Heavenly Lord 7 Primordial Spirit Realm. Sky Lord Yu was in the Sovereign King Realm. The Sovereign King Divine Bone Realm was divided into 4 stages. Iron Bone Realm, Silver Bone Realm, Golden Bone Realm, and Jade Bone Realm. The 4 sect masters were all in the Sky Lord Iron Bone Realm. The 4 of them fell. The martial artists of the 4 sects waited quietly. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun was walking in the ancient land below. Flames shone in the sky, making the entire ancient land as bright as day. However, being enveloped by such a fiery light, the ground below was also incomparably hot. Mu Yun looked around in the ancient land. The Panga spirit sent news. He was not the only one who came down. Dingxi and Zhong Boming, Nia Bixing and Jiang Ziru, Wan Xingming, Liang Hong, and the others also came down. Mu Yun, who was in the 5 Organs Divine Realm, was surging with power. However, it was hard to tell if he was strong or weak when facing an Earth Lord. Most importantly, those people all wanted to kill him. It was fine if he faced one, but if he was entangled, it would be a group. Mu Yun was not arrogant enough to resist the combined forces of 6 Earth Lords. The buildings around this place were rather unique. There was a huge cauldron on top of every pavilion and tower. Mu Yun was right. This should be the 1,000 Cauldron Sect's territory. Guai. Mu Yun said, don't play dead. You said that there was something good down there. Where is it? I'm not playing dead. Guai said, there is indeed something good. However, I'm afraid you can't get it with your ability. I've been investigating. Is there a way for you to get close to it? What exactly is it? I'm not sure, Guai said with some anticipation, but I can feel that it's definitely a precious treasure. Mu Yun curled his lips. Could it be the 13 primordial treasures? Mu Yun teased. Not much. Guai said in a deep voice. This time, it was Mu Yun's turn to be surprised. Not much. What did the 13 primordial treasures mean? They were second only to the 4 great origins. Guai actually said that they were not much different. At this moment, Mu Yun immediately perked up. Look carefully. I'll see what's so special about this place. After all, the sect master of the 1,000 Cauldron sect was an imperial emperor back then. There must be a lot of good things left. Mu Yun began to enter the pavilions and towers to investigate. This place was even larger than the East Tiger sect. The pavilions and towers surrounded the area, and the central area was emitting a strong light. A powerful aura spread out in waves. Mu Yun could not get close to that place at all. The scorching aura spread out for 1,000 meters. If he got close, his body would melt. Master Mu. At this moment, a voice sounded. Panga Spirit's voice came. Someone else has come in. He's very, very strong. As soon as Panga Spirit said this, Mu Yun understood. The upper echelons of the 4 great sects had arrived. However, after searching for a long time, Mu Yun did not find any ancient god pills or ancient god artifacts. It was as if not only the people of the 1,000 Cauldron sect, but the ancient god pills and ancient god artifacts had also disappeared. Only this empty building was left. Let's see what those guys want to do. Mu Yun was preparing to find a place to hide. Anyway, the 1,000 Cauldron sect was quite vast, and there were buildings everywhere. Mu Yun was not worried about being discovered. Mu Yun. However, when Mu Yun walked out of the tower, a voice suddenly sounded. Liang Hong. Seeing the person who came, Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. This guy, how could it be so coincidental? He could even meet Liang Hong in such a big place. Liang Hong sneered. You can isolate the aura of your soul, but you can't isolate the aura of Baisusu and Lu Wuyan. Divine Son? Bullshit. Today, I'll kill you. Liang Hong knew that if he did not kill Mu Yun, he would be the one in trouble. Lu Songlong and Lu Lan, both father and son, thought highly of Lu Wuyan. Lu Wuyan had followed him here and died. But he was still alive. That pair of father and son would definitely kill him. You want to kill me by yourself? Mu Yun waved his hand, and the 8 Desolation seal attacked. Boom, Liang Hong clapped his hands, and an even more powerful force exploded, shattering the buildings on both sides. 5 organs Divine Realm, you're really amazing. Liang Hong sneered. However, there's still a huge gap between a human sovereign and an earth sovereign. Liang Hong sneered, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. Transcendent Divine Artifact. Light flowed on the battle axe, and it carried a trace of domineering aura. Its quality was much higher than a transcendent mortal divine artifact. You're quite observant. Liang Hong let out a low growl and instantly attacked. First, he set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Boom, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. At this moment, she kept retreating. Luo the Hero Divine Sword was a transcendent mortal divine weapon. Compared to that, battle axe was much weaker. In addition, Liang Hong's strength was stronger than his. At this moment, the intermediate sword soul merged with the long sword. Mu Yun slashed out with the flash sword divine art, and her figure attacked. Same as at this moment, the divine wood sword took him by surprise, directly attacking. Dong. Lo, a deep voice sounded, and the divine wood sword was blocked by the battle axe. Liang Hong kept retreating. Eh? At this moment, Liang Hong was slightly surprised. Mu, there seemed to be something good on Yun. It's a divine weapon with a very strong attack power. Unfortunately, you can't unleash its full power. Liang said. Hong sneered and said, no wonder Lu Wuyan and the others died in your hands. You too. Mu said. Yun couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Shun the wooden sword attacked again. At the same time, the power in Mu Yun's body gradually stabilized. Slash. Swish. 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 Swish, the fallen hero divine sword in Mu Yun's hand shone with light as she stabbed out. Sword, the light condensed into a fierce tiger, swallowing Liang Hong. It's useless. Liang said. Hong snorted and slashed out with his battle axe. Bang, Mu Yun's figure retreated. But at this moment, the divine wood sword attacked. Again? Liang said. Hong knew that the divine wood sword was powerful. However, it was still a little weak to break through his defense line. Double He held the axe handle tightly and held it horizontally in front of him. Dong. A dull sound rang out. Liang Hong's footsteps staggered as he kept retreating. At this moment, he only felt his hand go numb, and his head buzzed. The divine wood sword was different this time. Mu Yun was also panting at this moment. Shun the wooden sword was indeed different. Small, the sword was made from the world tree. Bennett's body was incomparably sturdy. However, Mu Yun kept nourishing it with source power, but she felt that she couldn't unleash its power. During this period, Mu Yun had been nourishing it with the world power of the world tree. And the result did not disappoint Mu Yun. The divine wood sword had indeed become much more powerful after being imbued with the power of the world from the world tree. This one sword was enough to prove. Mu, at this moment, Yun. Liang, but Hong was furious. Mu Yun's attacks had become stronger. Again. Look, it was Liang Hong's turn to be enraged. Mu Yun immediately slashed out with his sword. The fallen hero divine sword slashed towards Liang Hong from afar. Under the control of soul force, the divine wood sword continuously gathered towards Liang Hong. Bang! Bang! At this moment, voices of criticism could be heard. Liang Hong finally couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Kid, you're courting death. Liang Hong was completely enraged this time. On the battle axe, a bloody light rose. Get lost. The axe slashed and smashed towards Mu Yun. Fall, the heroic divine sword blocked in front of her. However, a powerful force passed through the fallen hero divine sword and slashed towards Mu Yun. Puff, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mu Yan's body trembled uncontrollably at this moment. The power of this axe was simply beyond anything before. This guy was really using his true means. Get lost. Liang Hong snorted and took a step forward. It's you. Mu. At this moment, Yun laughed instead of being angry. Whoosh, at this moment, the wooden sword slashed out. It's useless. Liang Hong had already sensed the dominance of Mu Yun's attack. Guard against the divine wood sword, Mu Yun was no threat to him. Is that so? Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Buzz. Suddenly, the heaven and earth furnace was held in Mu Yun's hand. Mu. Yun held the foot of the cauldron with one hand, and the heaven and earth furnace revealed its true form. At this moment, it expanded to a full 3 to 4 meters tall. I'll smash you to death. The cauldron swung down. Bang. Battle. The axe was suppressed. At this moment, the divine wood sword instantly attacked. Puff. Suddenly, a swoosh sounded. Liang. Half of Hong's head was directly cut off by the divine wood sword. Mu. Yun did not care at this moment, and the heaven and earth furnace smashed out again. Bang. The cauldron smashed down, and Liang Hong's body gradually lost its resistance. Wei. The weak aura gradually dissipated, but Mu Yun still smashed out cauldron after cauldron. Brat, do you want to tire yourself to death? He scolded and said, someone is coming in front. Mu Yun looked at Liang Hong, who had long been smashed into pieces, and panted. Her figure flashed, and she hurriedly left. Do you really think I can't kill you? Bang. Liang Hong put away his battle axe, and Mu Yun left directly. At this moment, a figure approached. Looking at the smashed corpse on the ground, he frowned. It's senior brother Liang Hong. One of them said. The other people's faces immediately turned even uglier. Liang's senior brother Liang Hong was a divine realm expert. But he was killed here? Be careful. The leading disciple said, if senior brother Liang Hong can be killed, we can also be killed. Here, if you are careless, you will definitely die. At the same time, Mu Yun was panting at this moment. Although this battle seemed simple, every single collision had left him in so much pain that he wished he was dead. If not for his strong physical body, he would have died long ago. Fortunately, Liang Hong was dead. Mu. Yun immediately sat down cross-legged and recovered her aura. The essence, energy, and spirit in Liang Hong's body flowed into Mu Yun's body at this moment. For a moment, Mu Yun could feel that. Body. In her body, the injured internal organs were recovering at this moment. The essence, energy, and spirit in Liang Hong's body was comparable to more than 10 divine realm experts. No loss, Mu Yun grinned at this moment. It was indeed not a loss, although the Luoying sword was almost useless. However, his strength had been consolidated. Previously, in order to break through to the divine realm of 5 organs, Mu Yun was a little forced. But now, her realm had stabilized. Shoo. A smooth aura flowed in her body. Mu. At this moment, Yun's face was no longer as pale as wax. You've made a fortune. Guei chuckled at this moment. That's right, killing an Earth Lord is comparable to killing 10 peak human lords. Mu Yun also chuckled. Get lost, I'm not talking about this. A smile appeared on Guei's face at this moment. If I'm not wrong, the central area should be the heaven and earth furnace. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun licked her lips. Fragments? Not fragments. Guei said seriously. It's the real heaven and earth furnace. However, because it's missing your part, it's not complete. Mu Yun felt a little confused at this moment. The heaven and earth furnace in your body only occupies about 1/10 of the entire heaven and earth furnace. And inside is the other 9/10. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun was completely stunned. You mean, the fusion of me and the thing inside is the real heaven and earth furnace? Guei nodded. F***ck. Mu Yun cursed softly. However, she was not angry. But she was shocked. The real heaven and earth furnace, one of the primordial 13 treasures, the heaven and earth furnace. Oh my god. It was probably ranked 13th, but it was also one of the primordial 13 treasures. What in the world could compare to it? At this moment, Mu Yun was wild with joy. Don't be happy yet, Guai said. According to my judgment, the sect master of the 10,000 Cauldron sect back then probably obtained the heaven and earth furnace and wanted to forcefully subdue it. In the end, it caused the destruction of the 10,000 Cauldron sect. In fact, even the Eastern Tiger sect was completely annihilated. You mean, the people who disappeared from the two sects were all swallowed by the heaven and earth furnace? Guai asked seriously. I'm afraid the ancient god pills and ancient god artifacts in the 10,000 Cauldron sect were also swallowed. The heaven and earth furnace is said to be able to refine the heavens. A supreme treasure like this has its own consciousness. How can a mere imperial lord refine it? Mu Yun asked. Then I can't do it either? Yun said speechlessly. That's not necessarily true. Guai said again, this heaven and earth furnace was originally incomplete. When the sect master of the 10,000 Cauldron sect found it previously, it should have been incomplete. That's why the sect master of the 10,000 Cauldron sect could use it. In my opinion, that fellow was reckless and wanted to completely refine the heaven and earth furnace. Later on, the heaven and earth furnace did the opposite and ate the entire 10,000 Cauldron sect. However, this place suppressed the heaven and earth furnace, making it unable to leave. Guai chuckled and said, You're at the human Lord Five Organs realm. Refining the heaven and earth furnace is indeed a dead end. But, help is coming. Help, help, at that instant, several powerful auras descended from the sky. A powerful aura swept across the place. Boom, Mu Yun's pale yellow divine robe flashed, and her aura was concealed. However, that pressure still made her hair stand on end. Experts that far surpassed the Earth Lord level. For auras, could it be that the sect masters of the four great sects had come? Mu Yun concealed her aura and walked toward the top of a tall tower. She looked over at the core of the 10,000 Cauldron sect. Light rose, and the scorching flames made it impossible for Mu Yun to get close. But, at this moment, four figures were close to 1,000 meters away. They looked ahead and exclaimed. It's really a cauldron. What kind of divine artifact is this? A prehistoric treasure? The four people's voices became excited. Everyone, back off. One of them said. Mu Yun looked from afar and was not anxious. Guai. Mu Yun said again, the 13 prehistoric treasures all have spiritual intelligence? Yes. That sparrow god fan, don't even think about the sparrow god fan, Guai was speechless. Only your mother can control the spiritual intelligence in the sparrow god fan. You can't even sense it. Mu Yun was speechless. Hit, it was a huge blow. After all, she was now in the human Lord Five Organs divine realm. Even she couldn't sense its spiritual intelligence? What a joke. Guai said again, when you reach the supreme realm, you might be able to sense it. However, such treasures have extremely high intelligence and won't be easily subdued. Your mother is the Azure Emperor and the daughter of the first God Emperor. She's more talented than the 3 emperors. Back then, the 9 Nether Vermilion Bird clan couldn't intimidate the spiritual intelligence in the Sparrow God fan, but your mother could. Otherwise, the Sparrow God fan wouldn't have fallen into your mother's hands so easily. Mu Yun nodded. Overall, Guai was still not strong enough. However, today, he did not intend to give up on this heaven and earth furnace. Sparrow with the divine fan in hand, the blue sky yellow springs diagram, the scroll of the gods, and the world tree, he might be able to intimidate this fellow. Only but now, it was better to wait and see. For when the people of the large sect saw such a treasure, even if they didn't know that it was the heaven and earth furnace, they would still be unable to resist attacking. At that time, it would be his opportunity. Mu Yun was currently in the tower, hiding her aura and watching quietly. The auras of the hundreds of figures were extremely domineering. Mu Yun guessed that these people were at least heavenly lords. At this moment, the 4 groups were standing in 4 different directions, looking at the scorching flames in front of them. Everyone, it seems that the chaos treasure is being suppressed here. Long Songhai said, there is only one chaos treasure, and we have 4 groups. As for how to distribute it, I think it will depend on our strength and opportunities. But now, we should open this place first. Then we will decide who the treasure belongs to. The Yin and Yang Pavilion Master, the Wuliang Daoist, and Xing Wuheng nodded after hearing Long Songhai's words. If they were to fight now, no one would be able to open the treasure, and no one would be able to get it. Now, they would open the treasure first, and then they would decide who the treasure belonged to. After making up their minds, the 4 of them started to attack. The appearance of that great desolate Yin treasure could not be seen clearly amid the fiery light. The 4 of them stood in 4 different directions. In an instant, layers of iron-colored light appeared on the surface of their bodies. Sovereign King Divine Bone Realm. Mu Yun was slightly surprised to see this. Above the Human Lord, Earth Lord, and Heaven Lord realms was the Sovereign King Realm. The Sovereign King Realm had 4 major realms: Iron Bone Realm, Silver Bone Realm, Golden Bone Realm, and Jade Bone Realm. Reaching the Sovereign King Realm could be said to be a higher level in the vast thousand world. The sect masters of the 4 major sects were all at the Iron Bone Realm, and their bodies were as tough as iron. Their physical bodies were terrifyingly strong. It could be said that if the 4 of them stood in place and let Mu Yun attack with all kinds of means, Mu Yun would not be able to break their defense. Mu Yun held her breath, not daring to get closer. Let alone the 4 great sovereign kings, even though 7 essences Heaven Monarch Realm martial artists were not what he could deal with now. This time, she could only wait for the chaos to start. Boom, in an instant, the 4 figures used their own means. In an instant, the light pillar was suppressed by the 4 powerful auras. Mu Yun was a little worried. Even the Emperor King was killed. Are the 4 sovereign kings enough? Mu Yun could not help but ask. It should work. Guei said carefully, in my opinion, the sect leader of the Thousand Cauldron sect was only 1 step away from success. You can say that I've made a wedding dress for someone else. Otherwise, even the 4 of them wouldn't have been able to get close. With Guei's words, Mu Yun continued to wait. Boom, rumbling sounds continued to ring out. As the earth crumbled, the crowd gradually felt their strength being suppressed. At this moment, a huge figure slowly rose from the light pillar. The surface of the enormous figure was suffused with a faint bronze glow. A huge cauldron. The cauldron was 100 meters tall and had a diameter of 100 meters. The 3 legs stood firmly, rising steadily. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Mu Yun's breathing was rapid. The real Heaven and Earth Furnace, not to mention monarchs, even supremes, titled deities, and titled emperors would fight over the Heaven and Earth Furnace with red eyes. Who would have thought that he would be here? Good stuff. Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, her eyes burning. At this moment, the 4 sect leaders were all extremely excited when they saw this item. Giant cauldron, a prehistoric treasure. The 4 of them once again exerted their strength. Buzz, the giant cauldron floated in midair, circulating with light. The bronze light waves were constantly condensing and expanding at this moment. Master Mu. Pangu's spirit's voice sounded at this moment, saying excitedly, when the giant cauldron leaves the core magma, I can absorb the flame energy in the magma and increase my strength by several times. At this moment, Pangu's spirit seemed to be even more excited than Mu Yun. Oh? How much can it increase? Haha. Maybe I can use this opportunity to completely merge several origin flames into one. Although I can't completely unleash the power of the origin flames, I can at least reach the heavenly monarch realm. As soon as Pangu's spirit said this, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. We'll act according to the situation later. Mu Yun said at this moment, remember, don't be careless. I understand. At this moment, Mu Yun and Pangu's spirit were waiting. The giant cauldron rose higher and higher, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. It had 3 legs and a round body, emitting an ancient bronze light. However, if one looked closely, one could see that there was a dent in the center of the cauldron. The missing part was on Mu Yun's body. At this moment, the giant cauldron rose to the sky, but the scorching aura of the light pillar still did not dissipate. We must break this restriction set up. Long Songhai growled and attacked again. Daoist Wu Liang also said at this moment, let's attack together and completely destroy the light pillar. Alright. Immediately, hundreds of figures attacked at this moment. Rumbling sounds spread throughout the entire ruins. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura condensed from head to toe. Rumbling sounds filled the air around his body. One could imagine how powerful the combined attack of the 4 sovereigns and hundreds of heavenly monarchs was. Even so, the light pillar was only retreating bit by bit. Such a powerful restriction was unimaginable. If Mu Yun was here alone, she would not be able to get close to the light pillar at all. Dong, suddenly, a dull sound was heard. With a boom, a hole appeared in the pillar of light. Buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. The buzzing sound spread, and everyone's face turned pale. The 4 sovereigns were the ones in the front. At this moment, the 4 sovereigns vomited blood and retreated. The giant cauldron seemed to be a little angry at this moment. Let's rely on our own abilities. At this moment, the light pillar faded. Swoosh, 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 in an instant, the 4 sovereigns, who were working together just now, rushed out. At the same time, the heavenly monarchs of the 4 major sects also rushed out at this moment. At this moment, they were no longer working together. They were fighting for it. Mu Yun could not help but want to attack at this moment. Although there was a huge gap between him and these people, he had a part of the heaven and earth cauldron. This was his advantage. Don't rush over if you don't want to die. Guai shouted at this moment. Mu Yun hurriedly stopped. Boom, once again, when the 4 sovereigns approached the giant cauldron, a loud explosion was heard. The 4 sovereigns retreated pathetically, their bodies covered in blood. More than a dozen heavenly monarchs behind them were killed. This time, no one dared to be presumptuous again. This giant cauldron was too terrifying. The 4 sovereigns looked terrible at this moment. Humph. Long Songhai snorted and waved his hand. No one saw what he did, but the shadow of a dragon coiled in his palm. At this moment, the dragon's shadow was released, and Long Songhai immediately rushed out. At this moment, he sped up, and blood flowed all over his body, glowing with a crimson light. Charge! With a low shout, Long Songhai rushed out. With this step, his aura was extremely powerful. He rushed to the giant cauldron at lightning speed. Long Songhai stretched out his hand. Boom, at this moment, a palm print was formed. The giant cauldron buzzed, but this time it did not push Long Songhai away. Long Songhai's face was filled with joy and excitement. The master of the 2 rites, Daoist Wuliang, Xing Wuhan, and the others saw this scene and immediately rushed out. At this time, they had to show some of their strength. Otherwise, they would gain nothing. At this moment, the 3 of them rushed out at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared on the 4 sides of the giant cauldron. In an instant, the heavenly monarchs of the 4 major sects rushed forward. The giant cauldron seemed to be suppressed. There's only one giant cauldron, but there are 4 of us. Long Songhai shouted, "Everyone, I'm sorry." As soon as Long Songhai finished speaking, he suddenly slapped the master of the 2 rites, who was close to him. Bang, a low explosive sound rang out at this moment. The master of the 2 rites was using all his strength to resist the giant cauldron's repulsive force. He did not expect Long Songhai to still have the strength to deal with him. Cracking sounds could be heard from his abdomen. His iron body shattered. The master of the 2 rites' face turned pale. On the other side, Daoist Wuliang and Xing Wuhan also rushed out. The 2 figures used all their killing moves to attack the master of the 2 rites. Bang! Bang! Explosions sounded. The master of the 2 rites' body seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The 3 of them attacked at the same time. No one expected this to happen. The master of the 2 rites could not hold on any longer. He retreated in a sorry state, spitting out blood. Mu Yun was shocked. It was as if the 3 major sects had already agreed to this. The master of the 2 rites would not be able to get the ancient cauldron this time. He might even lose his life. The 3 sect masters worked together to suppress the giant cauldron. Kill the master of the 2 rites immediately. Song Longhai shouted, "This person is severely injured. 7 primordial spirit realm heavenly monarchs will work together to kill him. Go. Kill him." Daoist Wuliang and Xing Wuhan also shouted at this moment. In an instant, the martial artists of the three major sects attacked. The three deputy pavilion masters of the two instruments pavilion surrounded the master of the two rites. Protect the pavilion master. The three deputy pavilion masters, Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua, shouted anxiously. Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi did not agree with the master of the two rites' belief in the Son of God. However, the two of them knew that if the master of the two rites died, the two instruments pavilion would be finished. Without the emperor to protect them, the three major sects could destroy the two instruments pavilion at any time. For a moment, the battle was fierce. The three sect masters were smiling at this moment. However, that smile did not last long. The smiles on their faces gradually stiffened. The giant cauldron had produced a strong repulsive force earlier. However, a strong suction force suddenly surged out. It seemed to want to suck the three of them into the giant cauldron. Damn it! Long Songhai's face turned pale. Why did this happen all of a sudden? In just a moment, pain appeared in Long Songhai's eyes. Could it be? He did not dare to think about it now. The people of the 10,000 Cauldron sect had disappeared. So had the Donghu sect. Could it be that the giant cauldron had swallowed all of them? Long Songhai, Daoist Wuliang, and Xing Wuhan were extremely pale. Mu Yun, now. Guiyi's voice sounded at this moment. The heaven and earth cauldron is going to swallow them. Take this opportunity to take the giant cauldron. Okay. Mu Yun did not hesitate anymore. If she did not fight now, when would she? Mu Yun's yellow divine robe appeared at this moment. Her figure flashed, and she instantly rushed out. The martial artists of the three major sects were currently surrounding the people of the two instruments pavilion. No one cared about her. The three sect masters could not even protect themselves at this moment, let alone guard against her. She first set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, guest house. Mu Yun's speed was extremely fast as he approached the heaven and earth furnace. Panga spirit, fuse as much as you want. Mu Yun ordered at this moment. The restrictive power that sealed the heaven and earth furnace was filled with boiling hot lava. To others, it was a scourge. But to the Panga spirit, who was formed from the origin fire, it was a supreme treasure. It was equivalent to a universal elixir, constantly nourishing his body and helping him increase his strength. At this moment, no one cared about Mu Yun, let alone the Panga spirit. The Panga spirit followed the flame light and rushed into the lava in the light pillar, disappearing. At this moment, Mu Yun appeared and flew above the giant cauldron. Huh? Seeing Mu Yun, the three sect masters were stunned. Who was this kid? How dare a mere sovereign lord act so presumptuously here? Bastard, get lost. Long Songhai shouted at this moment. Get lost? If anyone should get lost, it should be you guys. Mu Yun was completely fearless at this moment. 3 old foxes have been sucked in by this giant cauldron. I'm just standing here. Can you kill me? Mu Yun sneered. Normally, when he saw the 3 sovereigns, he would definitely run away. But this time, the 3 of them couldn't move at all. He didn't need to run at all. The heaven and earth furnace was enough for them to withstand. Attack him? It was impossible for the 3 of them. How dare you? I will definitely kill you. Daoist Wuliang shouted angrily. Kill me? Mu Yun sneered again. Save your life first before you talk about killing me. Mu Yun was really not afraid now. The 3 of them were bound by the giant cauldron. If they were not careful, they would die. How could they have the time to kill him? But this feeling was really good. The Sovereign Lord 5 Organs Divine Realm was showing off in front of the sovereigns. At this moment, on the other side, the master of the 2 rites swallowed the ancient god elixir and hurriedly recovered. Around him, the experts of the 2 instruments pavilion were fighting with all their might. That is, the Divine Son, the master of the 2 rites, was in a daze. He always remembered the news he received from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The 2 instruments pavilion's turnaround, rise, and opportunity. They only cared about the Son of God. Wearing a golden cape and divine robe was the best symbol. The divine child had actually appeared here. Daoist Wuliang. Azure Dragon Sea. Traceless Star. The master of the 2 rites shouted angrily, You have done well today. This matter is not over. I will not let this matter rest. At this moment, the three of them were not in the mood to pay attention to the master of the two rites. The key was Mu Yun. He actually took advantage of a loophole at this moment. It was as if a group of elephants were fighting, and a grasshopper had jumped onto the elephant's head and was showing off. However, a group of elephants could do nothing about it. This fellow was truly hateful. Boom, a loud explosion took place at that instant. At this moment, Mu Yun no longer paid attention to the three of them. She stood firmly on the giant cauldron and looked at the cauldron. Continue. Mu Yun did not waste any more words. Her figure flashed as she rushed into the huge cauldron. She flew in. This time everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Yun actually flew in without saying a word. This fellow, was she courting death? The master of the two rites was also dumbfounded at this moment. They had just met the Son of God, and before they could speak, she actually courted death. This giant cauldron was so powerful that they could not subdue it. Mu Yun directly flew in. If this was not courting death, what was it? Taoist Wuliang laughed loudly at this moment. A mere 5 organs divine realm wants to subdue this giant cauldron. This fellow is indeed courting death. I thought she was some kind of capable person. I didn't expect her to be just a fool. 5 organs divine realm. What a joke. The three of them spoke one after another. At this moment, their words were all cold and indifferent. In their eyes, Mu Yan's actions were undoubtedly courting death. The master of the two rites' heart sank at this moment. The Son of God had just appeared, and he was going to die. At this moment, the scene seemed to be just a small interlude. At this moment, Mu Yun did not care about what others thought. She rushed into the heaven and earth furnace. In an instant, Mu Yan's figure appeared between a vast heaven and earth. The surroundings were filled with endless flames, as if it was a sea of fire. This was the interior of the heaven and earth furnace. It was an endless vast heaven and earth. Not only was there a scorching aura, but there was also a strong masculine aura. The heaven and earth furnace was known to smelt the energy of heaven and earth. It was one of the 13 primordial treasures. Even titled emperors and titled gods coveted it. The heaven and earth furnace was not only scorching like the origin fire, but it also had a strong masculine aura. This was the real heaven and earth furnace. However, at this moment, before Mu Yun had time to be excited, a scorching aura bombarded her body. In an instant, she felt as if her body was about to melt. At this moment, the execution of the heavens painting displayed its power. The golden light was dazzling. Eh? A cry of surprise sounded at this moment. In the endless space, there seemed to be someone who was watching Mu Yun closely. A mere ant wants to subdue me. That. Deep shout sounded, and Mu Yun bled from her 7 orifices. She was too weak, or rather, the heaven and earth furnace was too strong. In an instant, a mass of air floated in front of Mu Yun. The intelligence of the heaven and earth furnace, Mu Yun's eyes were cautious. Little guy in the 5 organs divine realm, a hint of contempt came from the mouth of the intelligence. This was not the spirit of the heaven and earth furnace, but its intelligence. The heaven and earth furnace was a primordial treasure. It might have existed even longer than Song Tian, Huang Tian, and Di Ming. After endless time, it gave birth to its own consciousness. It could even treat the heaven and earth furnace as a living thing. The giant furnace was the body. This spiritual intelligence was the thought of the soul. Are you looking down on me? Mu Yun laughed and said, your body is not complete, and you have been injured. Otherwise, how could the Emperor Lord imprison you? The body was not complete. As soon as Mu Yun said this, an angry aura appeared in the heaven and earth furnace. Ant, are you threatening me? I'm not threatening you. Mu Yun corrected, I'm trying to intimidate you. Are you looking down on me? Do you really think I can't deal with you? Humph, ignorant ant, I can destroy you at any time. The heaven and earth furnace said this with a murderous aura. Boom, in an instant, the surrounding light condensed at this moment. Dong. A dull explosion sounded, and countless fireballs attacked Mu Yun at this moment. F***CK. Mu Yun's expression changed, and she took a step back. I'll do it. Guai shouted at this moment. At this moment, the heaven-exterminating painting turned into a scroll and covered Mu Yun's head. Those fireballs were all blocked. Guai stood on the heaven-exterminating painting with the appearance of a young man. The origin of time and space. The heaven and earth furnace was obviously shocked at this moment. A mere human lord in the five organs divine realm actually had the origin of time and space. So what if it's the origin of time and space? The heaven and earth furnace shouted again, I'm not afraid of you at my peak. Who doesn't know how to brag? Guai sneered, now, you and I are not at our peak. Then let's see who's more powerful. You alone can't subdue me. The heaven and earth furnace snorted coldly. Guai said again, Mu Yun, show him what you're capable of. Okay. Mu Yun snorted and flipped her palm. In the blink of an eye, a tree appeared on the empty land. The lush, 100-meter-tall tree looked ordinary. However, when the tree appeared, the heaven and earth furnace kept trembling. In the outside world, Long Songhai, Daoist Wuliang, and Xing Wuhan were in so much pain that they wanted to die. The world tree. The heaven and earth furnace almost roared. Impossible, impossible. The world tree has been destroyed, impossible. However, the heaven and earth furnace gradually quieted down. It's not the real world tree. The heaven and earth furnace sneered, kid, did you cultivate the world tree yourself? What's your relationship with Xiaoyao? I cultivated it myself. In the future, it will be the real world tree. Mu Yun sneered and continued, submit to me or be killed by me. Choose for yourself. Haha, the heaven and earth furnace laughed loudly and said, you want me to submit to you when you're just a human lord? If you don't want to, then try. Mu Yun waved her hand again. The peacock god fan appeared at this moment. The ordinary white paper fan made the heaven and earth furnace's eyes light up. The peacock god fan, you actually have the peacock god fan. It was ranked 9th among the 13 treasures, the peacock god fan. The heaven and earth furnace was really shocked. The origin of time and space, the mysterious scroll. The world tree, the peacock god fan. How could these things be on the body of a mere human monarch at the five organs divine realm? However, the heaven and earth furnace sneered. Kid, do you think you can intimidate me with these? The heaven and earth furnace sneered and said, if these 4 things were at their peak, one of them might be able to defeat me under the control of an expert. But the power of these 4 items is very small. You're too arrogant. Or rather, you're underestimating me. Mu Yun sneered and said, you speak as if you're at your peak. In an instant, Mu Yun flipped her palm. The heaven and earth furnace appeared in her hand. The heaven and earth furnace in Mu Yun's hand was only 1/10 of the real heaven and earth furnace. However, he had completely merged with his soul and condensed it into a physical form. Seeing the heaven and earth furnace in Mu Yun's hand, the real heaven and earth furnace completely changed its expression this time. That was a part of its body. Why was it in Mu Yun's hands? The heaven and earth furnace was completely furious. You take 90%. I take 10%. But I have the world tree, the heaven exterminating painting, the origin of time and space, and the peacock god fan. Although they are not perfect, you are not perfect either. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Mu Yun sneered at this moment. Kill. In an instant, the heaven and earth furnace's eyes turned red. If it killed Mu Yun, these would all belong to it. Most importantly, it could completely merge with its body. It could even take this opportunity to return to its peak. At that time, who in the vast 1,000 domains would be able to order it around? Boom, in an instant, the world changed drastically. The originally empty and vast land turned into a world of magma at this moment. Mu Yun floated in midair. Magma flowed under her feet. Magma spewed out from the surrounding mountains. The scorching temperature swept across her cheeks. First, she set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. In front of her, there was a giant magma beast that looked like a lion or tiger. It was 10,000 feet tall and stood proudly. Its eyes were like the scorching sun in the sky as it stared at Mu Yun. This is my world. Kid, once you enter this place, don't even think about leaving. The giant magma beast spoke in human language and sneered. Mu Yun, if you don't succeed, I'll die. Guai said cautiously, I'm not confident either. Remember, you must control the world tree well. This thing is the most likely to intimidate him. I understand. At this moment, Mu Yun naturally understood. If she didn't succeed, she would really die. Guei had recovered quite a bit during this period of time. He could be of great help this time. Kill. In an instant, Guei flew out directly. The heaven-slaying diagram was emitting a golden light at this moment, enveloping Guei's body. He rushed to the front with a murderous aura. Mu Yun was holding the peacock god fan in her hand at this moment. However, apart from the immortal fire, Mu Yun didn't release any other power from this fan. But now, at least she could guarantee that the folding fan had some defensive power and wouldn't be directly destroyed by the heaven and earth furnace. At the same time, the world tree appeared at this moment. The tree fell into the magma and disappeared. Mu Yun, merge with the world tree. Chant the name of the world tree and urge it to grow. Guei shouted in a deep voice. I understand. As soon as Guei finished speaking, he sneered, it's just the heaven and earth furnace. Do you really think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me, Guei? You'll know if I have the right to try. In an instant, explosions sounded in the entire magma world one after another. Hot air constantly appeared on the magma. Powerful waves of air rolled out layer by layer. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was rolling all over her body. The peacock god fan blocked the hot magma aura. The heaven and earth furnace was said to be able to refine heaven and earth. He was a mere sovereign 5 organs divine realm cultivator. Even if the heaven and earth furnace wasn't in its peak state, it was still easy to refine him. However, Mu Yun did not necessarily have no chance of winning. Now that he had control of 1/10 of the heaven and earth furnace, coupled with Guei, the world tree, and the sparrow god fan, he had a great chance of winning. Boom, explosions rang out in the entire world of lava. A turbulent aura spread out in all directions, causing fear in everyone's hearts. The battle between the magma beast and Guei was extremely intense. Mu Yun's face was pale. He had been promoting the growth of the world tree. This wasn't true growth. Instead, it was continuously occupying a dominant position within the world of the heaven and earth furnace. Mu Yun was unable to completely control the sparrow deity fan, so its power was limited. And now, as her power was being released layer by layer, the aura in Mu Yun's body became more and more violent. Damn it! A low growl rang out. The heaven and earth furnace was enraged at this moment. If this continued, it would definitely lose. Space-time essence, I've underestimated you. The magma beast roared, but do you think you can suppress me like this? Stop dreaming. Explode. There was a roar. Boom, in an instant, the entire world of lava collapsed and collapsed. Mu Yun's figure became unstable and fell onto the world tree below. Within the world tree, the endless supply of world energy was also affected by the shockwaves. Many of the tree roots that were rooted in the lava broke at this moment. Mu Yun, whether the world tree is strong or not depends on you. Activate the Eye of Reincarnation and the Eye of Heaven and transmit power to the world tree. Guei roared, as long as the world tree takes root steadily, this guy can't be arrogant. An angry voice rang out. The heaven and earth furnace was completely enraged. Guei knew it very well. At this moment, he was entangled with it so that Mu Yun could take the initiative. However, there was nothing it could do. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was deathly pale. In this world of lava, a scorching aura was constantly seeping into his body. The flame chi was stirring his internal organs. The pain was spreading. But now, it was just a matter of time. If he could endure it, he would succeed. At this moment, Mu Yun had to endure it. Damn it! After cursing in a low voice, Mu Yun roared, do you really think I can't deal with you? Most of the power was blocked by Guei. What Mu Yun wanted to do was to let the world tree take root. But now, it was too slow. In that case, Mu Yun roared and waved his hand. The heaven and earth furnace appeared in his palm. I'll swallow you. Mu Yun roared in a low voice. He opened his mouth and the heaven and earth furnace flowed into his mouth and into his body. Previously, he controlled the heaven and earth furnace, but now, he was fusing with it. This caused the heaven and earth furnace to completely fuse with his body. The world tree could touch the aura of the heaven and earth furnace, and it could carry out a powerful deterrent. Dong, a dull sound rang out. Cracks appeared in Muyan's body. It was like a jade bottle filled with lava. At this moment, the lava cracked and cracks appeared. His entire body seemed to be about to split open at any moment. Brat, you're crazy, Guai cursed. The heaven and earth furnace was even more anxious. This guy, damn it. An even more violent attack appeared at this moment. Brat, hurry up. Coming. Muyan roared and took a step forward. In an instant, the cracks on the surface of his body disappeared. At his abdomen, a small cauldron floated at this moment. The world tree has begun. In an instant, the 100-meter-tall world tree's roots were stacked layer by layer. Suppress it. Muyan roared in a low voice. At this moment, power gathered all over the world tree's body. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. In an instant, it was as if the heart was being hammered, and each beat was stronger than the last. Cracks began to appear around the magma beast's body. Tree roots were everywhere. You, the heaven and earth furnace roared, do you think you can suppress me like this? What kind of existence am I? How can I be suppressed by you? If you dare to do this, then you've installed a time bomb in your body. When you're unprepared, I can take your life. Why don't you try? At this moment, a huge cauldron floated out of Muyan's abdomen. Merge. With a low roar, the huge cauldron kept pulling the magma beast. Not only that, Guai also rushed out at this moment and merged into the Zhu-Tian diagram. The Zhu-Tian diagram shone with a golden light, the sparrow god fan was black and white. The world tree flickered with a green light. In an instant, the three of them became one. They directly shocked and pulled the heaven and earth furnace and merged with the huge cauldron in front of Muyan. Merge, Muyan roared in her heart. The magma beast was furious at this moment, but it couldn't bear it. After all, it had been under the restriction all these years and was constantly weakened. Now, it couldn't maintain this consumption. Buzz buzz buzz, buzzing sounds rang out at this moment. Muyan's body trembled at this moment. The magma beast was completely pulled into the cauldron and disappeared. In the next moment, inside the Zhu-Tian diagram, the world tree stood proudly. After this battle, it had grown a lot taller, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. At the same time, under the tree roots wrapped around a 100-meter-tall cauldron. The 100-meter-tall cauldron was struggling and trembling. Kid, you're digging your own grave. The heaven and earth furnace roared angrily. The world tree is suppressing you, Guai is watching you, and the Zhu-Tian diagram is trapping you. How can you escape? With 1/10 of the heaven and earth furnace that I've merged with, I will gradually devour you. At that time, you'll be dead. Muyan snorted, but she was ecstatic. The heaven and earth furnace, one of the 13 treasures, although it wasn't at its peak now. As long as she took the initiative and gradually nurtured it, she would eventually recover to her peak. At that time, how powerful would the cauldron be? I'll give you 2 choices. If you cooperate with me obediently and continue to merge with me, I'll keep your intelligence. Or resist me. When I completely merge with you and refine you, I'll merge with a cauldron spirit. Muyan snorted at this moment. Kid, you're dreaming. The heaven and earth furnace roared. Remember, if anything happens to the world tree, you'll definitely die. If you're seriously injured and dying, I'll swallow you immediately. Muyan couldn't be bothered. He also understood that this was equivalent to burying a time bomb in his body. However, this was also the best way to control the heaven and earth furnace. If she didn't do this, she might be in a miserable state. Behave yourself for a while. Muyan snorted. This was the illusory world of the Zhu-Tian diagram. It gathered intelligence, not the real heaven and earth furnace. At this moment, the real heaven and earth furnace was still outside. Muyan controlled the giant cauldron and looked outside. The ancient ruins of the 1,000 Cauldrons sect were already in chaos. When Muyan entered the giant cauldron, Long Songhai, Daoist Wuliang, and Xing Wuhan suddenly felt the suction force of the giant cauldron disappear. The 3 of them immediately retreated. At this moment, the people of the 4 major sects were also very careful. The giant cauldron didn't move, so no one dared to act recklessly. This is not good. Mu Yun frowned. More and more martial artists of the four major sects had already come down. If this continued, there was no way for him to escape. Fight. At this moment, Mu Yun really had no choice. At this moment, the heaven and earth furnace displayed its powerful power. In order to suppress it, Guai and the others had consumed a lot of energy. There was no way they could help him now. They could only force their way through. Buzz, at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard. The heaven and earth furnace suddenly disappeared. It disappeared in front of everyone just like that. Everyone was stunned at this moment. A huge cauldron disappeared without a trace. A figure replaced it and stood at the original position of the giant cauldron. Die. A low shout suddenly sounded at this moment. Long Songhai was the first to react. The giant cauldron was gone. Mu Yun appeared. Even a fool would understand what had happened. The giant cauldron had really been subdued by Mu Yun. Although they didn't know why Mu Yun, who was a mere human monarch, could subdue the giant cauldron. However, the giant cauldron disappeared and Mu Yun appeared. This kid definitely took away the giant cauldron. That was a supreme treasure from the primordial age. For a moment, Daoist Wuliang and Xing Wuhan also looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. They couldn't let this kid go. At this moment, Mu Yun's aura was crushed from head to toe. If it weren't for the heaven and earth furnace, the three of them would have killed him with a finger. First, they set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Stop. All of a sudden, an imperious aura pushed the pressure from the three cultivators away. A figure appeared in front of Mu Yun. Master of the Two Rites. The three of them were stunned when they saw the person who stood out. The Master of the Two Rites was standing in front of Mu Yun. Are you okay? Mu Yun was panting. His face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Just the pressure of a sovereign king expert was enough to almost crush him. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. The Master of the Two Rites laughed and said, I am Mu Yun, the pavilion master of the Two Instruments Pavilion, right? Since you are the divine child of the Two Instruments Pavilion, it is my duty to protect you. I asked Feng Chenzi and the others to pick you up. I didn't expect an accident to happen. This time, I can't let them take you away so easily. The Master of the Two Rites was smiling. Pavilion Master, the so-called divine child is too absurd. Do you really think I can help you? Mu Yun asked, puzzled. If it was anyone else, it would be absurd. But how can the Tianji Pavilion lie? The Master of the Two Rites nodded. You recover first. I will deal with these three people. With me here today, no one can hurt you. Mu Yun was slightly stunned when he heard this. He nodded. Although he didn't trust the Master of the Two Rites, he had no way out now. Mu Yun stepped back. He stood where he was, silent. He had paid a great price to subdue the heaven and earth furnace. But at this moment, the world tree was suppressing the heaven and earth furnace and giving back power. It seemed that the world tree had become stronger. Under the suppression of the three sovereigns, the power of the feedback began to flow into Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't say anything. He stood where he was, closed his eyes, and remained silent. The aura within his body began to change. At this moment, Mu Yun's internal organs underwent a new tempering. Her aura approached the peak of sovereign personage. At this moment, that power began to spread to the 6 bowels. At the level of one organ, he began to forge. That pure energy was exceptionally powerful. Inside the heaven-destroying diagram. The heaven-slaying diagram was created by combining the two diagrams. At this moment, the space within the heavenly punishment portrait was 1,000 miles wide. The Book of the World was 1,000 meters tall, but it still seemed very small compared to the huge heaven-destroying painting. The mountains and rivers in the surroundings also began to expand. Guai looked at the giant cauldron under the world tree. Bastard, bastard. The heaven and earth furnace continued to curse. The world tree was absorbing his power from the inside out and feeding it back to Mu Yun. And Mu Yun channeled most of that enormous power into her body. A small portion of it was fed back to the cauldron and turned into Mu Yun's own power, eating away at it from the outside. This guy was using it as nutrients. The world tree absorbed and fed back. He subdued it, turned it into his own aura, and then used it to suppress it. Sooner or later, it would be played to death. Stop cursing. Guai was dressed like a young man at this moment. He smiled slightly and said, "The heaven-destroying painting and the world tree, the origin of time and nine fate son of heaven. You deserve to die." Nine fate son of heaven? The heaven and earth furnace was stunned. That kid is the nine fate son of heaven? Yes. The heaven and earth furnace snorted. I don't want to care about the matter between you and Di Ming. You're forcing me. So what if I'm forcing you? Guai snorted. He couldn't be bothered. At this moment, Mu Yun was wholeheartedly tempering her first organ. Once the first organ was completely tempered, she would truly enter the earthly lord realm. Earthly lords and human lords were two completely different levels. And with the world tree absorbing the power of the heaven and earth furnace, Mu Yun's advancement was extremely fast. At this moment, Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua were standing beside Mu Yun. This kid is advancing? Gu Shuhua was stunned. He is indeed advancing. Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi were also in a daze at this moment. Mu Yun's realm was rapidly changing. Earthly Lord. Divine 1 organs, Divine 2 organs. At this moment, the aura in Mu Yun's body went from the Divine 5 organs to the Divine 2 organs. Speed, wasn't it too fast? In fact, Mu Yun could still continue to advance. But now, the heaven and earth furnace needed to be suppressed. If he absorbed all the power, the heaven and earth furnace's rebound force would increase. And it wasn't good to advance too quickly. Reaching the Divine 2 organs was already good enough. Mu Yun exhaled and opened her eyes. Boom, a roar sounded at this moment. In front of her, 4 figures had already begun to fight. With the roar, a wave of tyrannical fluctuations spread out at this moment. Gu Shuhua and the other 2 retreated with Mu Yun. The 4 great monarchs, Mu Yun was in a daze. Humph, it's all for you. Sui Qingrong snorted at this moment, quite dissatisfied. Even if he wanted to kill Mu Yun, now that Mu Yun had appeared, the master of the 2 rites would protect Mu Yun. Gu Shuhua said seriously at this moment, the pavilion master regards the divine sun as a maxim, so you don't have to worry about what the pavilion master is plotting against you. He has been fighting for the 2 instruments pavilion all his life. So, to him, the news of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is without a doubt. Get the divine sun and strengthen the 2 rites. Mu Yun cursed the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion in her heart. Sooner or later, she would find out where the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was and turn it upside down. Back then, in the human world, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had brought 7 great forces. Now, in the upper-class world, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had bluffed and fooled the master of the 2 rites into believing it as a creed. As for whether the divine sun was real or fake, how would he know? This can't go on. Sui Qingrong said anxiously, the pavilion master was already injured previously. Now that they are fighting, it's even more impossible for him to be a match for the 3 of them. Mu Yun, did you fuse with that primordial treasure? If so, give it to them. The pavilion master is in danger now. Sui Qingrong couldn't help but be anxious. He wanted to kill Mu Yun, and the master of the 2 rites didn't care. However, he knew that if he messed around, he would be messing around under the nose of the master of the 2 rites. If the master of the 2 rites was gone, then the 2 instruments pavilion would be finished. Without the existence of the sovereign, the 2 instruments pavilion wouldn't be able to maintain its status as a 5th grade force. How could the 3 major sects let them off? The sovereign was the pillar of support for the 5th grade sections. Kill. A low roar sounded at this moment. With a loud explosion, the ruins of the 1,000 Cauldron sect kept exploding at this moment. The master of the 2 rites was covered in blood and in a sorry state. It was 3 against 1, and he had been injured previously. Now, he couldn't take it anymore. Quick! Sui Qingrong urged at this moment, hand over the primordial treasure and let the 3 of them fight each other. Mu Yun was speechless at this moment. I can't hand it over. Mu Yun said helplessly, this big guy is in my body, but I can't take it out at all. You know how powerful the primordial treasure is, unless I die. Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi's expressions changed. Lying now won't do me any good, Mu Yun added. He really couldn't take it out, but it wasn't that he couldn't. Just like the world tree was connected to his body, so was the heaven and earth furnace. If the world tree was removed, he would die. If the heaven and earth furnace was removed, he would also die. Master of the Two Rights. Long Songhai roared, do you really want to die? You want to die because of the so-called Son of God speech? Humph, if you want to kill Mu Yun today, you have to kill me first. The Master of the Two Rights snorted and said, Long Songhai, if we fight one-on-one, I can kill you 10 times over. Humph. Long Songhai, Taoist Wuliang, and Xing Wuhan were filled with killing intent at this moment. If you don't hand over Mu Yun, the Two Instruments Pavilion will be destroyed. Xing Wuhan shouted, disciples of the Jiuxing sect, listen to my order. Kill. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar sounded at this moment. 3 figures charged toward the Master of the Two Rights again. The experts of the 3 sects all attacked the people of the Two Instruments Pavilion at this moment. Take care of yourself. Gu Shuhua instructed at this moment and instantly charged out. Today's situation would definitely be a dead end. The Master of the Two Rights couldn't handle it alone now. However, the Master of the Two Rights had made up his mind to protect Mu Yun. They couldn't stop him at all. Mu Yun also felt a little helpless at this moment. He felt embarrassed that the Master of the Two Rights was so protective of him. However, he also understood. The Master of the Two Rights didn't care about him. Instead, he cared about the Two Instruments Pavilion. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion said that the rise of the Two Instruments Pavilion depended on the Son of God. Therefore, he could risk his life to protect the Son of God. This pavilion master was truly devoted to the Two Instruments Pavilion. Kill Mu Yun. A few shouts sounded. In the crowd, a few human lord disciples charged over at this moment. Kill me now? Mu Yun sneered and punched out. Bang! In an instant, those few human lords were all badly mutilated. Earth Lord. At this moment, Mu Yun displayed the aura of an Earth Lord. Human Lord disciples, retreat. A shout sounded, and a few figures arrived one by one. Ding Shi, Zhong Boming, Nia Bilingual and Jiang Ziru, and Wan Qingming. The 5 earthly lords surrounded Mu Yun at this moment, each with their own thoughts. Ding Shi and Zhong Boming died for Ling Tian. Nia Bilingual and Jiang Ziru died for the milky jade stone that Nia Ziyun mentioned. And Wan Qingming died for his 2 younger brothers. The 5 of them each had their own thoughts as they surrounded Mu Yun. 4 divine 1 organs. 1 divine 2 organs. Mu Yun grinned at this moment. If it was before, he would definitely run away now. But now. Run, the debts that should be settled. Unfortunately, the Luoying sword was broken at this moment. He didn't have a suitable weapon, nor did he have a suitable ancient god technique to cultivate. However, it was enough. Mu Yun let out a low growl and charged out. Boom! An explosion sounded at this moment. Mu Yun punched out. Ding Shi and Zhong Boming's faces were pale, and the bones in their arms were cracking. Divine 2 organs. Only at this moment did Mu Yun show his true strength. Mu Yun had reached the divine 2 organs. This was too fast, this guy was only at the divine 5 organs before. Now, he was at the divine 2 organs. What kind of joke was this? Are you surprised? The few of you are not enough to kill me. Mu Yun sneered and rushed out. Even if he didn't have a suitable ancient god weapon or ancient god technique. He was now at the true immortal state of 2 organs. Just the strength of his chi and blood, and the strength of his internal organs, was enough to shock a few people to death. Only Wan Qingming, who was at the divine 2 organs, was more difficult to deal with. 7 stars and 9 moons formation. A low shout sounded, and the formation appeared. 3 elements Gue formation. 3 Mu Yun's figures also appeared at this moment. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Although the ternary Gue formation was a level 1 ancient divine formation, Mu Yun was in the divine realm of the second organs. Although the 3 figures that appeared couldn't display the divine realm of the second organs, they were stronger than sovereigns. The three figures directly surrounded Dingxi, Zhong Boming, and Ye Bai. Mu Yun directly attacked Jiang Ziru. At this moment, Mu Yun wanted to avoid Wan Qingming, who was in the divine realm of the second organs. Wan Qingming naturally saw this at this moment, but he didn't expose it. Earth Monarch Realm disciples were considered the backbone of the four great sections. If one died, there would be one less. It couldn't be better. It was wonderful that Mu Yun could kill those people first. How could the others not know what Wan Qingming was thinking? Wan Qingming, this kid reached the divine realm of the second organs in such a short time. If we don't kill him, there will be endless trouble in the future. Jiang Ziru shouted. Mu Yun had set him as her target, so he was in danger and helpless. I know. Wan Qingming threw down this sentence and chased after Mu Yun. However, he still maintained a certain distance from Mu Yun. He couldn't wait for Mu Yun to kill Jiang Ziru and the others. How could he wholeheartedly stop her? Your death is a good thing for Jiuxing sect. How can he stop me now? Mu Yun sneered. Mu Yun, stop. Jiang Ziru was chased by Mu Yun and kept retreating. His expression became ugly. I won't kill you. I quit. You come and go as you wish? What do you take me for? Mu Yun sneered. With a roar, he threw out a punch. Bang! An explosion sounded at this moment. Mu Yun's fist smashed down, and Jiang Ziru's face turned pale. Once again, a low shout sounded. At this moment, the divine wood sword instantly rushed out. With a puff, Jiang Ziru's body slowly fell to the ground, and his aura dissipated. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't have time to search the body. She instantly rushed out. Wan Qingming saw this scene and sneered in his heart. He had entered the divine realm of the second organs for many years. Mu Yun had just entered the divine realm of the second organs. She probably hadn't even cultivated a second-grade ancient god technique and was no match for him. On the contrary, Jiang Ziru and the others were really stupid. If he wanted to kill Mu Yun, he should take a look at himself first. Mu Yun continued to give chase while Wan Qingming pretended to attack from the side. Dingxi, Zhong, and Zhong's faces were. The might of the formation was strong to begin with, and the three of them were trapped. Next, Yun only Ziru Ziru Yun had. And Zhong finally, Yong Iru. This was Iru. At this moment, the three sects were besieging the people of the Yin and Yang pavilion. There were many casualties. Mu Yun unleashed his devouring power and continued to devour. Ziru. S0 sect. Zhong. Wan Qingming appeared in front of Mu Yun. Not bad. You entered the divine realm of the second organs so quickly. You can be so solid. Wan Qingming grinned. However, you don't have a suitable weapon or technique. So, you are no match for me. Fast progress and solid strength. Mu Yun, you have a lot of secrets. Wan Qingming stared at Mu Yun as if he was looking at a pile of treasures. In his eyes, Mu Yun was a pile of treasures. Boom, in an instant, there was a roar. Wan Qingming charged out. The sound of an explosion was heard. Chi waves rolled around Wan Qingming's body. A thin saber appeared in his hand. Chaotic space breaking slash. The saber fell, and there was a rumbling sound. The saber light slashed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun took a step back. The fallen hero divine sword appeared and blocked in front of her. Clang! A sharp sound was heard. The fallen hero divine sword blocked the saber. At this moment, it had completely lost its spirituality. Cracks spread out on the sword body. It was completely useless. Do you have more? Wan Qingming sneered. In front of him, Mu Yun was no threat at all. Mu Yun, who was in the second organ's divine realm, could suppress a first organ's divine realm expert with her strength. However, she had no advantage against someone in the same realm. Mu Yun did not have a suitable divine weapon or the ancient god tactics that he cultivated. She was no match for him. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Mu Yun sneered. Her heaven's eye gradually turned green. Puff. Puff, the air seemed to explode. In an instant, two sharp sabers appeared beside Wan Qingming. Blood spurted out. The flesh on Wan Qingming's arms instantly exploded. Spatial saber. Wan Qingming was shocked. How could a mere Earth monarch use spatial saber? Brat, you have too many secrets. Wan Qingming shouted. However, his arms were badly mutilated. He could not raise them. You are not enough to kill me. Mu Yan took this opportunity to attack. Spatial blades shot out one after another. Wan Qingming's face was pale. He could not dodge such an attack. Who gave you the guts to covet Grandpa Mu's things? Mu Yan punched down. With a bang, Wan Qingming spat out blood. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. Mu Yan actually hit such a killing move. This guy, run, in an instant. Wan Qingming did not want any treasures. He was about to lose his life. What treasures did he want? Can you run away? Mu Yan sneered. If not for the fact that I did not cultivate the ancient god technique and have a suitable ancient god artifact, killing you would be like killing a dog. Save me! Wan Qingming roared. However, at this moment, the scene was in chaos. Monarchs were fighting, and the distance between them was very far. Otherwise, the powerful destructive force would make people collapse. Slash! Mu Yan slashed down with her palm. Brat, how dare you! A low shout sounded. A figure rushed over at this moment. However, it was too late. With a bang, Wan Qingming's body was cut into two by Mu Yan. That figure was approaching at this moment. However, Wan Qingming's body had already exploded. Bastard! The middle-aged man who appeared was wearing a blue martial robe with his long hair tied up. He looked at Mu Yan with murderous intent. Who gave you the guts to kill my disciple? At this moment, Chu Lang's entire body was filled with murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Mu Yan. His domineering aura suppressed Mu Yan. Strong, very strong. At this moment, Mu Yan only felt that her breathing had become stagnant. That pressure made her body involuntarily tense up. Bastard, die! Chu Lang grabbed Mu Yan with one hand. A mere divine realm of two organs was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly monarch. You're the one who deserves to die. A shout sounded. In an instant, a figure soared into the sky from the pillar of light that sealed the heaven and earth furnace. The light shone down, and the powerful air wave froze at this moment. Bang, an explosion sounded. The figure landed and crushed Chu Lang with one foot. With red hair and fiery red clothes fluttering from head to toe, that figure's aura was incomparably powerful. Master Mu. The man with a strong aura looked at Mu Yan and cupped his hands. Panga spirit. Mu Yan was shocked at this moment. This fellow originally said that he would absorb the aura in the flames above to improve himself. When Mu Yan was fighting with the heaven and earth furnace, he had dived into the magma that sealed the heaven and earth furnace. When he appeared again, the aura on his body was simply terrifying. The benefits inside are beyond my imagination. My body is an origin fire. After fusing with the magma, my aura has become more stable. Now, I can barely be considered a sovereign king. Barely considered, Mu Yan was puzzled. The Pangu spirit continued, the sovereign king divine bone realm is divided into 4 levels. And now, I am considered a 7 primordial spirit realm expert, but I have not reached the iron bone realm. I can be considered half a sovereign king. The Pangu spirit said in a dilemma. His body was an origin fire, which was slightly different from human cultivation. This time, he had reached the heavens in a single step. However, his body had not reached the iron bone realm. But compared to a 7 primordial spirit realm expert, he was much stronger. Above the heavenly lord and below the sovereign king. That was all he could say. Good. Mu Yan was overjoyed. This was enough. The 4 sect masters were only 4 sovereign kings. The Pangu spirit was now below the sovereign king and above the heavenly lord. It would be difficult for the 4 sects to threaten him. Boom, at this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. Above the sky, under the huge magma shield, 4 figures stood still. Xing Wuhan, Daoist Wuliang, Long Songhai, are the 3 of you really going to do this today? The master of the 2 rites was panting at this moment. There were many wounds on his body, and even his bones could be seen. It's just a dying struggle. Long Songhai snorted. The Son of God belongs to your two instruments pavilion. The giant cauldron was also taken away by him. Your two instruments pavilion is about to rise? If that's the case, do you think we'll let you go today? Xing Wuhan and Daoist Wuliang sneered at this moment. If I really want to fight to the death, I'll take one of the three of you with me. The master of the two rights' face flushed red. In the next moment, a pill the size of a baby's fist appeared in his hand. The divine pill of destiny. Long Songhai and the others were stunned when they saw the pill. Master of the two rights, do you want to die? Don't you think you're retarded for asking this? The master of the two rights shouted. I can't escape today, but even if I die, I'll take you down with me. Furious, the master of the two rights swallowed the divine pill of destiny in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the master of the two rights' blood boiled. His wounds began to heal, and his bones emitted a faint silver light. Master of the two rights, you're courting death, Long Songhai shouted. You'll only live for 100 years after swallowing this pill. You'll die for sure. So what if I die? The master of the two rights shouted. I'll kill you and protect the foundation of the two instruments pavilion. Then, I'll die with no regrets. The master of the two rights growled and charged forward. Mu Yun praised in her heart when she saw this. The master of the two rights' action was no different from risking his life to protect the two instruments pavilion. She had seen many such sect leaders and pavilion masters along the way. People like them deserved respect. Panga spirit. Yes, master of the two rights. Mu Yun ordered, bring them back and wait for the right time to kill one of them. Are you confident? The Panga spirit looked at the four people above and said, as long as the master of the two rights can reduce one of them to less than half of his strength, I'm confident. All right. Mu Yun waited quietly under the protection of the Panga spirit. As for Chu Lang's essence, Mu Yun began to devour it as well. However, as he continued to devour, Mu Yun felt that his body was already saturated. Master Mu, this person is a heavenly lord. Do what you can. All right. Mu Yun hadn't decided yet. She was digesting it now. The outcome of this battle was still unknown. He could leave this place under the protection of the Panga spirit. But he didn't. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. It didn't matter if the master of the two rights valued the two instruments pavilion or him. The master of the two rights had always protected him. He would feel uneasy if he left now. By now, Mu Yun was sure that the master of the two rights was really doing this for the two instruments pavilion. He had no ulterior motives towards him. Help Gu Shuhua get rid of a few opponents. As for Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi, don't worry about them. Mu Yun said slowly as he looked at the battle around him. The two instruments pavilion had suffered heavy losses this time. However, as long as the three deputy pavilion masters were alive, the two instruments pavilion could still hold on. Originally, he didn't have any feelings towards Gu Shuhua. However, compared to Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi, Gu Shuhua didn't do anything when they wanted to kill him. At this moment, he couldn't let Gu Shuhua die. When Panga Ling heard this, she disappeared in a flash. At this moment, Mu Yun restrained his aura. In the sky, the battle between the four sovereigns was getting more and more violent. The battle below couldn't determine the outcome. In the end, it was still up to the four of them. Damn it! Long Songhai cursed in a low voice. The master of the two rights was obviously venting his anger on him. The three of them besieged him, but the master of the two rights only attacked him with all kinds of killing moves. At this moment, the master of the two rights was surrounded by waves of energy. He was infinitely close to the second level of the Sovereign King realm, Silverbone realm. Among the three of them, it was clear that this fellow wanted to kill him. Wuliang Taoist. Xing Wuhan. Long Songhai roared, if you don't give it your all, we'll all die together. Sect Master Long, we're doing our best. Wuliang Taoist said bitterly, but he's attacking you. We can't do anything about it. Sect Master Long, this guy can't hold on for long. Hold on for a while longer. Xing Wuhan said hurriedly. F***ck, Long Songhai cursed in his heart. These two old foxes did it on purpose. Hee hee, we don't get along well. The master of the two rights' face turned red. He shouted angrily, Long Songhai, I'll kill you today. I'll destroy your Tsanglong sect and the two instruments pavilion. Lunatic. Long Songhai roared and took a step forward. Do you think it's so easy? In an instant, Songhai zest was of S/of Songhai, Yinyang Taiji Ji of this. Qi Yang Yong. At that instant, the black and white light gathered together and exploded toward Long Songhai. Long Songhai shouted and got ready to defend himself. But in the blink of an eye, in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the Yin and Yang Pavilion Master shouted in a low voice. He turned around and charged towards Taoist Wuliang. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected the Master of the Two Rights to turn around and attack Wu Liang. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Wu Liang was prepared to watch the show. But now that the attack was about to land on him, Wu Liang had no time to be stunned. Damn it! After cursing in a low voice, Taoist Wu Liang tried to dodge. But it was too late. Boom, in an instant, a violent voice exploded out. The black and white light formed a Taiji Ji formation and covered Wu Liang's chest. Pfft! Wu Liang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. His body kept retreating. The metal light on his body flickered. Everything happened too quickly. No one had expected that the Yin and Yang Pavilion Master would actually change his direction and attack Taoist Wu Liang. Pengu's spirit, now! A roar was heard. Whoosh, in an instant, a beam of fiery light shot up into the sky, bringing with it an endless amount of heat. Boom, the fire instantly pierced through Taoist Wu Liang's body and exploded. What was going on? This time everyone was stunned. How could a strong aura suddenly appear and penetrate Wu Liang? After taking a fatal blow from the Master of the Two Rights, Wu Liang's metal body was already in a state of collapse. This blow could be said to have taken his life. Pengu's spirit, dressed in a fiery red robe, stood proudly in the air and looked around. Who was this person? But no one could explain. The entire battlefield was incomparably silent at this moment. Everyone had stopped moving. Pavilion Master. Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua hurried to the side of the Master of the Two Rights. Pavilion Master. The Yin and Yang Pavilion Master was gasping for breath. He was also astonished. Mu Yun hurried to the side of Pengu's spirit. There were many earthly lords and heavenly lords in the Thousand Cauldron Sect's ruins. Anyone who tried to harm her would die without a burial place. Mu Yun! Mu Yun! Long Songhai and Xing Wuheng were dumbfounded. It was Mu Yun's people. Who was that man in red? They had never seen him before. Mu Yun looked at everyone and heaved a sigh of relief. Is he dead? He's dead. Pengu's spirit carried Wu Liang's body. Keep the good stuff first. Mu Yun and Pengu's spirit came to the side of the Master of the Two Rights. The Master of the Two Rights looked at Mu Yun with a complicated expression. He had not forgotten the words of the people from the Prophecy Pavilion. He was supposed to protect Mu Yun. Who would have thought that Mu Yun would protect him instead? Thank you. The Master of the Two Rights seemed to have aged several times as he coughed. I should be the one thanking you. Mu Yun did not say much and looked at the other three sides. The Boundless Sect Master's body was still in someone's hand. The disciples and elders' faces were flushed red. They thought that the Master of the Two Rights would definitely die. Who would have thought that their sect master would be the one to die in the end? The Master of the Two Rights had to pay the price. However, the final winners seemed to be Long Songhai and Xing Wuhen. Do you still want to continue? Mu Yun took a step forward and looked at Long Songhai and Xing Wuhen. Sect masters, let's continue. You'll be the next to die. Mu Yun said confidently. How dare you? Xing Wuhen snorted. Mu Yun had obtained the supreme treasure and was only at the divine realm of two organs. How dare she be so arrogant? She took a step forward and punched across the air. Humph. The Pengu spirit snorted and took a step forward. His aura surged. A fireball the size of a palm rushed out with a terrifying aura. Dong, the fireball and the fist collided. Many heavenly lords paled. Some earth lords even vomited blood. Xing Wuhan took a step back. The Panga spirit took 100 steps back. However, at this moment, everyone looked at the Panga spirit in shock. This person's vitality was far beyond that of a heavenly lord. However, compared to a sovereign king, he was much weaker. Most importantly, where did this guy come from? At this moment, the martial artists of the four sects were silent. Mu Yun took a step forward again. How about it? Do you still want to continue? Mu Yun said coldly, if we continue, we might be able to drag someone down with us. Xing Wuhan, is it you or Long Songhai? Xing Wuhan's face froze when he heard this. This time, the scene became strange. There was another man in red. He wasn't as strong as a sovereign king, but he was stronger than a heavenly lord. If they were to continue fighting, one of them would be held back by Xing Wuhan or Long Songhai. The master of the two rites had swallowed the divine pill, and his aura was strong. It was possible for him to kill one more person. If they continued fighting, no one knew who would live and who would die. However, if they let Mu Yun go, the primordial treasure. This time, Xing Wuhan and Long Songhai were silent. Mu Yun wasn't in a hurry. The two of them would know what to do. Retreat! Long Songhai shouted and retreated with his subordinates. Xing Wuhan sighed inwardly and waved his hand. It was destined that the two instruments pavilion wouldn't be destroyed today. The master of the two rites had swallowed the divine pill. In addition, the man in red who suddenly appeared beside Mu Yun was very strong. This battle could only come to this. The one who died was Daoist Wuliang. No one had expected such a move. However, the two of them also understood. The master of the two rites wouldn't live for more than 100 years. Once 100 years passed, the master of the two rites would die without a doubt. At that time, the two instruments pavilion wouldn't be able to hold on. 100 years was too short for them, who had lived for millions of years. They could afford to wait. The people of the Boundless sect were even more dejected. Although the master of the two rites could only live for 100 years, he wasn't dead yet. On the other hand, now that their sect master was dead, they were the only ones without a sovereign king among the four major sections. What would they do in the coming days? The people of the Boundless sect hurriedly left. With the sect master dead, there would definitely be a power struggle in the sect. The current situation was really hard to predict. The people of the two instruments pavilion also had heavy expressions. More than half of them were dead or injured, and the master of the two rites couldn't escape death this time. Why are you frowning? The master of the two rites laughed at this moment. The return of the divine child is a great blessing for the two instruments pavilion. After this disaster, the two instruments pavilion will definitely usher in a new era. The master of the two rites was high-spirited, as if his lifespan was about to come to an end. It wasn't him. Lord Divine Child. Looking at Mu Yun, the master of the two rites cupped his hands and said, "It's all thanks to Lord Divine Child this time. The old me thanks you." At the side, Sui Qingrong muttered, "If it weren't for him, the pavilion master wouldn't have swallowed the divine pill." Shut up. The master of the two rites said again, "The three of them originally planned to deal with me. Whether the divine child appears or not, they won't let me go. This has nothing to do with the divine child." Hearing this, Sui Qingrong and Sunny were speechless. Mu Yun, on the other hand, was speechless. This master of the two rites was too straightforward. Although before he appeared, the three people of the Blue Dragon Sea had already made a move on the master of the two rites. However, the master of the two rites was indeed risking his life for him. "Lord Divine Child, you should call me Mu Yun." Mu Yun smiled and said, "Lord Divine Child. I'm not used to it. Lord Divine Child is Lord Divine Child." The master of the two rites looked around and said, "Today, all the heavenly monarch elders are here. Remember Lord Divine Child's appearance and aura. In the future, if anyone dares to hurt Lord Divine Child, I will punish them severely." The master of the two rites was still dignified at this moment. Sui Qingrong, Sunny, and Gu Shuhua nodded at this moment. "Let's return to the pavilion first." The master of the two rites waved his hand and led everyone away from this place. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. The East Tiger Ruins started to calm down. The other sects took this opportunity to enter. The East Tiger sect and the Thousand Cauldron sect. The other 4 sects might not be able to see everything clearly. The Eastern Wilderness was divided into 4 regions. The Southern Wilderness was only one of the 4. In the Southern Wilderness, the seamless ancient mountain took up half of the area. It was a forbidden area that no one dared to enter. To the north of the seamless ancient mountain was the territory of the other 4 sections. Further north was the center of the Eastern Wilderness. To the left and right of the center were the 4th tier Seven Valley and the 4th tier Qiang Holy Empire. In the entire Eastern Wilderness. The Eastern Wilderness was controlled by the 4 4th-tier races, the Earth Erosion Dragon race, the Purgatory Blood Phoenix race, the Moon Aurora Bear race, and the Ghost Flame Cat race. The Northern Wilderness was the 4th-tier Reverence Moon Holy Ground. The Western Wilderness was controlled by the Tuoba family, the East Flower Prefecture, the Void Spirit Grotto Heaven, and the Distant Fire sect. In the Southern Wilderness, the seamless ancient mountain took up most of the area. The remaining areas were divided into the east and west, controlled by the Seven Valley and the Qiang Holy Empire. Other than that, the Seven Valley and the Qiang Holy Empire controlled the center of the Eastern Wilderness. These were the top powers in the entire Eastern Wilderness. 4th-tier sects and 4th-tier races. Compared to the Abyss World's 10,000 mountains, the South Pole Ocean, and the North Heavenly Mountain origin, the Eastern Wilderness was relatively weak. Of course, the 4 regions of the Abyss World combined were not as strong as the Abyss region. The Abyss region was the world of second-tier forces and second-tier races. It was also the gathering place of the strongest people in the entire Ninth Heaven world. Compared to those, the Two Instruments Pavilion, which was a 5th-tier sect, was too weak to be heard. However, the Two Instruments Pavilion was not unknown in the Eastern Wilderness. Under the 4 sects, there were many 6th-tier, 7th-tier, 8th-tier, and 9th-tier forces. They belonged to the Qiang Holy Empire. The 4 sects were not far from the seamless ancient mountain, mainly in the south of the Eastern Wilderness. The Two Instruments Pavilion alone had a territory of 1,000,000 miles and a population of more than 1 trillion. However, 1,000,000 miles was just a day's time for a martial monarch expert. The people from the Two Instruments Pavilion traveled for a day and returned to the Two Instruments Pavilion from the East Tiger ruins. The Two Instruments Pavilion was located in a mountain range. In fact, most of the regions in the Southern Wilderness region were mountain ranges. These mountain ranges were more or less related to the streamless ancient mountain. Just like how the sea flowed into the inner body, it was divided into rivers and lakes. The waterless ancient mountain was like the sea. What the southern wasteland region lacked the least was mountain ranges. At this moment, within the mountain range, a formation was faintly discernible, surrounding over 100 mountains. Those hundreds of mountains could be said to be incomparably vast. Each mountain peak was several thousand meters tall, and around the mountain peaks, there were many small mountain ranges that were connected. The entire Two Instruments Pavilion was located between the mountains. Sect Protecting Formation. Seeing the light flowing in front of the mountain gate, Mu Yun said slowly. Once you reach the level of a 5th-grade sect, you must have a sect protection formation. The Master of the Two Rites explained, otherwise. If one day those solitary divine beasts rush out, it will be troublesome. Yes. Mu Yun nodded. When he first entered the Great Thousand World, he knew. In the Great Thousand World, those alchemists and blacksmiths had a high status. However, compared to array masters, they were still a little inferior. Firstly, array masters actually had a stronger ability to protect themselves. The second reason was that the use of array masters was too great for large factions. Without the support of a formation, it was very likely that solitary divine beasts would covet the sect's pills, come to rob, cause trouble, and wantonly destroy. Thirdly, the number of array masters was too few. These were not empty words. Array masters, especially powerful array masters, were even rarer than alchemists and blacksmiths. Since ancient times, there might have been alchemists and blacksmiths who established sections. However, array masters were extremely rare. The Master of the Two Rites said again, Divine Son. Haha, Mu Yun, are you an array master? Yes, a level 1 ancient divine array master. Looking at Mu Yun, the Master of the Two Rites nodded. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Gu Shuhua. He's a level 3 ancient divine array master. As soon as the master of the two rites finished speaking, Mu Yun looked at Gu Shuhua. He really couldn't tell that Gu Shuhua was an ancient divine array master. The mountain gate opened wide. Seeing that the upper echelons of the two instruments pavilion had returned, the disciples immediately came forward to welcome them. The master of the two rites turned a blind eye and led Mu Yun and the others straight in. The area of the sect was quite large, and it wasn't a problem to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. It had the feel of a city. The master of the two rites looked at the surrounding mountains and didn't move. Instead, he led Mu Yun into the sect. The two instruments pavilion has existed for millions of years. It has grown from a small 9th grade faction to a 5th grade faction today. In the pavilion, there are 108,072 human lord disciples, 13,700 earth monarch disciples, 927 heavenly lord deacons, 112 heaven monarch elders. There are 7 primordial spirit realm cultivators in the heavenly lord realm. 1 to 4 primordial spirit realm cultivators are deacons. 5 to 7 primordial spirit realm cultivators are elders. The master of the two rites introduced passionately. Hearing this, Mu Yun was secretly shocked. The two instruments pavilion had a very strong foundation. What did it mean to have more than 100,000 human lord disciples? They would be overlords in a low-level world like the Kuan-Su world. Mu Yun also understood. For example, in the Kuan-Su world, the low-level world had rich source power. It couldn't be compared to the high-level world, let alone the abyss world. They really didn't want these human lords to go to those low-level worlds to dominate. What did martial artists cultivate for? Naturally, it was for powerful strength. Everyone's pursuit was to rise step by step. No one would go to a low-level world. In the two instruments pavilion, they might be ordinary disciples. But in the low-level worlds, without the support of higher-level source power and source stones, they wouldn't be able to continue to improve. But here, they had the capital to improve. In the two instruments pavilion, apart from the pavilion master, there are the Deputy Pavilion Master, Deputy Pavilion Master Sui Qingrong, Deputy Pavilion Master Sun Yi, and Deputy Pavilion Master Gu Shuhua. They are all at the Heavenly Lord's 7 primordial spirit realm. Apart from the 3 Deputy Pavilion Masters, there are the 5 Elders. Elder Xian Zixing is in charge of the daily affairs of the two instruments pavilion and the strict rules of the pavilion. Elder Fan Huan is in charge of the pills. Elder Su Minghua is in charge of the array. Elder Lu Hong is in charge of the martial pavilion and teaching the disciples. Elder Yuzong is in charge of the divine artifacts. The 5 elders are all at the Heavenly Lord's 6 primordial spirit realm. They didn't come with us this time, but you will know them in the future. The master of the two rites introduced them. Behind him, the 3 vice pavilion leaders had different thoughts in their minds. The master of the two rites had spent a lot of effort to find the Son of God so that he could groom the Son of God to become the leader of the sect. Now, the pavilion master only had 100 years. How could Mu Yun grow? However, from the pavilion master's intentions, it seemed like he still had the intention to groom Mu Yun. Could it be that the pavilion master wanted to use 100 years to make Mu Yun the pillar of the two instruments pavilion? What a joke. However, the pavilion master was still here, and the 3 of them didn't say anything. Next, the master of the two rites started to introduce the two instruments pavilion to Mu Yun. After walking for half a day, they finally reached the depths of the two instruments pavilion. At this moment, a 100-meter wide path appeared in front of them. At the end of the path, there was a towering mountain in the middle. There was a staircase to the sky that was a few hundred meters tall. At the end of the staircase, there was a huge hall with the two rites written on it. The two instruments pavilion, the master of the two rites smiled and said, "This is my residence. 100 meters up is the meeting hall. Further up is my residence. From today onwards, you will live on the mountain on the left." The master of the two rites pointed to the left. On the left side of the mountain where the hall was, there was a mountain that was 1,000 meters tall. Everything is available. I have already prepared everything for you. Okay. After the master of the two rites finished speaking, he looked behind him. Alright, all of you can leave for now. I will bring Mu Yun to my residence to check. Everyone bowed and left one by one. At this moment, the master of the two rites led Mu Yun, and the Panga spirit followed behind. Looking at the Panga spirit, the master of the two rites smiled and said, I will not ask about this person's secret. However, I hope that he will not threaten your safety. Otherwise, I don't want this 100 years of lifespan. The master of the two rites' words carried an extremely threatening aura towards the Panga spirit. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, he won't. Of course, the Panga spirit wouldn't. Mu Yun could kill him instantly and take back the origin fire. The Panga spirit was at most a butler. In fact, he was much more reliable than the master of the two rites. The master of the two rites was actually worried that the Panga spirit would attack her. The master of the two rites brought Mu Yun to the foot of the mountain. With a flip of his palm, a token appeared in the master of the two rites' hand. The token was as gentle as jade, and two words were engraved on it. Son of God. Seeing those two words, Mu Yun took the token. In the sect, there are tens of thousands of mountains of all sizes, and all of them are maintained by formations. Therefore, if you barge into other disciples' mountains without a token, you will be attacked by the formations. Your residence is right next to mine. If someone attacks it, I will find out. But don't worry, I will only protect you and won't pry into any of your secrets. After all, the two instruments pavilion will really rely on you in the future. The master of the two rites' words were rather vicissitudes of life. Mu Yun could see his affection for the two instruments pavilion. This was even deeper than Xiao Qingfeng's feelings for Xiaoyao Mountain. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Mu Yun held the token in her hand and opened an opening at the foot of the mountain. The two of them stepped in, and the scenery in the mountain peak was revealed. At this moment, rich origin power surrounded Mu Yun's body. It was rich and pure, it was almost the same as using origin stones to cultivate. Mu Yun was stunned. The origin power of the pavilion master's peak is richer, but your current realm is not high. Too high an origin power is not necessarily good. The master of the two rites led Mu Yun towards the mountain peak. A large hall stood proudly at the peak of the mountain. Everything was prepared and ready for use. And from here, one could directly see the full appearance of the pavilion master's peak. This will be the place where you will be in the future. The master of the two rites smiled and said, Mu Yun, I know that you may be worried about what I will do to you after inexplicably becoming the son of God of the two instruments pavilion. But don't worry. In these 100 years, with me around, no one will dare to touch you in the two instruments pavilion. The master of the two rites said firmly. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence from today onwards. I will announce to the 3 deputy pavilion masters and the 5 elders that I will accept you as my disciple. You only need to cultivate here. I will shoulder everything for 100 years. As for 100 years later, the master of the two rites sighed at this point. He had originally planned to nurture Mu Yun well to take over his position. But now, 100 years, enough. Mu Yun spoke at this moment. 100 years is enough. Mu Yun said seriously, 100 years is enough for me to reach the Heavenly Lord realm or even higher. I understand that the pavilion master risked his life to save me. I, Mu Yun, am not an ungrateful person. 100 years is enough. Moreover, when the time comes, I will help the pavilion master return to his peak. When the master of the two rites heard this, he bowed deeply to Mu Yun. You're welcome. Mu Yun said again, you treat me as the son of God. I will naturally return the favor. Good. The master of the two rites said again, I have left something good for you in the palace. Go take a look and familiarize yourself with the realm. If there's anything else, I will inform you. Okay. The master of the two rites left directly. Looking at the mountain peak, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Master Mu, are we really going to stay here? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, the master of the two rites regards the Son of God as a maxim. I will gradually take control of the two instruments pavilion. He wants the two instruments pavilion to be stronger, and I also want to have my own forces. Why not? Moreover, cultivating alone means that we lack resources. We don't have ancient god pills, ancient god techniques, or ancient god artifacts now. Panga Ling nodded. Now, no one in the two instruments pavilion was stronger than him. Although the master of the two rites was powerful, he only had 100 years left to live, so he wasn't afraid. If the two instruments pavilion had ulterior motives towards Mu Yun, he could leave with Mu Yun directly. At this moment, Mu Yun waved her hand. 300 osteopyrum appeared at this moment. From now on, all of you will cultivate here. Mu Yun looked at the remaining 270 osteopyrum and continued, now that I have reached the two bowels divine realm, I can help all of you reach the earthly monarch realm. After losing osteopyrum in the Kuan-Su world, Mu Yun rarely brought them out. With one dead, there would be one less. Each and every one of them would become utmost exalted level experts in the future, or even stronger. Furthermore, it was impossible for the 270 osteopyrum to surpass him in strength. He could only use the seal of life and death to help them improve and unlock the seals left behind by his father. Now that he had reached the two organs god realm, it should be fine for the osteopyrum to break through to the Earth Lord realm. However, now was not the time. The 300 osteopyrum were scattered around the mountain peak. Under Luo Tianqing's arrangement, they formed a small army. Their every move was very coordinated. Mu Yun brought the Panga spirit to the mountain peak and climbed to the top. At this moment, the entire main hall was surrounded by many small halls. It was majestic and ancient. Stepping into the main hall, Mu Yun looked around and secretly sized up the surroundings. Although the master of the two rites thought highly of him, he could not be careless. Not everyone in the two instruments pavilion believed in him like a god. His gaze fell on the main hall. There was a cauldron in the hall that emitted a faint fragrance. On the cauldron, a simple and dark token floated quietly. Two rites token. Mu Yun was stunned. This was the pavilion master token. Why did the master of the two rites give him this? Mu Yun walked forward and grabbed the token. A ray of light rose up at this moment. In front of the token, a ray of light appeared. In the ray of light, two rows appeared. The first row was the ancient god technique. The second row was the ancient god weapons. It seems like the master of the two rites wants Master Mu to choose a weapon that suits him. Mu Yun nodded. Indeed, he was extremely lacking in ancient god weapons and ancient god techniques. The master of the two rites had considered it thoroughly. A second-grade ancient god technique and a transcendent mortal divine weapon are the most suitable for me now. Mu Yun looked at the ancient god technique in front of him. He began to choose seriously. At the same time, on the other side, in the main hall of the two instruments pavilion on the pavilion master peak, the 3 deputy pavilion masters and the 5 elders were all present. The master of the two rites changed his clothes and came to the main hall. Pavilion master, Xianxia, one of the 5 elders, looked at the master of the two rites with a worried expression. I'm fine. The master of the two rites waved his hand. You're fine? Sui Qingrong's face was gloomy. How can you say that you're fine after swallowing a divine child? Pavilion master, how can the two instruments pavilion give birth to another sovereign in 100 years? How can the foundation of the two instruments pavilion protect itself? Hearing this, the master of the two rites said in a deep voice, Sui Qingrong, I'm not dead yet. Besides, the boundless sect's Daoist Wuliang is dead. The boundless sect should be the one worried now. Sunny stood up. Pavilion master, you know what 100 years means. The most important thing now is the choice of the next pavilion master. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the main hall became a little stiff. The next pavilion master? The master of the two rites shouted, Sunny, I still have 100 years. Can't you wait to be the next pavilion master? I wouldn't dare. Sunny bowed and said, it's just that the 3 major sects will definitely spread this matter. When the time comes, all the disciples of the two instruments pavilion will know. If we don't make proper arrangements, the disciples of the sects will definitely panic. A sovereign represented the stable development of a 5th-tier force. With the sovereign gone, how could a 5th-tier sect stand on its own? I've already made a decision on this matter. The master of the two rites said. Mu Yun will take over my position and become the pavilion master of the two instruments pavilion. In these 100 years, I will do my best to help her grow. As soon as the master of the two rites finished speaking, the 8 people in the main hall had different expressions. Pavilion Master, how can we convince everyone? Sui Qingrong said again. Mu Yun is an outsider after all. Sui Qingrong. The master of the two rites shouted again. Mu Yun is the divine son of the two instruments pavilion. How can she be an outsider? From today onwards, Mu Yun is my disciple. I will guide her as her master. Outsider? As the pavilion master, am I also an outsider when I'm your disciple? The Array Dean's elder, Ming Hua, also cupped his hands and said, Pavilion Master, even if Mu Yun is your disciple, she is only at the second organ's divine realm now. In the sect, there are many disciples whose realms are higher than her. This will make her unhappy. Yes. Martial Institute's elder Lu Hong also advised, Mu Yun's cultivation is too low after all. Even if we assist her, it's impossible for her to shoulder the burden in a short period of time. That's right, that's right. Weapon Institute's elder Yu Zong also echoed. Only elder Xianxia and the Pill Institute's elder Fan Huan did not speak. In the two instruments pavilion, the pavilion master was naturally high and mighty. However, the 3 deputy pavilion masters were not wholeheartedly united. Sui Qingrong was at the 7th essence spirit realm. As the deputy pavilion master, he had a lot of authority in the sect. Array Dean's elder Su Minghua and Martial Institute's elder Lu Hong were his trusted aides. As for deputy pavilion master Sun Yi, he was on the same side as Weapon Institute's elder Yu Zong. As the deputy dean, Gu Shuhua was not interested in power and attracting people's hearts. As for elder Xianxia and elder Fan Huan, they were loyal and devoted to the pavilion master. Then what do you want? The master of the two rites said in a low voice. Simple. Sui Qingrong glanced at Sun Yi and walked out. Pavilion Master wants to appoint Mu Yun as his successor. What we mean is that the 3 deputy Pavilion Masters will be his successor, or we can choose from among the disciples. The 3 of us are not keen on becoming the Pavilion Master. Therefore, it is best to choose from among the disciples. Sun Yi nodded and said, in that case, the 3 most outstanding disciples in the 2 instruments pavilion are Gelong Kai, Xiang Dongyu, and Lu Shaoran. These 3 are the most suitable to take over the position of the pavilion master in 100 years. As soon as he said that, the master of the two rites' face turned ugly. Gelong Kai, Xiang Dongyu, and Lu Shaoran were the 2 deputy pavilion master's men. Lu Shaoran was elder Lu Hong's grandson. Lu Shaoran was at the Heaven Monarch realm. Xiang Dongyu was at the Heaven Monarch realm. Gelong Kai was at the Heaven Monarch realm. These 3 were all at the Heaven Monarch realm. They were very talented and would be able to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. However, in that case, Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi would be in charge of the 2 instruments pavilion in the future. This wasn't what the master of the two rites wanted to see. The 2 deputy pavilion masters could be deputy pavilion masters, but if they weren't broad-minded enough, they wouldn't be able to lead the 2 instruments pavilion to become stronger. All right. The master of the two rites said, in that case, we will decide again in 100 years. At that time, the one with the highest strength among the disciples will be the pavilion master. Mu Yun will also be qualified to participate in the competition. The time limit is 100 years. At that time, we will compete for the position of the pavilion master. The master of the two rites left after saying that. Instantly, Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua's faces changed. Mu Yun would also participate in the competition. How could Mu Yun pass Gelong Kai and the others from the Heaven Monarch realm in 100 years, not to mention 100 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough. The 3 deputy pavilion masters were all shocked. Unless, thinking of this, their faces changed. Following the end of the meeting in the 2 instruments pavilion, the entire southern wilderness was in an uproar. The pavilion masters of the 2 instruments pavilion of the 4 top 5th class sects had consumed the life-saving divine pill and had less than 100 years of lifespan left. The boundless sect master, Taoist Wuliang, had died. This matter caused everyone in the southern wilderness to fall into a state of shock. Heavenly monarch, in the eastern wilderness, he was considered to be one of the strongest. In the entire 9th heaven, he was considered an expert. 1 dead and 1 injured, this kind of news was shocking. There were also some fluctuations in the 2 instruments pavilion. Mu Yun didn't care about this. In the two instruments pavilion, Mu Yun exhaled and stood up. Divine realm of 3 organs. Mu Yun's face was filled with joy. No one in the entire eastern wilderness could compare to such a fast advancement. Since entering the 9th heaven, Mu Yun could clearly feel the changes in his body. The abyss realm of the 9th heaven was rich in origin energy. It wasn't something that those high-level, low-level, or even unrated realms could compare to. This time, during the battle between the 4 sects, he had swallowed too much, to the point where it was almost painful. This time, it took half a month to completely integrate and increase his strength. It was reasonable. If that's the case, I might be able to reach the monarch realm in less than 100 years. Mu Yun's face lit up with joy. Buzz, at this moment, the mountain peaks array swirled, and a figure appeared. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence, Pavilion Master Gu. Upon seeing her, Mu Yun stepped forward to welcome her. Mu Yun. Gu Shuhua looked at Mu Yun. Just as she was about to speak, she was stunned. You have reached the 3 organs divine realm? Yes. Mu Yun nodded. Gu Shuhua was at the 7th essence realm. He had nothing to hide. Good, good. No wonder the Pavilion Master has a whole new level of respect for you and is willing to help you for 100 years. Yes? Gu Shuhua spoke at this moment. The 2 deputy Pavilion Masters want the Pavilion Master to appoint a new Pavilion Master. They are preparing to choose from the most outstanding disciples. In the main hall, there was almost a quarrel about this matter. Later, they agreed that the most outstanding disciple in the sect would succeed the Pavilion Master after 100 years. Mu Yun had been cultivating in the mountain peak for the past half a month and didn't know about it. Currently, the 3 most talented disciples in the Yin and Yang Pavilion are Gelong Kai, a Lord of Heaven Realm 4 Primordial Spirits, Xiang Dongyu, a Lord of Heaven Realm 3 Primordial Spirits, and Lu Shaoran, a Lord of Heaven Realm 2 Primordial Spirits. If you can't chase the 3 of them away in 100 years, then the Pavilion Master's efforts will all be in vain. But I think the Pavilion Master has his own plans. Plans? Mu Yun looked at Gu Shuhua in confusion. Have you heard of the inheritance? Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. If you can't chase the 3 of them away, perhaps the Pavilion Master will devote his life to leave the inheritance and pass it to you. Your strength will increase greatly and you will have the power to fight Gelong Kai and the other 2. Gu Shuhua said seriously, the Pavilion Master values the Son of God too much. The 2 instruments pavilion is all he has. Hearing this, Mu Yun was also slightly moved. He didn't expect the Master of the 2 rites to value him to this extent. 100 years, Mu Yun muttered to himself, it's not impossible to reach the Heaven Lord realm in 100 years. As soon as she said this, Gu Shuhua looked at Mu Yun in shock. In the entire eastern wilderness and southern wilderness, only Mu Yun dared to say such words. For others, it would be extremely difficult for them to raise their cultivation level by 1 level every 1,000 or 10,000 years. Just like the Master of the 2 rites and the 3 deputy Pavilion Masters, their potential had already been exhausted. Whether it was the Sovereign King Iron Bone Realm or the 7 Yuan Spirit Realm, even if they still had 1,000,000 years of lifespan left, it was too difficult and almost impossible to improve. A person's talent determined their upper limit. And that was their upper limit. This was also the reason why Sun Yi and Sui Qingrong did not advocate for the position of Pavilion Master, but instead helped the younger disciples compete for it. The 2 of them also understood that reaching the 7 Primordial Spirit Realm was already their peak realm. However, Gelong Kai and the others were different. They had a lot of room for improvement. That was why Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi had chosen the 3 of them. If they were not sovereigns, they would not be able to intimidate other forces. Mu Yun looked at Gu Shuhua and smiled. To be honest, I am now a level 1 ancient divine array master, but I still have a vague understanding of ancient divine arrays. I hope Pavilion Master Gu will not be stingy with your guidance. That's not a problem. Gu Shuhua said seriously. Although there are 100,000 disciples in the 2 instruments pavilion, there are less than 100 who truly know how to use arrays. Firstly, the Tao of arrays is too torturous. Secondly, it is not something that anyone can learn just because they want to. If you are really willing to learn, you can come to my peak in the future. I will teach you. Thank you, Pavilion Master Gu. Mu Yan's words came from the bottom of his heart. He was really confused about the ancient divine array Dao now. It was too slow for him to explore the direction by himself. If there was someone to guide him, it could at least save him a lot of detours. Time passed bit by bit. In the next 3 years, Mu Yan stayed in the Two Instruments Pavilion. These 3 years were not worth mentioning to the southern wilderness region. But to Mu Yan, it was earth-shattering. In these 3 years, Mu Yan would go to Gu Shuhua's place every day to ask for guidance on the Tao of Arrays. Gu Shuhua also told him everything she knew. Mu Yan finally had a clear understanding of the ancient divine array. It was true that forming the ancient divine array required the integration of the power of heaven and earth. But not only did it require the alignment of the array patterns, it also required the alignment of the warrior's body. Using the origin energy as the array patterns and using the array patterns as the strokes to outline a large array. There was too much to understand in between. And in these 3 years, Mu Yan had been diligently cultivating the 2 divine arts. 100-splitting sacred finger, 2nd grade ancient divine art. It was a finger technique. In fact, Mu Yan had cultivated many finger techniques in this lifetime. The 100-splitting sacred finger was also very powerful. This finger technique was different from the previous cultivation. It did not focus on aggregation but splitting. For the power of the finger seal, the more splitting, the better. The other was a sword technique. Regarding spear techniques and sword techniques, Mu Yan was now more partial to sword techniques. 10 Divine Emperor Sword Technique. This sword technique was very powerful and extremely difficult to cultivate. In these 3 years, Mu Yan had spent a lot of effort, but he had only cultivated the power of 1 level. Mu Yan had never given up on cultivating these 2 ancient divine arts. And the most important thing was to suppress the heaven and earth furnace every day. 3 years was nothing. The heaven and earth furnace had been very restless in these 3 years. Every time, the Tree of World would suppress it with great force. Mu Yan and Gue would work together to control it. Of course, in these 3 years, Mu Yan had also benefited a lot from the heaven and earth furnace. What he needed to do now was to combine the Tree of World and the execution of the heavens diagram to continuously suppress the heaven and earth furnace. He would use his own power to seal the heaven and earth furnace. He would convert the 1/10 that he controlled into 9/10 of the heaven and earth furnace itself. Once it was completely converted, the heaven and earth furnace would have to listen to him even if it did not want to. However, the progress in 3 years was pitiful. It could even be said that there was no progress at all. Other than that, it was the fusion of the Divine Wood Sword. The Divine Wood Sword was made from the trunk of the Tree of World. Although it was very small, its power could not be ignored. With the fusion of Mu Yan, the Divine Wood Sword became more and more at his will. On this day, Mu Yan came to Gu Shuhua's peak again. Junior brother Mu is here. A young man walked out and followed Mu Yan into the mountain. Senior brother Qi, you don't have to pick me up every time. I'm familiar with it. The young man had long hair and was dressed in decent black clothes. He had a gentle smile and looked very friendly. It was Gu Shuhua's disciple, Qi Zhongshu. Qi Zhongshu was in the 6 organs divine realm and was definitely among the top disciples in the 2 instruments pavilion. It was just that Gu Shuhua kept a low profile, so Qi Zhongshu did not show off. Junior brother Mu, you're too polite. I was just passing by. Qi Zhongshu laughed and said, did you comprehend anything today? Can you perform the 1000 origin spirit molding array? Mu Yan nodded. Really? Yes. Mu Yan smiled and said, I'm a true level 2 ancient divine array master now. Congratulations. Qi Zhongshu patted Mu Yan's shoulder and said with a smile, you've successfully set it up in 3 years. No wonder master often praises you. Back then, I spent a full 100 years to condense this array. Qi Zhongshu was envious from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yan's comprehension of array formations was indeed very impressive. Gu Shuhua had been full of praise. This was talent. There was no point in being envious, the 2 of them walked up the mountain together. Gu Shuhua was already waiting. You've mastered the 1000 origin spirit molding array? Yes. Gu Shuhua nodded. Not bad. In 3 years, you're really talented. Pavilion Master Gu has taught me well. This is your talent. I just pointed out a path. Gu Shuhua said carefully, since you can already condense the 1,000 origin spirit molding array, it means that you can at least condense the Tao of 100 origin. You're a true level 2 ancient divine array master. If you can condense the Tao of 1,000 origin from 5 origin, you'll be a true level 2 ancient divine array master. That. Pavilion Master Gu, Mu Yun coughed and said, I've already condensed the Tao of a 5 origin. Both Gu Shuhua and Qi Zhongshu were stunned by his words. Comparisons are odious. Qi Zhongshu was speechless. Junior brother Mu, at least give me some face. Gu Shuhua was stunned for a moment before saying, in my opinion, the 1,000 origin spirit molding array is most suitable for a level 2 ancient divine array master. If you can condense the Tao of 100 origin from this array, it'll be easy to deal with Divine Realm 1 and 2 organs. Condensing the Tao of a 5 origin to deal with Divine Realm 3 and 4 organs. A Tao of 1,000 origin can deal with Divine Realm 5 and 6 organs. And the most unique thing about this array is that if you can master it, you'll definitely be able to master other level 2 ancient divine arrays as long as you have the array diagram and study it. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. He had been studying the 1,000 origin spirit molding array for the past 3 years. The structure of this array was indeed extremely complicated and cumbersome. Now that he had entered the second stage of this array, Mu Yun was also very satisfied. Today, tell me what you don't understand. Yes. On the mountain peak, Qi Zhongshu and Mu Yun sat peacefully as Gu Shuhua began to explain and guide them. A day's time quickly passed. Mu Yun followed Qi Zhongshu down the mountain. Brat, you've already condensed the Tao of a 5 origin without saying anything. Qi Zhongshu laughed and scolded, I've only condensed the Tao of a 5 origin after cultivating for 300 years. 3 years and 300 years. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and said, by the way, where's senior sister Lin? How can that girl be idle? She went to the Martial Shadow Pavilion to spar. The Martial Shadow Pavilion was opened by the 2 Instruments Pavilion and was specially built for disciples to spar. The so-called Martial Shadow Pavilion was very useful. Inside the pavilion, disciples could enter and pay origin stones to project their own shadows. They could use their shadows to spar. This kind of shadow was not illusory, but it needed to consume the power of the soul. But it had to be said that the effect was very good. The disciple did not need to pay the price with his life. Even if he died in battle, he would only lose origin stones and his soul would be damaged. But if his soul was damaged, it could be recovered and the disciple would not treat it as an ordinary trial. After all, a wisp of soul was also very taxing on the mind. Mu Yun had been cultivating the ancient god tactic and array Tao for the past 3 years. She also went to the Martial Shadow Pavilion occasionally. Now that she had some achievements in array Tao, she was itching to do it. She first set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. At the same time, in the Martial Shadow Pavilion of the 2 Instruments Pavilion. Damn it! A woman cursed as she walked out of the Martial Shadow Pavilion. Her face was slightly pale. I'm at the divine realm of the 4 organs, but I can't win against someone of the same level. The woman muttered to herself angrily. Lin Miao. Suddenly, laughter could be heard. At this moment, a few figures walked over. Lin Miao, what's wrong? You don't look good. Did you lose again? The man put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Miao. He chuckled and said, do you want to have a match with me? Humph, Lu Feng, get lost. I can't be bothered with you. Lin Miao didn't give the man any face. She snorted and said, what does my loss have to do with you? Don't be angry. We're all in the 2 Instruments Pavilion. We're all people with status. It's not good to make a fuss. What do you mean it's not good? Lu Feng, don't act like you're great just because your brother is great. Lin Miao said unceremoniously, isn't your brother at the binary divine realm? Also pass him sooner or later. What are you compared to me? Lin Miao clicked her tongue and left after finishing her sentence. Stop right there. A deep roar could be heard at this moment. Lu Feng's face was cold as he shouted, Lin Miao, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your master is Gu Shuhua. After 100 years, my brother might become the pavilion master of the two instruments pavilion. You'd better keep a low profile. Bah! Lin Miao sneered and said, your brother? Pavilion master? Lu Shaoran is only at the nascent soul realm. Putting aside the fact that Xiang Dongyu and Galong Kai are suppressing him, even if they aren't, when junior brother Mu catches up to him, your big brother can forget about becoming the sect lord. You're courting death. Lu Feng snorted and grabbed Lin Miao. Bang! At this moment, a fluctuation could be heard. Lu Feng, this is the sect's territory. It's not a place to fight. If you want to fight, how about I accompany you to the martial shadow pavilion? A cold snort could be heard. Qi Zhongshu grabbed Lu Feng's neck and said indifferently. I know who it is. Lu Feng broke free from the palm and took a step back. So it's senior brother Qi. Lu Feng sneered and said, I admit that I'm not as powerful as senior brother Qi's 6 organs divine realm. However, if senior brother Qi really wants to compare, I don't mind letting my elder brother compare with senior brother Qi. Your brother is at the 2nd primordial spirit realm, not you. Don't mention your brother every day. Mu Yin stepped forward and said with a smile, why don't we have a match? Junior brother Mu. Junior brother Mu. Qi Zhongshu and Lin Miao's expressions changed slightly. Lu Feng has been in the divine realm for a long time. Don't mess around. Qi Zhongshu said in a low voice. Let him be happy. Lin Miao hurriedly said. The reason why Lin Miao had been talking for so long and hadn't made a move yet was because this Lu Feng, although annoying, did indeed have some skills. She had also fought with Lu Feng before. However, they won less and lost more. Although Mu Yun was at the 3 organs divine realm, there was still a huge gap between her and the 4 organs divine realm. It's fine. Mu Yun smiled. Lu Feng, do you dare? Mu Yun said again, Martial Shadow Pavilion, let's have a match. Why wouldn't I dare? Seeing that Mu Yun took the initiative to challenge, Lu Feng was extremely excited. The pavilion master took great care of this fellow and even said that he would fight with Big Brother after 100 years. What a joke, Big Brother was at the divine realm. What was Mu Yun's cultivation level? Now, it was best to teach Mu Yun a lesson on behalf of Big Brother. Martial Shadow Pavilion, let's go. Lu Feng snorted and took a step forward. Junior brother Mu. Lin Miao also pulled Mu Yun at this moment. It's fine. Mu Yun smiled and said, Senior sister Lin, you forgot that I learned array formations. So what if it's an array formation? Lin Miao was about to say something when Qi Zhongshu thought of something and pulled Lin Miao back. Okay, then be careful. Okay. Mu Yun immediately left. Senior brother, what are you doing? Qi Zhongshu smiled and said, Junior brother Mu has already condensed the 1000 origin spirit molding array today. So what if it's condensed? Lin Miao said again, I've also condensed it. It's the Tao of 500 origin. So what if it's the Tao of 500 origin? Lin Miao was stunned. In that case, Mu Yun could deal with Lu Feng just by relying on the Tao of array formations. Let's go. Lin Miao was very excited at this moment. Although she was not Lu Feng's opponent, if Mu Yun could beat Lu Feng up, it would be very satisfying. The Martial Shadow Pavilion was divided into 2 major areas. The first area was where the disciples of the 2 instruments pavilion entered the Martial Shadow Pavilion and entered a room separated by an array formation. They handed over a certain number of dawn stones and merged their soul power into the array formation. They were matched with disciples of the corresponding level and fought with each other to improve. This kind of match would not let them know the other party's name. The second area was where the disciples of the Martial Shadow Pavilion were in the public area. The 2 of them condensed their souls at the edge of the arena and fought with each other. This kind of fight could be watched by others and was more similar to a public competition. At this moment, Lu Feng was waiting for Mu Yun in the public area. Mu Yun, since it's a competition, then the rule is that a certain number of dawn stones must be paid as a reward to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit. The sect rule is that a minimum of 100 dawn stones for human monarchs and 1,000 for earth monarchs. I have 50,000 dawn stones on me. I'll bet all of them. What about you? Can you take them out? Lu Feng looked at Mu Yun and provoked her. 50,000 dawn stones are too little. 100,000 dawnstones. Muyan smiled while looking at Lu Feng. 100,000 dawnstones. I think it's good enough. Lu Feng's face twitched when he heard that. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Lu Feng hesitated in his heart, but he still looked calm on the surface. Lend them to me first. Lu Feng looked at the few people beside him and shouted, you will have a share if I win. Okay. No problem. The few disciples following Lu Feng nodded at this moment. It's only 100,000 dawnstones. I can still afford to bet. I wonder if you have that many? Lu Feng sneered while looking at Mu Yun. You don't have to worry about that. Mu Yun waved her hand, and 100,000 dawnstones appeared at this moment. In the past 3 years, the master of the two rites had never lacked cultivation resources. Dawnstones, ancient god arts, ancient god artifacts. He had everything he needed. Since that's the case, come. Lu Feng took a step forward, and a wisp of his soul separated and poured into the array. In an instant, a figure appeared in the array arena. It was almost the same as Lu Feng. At this moment, Mu Yun also took a step forward and looked ahead. Kid, no wonder you are so confident. Lu Feng looked at Mu Yun and sneered. You have reached the divine four organs realm? Even if you haven't, I don't have to worry about killing you. Mu Yun looked at Lu Feng with an indifferent expression. In the past 3 years, he had been integrating with the heaven and earth furnace, which allowed his strength to improve further and reach the divine four organs realm. Now that he had stepped into the arena, he naturally couldn't hide it. And at this moment, some disciples were also attracted over. Isn't that Lu Feng? Who would fight with him at the Earth Monarch Four Organs realm? Don't you know this guy? He's the disciple appointed by the Pavilion Master and is being nurtured as the next Pavilion Master. Really? How can this kind of thing be fake? The surrounding disciples were discussing animatedly at this moment. Mu Yun didn't care either. In this kind of competition, the two of them would each separate a wisp of their soul, and it could evolve into a real competition. Using dawnstones as the wager could make the disciples pay more attention. In addition, if they were killed, they would lose a wisp of their soul. Although it wasn't fatal, they would still need some time to recover. Using the smallest price to achieve the greatest effect in the competition. Mu Yun, you think you can fight with me after reaching the Earth Monarch Four Organs realm? You think too highly of yourself. Lu Feng sneered. Is there a need to talk so much nonsense in a competition? Are you trying to hide your fear? Fear? A trace of killing intent appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. This guy actually thinks that I will be afraid of him? Kill! Lu Feng shouted, and a long spear appeared in his hand and directly pierced towards Mu Yun. 100-splitter sacred finger. With a shout in her heart, Mu Yun pointed her finger out. Buzz, in an instant, finger marks were drawn on the stage. Numerous domineering finger marks gathered and then spread out, turning into 30 finger marks that rushed towards Lu Feng. Break! A low shout sounded at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, before Lu Feng's figure could get close, his entire body exploded at this moment. He was defeated in one move. Below the stage, Lu Feng's face turned pale at this moment. He staggered and opened his eyes. He was defeated in one move, how is this possible? Lu Feng's face was filled with disbelief at this moment. And on the stage, the scattered soul aura was directly devoured by Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun withdrew. 100,000 dawnstones, hand it over. Looking at Lu Feng, Mu Yun smiled faintly. Here you go. Throwing it out, Lu Feng snorted and said, Mu Yun, you are very good. Flinging his sleeves, Lu Feng left in a huff. Not bad, junior brother Mu. At this moment, Lin Miao looked at Mu Yun and sized her up. You have hidden your strength well. Xianxia also smiled faintly at this moment. He originally thought that Mu Yun, who was still in the Three Organs Divine Realm, would defeat Lu Feng with a formation. He didn't expect that it would be a simple move. You even dare to cultivate the 100-splitter sacred finger. Amazing. Lin Miao praised. I also cultivated it in the past. It is too difficult, and the requirement for physical strength is too high. Muyan smiled and said, actually, the more I cultivate it, the more I realize that the 100-splitter sacred fingers requirement for physical strength is not that high. It is just that it requires precise control of power. Let's put it this way. 100% physical strength can unleash 100% of the power of the 100-splitter sacred finger, and 50% can also unleash 50%. There is no such thing as insufficient physical strength and being unable to cultivate it. Hearing this, Lin Miao nodded. In 3 years, you reached the 4 organs divine realm and became a 2nd-grade ancient divine array master. You are truly a monster. No wonder the pavilion master acknowledged you as the son of God and taught you wholeheartedly. Lin Miao exclaimed. Not everyone could be like Mu Yun. While the 3 of them were returning together, on the sect master's peak of the 2 instruments pavilion. The master of the 2 rites had white hair and was sitting cross-legged with an aged expression. Beside him, Gu Shuhua stood silently. You learned the 1000-origin spirit molding array in 3 years? Yes. Gu Shuhua said, it is really rare. The master of the 2 rites looked at Gu Shuhua and asked, Shuhua, how many years did you spend back then? Set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Hearing this, Gu Shuhua said, I spent 17 years. 17 years, the master of the 2 rites smiled bitterly. In 17 years, the previous pavilion master called you a genius. He even said that you have a chance to become a level 6 ancient divine array master. Hearing this, Gu Shuhua smiled bitterly. How could a level 6 ancient divine array master be so simple? If she could really become a level 6 ancient divine array master, the 2 instruments pavilion would be on par with the Qiang Holy Empire and become a 4th-class sect. But now, the master of the 2 rites was severely injured and the 2 instruments pavilion was unstable. In 3 years, she reached the 4 organs divine realm and became a level 2 ancient divine array master. That's fast. The master of the 2 rites couldn't help but exclaim, Shu Hua, do you still think that I was wrong? Gu Shuhua smiled bitterly and shook her head. Mu Yan's advancement was indeed fast. But such an advancement might not be a good thing. At the same time, in the 2 instruments pavilion, Deputy Pavilion Master Sun Yi, Deputy Pavilion Master Sui Qingrong, Array Master Ming Hua, Martial Master Lu Hong, and Weapon Master Yu Zong were all present. That kid reached the 4 organs divine realm? Sun Yi was astonished. In 3 years, she reached the 2 organs divine realm in one go, then broke through the 3 organs divine realm, and now she's reached the 4 organs divine realm. This kid's advancement speed is too fast. It's only been 3 years. At this moment, Sun Yi was also uncertain. Mu Yan's advancement speed was astonishing. She reached the heavenly monarch realm in 100 years. Sui Qingrong also found it hard to accept. If Mu Yan really reached the heavenly monarch realm in 100 years, the pavilion master would definitely do everything he could to make Mu Yan surpass Gelong Kai and the other 2. The master of the 2 rites was about to die. What couldn't she do? What should she do? Sui Qingrong felt uncertain. If this continued, Mu Yan might really be able to surpass Gelong Kai and the rest. At that time, would the 2 instruments pavilion really have to be handed over to Mu Yan to be the pavilion master? Now, Elder Xian Zixing and Elder Fan Huan were loyal to the pavilion master. Although Gu Shuhua was the deputy pavilion master, she had always been neutral. However, for the past 3 years, Mu Yan had been learning array techniques from Gu Shuhua. If Gu Shuhua also supported Mu Yan, in addition, the man in red beside Mu Yan could be considered half a king. Then, Mu Yan could really gain a foothold in the 2 instruments pavilion. To them, this was not a good thing. 1 year later, it will be the Sex Earth Monarch disciple test, right? Sui Qingrong said. Hearing this, Sun Yi and the 3 elders' expressions changed slightly. Since Mu Yan has reached the Earth Monarch 4 organs divine realm, she is qualified to participate. We have to seize this opportunity. Sui Qingrong looked at them. Otherwise, according to this kid's advancement speed, he might really surpass Lu Shaoran and the rest in less than 100 years. This time, even if we don't kill him, we have to severely injure him, even if we use the Earth Monarch disciple test as an excuse. After 100 years, who will be able to make the decision when the old pavilion master is not around? It will be us. Sui Qingrong was extremely cold at this moment. Alright, I will make arrangements for this matter. Sunny nodded and said, Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, Zhu Chen, and Fu Bing are considered the top among the Earth Monarch disciples. The 6 organs divine realm is enough to make Mu Yun suffer greatly. For a moment, everyone began to ponder. At the same time, on the peak of the disciples' mountain. You lost to Mu Yun? Lu Feng was standing outside a cave abode on the peak of a mountain. A cold voice sounded from inside the cave abode. Brother, I didn't expect that kid to actually reach the 4 organs divine realm, Lu Feng hurriedly explained. A loss is a loss. There is no such thing as thinking or not. In the cave, the man spoke again. 7 years later, the Earth Monarch disciple test. Don't think about this anymore. Go and prepare first. Brother, that Mu Yun is too arrogant. He still wants to compete with you for the pavilion master position 100 years later. Then what do you mean? In the cave, the man raised his voice and shouted, Don't tell me you want me to help you teach him a lesson? I, Lu Shaoran, am at the Heaven Monarch Second Essence Spirit Realm. It is not worthwhile for me to make a move on an Earth Monarch disciple. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. As soon as he said that, Lu Feng's face turned pale. We will talk about it when this kid reaches the Heaven Monarch realm 100 years later. My targets are Xiang Dongyu and Galang Kai. The voice in the cave gradually calmed down and said, The 2 of them are my stumbling blocks. Lu Feng lowered his head at this moment. Enough. Lu Shaoran spoke again, You are my younger brother after all. If this kid can really reach the Heaven Monarch realm within 100 years, I will make a move. Now, the most important thing is to increase your strength and reach the 5 organs divine realm. This way, you will be able to get a good ranking in the upcoming Earth Monarch disciple test. This time, the top 10 will have a chance to enter the Yin and Yang disc to cultivate. I don't need to explain the benefits, right? Yin and Yang disc? Lu Feng's eyes lit up. It is enough for you to know about this. There is no need to spread it. It is just a failure. It is nothing. The one who has the last laugh will be the true success. Alright, you can leave now. Thank you, big brother. I understand. Lu Feng cupped his hands and left in a hurry. Yin and Yang disc, that was the only mortal divine artifact in the 2 instruments pavilion. It was in the hands of the pavilion master and had great power. If one could enter the Yin and Yang disc to cultivate, it was not an exaggeration to say that one would make great progress. Back then, Big Brother had obtained first place in the Earth Monarch disciple test and entered the Yin and Yang disc to cultivate. He broke through the limit of the Earth Monarch and reached the Heaven Monarch realm. At this moment, Lu Feng was full of confidence. If he could enter the top 10, he would be able to enter the Yin and Yang disc to cultivate. He might have a chance. Mu Yun, you embarrassed me. I will embarrass you even more. Low and deep words spread out. Apart from giving Mu Yun an extra 100,000 origin stones, this competition was not worth taking to heart. However, it had unknowingly changed the mood of everyone in the 2 instruments pavilion. This was also something that Mu Yun did not expect. It was relatively peaceful in the 2 instruments pavilion for the past 3 years. However, it was this peace that allowed him to learn array formations and smelt the heaven and earth cauldron with peace of mind. In the mountain peak, 270 Osteopyram disciples were in an orderly manner. With them around, there was no need for other disciples in the mountain peak. Mu Yun stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the array patterns in her hand that moved slowly. 500 origin Dao is already the limit now, the Dao of array formations could not be rushed. And now, Mu Yun also realized that compared to Xianxia and Gu Shuhua's guidance, Elder Gu's guidance back then could be said to be a motto. Even now, when she recalled it, it still shook her to the core. For Organ's divine realm. Still slow, Mu Yun said helplessly. For Organ's divine realm is still slow? If others heard this, they would probably be angered to death. A chuckling voice sounded at this moment. Pavilion Master. A figure landed beside Mu Yun. It was the master of the 2 rites. In the past 3 years, the master of the 2 rites would come once every half a month. Mu Yun could feel that this old man in front of him cared for him from the bottom of his heart. Why didn't you tell me that you reached the 4 organs divine realm? I just broke through recently and haven't stabilized yet. Oh? The master of the two rites smiled and said, "You defeated Lu Feng in one move before stabilizing. Kid, aren't you too modest?" Mu Yun smiled but did not say anything. In fact, the 100-split sacred finger that he cultivated belonged to the top second-grade ancient god technique in the entire Two Instruments Pavilion. It was not surprising that it could produce such power. "Since you have reached the Four Organs Divine Realm, there are some things that I need to make clear to you." The master of the two rites said seriously, "In another 7 years, it will be the Earth Lord Disciple test. This kind of test is a rare opportunity. If you have not reached the Four Organs Divine Realm, you are not qualified to participate. Since you already have the qualifications now, you naturally have to participate." The master of the two rites continued, "In the past, the top 10 disciples would obtain the qualifications to enter the Yin and Yang disc to cultivate. This time is no exception. Moreover, this time, the Yin and Yang disc has gathered the origin power of heaven and earth for 10,000 years. It will be an explosive period. Therefore, if you can enter the top 10 and reach the Six Organs Divine Realm, this will be an opportunity for you to enter the Heaven Lord Realm." Mu Yun listened carefully. He had also heard of the Yin and Yang disc. It was one of the few mortal divine artifacts in the Two Instruments Pavilion. Ascended mortal divine artifact, transcendent mortal divine artifact, and mortal divine artifact, there was a huge gap between the three. Even mortal divine artifacts were rare in the entire Two Instruments Pavilion. Those that surpassed mortal divine artifacts were Emperor divine artifacts. However, he did not know if there were any Emperor divine artifacts in the Two Instruments Pavilion. "Mu Yun, you are indeed the hope of the Two Instruments Pavilion, just as the Prophecy Pavilion said. I don't have much time left. I hope you can lead the Two Instruments Pavilion. This is also my last wish." The master of the two rites sighed. He had dedicated his life to the Two Instruments Pavilion. "Pavilion Master, you don't have to be so sad." At this moment, Mu Yun said, 100 years of lifespan might not be a calamity for you. If I enter the Heaven Lord Realm within 100 years, I might be able to help you increase your lifespan." As soon as she said this, the master of the two rites was stunned. Then, he smiled and patted Mu Yun's shoulder. "I appreciate your kindness, but I hope that you can grow up quickly. With Panga Spirit by your side, Sun Yi and Sui Qingrong won't dare to act recklessly. With Gu Shuhua's support, your position as Pavilion Master will be very stable. When the time comes, you just need to defeat Golong Kai. As long as you have 100 years, you will be able to reach the Heaven Lord Realm. I have a way to help you advance and surpass Golong Kai." When Mu Yun heard this, she understood. In this vast world, the fastest way to improve one's strength was the power of inheritance. If one could completely obtain the complete inheritance of an expert, it would not be a lie to become a god overnight. The master of the two rites was determined to die and pass on his ultimate technique to him. It could indeed help him surpass Golong Kai. However, this was undoubtedly not what Mu Yun wanted. The master of the two rites gave a few instructions and left. Mu Yun clenched her fists. "I have already discovered some secrets of the great life abduction technique. As long as my lifespan is completely recovered, I might be able to pass on my life to the Pavilion Master. When the time comes, 100 years will not be the end." At this moment, Mu Yun was certain. However, now was not the time. Only when he reached the Heaven Lord Realm and began to refine his entire body would it be the right time. He would set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. No matter what, the master of the two rites had used up his lifespan because of him. Mu Yun didn't want the master of the two rites to lose his life because of this. The commotion caused by the competition between Lu Feng and Mu Yun gradually set off a wave of excitement in the Two Instruments Pavilion. Mu Yun, who was at the Four Organs Divine Realm, rose to fame in the Two Instruments Pavilion. However, this matter was just a small interlude after all. Gradually, everyone forgot about it. The Earth Lord Disciple test would be held 7 years later. In the previous tests, the top 10 disciples of the Earth Lord realm had almost all stepped into the Heaven Lord realm. This was a test for the disciples of the Earth Lord realm, and it was also a chance for them to show themselves. Even if they didn't step into the top 10, they could stand out during the test and be valued by the sect. The cultivation resources would also be greatly tilted. Just this point alone was enough to make many disciples work hard. In the following time, Mu Yun continued to cultivate the changes in the thousand origin molding spirit array, the cultivation of the 100-splitter sacred finger and the 10 divine emperor sword technique, and the fusion of the divine wood sword, the refinement of the heaven and earth furnace. Time passed bit by bit. 7 years was close to 1/10 of an ordinary person's life, but it was just 7 days for an invincible expert at the Earth Lord realm. The Two Instruments Pavilion was completely bustling with noise and excitement. The Earth Lord disciple test had finally arrived. This test was incomparably lively. Anyone who had reached the 4 organs divine realm and above could participate. The first to third organs of the Earth Lord realm could still be said to be at the lower level. Only by reaching the 4 organs divine realm could one have the chance to step into the Heaven Lord realm. And the Heaven Lord realm was the core of a sect like the Two Instruments Pavilion. There were more than 10,000 disciples of the Two Instruments Pavilion who were at the Earth Lord realm. And less than 2,000 people had entered the 4 organs divine realm. Among these 2,000 people, the difference between the 4 organs divine realm, 5 organs divine realm, and 6 organs divine realm was not small. Nearly half of the disciples were at the 4 organs divine realm. There were more than 800 disciples at the 5 organs divine realm. There were less than 200 disciples at the 6 organs divine realm. The higher it was, the harder it was to raise the realm. On this day, the test officially began. The Two Instruments Pavilion was located in a vast valley. The 2,000 disciples were bustling with activity as they discussed animatedly. Above him, the 3 deputy pavilion leaders were seated in an orderly manner. The 5 elders had also arrived. The disciples above the 4 organs divine realm all had the chance to enter the Heaven Monarch realm in the future and become the pillars of the Two Instruments Pavilion. Naturally, the sect attached great importance to this competition. In the past, the pavilion master would always come personally. But this time everyone understood why. Senior brother Lu Feng. Among the crowd, Lu Feng was dressed in a long gown and had an extraordinary bearing. Congratulations, senior brother Lu Feng, for reaching the 5 organs God realm. Congratulations, congratulations. Hee hee, I was just lucky to break through. Lu Feng chuckled with an indifferent expression. 7 years ago, when he lost to Mu Yun, he devoted himself to cultivation and swore to avenge his humiliation. And Mu Yun had given him great motivation, allowing him to reach the Earth Monarch 5 organs God realm. In that case, she really had to thank Mu Yun. 6th senior brother is indeed our role model. Yeah. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were filled with envy. But have you heard? A disciple suddenly said, in the past 7 years, a ruthless person appeared in the Martial Shadow Pavilion. He challenged people in the Martial Shadow Pavilion every day and used 1,000,000 origin stones as bets. Is that true? Someone asked in surprise. Of course. I heard that in 7 years, he challenged people from the 4 organs God realm to the 6 organs God realm and didn't lose a single battle. So terrifying? Could it be senior brother Xianxia? Lu Feng was also very surprised. You mean that person used 1,000,000 origin stones as bets and continuously challenged disciples in the 4 organs God realm, 5 organs God realm, and 6 organs God realm? That's right. That disciple clicked his tongue and said, he didn't lose a single battle. How amazing. I just don't know who it is. The Martial Shadow Pavilion was divided into 2 areas. The first was the public area, just like the previous competition between Lu Feng and Mu Yun. The second was the individual area. Disciples directly condensed their soul power to compete and wouldn't reveal their true appearance and aura. Is it Yan Qian or Jiang Shiping? Lu Feng muttered to himself, however, both of them are in the 6 organs God realm. There's no need to start from the 4 organs God realm, right? Lu Feng was rather puzzled. There were many disciples in the surroundings who were discussing this person. For some reason, a thought suddenly appeared in Lu Feng's mind, and a figure appeared in his mind. Mu Yun, impossible, it definitely couldn't be her. 7 years ago, Mu Yun had just reached the 4 organs God realm. It was definitely impossible for her to defeat a disciple in the 6 organs God realm. Then who could it be? Lu Feng was even more curious. At this moment, Qi Zhongshu, Lin Miao, and Mu Yun were standing together. Did you hear everyone's discussion? Lin Miao smiled and said, in 7 years, a ruthless person appeared in the sect and continuously challenged disciples in the same sect. He even used 1,000,000 origin stones to do so. I wonder who it is. Senior brother, you're in trouble this time. Lin Miao looked at Qi Zhongshu and chuckled. Be careful, you might not be able to keep your top 10 position. Lin Miao had a trace of ridicule in her eyes. Qi Zhongshu smiled bitterly. Don't doubt it, senior brother Qi. I heard that Yan Wujin, who is ranked 10th on the list, was defeated. I'm very curious about who that person is. There were more than 10,000 Earth Lord disciples in the 2 Instruments Pavilion. Everyone had an evaluation of their strength. The Earth Lord realm was above the 4 Organs God realm. In the 2 Instruments Pavilion, they were considered experts. The meddlesome disciples had made a list. However, many of the stronger disciples weren't willing to show off their strength and kept a low profile. Therefore, the list wasn't accurate, but it was useful for reference. Yan Wujin was ranked 10th. However, he had just been defeated by that mysterious disciple a month ago. Until now, no one knew who that mysterious disciple was. However, his strength couldn't be underestimated. He was definitely a dark horse this year. Lin Miao looked at Mu Yun and smiled. It can't be you, right, brother Mu? Seeing Lin Miao looking at her, Mu Yun smiled and nodded. However, Qi Zhongshu and Lin Miao were both startled by the nod. Was it really Mu Yun? Lin Miao had just said it casually. Did Mu Yun really admit it? You're joking, right? Lin Miao said in disbelief. Mu Yun didn't explain. At this moment, the 3 vice deans stood up one by one. Silence. As his voice sounded out, the many disciples below immediately quietened down. The Earth Lord Realm Disciple Test is to test your cultivation. Those who improve quickly will be rewarded. Those who fall behind will naturally get nothing. Cultivators have to fight. They have to fight with the heavens, the earth, and people. At the same time, they have to fight with themselves. The written test this time is for you to compete. Sui Qingrong's voice was loud and clear at this moment. Next, the competition is very simple. The 4 Organs God Realm disciples will start first. They will fight in pairs, and the strongest 100 will fight with the 5 Organs God Realm disciples in the finals. The strongest 100 will fight with the 6 Organs God Realm disciples in the finals. In the end, 10 people will win. And among these 10 people, if any disciple is still unconvinced and feels that he lost unjustly, he can continue to challenge. If you win, you will replace the positions of these 10 people. If you lose, you will lose willingly. Cultivators can afford to win and lose. As soon as these words were said, the disciples below were eager to try. The sect rules had been perfected time and time again and were extremely detailed. Today, the first round of the competition is between the 4 Organs God Realm disciples. As Sui Qingrong's words fell, arenas protruded out of thin air between the mountain peaks around the valley. They were 1,000 feet long and wide and looked rather mighty. The referee elders also stood on the arenas and waited quietly. Senior brother Qi, you're the last one to appear. We'll leave first. Lin Miao looked at Mu Yun and said, Junior brother Mu, let's go. Mu Yun paused. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lin Miao urged. Mu Yun chuckled. Senior sister Lin, you go first. I will participate in the next round. As soon as these words came out, Qi Zhongshu and Lin Miao were stunned again. I've already reached the 5 Organs God realm. As soon as these words came out, Lin Miao and Qi Zhongshu were completely dumbfounded. Monster! Monster! The 2 of them left after saying these words. They really couldn't be together with Mu Yun anymore. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take the blow and become autistic. Was this guy still a normal cultivator? He had entered the 2 Instruments Pavilion for 10 years. He had reached the 5 Organs God realm from the 2nd Organs God realm. What a joke, at this speed, he had reached 3 realms in 10 years. Who could compare? Qi Zhongshu didn't want to speak. Just a few days ago, Gu Shuhua told him that Mu Yun was already able to condense the Thousand Essence Dao and the Thousand Essence Molding Spirit Array. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Today, Qi Zhongshu and Mu Yun didn't participate in the competition to determine the strongest 100 disciples in the Four Organs God realm. Although Lin Miao participated in the battle, she rejected the two of them to watch the battle. Mu Yun had nothing to do, so he just went back. "Hey, isn't this the Pavilion Master's disciple?" An ear-piercing voice sounded and laughed. "Why? You're in the Four Organs God realm and don't have the confidence to get a ranking. You don't want to lose face, so you don't even participate in the first round of the competition?" Mu Yun stopped and looked ahead. Lu Feng. Looking at Lu Feng, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to respond. After reaching the Five Organs God realm, he had been in the Martial Shadow Pavilion for the past 7 years, constantly challenging. Tempering his combat strength was actually secondary. Most importantly, if he won the battle in the Martial Shadow Pavilion, devouring the opponent's condensed soul power could help him improve. Therefore, Mu Yun spent almost all of the 7 years in challenges. Devouring helped his strength improve greatly. Now that he had reached the Five Organs God realm, he could easily defeat ordinary Six Organs God realm disciples. Lu Feng, he really couldn't raise any fighting intent. "Why? You don't dare to be arrogant now?" Lu Feng sneered and said, "Mu Yun, I have a whole new level of respect for you after 3 days. I have already reached the Five Organs God realm. I thought that if you could reach the top 100 of the Four Organs God realm, I might be able to fight with you. I didn't expect that you would admit defeat and not even dare to compete." Mu Yun couldn't be bothered and walked away. "Indeed a coward." Lu Feng's eyes revealed a hint of contempt. Suddenly, Mu Yun stopped and turned to look at Lu Feng. "Set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence what? You can't listen anymore and want to fight with me?" Lu Feng's eyes were filled with provocation. "You'd better pray that you don't meet me tomorrow." At this moment, Mu Yun had a smile on his face. She left immediately after saying that. Lu Feng suddenly thought of something before he could get angry. Tomorrow, Lu Feng's expression tightened as he shouted, "Impossible! How could this kid have reached the divine Five Organs realm?" Lu Feng was completely stunned at this moment, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The first day of the competition was between the divine Four Organs realm martial artists. The entire Yin and Yang pavilion became bustling with activity. After all, it was normal for one to be in seclusion for 100 years after reaching the martial monarch level. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the Two Instruments pavilion, there weren't many disciples who often appeared in the sect. The disciples below the Earth Monarch Four Organs realm were not qualified to participate in this competition. And the disciples who were qualified to participate were not weak. Watching the competition could help improve their comprehension. This was also a good thing. The first day of the competition was lively, and Mu Yun didn't watch the competition. Until the second day, Mu Yun came to the valley. At this moment, there were much fewer disciples participating in the competition in the valley than yesterday. There were more than 10,000 Earth Monarch disciples, and about 2,000 divine Four Organs realm, Five Organs realm, and Six Organs realm. There were more than 1,000 divine Four Organs realm martial artists. The final 100 people from yesterday's competition had been determined. These 100 people would form a team with more than 800 divine Five Organs realm martial artists today. The second round of the competition would begin. On this day, the valley was bustling with noise. There were more disciples watching the competition than yesterday. Many arenas stood on the mountainside around the valley. There were 100 divine Four Organs realm martial artists yesterday. Including the 800 divine Five Organs realm martial artists today, there are exactly 900 disciples. The 3 deputy pavilion masters were still there. Deputy Pavilion Master Sunny said loudly, "The first round of the 900 disciples begins now." Next, lots were drawn to determine the opponents and arenas, as well as the order of appearance. Mu Yun and Lin Miao appeared at this moment. Qi Zhongshu also came to the arena. Today's competition will have roughly 3 rounds. There will be over 100 disciples left, and the last dozen or so will be eliminated based on their performance. Qi Zhongshu smiled and said, "The two of you have to perform well. Lin Miao was in the Four Organs God realm, but her performance was not bad. Yesterday, she broke into the top 100. Don't worry, senior brother. Lin Miao smiled and said, as long as I don't meet those top divine Five Organs realm experts, I might still have a chance. Qi Zhongxi nodded. 3-1 Qi Zhongxi was too lazy to say anything more to Mu Yun. It would be strange if this guy lost here. The first match of the second round began. Mu Yun went up the stage according to the token she drew. It's you. Seeing Mu Yun, the disciple opposite her was delighted. Pavilion Master's disciple, looks like you've also reached the Five Organs divine realm. I am Mo Han. I have been immersed in the divine realm of Five Organs for 300 years. Junior brother Mu, you must be careful. But don't worry, I'll hold back. I won't hurt you too badly. Right from the start, Mo Han started to talk non-stop. Mu Yun stood on the stage, waiting for the elder to announce the start of the match. The match begins. The elder's voice fell. Swish, in the next moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. In an instant, a figure rushed out directly at this moment. Mo Han held a pair of daggers in front of him. He crossed them and charged towards Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun shook her head. This guy, he said it so easily just now, but now he couldn't wait. 100 splits sacred finger. Mu Yun waved her hand directly. In an instant, 5 fingers pointed out. As the 5 finger marks shot out, they instantly split into 10. 10 turned into 20, and 20 turned into 40. In the end, there were as many as 100 finger marks. In the end, the 100 finger marks gathered together and fused into a single finger mark. Bang, Mo Han's face turned pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mo Han's body retreated in a sorry state. He collided with the restriction array at the edge of the stage and fell down. Blood spurted out, and Mo Han immediately fainted. 100 split sacred finger, the referee elder praised. This second-grade ancient god technique is very powerful, but it has high requirements for the physical body. It seems that your foundation is not bad. Mu Yun wins this match. Thank you, elder. Mu Yun left the stage. Don't pretend to be dead. The referee elder looked at Mo Han, who fell to the ground, shook his head and smiled. He has already shown mercy with this move. You are not considered to be a disgrace. When Mo Han heard this, he suddenly stood up and disappeared with a whoosh. After all, everyone was in the divine Five Organs realm. He was defeated by Mu Yun in one move. It was too embarrassing. At this moment, the matches continued. 900 people fought in pairs. After the first match, there were only 450 people left. Looking carefully, most of the 450 people were disciples in the divine Five Organs realm. Junior brother Mu, not bad. Lin Miao was also among the warriors who won at this moment. I was lucky to meet a disciple in the divine Four Organs realm. I probably won't be so lucky in the second match. That's not necessarily true. There were 450 people in the arena. The second match will continue. The matches continued. Mu Yun went up the stage again at this moment. Her opponent was still a disciple in the divine Five Organs realm. Without saying much, she defeated him in one move again. Mu Yun's performance also attracted the attention of many disciples. Is that the only disciple announced by the Pavilion Master? It seems to be Mu Yun. Amazing. She defeated her opponent in one move in the second match. This is a battle of the same realm. To be able to defeat her opponent in one move is indeed amazing. The second match ended again. Mu Yun walked down the stage and looked around at the matches. This time, Lin Miao's opponent was no longer a disciple in the divine Four Organs realm. It was a disciple in the divine Five Organs realm. Coincidentally, it was Lu Feng. Lin Miao, I have reached the divine Five Organs realm, but you are only in the divine Four Organs realm. TSK, automatically admit defeat, right? You just broke through. You may not be my opponent. Lin Miao snorted. However, I hope you won't lose to me. That would be very embarrassing. You think too much. Lu Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and instantly attacked. In an instant, a tyrannical aura exploded. Lu Feng had reached the divine five organs realm. It was indeed amazing. His strength completely suppressed Lin Miao. However, at this moment, Lu Feng was not in a hurry to win. Instead, he was constantly exhausting Lin Miao. Bastard! Lin Miao shouted at this moment. This guy could have defeated her long ago, but now, he was suppressing her instead. Lin Miao, tell that bastard Mu Yun. Fortunately, he didn't meet me. Otherwise, I will let him know what it means to be a disgrace. Bah! Lin Miao scolded in a low voice. You? You don't even deserve to carry brother priest's shoes. Why are you so arrogant here? Humph, strength is not determined by words. He is lucky that he didn't meet me. Lu Feng sneered and took a step forward. However, you are very unlucky to have met me. Bang, after the punch landed, Lin Miao could no longer hold on. Her face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She struggled to stand up. Lin Miao wanted to get up, but she couldn't. Lu Feng wins. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng looked at Lin Miao arrogantly. Tell Mu Yan not to meet me again. Lin Miao was defeated. However, she was even angrier. Lu Feng was obviously humiliating her on purpose. After walking down the arena, Mu Yan arrived at this moment. He also saw the competition just now. Senior Sister Lin, don't be angry. This guy is only so magnanimous. If he meets me, I will teach him a good lesson. Okay. At this moment, 66 people in the second round had finished. Out of 450 people, only 225 people were left. Out of these 225 people, one person was not qualified. After the 224 people competed, the final 113 people would be selected. Out of these 113 people, 13 people would be kicked out, and 100 people would be selected to participate in tomorrow's battle. In other words, those who performed well could directly enter tomorrow's competition after another round. Mu Yun estimated that she had defeated her opponents in one move in both rounds. After this round ended, it wouldn't be a problem for her to enter directly. The third round of the competition began. Mu Yun entered the arena again and defeated her opponent in one move. 100. Split Sacred Finger was an explosive ancient god technique. It focused on the diffusion of power and fusion. This kind of power could freely move back and forth between the convergence, and the explosive power was even more powerful. Mu Yun was extremely familiar with 100 Split Sacred Finger. Now, it was very difficult to meet an opponent in the same realm. This day's competition was also necessary. Otherwise, Mu Yun would not be interested. In fact, ever since Mu Yun reached the throne, he had also discovered that the painting of the gods and the blue sky yellow springs diagram had merged and condensed into the heaven exterminating diagram. He no longer had the advantage of time reversal. However, his talent had been greatly improved. Genius, a true genius. For others, he only needed 1 year to cultivate bitterly. This was the difference. Now, with the help of the devouring power and the constant suppression of the heaven and earth furnace, every day, his improvement was natural. For others, it was possible for a mediocre person to reach the divine five organs realm from the human monarch realm. Ordinary geniuses would need at least tens of thousands of years. Unless they were monstrous geniuses, they would also need hundreds or thousands of years. But he only took a short 10 years. For the first time, Mu Yun felt that his talent was invincible. I'm still far from it. On the way back, Mu Yun said slowly, these wives all have the blessing of inheritance. They have all been mine. This is still understandable. After all, the inheritance itself is terrifying. But eldest senior brother is more powerful than me. He has long reached the supreme realm. This is intolerable. Mu Yun muttered to himself and returned to his mountain peak. Tomorrow's competition was the main event. Returning to the mountain peak, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the 270 Osteopyram disciples who were now performing their duties. He had reached the divine five organs realm. Now, the 270 Osteopyram disciples had all reached the earth monarch realm. Panga Spirit was now half a sovereign king. He had been in seclusion for the past few years. The current Panga Spirit could be said to be his trump card. Only 10 years had passed out of 100 years. He had already reached the divine five organs realm. Reaching the heavenly Lord realm in 90 years was not child's play. He was not even at the primordial soul realm. When the time came, the three people in the two instruments pavilion might not be his match. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. The master of the two rites had treated him well, and Mu Yun was not an ungrateful person. In the ninth heaven realm, the ninth heavenly emperor was the most powerful. If he wanted to save his mother this time, he could not just fight alone. The two instruments pavilion would belong to him. He was willing to lead the two instruments pavilion to greatness. Not only would he fulfill the master of the two rites' wish, but he would also have a foundation. Why not do it? Therefore, his goal was not only to become the pavilion master, but also to become a pavilion master who could intimidate others. He would soon reach the heavenly monarch realm. As for the sovereign king realm, that was his next step. Back at the mountain peak, a figure waited for a moment. How was today's competition? The master of the two rites looked even older as he spoke. Not bad. The disciples worked hard. Don't pretend to be careless. The master of the two rites laughed and said, "You defeated the opponent with one move. You really don't give the other disciples any face." Mu Yun smiled and said, "In the future, I will inherit the two instruments pavilion and lead the two instruments pavilion to greatness. Now, I have to let them understand how big the gap is. I am very grateful for your kindness." The master of the two rites continued, "You have now reached the five organs divine realm. If you can get into the top 10, you can enter the yin and yang disc to cultivate. Once you reach the heavenly monarch realm," the yin and yang pavilion master paused when he said this. "How is it?" The master of the two rites paused and finally said, "The four major sects are located in the southern wilderness. As a fourth-class sect, the Qiang Holy Empire is actually located in the central wilderness of the eastern wilderness. And every 100 years, the Qiang Holy Empire will take the initiative to hold a Heavenly Monarch Assembly." Heavenly Monarch Assembly? Yes. The master of the two rites said seriously, as the name suggests, the Heavenly Monarch Assembly is a martial arts competition between heavenly monarchs. For fifth-class sects like the two instruments pavilion, the disciples of the earth monarchs are the backbone. For the Qiang Holy Empire, the disciples of the heavenly monarchs are their most fundamental strength. The yin and yang pavilion master stood up and waved his hand. A map of the eastern wasteland appeared before the two. The eastern wilderness could be roughly divided into 5 regions. Out of the 4 major regions of the southern wilderness, more than half of it was occupied by the streamless ancient mountain. As for the central desolate region, the symbols of the two factions were very obvious. The Qiang Holy Empire, and the Seven Valley of the Seven Valley. This time, the Scarlet Sun Saint Empire is preparing to hold another Heavenly Lord Assembly. They will invite all the Heavenly Lord disciples of their subordinate forces to participate. In fact, we, the disciples of the 5th-tier sects, joined the Heavenly Lord Assembly just to serve as targets for the nobles of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Within the Qiang Holy Empire, there are countless disciples of princes, lords, and ministers. There are thousands of heavenly monarchs from the primordial spirit realm to the 7th primordial spirit realm. When the time comes, there will be even more heavenly monarchs from the various sections. This is a grand event and also an opportunity. Of course, it's also very dangerous. After all, it's hard to say who will be whose stepping stone. At this point, the master of the two rites paused again. Pavilion master wants me to go, but doesn't want me to go? The master of the two rites smiled awkwardly. Pavilion master is worried that I will be in danger and die there. But this is also an opportunity. Who knows, in the next 90 years, I might be able to surpass Lu Shaoran, Xiang Dongyu, and Galang Kai. The master of the two rites nodded. If he was still at his peak, he wouldn't be worried. But time waits for no one. Even if Mu Yun was now at the divine 5 organs realm, Mu Yun might not be able to reach the heavenly monarch realm in the next 90 years. For many years, the threshold from the earthly monarch realm to the heavenly monarch realm had stopped too many people. The top 3 realms of the heavenly monarch realm. The heavenly monarch realm. The heavenly monarch realm. The heavenly monarch realm. The so-called Heavenly Monarch realm was actually more of a general term. The Heavenly Monarch realm represented the other organs in the human body apart from the 5 organs and 6 organs. It wasn't that those weren't important. On the contrary, they were very important. They were so important that there was no room for carelessness. After all, the 5 organs and 6 organs were organs that the human body could easily detect. However, the Heavenly Monarch realm was more general. There were no hard and fast requirements for heavenly monarchs where to start tempering and where to go next. This also caused the gap between the Heavenly Monarch realm. Pavilion Master, as for the Heavenly Monarch realm, I think we'll talk about it after this competition. First, I have to reach the Heavenly Monarch realm, right? I'm now at the Divine 5 organs realm. I'm still a distance away from the Heavenly Monarch realm. Hearing this, the Master of the 2 rites nodded. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Alright, you participate in this competition first and strive to get into the top 10. Then, you can enter the Yin and Yang disc to cultivate. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Okay. The Master of the 2 rites left, and the Panga spirit appeared at this moment. Master Mu, this old pavilion master seems to be very anxious. The side effects of the divine pill are still there. He has less than 100 years left. How can he not be anxious? Mu Yun sighed and said, if my progress is slow, he might give up. My progress has given him greater hope. Heavenly Monarch Realm, Qiyang Holy Empire, Mu Yun stretched lazily. There should be many sovereign kings, saints, and imperial emperors in the 4th grade sections. Soon, Mu Yun clenched her fists and continued to cultivate. The night passed without a word. The next day, the 2 instruments pavilion was completely bustling with noise and excitement. The disciple test of the Earth Monarch realm had already reached the final round. This round was the opportunity to choose the top 10 disciples. In this round, including the 100 disciples who won yesterday, there were exactly 320 disciples. The 100 disciples in the Earth Monarch realm of the 5 organs. The 220 disciples in the Earth Monarch realm of the 6 organs. There were a total of 320 disciples, and the top 10 could be chosen after 4 rounds of competition. Once the top 10 were chosen, the remaining 30 people who entered the 3rd round each had the right to challenge once. If they felt that they had lost unwillingly, they could challenge anyone in the top 10. If they won, they could replace them. This was also the sect's way of maximizing fairness. This time, Qi Zhongshu, Lin Miao, and Mu Yun stood together. Senior sister Lin, don't be angry. If senior brother Qi and I meet that Lu Feng, we will definitely teach him a lesson for you. Mu Yun smiled slightly. Humph, that bastard, I'll do it myself. Lin Miao said angrily, I'm already at the edge of the 5 organs divine realm. I believe it won't be long before I can break through. When the time comes, I'll teach him a good lesson. Okay. At this moment, the thunder drum sounded. 320 disciples stepped out one by one. These 320 disciples in the Earth Monarch realm of the 5 organs divine realm and 6 organs divine realm could be said to be the core strength of the 2 instruments pavilion. They represented the future of the 2 instruments pavilion. Gu Shuhua directly stepped forward this time. You all represent the future of our 2 instruments pavilion. In this competition, the sect also hopes that you can supervise each other and understand where the Tao of martial arts lies. Let's not talk nonsense. Next, the competition begins. Gu Shuhua looked around. 320 disciples of the Earth Monarch realm, today belongs to you. On the surrounding mountain peaks, whistling sounds could be heard. These were the top 320 disciples of the Earth Monarch realm. If the disciples of the Earth Monarch realm could learn something from each other, they would definitely be able to take another step forward. The first round of the final battle, begin. 320 disciples were divided into 160 arenas. At this moment, Mu Yun, who was dressed in black with her hair tied behind her head, stepped onto the arena. In front of her, a figure had been waiting for a long time. It's a coincidence, Lu Feng. Looking at the figure in front of her, Mu Yun smiled slightly. It's you. At this moment, Lu Feng's gaze landed on Mu Yun, and he grinned. You are indeed unlucky, Mu Yun. Lu Feng chuckled and said, although I have just entered the Five Organs Divine Realm, you should be the same, right? In comparison, it seems that my chances of winning are higher than yours. Sorry. Mu Yun interrupted at this moment. It seems that I have entered the Five Organs Divine Realm earlier than you. The competition begins. At this moment, the referee's voice sounded. Immediately, the competition on each arena began. On the spectator stands in the distance, there were also some figures standing still. There were about a dozen people, and their auras were strong and hidden. Lu Shaoran, it seems that your younger brother is in trouble. A tall young man joked. I think that Mu Yun's qi and blood are very strong, and her strength is not ordinary. Your younger brother should not be a match for her. It's hard to say if he is a match for her. It's more accurate to fight. Lu Shaoran was dressed in a green robe, and it was hard to tell if he was worried or not. I heard that the Heavenly Monarch Assembly is about to begin. Will you be going this time? A young man with a grave and stern expression spoke at this moment. Of course. The tall young man smiled and said, the elites of the Qiyang Holy Empire and the elite disciples of other sections. This is a grand occasion. I heard that in the previous years, the largest number of participants had appeared, and there were close to 100,000 participants, 100,000 heavenly monarchs. Just thinking about that scene made one's blood boil. We are just small fries. The real geniuses are from the Qiyang Holy Empire. If we go, we will just be courting death. We might not necessarily be courting death. If martial artists don't take the risk, how can they make a name for themselves? The few of them started to argue, and many disciples below were gradually exchanging blows. Bang, a loud bang sounded, and Lu Feng staggered and kept retreating. Mu Yun stood in front of him and hooked her finger. You can't even break through my defense even if I stand here and let you hit me. You still have the cheek to say that you are in the Five Organs Divine Realm? Mu Yun laughed contemptuously at this moment. Below the arena, Lin Miao pursed her lips and laughed. This time, Lu Feng was probably going to be traumatized. The Four Organs Divine Realm was not a match for Mu Yun. Now that he had reached the Five Organs Divine Realm, he couldn't even break through Mu Yun's defense. How could the gap be so big? Damn it! Lu Feng cursed softly and attacked again. Mu Yun punched out casually. Bang, a low explosion sounded, and Lu Feng retreated again. Agreed, two agreed. At this moment, Lu Feng felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Mu Yun, you are too much of a bully, let's set a small target first. For example, 1 second. Mu Yun, don't you go overboard. Lu Feng couldn't help but roar, if you win against me, then do it beautifully. Why are you humiliating me? Didn't I learn this from you? Why? Are you angry now? Mu Yun didn't mind and continued, why don't you admit defeat? If he admitted defeat against Mu Yun, who was in the same realm as him, how embarrassing would that be? At this moment, Lu Feng couldn't swallow his pride, however, it was too embarrassing to be suppressed by Mu Yun like this, he couldn't afford to lose face. Mu Yun, just you wait. Lu Feng shouted and snorted, I admit defeat. Don't boast like this. You are not my match at the Four Organs Divine Realm, much less at the Five Organs Divine Realm. I am about to reach the Six Organs Divine Realm and even the Heaven Monarch Realm. As for you, in this lifetime, you are destined to be behind me and watch my back. Lu Feng wanted to continue, but Mu Yun interrupted and said, as for your brother, he is only at the Heaven Monarch Realm. Soon, I will surpass him too. If you know what's good for you, you should lower your head and walk down now. Otherwise, you should shut your mouth obediently. That is the only way to protect yourself. Mu Yun didn't give him any face and spoke directly. Lu Feng's face was flushed red as he walked down the stage sullenly. A figure appeared beside him. Brother, Lu Feng was in low spirits. It is just one failure, not a lifetime. A martial monarch has a lifespan of millions of years. Would he care about a momentary failure? I understand, brother. Lu Feng looked at Lu Shaoran and nodded. Mu Yun also walked down the stage at this moment. Not bad, not bad. Looking at Mu Yun, Lu Shaoran nodded and said, junior brother Mu Yun is truly a prodigy. Lu Feng is not wrong to be defeated by you. I wonder if junior brother Mu can still make it to the Heaven Monarch Assembly. Looking at Lu Shaoran, Mu Yun didn't say anything else. Of course I can. Mu Yun said confidently, it's just the Heaven Monarch realm. It's a pressure to others, but to me, it's just SOSO. In the future, I will become an imperial emperor and a supreme martial artist. That's good. You don't need to test my words. If you have the ability, let's have a good fight 100 years later. Victory or defeat will be decided by the hero. Don't play tricks. In the end, a martial artist's strength still matters. You're stronger than me, and you're improving faster than me. If I can't catch up to you in this lifetime, then I'll be suppressed by you for the rest of my life. However, if you can't compare to me and lose to me, then I'll only be stronger than you when I become the pavilion master in the future. You'd better support me well. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Lu Shaoran looked at Mu Yun and smiled. I am the one who is narrow-minded. Cultivating properly is much easier than scheming. After all, no matter how many schemes there are, they are not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she walked to the other side. Brother, this brat is so arrogant. He has reached the Earth Monarch Divine Five Organs realm in more than 10 years. He has the qualifications to be arrogant. Lu Shaoran looked at Mu Yun's back view and said indifferently, if I lose to this brat, then the Two Instruments Pavilion will really be his world in the future. Lu Feng, who was at the side, was flabbergasted and couldn't say anything for a long time. There were 320 people in the first round. As the battle gradually ended, there were 160 people left. These 160 people would rest for a while before the second round began. At this very moment, the surrounding disciples were in a heated discussion. Many disciples performed outstandingly in this round of battle. I heard that Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, and Zhu Chen all defeated their opponents in one move. Their opponents were all at the Divine Six Organs realm. That's right. The three of them are the strongest three. I heard that Yan Wujin, who was ranked 10th, was defeated by a disciple of the Martial Shadow Pavilion a few months ago. However, his strength actually improved a lot today and defeated Yan Hexiong, who was ranked 9th. Is it true? However, until now, no one has recognized that dark horse. Who exactly is it? It's really hard to say. Everyone was in a heated discussion, but most of them still revolved around the three people in the arena. Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, Zhu Chen, these three people were recognized as the strongest among the disciples of the Earth Monarch realm. In the entire Two Instruments Pavilion, there were more than 200 disciples of the Earth Monarch realm and the Divine Six Organs realm. However, there was still a huge gap between these 200 people. It didn't mean that everyone's strength was the same just because they were in the same realm. The realm was the most direct reflection of strength. However, the comprehension of the cultivation of the ancient god technique and the control of the ancient god artifact were different. These were the places where the gap was reflected. After the rest, the second round of the competition gradually began. Out of the 160 people, 80 people entered. This time, many disciples of the Divine Five Organs realm were eliminated. Most of the 160 disciples left in the arena were at the Divine Six Organs realm. There were only a few of them at the Divine Five Organs realm. After all, the gap of one realm was still huge. It wasn't that easy to challenge someone of a higher realm. Mu Yun went up the arena at this moment. A disciple stood still in front of her. When that disciple saw Mu Yun, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I'm Yang Shua. Junior brother Mu, please. Yang Shua held a long sword in his hand. When he saw Mu Yun, he heaved a sigh of relief. There was no other reason. He was at the Divine Five Organs realm. He thought that if he encountered a disciple at the Divine Six Organs realm this time, he would definitely lose. However, he didn't expect to be lucky enough to encounter Mu Yun. He wasn't a weakling like Lu Feng. Please. Mu Yun took a step forward at this moment, and her aura bloomed. Boom. A series of rumbling sounds sounded at this moment. Yang Shua had already moved. The Divine Five Organs realm tempered and gathered the five organs. The foundation of the sovereign realm was already very stable. Her control of the origin power of heaven and earth was even better. He took a step forward, and a powerful murderous aura was released at this moment. He slashed his sword directly at Mu Yun. 100 splits sacred finger. He pointed his finger, and the finger marks merged into one. Those finger marks were tempered and condensed with origin power, and their power was incomparably powerful. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. The sword marks and finger marks gathered on the arena at this moment. A powerful power was released layer by layer. The referee elder was at the heavenly monarch realm. At this moment, he was standing at the edge of the arena. When he saw this scene, he kept nodding. The two disciples at the divine five organs realm had good control of their own strength. It was a good thing that each generation of the two instruments pavilion was stronger than the previous. Sealing sword heaven slash. In an instant, Xianxia's murderous aura rumbled. Dong. He slashed out with his sword, and the arena rumbled. Mu Yun was still exchanging blows with her fists. 100 splits sacred finger. Once again, the 100 splits sacred finger appeared. 100 finger marks were released at this moment. A berserk aura exploded with a loud bang. The finger marks spread and exploded, completely enveloping Xianxia's entire figure. Crackling sounds could be heard. Xianxia's clothes were scratched by the finger marks, and his entire body smashed into the array formation at the edge of the arena with a bang and fell down. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mu Yun with fear in his eyes. Mu Yun wins. The referee elder stopped the match in time. Mu Yun was indeed better. Xianxia looked at Mu Yun with a strange expression. That disciple of the martial shadow pavilion who kept challenging people was you, right, brother Mu? Xianxia continued, at that time, I fought with that person. That aura, it was you, right? Mu Yun looked at Xianxia and did not say anything. 80 out of 160 people entered the arena. After the match ended, Mu Yun returned to the main arena to wait. At this moment, Qi Zhongshu had also returned to the arena. Qi Zhongshu was ranked 8th in the Divine Six Organs realm. This time, it should not be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Now, the matches in the various arenas were going on fiercely. It was quite lively. Junior brother Mu. Qi Zhongshu looked around and said, this time, if you happen to meet Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, and Zhu Chen, you must be careful. Yan Qian is good with the sword, Jiang Shiping is good with the saber, and Zhu Chen is good with the spear. And that Fu Bing. If I meet him, I might not be his match, so I have to be careful. Yes. Mu Yun nodded. In the past few years, he had gotten to know Qi Zhongshu and Lin Miao in the two instruments pavilion. He did not have much chance to interact with the others. Qi Zhongshu and Lin Miao got along well with him. The second match gradually ended. The third match was about to begin. This time, it was the top 40 from the top 80. At this point, the competition was really going to be interesting. After all, this represented the 80 most outstanding disciples of the Earth Monarch realm in the entire two instruments pavilion. At this moment, of the 80 people in the arena, only 3 to 5 were in the Divine Five Organs realm. The rest were mostly in the Divine Six Organs realm. Mu Yun did not care about this. Realm did not mean that one was very strong. The third round of the competition had begun, 40 out of 80 people were chosen, the match began, Mu Yun stepped onto the arena again. Opposite her, a young man stood proudly. It's you, Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, that disciple was quite happy. It seems that I'm in luck. The young man smiled and said, I'm Duani Fei. I'm ranked 21st on the Earth Monarch list in the two instruments pavilion. Junior brother Mu, you're unlucky to have met me. Duani Fei smiled slightly and looked up and down at Mu Yun. Although he said that, how could he be a simple person to be able to reach this step? Moreover, Mu Yun was the successor appointed by the Pavilion Master and a candidate to inherit the position of the Pavilion Master. Although such a person was in the Divine Five Organs realm, Duan Ifei would not be careless. After all, if he won this battle, he would not be far from the top 10. Kill. When the match began, Duan Ifei directly charged out. He fought Mu Yun in close combat with his fists and palms. On the 100-meter platform, the array formation around it strengthened and absorbed the wave force. The surface of the arena was also made of extremely hard iron and stone. An Earth Monarch realm cultivator could not break it. The two of them fought with all their might. Between their fists and palms, they competed with the source power and the strength of their physical bodies. Duan Yifei thought that he was in the divine 6 organs realm, and Mu Yun was only in the divine 5 organs realm. He would not be his match. But as the battle went on, Duan Yifei felt that something was wrong. Mu Yun became braver and braver as the battle went on. He did not look weaker than him at all. How is this possible? Mu Yun did not say anything and raised his fist to smash down. Space-splitting slash. Suddenly, a short sword appeared in Duan Yifei's hand. The powerful attack of the mortal artifact slashed directly at Mu Yun. First set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Duan Yifei was best at swordsmanship. He had not used his sword all this time because he wanted to hide his trump card. But now, he could no longer hide. Mu Yun's strength was beyond his imagination. It turns out that she uses a sword. Mu Yun was not in a hurry. She waved her hand. In an instant, a clang sounded. Duan Yifei was instantly knocked backward. A long sword appeared in Mu Yun's hand at this moment. You also use a sword? Duan Yifei was slightly stunned at this moment. He did not expect that Mu Yun also used a sword. In that case, let's have a good competition. Duan Yifei's fighting spirit rose. No need. At this moment, Mu Yun had already figured out Duan Yifei's strength. To be honest, Duan Yifei's qi, blood, and soul power were much weaker than his. Although his realm was higher than his strength was indeed weaker than his. Mu Yun was even less worried about competing in swordsmanship. Now, the intermediate sword soul would display more and more power as his realm improved. 10 Divine Emperor Sword Technique. 3 Emperor Slash. Mu Yun attacked with her sword. Bang! A low explosion sounded. Duan Yifei's face turned pale at this moment, and he staggered. As his figure retreated, Duan Yifei secretly swallowed the sweet taste on the tip of his tongue. Brother Mu Yun is amazing. I admit defeat. Although this move did not seriously injure him, it immediately showed who was better. His swordsmanship had no support at all under Mu Yun's swordsmanship. The gap was too big. Mu Yun did not talk nonsense and cupped her hands. The competition ended again. Until now, Mu Yun still did not feel any oppression from her opponent. Mu Yun understood that he had really become stronger. In the past few years, he did not rely on devouring too much, nor did he rely on the flow of time. He was constantly undergoing earth-shaking changes. What was it? The heaven punishment diagram, or was it the tempering of the heaven and earth furnace? Mu Yun did not know. The third round of the competition was over. Mu Yun returned to the stage and carefully comprehended. Although he hadn't obtained much tempering from these few matches, he was able to think of many flaws when he saw Lu Feng, Yang Shua, and Duan Yifei's moves. If those flaws were to fall on him, they would also be fatal. But now, after seeing their flaws, they were able to avoid him. Mu Yun gradually stabilized. As the competition continued, Mu Yun waited at the side with narrowed eyes. When the surrounding people saw this, they couldn't help but sneer. What was the use of clinging to Buddha's feet at the last minute? Mu Yun ignored her. Sometimes, a trace of understanding, if carefully understood, could become the key to a breakthrough. The third round lasted longer than the previous one. After all, it was a rare opportunity to advance from 80 to 40. Now, it was worth fighting for. Time gradually passed. In the end, the 40 disciples finally made their decision. This time, the sect had given him a much longer time to recover. At this moment, the 40 disciples were all disciples of the 6 organs divine realm. They were all famous figures among the disciples of the earthly lords. There were also a few people who were not famous, but how could they be simple to be able to reach this step? At this moment, Qin Chen was more eye-catching. Qin Chen, the earthly lord 5 organs divine realm, appeared here at this moment. It was too strange. Among the crowd, a few figures gathered together. A young man with wavy hair smiled and said, Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, that's the pavilion master's personal disciple. He will be our pavilion master in the future. This time, it's not wrong to lose to him. Zhu Chen, if you want to lose, why don't you go and lose? The ordinary-looking young man smiled and said, we don't want to lose. Besides, we don't know if we can meet him or not. At this moment, they looked at Mu Yun with a mocking gaze. Next, the 40 to 20. The 20 to 10. After that, the remaining 30 disciples who did not obtain a spot would challenge the 10 people in the arena. The sect also wanted to maximize fairness. Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, and Zhu Chen were all in the six organs divine realm. Moreover, they could step into the heavenly lord realm with just one step. At this moment, facing Mu Yun, the three of them really did not treat Mu Yun as an opponent. After all, Mu Yun was only in the five organs divine realm. Not to mention when Mu Yun reached the six organs divine realm. Even if Mu Yun reached the six organs divine realm, it was not that easy to reach the heavenly lord realm. The fourth round will begin drawing lots. As the elder announced, the 40 disciples walked to the center one by one. 20 out of the 40 disciples were chosen. This time everyone would go all out. The drawing of lots ended. They walked to their respective arenas. At this moment, Mu Yun came to an arena. After waiting for a moment, a figure landed on the arena. Jing Fanqing. The man looked at Mu Yun with a trace of contempt. It was a blatant and undisguised contempt. Mu Yun. The two figures looked at each other. Jing Fanqing said slowly, "I don't care who you are. The competition is to go all out. If you die, don't blame me." "In that case, if you die, don't blame me?" Mu Yun asked back. Jing Fanqing was slightly stunned, but then he sneered. At this moment, Mu Yun was even more amused. If this guy was polite, it would be fine. Such a tone, it was as if competing with him was a waste of time. In his impression, he did not know this person. Jing Fanqing sneered and said, "If not for the pavilion master's disciple, would you be able to reach this stage today? Others will give in to you, but I won't." "Don't worry, I won't give in to you either," Mu Yun said angrily. After talking for so long, this guy thought that he, Mu Yun, was able to reach the top 40 because of the title of the pavilion master's disciple. The other disciples did not dare to mess with him? Wasn't this guy too naive? The pavilion master's disciple was very precious. But the quota for the yin and yang disc was even more precious. If those disciples had the chance to enter the yin and yang disc to cultivate, they would definitely be able to reach a higher level and reach the heavenly lord realm. At that time, he would be a rare existence in the yin and yang pavilion. To the disciples who offended the pavilion master, these Earth Lord disciples valued the yin and yang disc more. Okay, clang, a sonorous sound rang out, and Jing Fanqing directly attacked. The long mace in his hand attacked at this moment. The two maces clashed together, and the wind whistled. Mu Yun did not stand on ceremony and held a long sword in his hand. The sword in his hand was called the 10 Divine Swords. It was a divine sword that matched the 10 Divine Emperor sword art. When the sword was drawn, the wind howled. Mu Yun was murderous. Boom, for a moment, a rumble sounded. The long sword against the two maces. Jing Fanqing's attack was vigorous at this moment, almost suppressing Mu Yun. Still not admitting it? It's already not bad for you to reach this stage in the divine five organs realm. If you meet me, Jing Fanqing, then don't expect me to go easy on you. You think too highly of yourself. Go easy on me? It's not bad that I don't go easy on you. Mu Yun sneered, and his killing intent rose. 10 Divine Emperor sword art, 3 Emperor slash. In an instant, a sword slashed out, and 3 sword seals overlapped. Clang, 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 Jing Fanqing held the two maces in his hand and took the 3 sword seals head-on. He retreated, but he was not injured. Is that all you can do? Jing Fanqing sneered. Who said so? Mu Yun brandished his sword again. 5 Emperor slash. In an instant, the sword slashed out again. Boom, once again, Jing Fanqing was repelled. At this moment, a trace of solemnity appeared on Jing Fanqing's face. Mu Yun was much stronger than he imagined. Come again. Mu Yun did not stop at this moment, and his sword slashed out again. 7 Emperor slash. In an instant, 7 sword seals condensed at this moment. The 7 sword seals overlapped, and a murderous aura rose. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. Jing Fanqing's arms were numb, and his face was slightly pale. The elders who were watching the battle from the side also had a solemn expression at this moment. Mu Yun was angry from all the fighting, but then again, how could she be a simple person after reaching this step? Mu Yun was looked down upon by Jing Fanxing, so it would be strange if she was not angry. However, Mu Yun's powerful killing moves were unleashed one after another, and it consumed a lot of energy. Most likely, Jing Fanxing was waiting for Mu Yun to be exhausted at this moment, and then counterattack with all his strength. At that time, Mu Yun would most likely suffer a great loss. If she was not careful, it was very likely that she would be defeated. Kill! A low shout rang out at this moment. Jing Fanxing brandished his two maces, and in the moment when Mu Yun paused for a moment, he instantly rushed out. Bang! The two maces slashed out, and two maces suddenly flashed out at this moment, striking Mu Yun's chest. So what if I take your two maces? Mu Yun sneered and took a step forward. Bang bang, a low explosive sound rang out. Mu Yun's chest took Jing Fanxing's attack head-on, but her expression did not change. This time, Jing Fanxing was completely stunned. Mu Yun could actually take his attack head-on. It's over. Mu Yun snorted at this moment. 10 Divine Emperor Sword Technique, 10 Divine Emperor Slash. In an instant, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword, and 10 sword seals overlapped. At the side, the elders who were watching the battle looked solemn. For Mu Yun to be able to cultivate to the 10th slash of the 10 Divine Emperor Sword Technique, it could be said that this sword technique had reached the great accomplishment stage. When a Divine 5 Organs Realm expert met a Divine 6 Organs Realm expert, he was almost in an invincible position. And Mu Yun was not an ordinary Divine 5 Organs Realm expert. Until now, Mu Yun still felt that she was full of origin power. The elders who were watching the battle looked solemn at this moment. The pavilion master really did not misjudge her. It was rare to see such a solid foundation. 10 sword seals slashed down, and banging sounds rang out continuously. When it came to the 8th slash, Jing Fanxing was already powerless to raise his two truncheons to resist. Mu Yun wins. At this moment, the elders appeared and blocked the last two sword slashes. If they continued, Jing Fanxing would die. Humph. Mu Yun looked at Jing Fanxing and snorted. Don't underestimate your opponent. You haven't reached the point where you can underestimate anyone. After saying this, Mu Yun left directly. Jing Fanxing's face was red at this moment, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened, and he fell to the ground. The elders couldn't help but say, how can you be an ordinary person to be able to reach such a level? Jing Fanxing, you have to reflect on yourself. Jing Fanxing didn't say much. But he was shocked in his heart. He originally thought that Mu Yun could reach this point because of his strength, but more importantly, those disciples didn't dare to use force and really embarrassed Mu Yun. Embarrassing Mu Yun was embarrassing the pavilion master. But who would have thought that Mu Yun was actually so domineering? First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence on the other side. Mu Yun walked down the arena, feeling much better. Jing Fanxing underestimated him. Entire in the two instruments pavilion, there were many people who underestimated him. This time, it could be considered a warning to those people that he, Mu Yun, relied on his own strength. Not convinced? Come and fight if you're not convinced. Many people in the arena ended the competition. Mu Yun looked around. This time, the remaining people were almost all 6 organs Divine Realm opponents. Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, and Zhu Chen were in order. These people were all outstanding disciples of the two instruments pavilion. They could be said to be the top existences among the earthly monarchs. While, moreover, listening to the discussions around them, all of them had astonishing battle records. Most 20 people left, the 4th round of the competition ended. This round ended rather quickly, and no one had expected it to end so quickly. Mu Yun looked around at this moment. 10 people, the last 20 people. The 5th round of the competition was the final to decide the top 10. Only however, this 5th round was not so simple. 20 people entered the final round. Who would be willing to retreat at this moment? It was simply impossible. Mu Yun looked around with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. These people seemed to have a lot of enmity towards him. However, no matter who he faced in this round, he had a certain level of confidence. The competition continued. the last round began to draw lots at this moment. Mu Yun looked at the number he drew and walked towards the corresponding arena. At this moment, a figure stood on the arena and had been waiting for a long time. However, when he saw that person, Mu Yun had a strange expression between his brows. The recognized 10th disciple of the earthly monarch, Yan Wujin. Yan Wujin was in the 6 organs divine realm of the earthly monarch. And now, Yan Wujin looked at Mu Yun with a trace of vigilance. Mu Yun cupped his hands. Mu Yun. Yan Wujin. After a simple greeting, the two of them looked at each other. At this moment, Yun smiled bitterly in his heart. In the past few years in the martial shadow pavilion, he had been constantly challenging people. From the 4 viscera divine realm to the 5 viscera divine realm and then to the 6 viscera divine realm. While once, as luck would have it, he met Yan Wujin. 2 on that day, each of them separated a wisp of their soul to battle. Most in the end, he gained a slight advantage with his 5 organs divine realm. Mu Yun didn't expect to meet Yan Wujin again in today's battle. He had to admit that it was very strange. Yan Wujin did not know who Mu Yun was. She only knew that Mu Yun was the pavilion master's disciple. But now, if he won the final match, he would be able to obtain the baptism of the Yin and Yang plate and make use of this opportunity to break through the Earth Monarch realm and reach the Heaven Monarch realm. This is he didn't want to give up such an opportunity. Fight. With a low shout, Yan Wujin made his move. At this moment, Mu Yun met the attack with a punch. At this moment, the two of them did not use any divine weapons. As their fists and feet collided, their battle prowess exploded. Strong huge waves of air burst out layer by layer. Boom cries could be heard continuously. At this moment, there was a trace of calmness in Mu Yun's eyes. Yan Limitless was much stronger than before. Out. With a shout, the 100-split sacred finger attacked at this moment. Bang! A muffled explosion was heard as the finger exploded. At this moment, Yan's eyes lit up. Yan Limitless had really become powerful. This actually piqued his interest. Face if the opponent he had defeated did not improve at all, it would not be beneficial to fight another round. But now, it was different. Yan Wujin's strength had increased. It was good to fight another round. 100 roars of the flood dragon. With a low shout, a long spear in Yan Wujin's hand suddenly shot out along his arm. Clang! Mu Yan's sword was blocked at this moment. The two figures became more and more courageous as they fought. When the crowd below the stage saw this scene, they were all shocked. Mu Yun was only at the Earth Monarch realm. In the previous round, he fought against Jing Fanqing. Jing Fanqing was ranked 21st and was very strong. Mu Yun could defeat Jing Fanqing and not be at a disadvantage when fighting with Yan Wujin. This was enough to see Mu Yun's strength. But, at this moment, the competition on the other arenas was getting more and more violent. 20-10. If they did not take this last step, they would be too unlucky, so at this moment, no one would hold back. In the valley, the sounds of fighting rose and fell on the 10 arenas. 3 Emperor slash, the sword slashed out, and 3 seals fell. Yen at this moment, Limitless long spear shot out, directly shattering the sword light. Its momentum did not decrease as it directly attacked Mu Yun. You're courting death. With a low shout, Mu Yun instantly attacked again. Boom. Dong at this moment, the sound spread. 2 figures, panting, retreated at this moment. This was just a competition, not a life and death battle. Mu Yun did not want to expose her trump card. Shun the wooden sword was her trump card. The Eye of Heaven and the Eye of Reincarnation were also trump cards. Tian the Earth Furnace was also her trump card. While now, the Heaven and Earth Furnace was completely sealed by him. During this period of time, he had been consuming the Heaven and Earth Furnace to make the part of the furnace that he had refined stronger. This Yan Wujin would lose without a doubt. But now, it was just a competition. If it was not a matter of victory or defeat, Mu Yun would not use these. Kill. With a low shout, Yan Wujin's spear technique was skillful. Spear after spear attacked Mu Yun, who kept retreating. 10 Emperor slash, the sword slashed down, and 10 sword seals overlapped and fell at this moment. Bang, an explosion sounded. Yan Wujin's footsteps stopped, and his continuous attack was blocked. I know who you are, Yan Wujin said. At this moment, Yan Wujin spoke. But, thank you. If it were not for you, I would not have been able to improve again. So this time I will definitely defeat you. Endless bellowed and struck out once more. 10 Emperor slash. Mu Yun did not care. She slashed down with the 10 Emperor slash. Under the continuous attacks, Mu Yun's sword power became stronger and stronger. This kid, when the referee elder saw this scene, he was slightly stunned. At this moment, Mu Yun was obviously building momentum. Receiving after the 10 Emperor slash, Mu Yun's aura would accumulate to the peak. And, when it reached the peak, it was hard to say whether Yan Wujin could withstand it. Do you think you are the only one who knows how to build momentum? Yan Wujin shouted and attacked with his spear. In an instant, a supreme spear power smashed down at this moment. Bang! 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 Boom! The arena shook. Yan Wujin's spear power was unbelievably violent. Yes. At this moment, Mu Yun was too lazy to say anything more. The 10 Emperor slash fell again. But this time, after the 10 sword seals appeared. Suddenly, the 11th sword seal appeared out of thin air. Slash! The sword seal slashed down, and an ear-piercing explosion sounded at this moment. In an instant, the 10 Emperor slash's power shook the sky. 10 A sword seal slashed down at the same time. Bang! Sword the power and spear power were fighting each other at this moment. 10 In the divine sword, a sword light overlapped at this moment. Then, in the long sword, Mu Yun's figure suddenly appeared and merged with the long sword. Sword soul, the judge said in surprise. Bang! An explosion sounded, and the two figures separated. Mu Yun was panting at this moment. At this moment, Yan Wujin's arms were trembling. With a clank, he could no longer hold the spear in his hand and it fell to the ground. Mu Yun wins, the judge announced at this moment. His eyes looked at Mu Yun, but they were full of shock. Just when they fought, he had forgotten that Mu Yun was in the 5 organs divine realm, and Yan Wujin was in the 6 organs divine realm. There was a gap of a realm between people. But, now, Mu Yun had defeated Yan Wujin. This made people recall. Mu Yun was fighting above her level. The judge looked at Yan Wujin. Next, there might be a chance, Yan Wujin said. Yan Wujin took a deep look at Mu Yun, cupped his hands, and walked down the arena. At this moment, Mu Yun also heaved a sigh of relief. Overall, it was considered a win. Yan Wujin's strength was not bad, but unfortunately, he met him. The top 10 positions were locked at this moment. Mu Yun walked down the arena. 1. This figure was already standing at the side. It was Yan Qian. Yan Qian was recognized as the number 1 disciple of the Earth Lord. At the entire 2 Instruments Pavilion, no one could beat him. While his opponent was Fu Bing, who was ranked 4th. Fu Bing was very unlucky to meet Yan Qian and lose to him. However, looking at his posture, he probably would not give up the challenge later. Next, on the 10 arenas, the competition was coming to an end. 10. At this moment, 10 figures stood in order. Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, Zhu Chen, Mu Yun, Qi Zhongshu, and the other 5 people. At the end of the 10 people, 9 of them were in the 6 organs divine realm, and only Mu Yun was in the 5 organs divine realm. This time, the crowd kept discussing. Mu Yun was undoubtedly the most prominent one. She had actually reached the 5 organs divine realm and defeated Jing Fanxing and Yan Wujin, who were in the 6 organs divine realm. At this moment, the 3 deputy pavilion masters stood up. Of the 40 disciples, Mu Yun and 10 others stood on the right. Their remaining 30 people stood on the left. Shui Qingrong raised his voice and said, "The top 10 have been revealed. Next, each of you has a chance to challenge the 10 disciples on the arena. Remember, each of you only has 1 chance. If you fail, you won't be able to make it to the top 10. If you win, you can stand in the top 10. Sui Qingrong said solemnly, "On the arena, each disciple can only be challenged 3 times at most. Also, you can't be challenged consecutively. So, the 30 of you, get ready. As soon as Qingrong finished speaking, he waved his hand. At that moment, in the valley, a 10,000 feet long and wide arena appeared. Four soul power surged and completely sealed the arena. Water Qingrong was a Heavenly Lord 7 Essence Spirit Realm expert. In the entire Two Instruments Pavilion, he was second only to the Pavilion Master. If he set up a barrier with his soul power, it was impossible for an Earth Lord to break it. At this moment, the surroundings began to discuss. This was the last chance. Sect in consideration of the two strong teams meeting and eliminating the stronger disciples, the sect gave this chance. This was also the last chance for the remaining 30 people. At the same time, it was also to warn the disciples. In this battle, if the 30 disciples were defeated, they would be convinced by the 10 winners. This was also to help the most outstanding disciples establish their prestige. No matter what, the final winner of this battle would become a core member of the entire Two Instruments Pavilion once he stepped into the Heavenly Lord realm. Earth Lord was like Gelong Kai, Xiang Dongyu, and Lu Shaoran, who were high and mighty. Even the deacons from the 1 to 4 Essence Spirit realm in the sect had to be polite. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. I'll do it. A shout rang out at this moment, interrupting everyone's thoughts. At this moment, a figure had already stepped onto the stage. Fu Bing. It's Fu Bing. This guy must be unwilling to lose to Yan Qian. Yes, he's unlucky. However, I wonder who he will challenge this time. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Fu at this moment, Bing's body was tall and sturdy. He clenched his fists tightly as he stood on the stage. Originally he thought that he would definitely enter the top 10. However, he didn't expect that he would be so unlucky as to meet Yan Qian in the last round. Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, and Zhu Chen were all half a step into the Heavenly Lord realm. They weren't on the same level at all. He lost too unjustly. At this moment, this time if he wanted to challenge, he naturally had to ensure that nothing went wrong. After all, there was only one chance. Mu Yun, do you dare to fight? Bing shouted and looked at Mu Yun. Listen, when Fu Bing challenged Mu Yun, the remaining disciples below the stage immediately changed their expressions. Every time, a disciple in the top 10 could only be challenged 3 times. As soon as Fu Bing went on stage, he directly challenged Mu Yun to be safe. Those who were able to enter the top 10 were naturally not to be trifled with. However, Mu Yun was, after all, the easiest to break through to the Divine Five Organs realm. No thinking of this, Fu Bing was the first to challenge. Mu Yun raised her eyebrows at this moment. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Especially looking for me? Mu Yun smiled and walked into the arena. Kid, you still have a chance in the Divine Five Organs realm. This time, give it to senior brother. Bing sneered at this moment. His strength was unquestionable. If he didn't lose to Yan Qian, why would he be like this today? Now, he challenged Mu Yun to ensure that he could be ranked in the top 10. On the stage, this time, none of the 29 people could be his match. You're really confident. Mu Yun chuckled and continued, however, can't the 5 organs divine stage defeat the 6 organs divine stage? Jing Fanqing and Yan Wujin were both defeated. The two of them are trash. How can they compare to me? Bing said impolitely. Jing Fanqing was ranked 21st, while Yan Wujin was ranked 10th. Fu Bing didn't put any of them in his eyes. Below the stage, Jing Fanqing and Yan Wujin's faces turned ugly. But what Fu Bing said was the truth. Mu Yun did not get angry. Kill. At this moment, Fu Bing punched out with both fists. He was wearing a pair of gloves on his fists. At this moment, he looked very powerful. Fu Bing was proficient in fist and palm-type divine techniques, and was not proficient in using weapons. At this moment, an intense fluctuation gradually spread out from within the glove. Only terrifying aura rose from Fu Bing's body. Boom, in an instant, a gust of fist wind rose up. At this moment, Mu Yun punched out with her 100-splitting sacred finger. Strong, the tyrannical force released a penetrating force. Bang, the two forces collided, and the force of the collision spread out. At this moment, Mu Yan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Fu Bing's force was accompanied by a vibration attack. Every layer of attack power released shook his body. Moreover, that force was constantly stirring up the power in his body, making him unable to digest it completely. How does it feel? Fu Bing smiled and said, "Kid, admit defeat. There is no place for you in the top 10. Is that so?" Mu Yun was unmoved. Slash. At this moment, the divine sword slashed out. 10 Emperor slash. 1. Slash, another slash. At this moment, Mu Yun was continuously accumulating power. The sword light of the 10 divine swords was dazzling. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all nervous and their breathing quickened. Although Mu Yun was in the divine realm of the 5 organs, her strength was comparable to the divine realm of the 6 organs. At this moment, Fu Huan punched out with both fists. Strong aura, wave after wave, gathered in both fists. Overlord Angry Monkey Fist. At this moment, Fu Huan was filled with murderous intent. Then, on both fists, power gathered and became incomparably terrifying. Slash. Yoni slashed out again. Clang. The sound of metal clashing sounded at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yan's power was completely released. 2. At this moment, 2 figures retreated at the same time. Mu Yan's face was slightly pale, but on the other side, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Fu Huan's mouth. Just unknowingly, a bloody wound appeared on his mouth. At this moment, the wooden sword returned to Mu Yan's body and disappeared. The stage. The disciples did not see how Fu Huan was severely injured. However, the 3 vice pavilion masters on the stage saw it clearly. To be able to control soul power to attack faster than the ancient god tactic. Impressive. Gu Shuhua nodded at this moment and praised. Sui Qingrong and Sunny did not speak at this moment. Actually, in the world, soul power was the most invisible. Attack. The attack power was indeed relatively strong. But more often, it was used in the confrontation of soul power between the 2 sides. While no one would use soul power unless it was a critical moment. If one's soul was injured, or if one died, then one would truly die. For example, it was indeed rare to see someone like Mu Yun, who used soul power to control a divine object to attack, and the attack power was so overbearing. In this battle, Fu Huan did not lose unjustly. Damn it, damn it. Fu Huan shouted. Fu Huan shouted and directly rushed out at this moment. Dong. Foot, stepping on the ground, Fu Huan immediately rushed forward with a punch. Die. You still want to die? Mu Yun shouted at this moment. Fu Huan had already lost, but he still dared to attack. At this moment, the wooden sword suddenly appeared. With a swoosh, it appeared at this moment. Puff. Fresh blood exploded, and Fu Huan's body fell to the ground. This time, everyone was silent. This was the first time that someone died. Mu Yun looked on coldly from the side. She opened her devouring power and stood on the spot without moving. Slowly, a powerful aura was released at this moment. Xianxia had advanced, 6 organs divine realm. That was a unique aura. It was impossible to be wrong. 6 organs divine realm. Boom. Big, the ground rumbled. Mu Yun stepped out, and a domineering aura was released at this moment. Immediately after, Mu Yun restrained her aura and stepped out of the arena. Mu Yun wins. This time, no one dared to say anything more. Fu Huan had already lost, and it was indeed against the rules to attack again. Mu Yun's attack was not against the rules. But this guy actually broke through to the 6 organs divine realm at this moment. This was too powerful. Tui Pavilion, Mu Yun. This battle would definitely make her famous. This time, no one dared to provoke Mu Yun anymore. This guy had already used his own strength to prove his strength. Strong. Very strong. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were full of indifference. Sometimes, if he was not ruthless, these people would not take him seriously. Next, the challenges continued. However, the top 10 were all relatively strong. How could they be defeated so easily? Most in the end, only one person succeeded in the challenge. Yan Wumu. Yan Wumu was recognized as one of the top 10. He was defeated by Mu Yun, but he was not disappointed. Instead, his fighting spirit was high. The top 10 were completely confirmed. Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, Zhu Chen, Qi Zhongshu, Yan Wujin, and Mu Yun, a total of 10 people. The power of these 10 people was incomparably strong. Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and Gu Shuhua announced the results. A mighty competition finally came to an end. And this time, Mu Yun's fame was completely known. It was no longer as simple as being the Pavilion Master's disciple. It was true strength. Back on the way, Qi Zhongshu, Mu Yun, and Lin Miao walked together. Junior brother Mu is good. Lin Miao could not help but sigh. When you entered the Two Instruments Pavilion, you were lower than me. Now, you are as powerful as senior brother Qi. You are really monstrous. Mu Yun smiled. Junior brother Mu. Zhongshu said, in a few days, you will enter the Yin and Yang plate to cultivate for 10 years. I think the Pavilion Master will explain to you. Prepare well. If you can step into the Heavenly Lord realm this time, you will have a chance to participate in the Heavenly Lord Assembly. Okay. They parted ways. Mu Yun returned to the mountain peak. The old figure had been waiting for a long time. Yes. Yes, I killed someone. Mu Yun nodded. To Pavilion Master he smiled and did not say anything. The Six Organs Divine Realm is indeed the God's Son that the Heavenly Secret Pavilion mentioned. The Master of the Two Rites sighed. I originally wanted to prepare for you to step into the Six Organs Divine Realm, but I didn't expect you to enter first. Since that's the case, then prepare well. 10 days later, the Yin and Yang plate will open. The 10 of you will enter together. At that time, whether you can break through to the Heavenly Lord realm will depend on your luck. Okay. The Master of the Two Rites said a few words and left. The plate Panga spirit rushed over. Master Mu. Panga spirit chuckled. It seems that the old Pavilion Master really cares about you. Mu Yun nodded. The Master of the Two Rites had the intention of letting him lead the Two Instruments Pavilion. Then, he would lead. There were more than 100,000 disciples in the E Pavilion. They were a 5th grade force. Panga spirit. Mu Yun said seriously, focus on breaking through and try your best to reach the Sovereign King realm. Once you reach the Sovereign King realm, the 3 deputy pavilion masters of the Two Instruments Pavilion, Sui Qingrong, Sun Yi, and the 3 elders, will have to agree even if they don't want to. Okay. Yun shouted again. Luo Tianqing. Here. Luo Tianqing arrived at this moment. I'll leave 270 Osteopyrum to you. Now, you're all at the Earth Monarch realm. Although you're from the Bone Clan, you're no different from ordinary disciples. In the next 10 years, I'll enter the Yin and Yang disc to cultivate. After I come out, I might join the Heavenly Monarch Assembly. You'll lead the Osteopyrum and cultivate among the disciples of the Two Instruments Pavilion. Since I've decided to control the Two Instruments Pavilion, I'll control it well and not force myself to be the Pavilion Master. Luo Tianqing nodded. But remember, don't let there be any casualties. Mu Yun added. The 300 Bone Guardians were all capable of becoming supreme beings. Back then, 30 of them died, which made his heart ache. He didn't want to see any more Osteopyrum die. After giving the order, Mu Yun entered the main hall. After reaching the 6 Organs Divine Realm, one's internal organs would be completely refined and withstand the power of heaven and earth. While next was the Heavenly Monarch Realm, Heavenly Monarchs also tempered the martial artist's body to withstand the power of heaven and earth. Human monarchs and earth monarchs tempered the internal organs, which were the most important organs in the human body. Other than that, it was the tempering of the other organs in the martial artist's body. This was the level of the Heavenly Monarch 7 Primordial Spirit Realm. The Heavenly Monarch 7 Primordial Spirit Realm was to temper the 7 major parts of a martial artist's body, allowing all the organs to fuse into one. While the Monarch Realm was divided into 4 stages of the Divine Bone Realm. Supermonarch King Yu. It was divided into the early, middle, late, and peak stages. This monarch martial artists would fuse their internal organs and 7 primordial spirit bones into one. As for the monarch realm, it was the peak of the monarch realm. In the monarch realm was invincible in the eastern wilderness. It was enough to intimidate a region and build a fourth-rate sect. Supermonarchy was the supreme realm. The so-called supreme deity realm was not something that Mu Yun understood. He had never asked Guiyi about this. According to Guiyi's character, he would not tell him either. Mu Yun had yet to reach the heavenly monarch realm. It might not be a good thing to know too much. Time passed bit by bit. 10 days was just a blink of an eye to everyone. On this day, on the sect master's peak, Mu Yun, Xianxia, and the other 10 people arrived. 2 Pavilion Mastery had also been waiting for a long time. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the master of the 2 rites waved his hand. 10 a figure followed the master of the 2 rites and walked into the mountain. Around after passing through the main hall, they arrived at the back. 2 Pavilion Mastery opened a mountain gate, and the 10 people entered one after another. What entered their eyes was the interior of the mountain. While in front of them, a roulette was slowly spinning. Then the roulette was laid on the ground and mountain. It was black and white, like the 2 sides of Taiji. It was about 100 meters in diameter and gave off an ancient aura. The master of the 2 rites led the 10 people to the roulette. This is the yin and yang roulette? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Yes. The master of the 2 rites nodded and said, this item was originally an emperor artifact. Emperor artifact. At this moment, everyone was astonished. Emperor artifact, what was the concept of a divine artifact? That was an invincible divine artifact that surpassed even transcendent divine artifacts. If a sovereign king realm expert had an emperor deity weapon, that he was bound to be completely different. Real strength could be doubled. The disc used to be an emperor artifact. 2 Pavilion Mastery said again, it's a pity that our 2 instruments pavilion was once in a state of chaos. The yin and yang disc was damaged. Now, it can only be considered half an emperor artifact, but it is much more powerful than an ordinary extraordinary artifact. The master of the 2 rites did not dwell on this point. This time, you will cultivate here. The yin and yang disc carries the power of heaven and earth and condenses the power of heaven and earth. All of you are at the divine state of 6 organs and are only 1 step away from the heavenly monarch realm. This step requires you to withstand the might of heaven and earth and temper your 7 elements. However, this step is incomparably difficult. Pavilion Master E explained seriously. The 10 of them were also listening attentively. The master of the 2 rites was actually at the sovereign king Iron Bone realm. In the surrounding area, he was a top existence among the 4 great sections. Actually, you've all done that in your previous realms, Meng Hao said with a smile. However, that is a condensation that belongs to you. What is the holy position? It is to bear the power of heaven and earth. Martial artists begin to communicate with heaven and earth. What about the monarch position? The monarch position is fusion. Martial artists can fuse with the power of heaven and earth and obtain the origin power of heaven and earth more easily. The origin power of heaven and earth that they obtain is more powerful. This is the biggest difference. So, is the difference between the human monarch and the earth monarch big? Yes. However, that is compared to the difference between the holy position. The difference between the earth monarch and the heavenly monarch is really big. Pavilion Mastery coughed. Then he continued, that's a little off topic. Continue, break through the heavenly monarch realm and search for the 7 elements. The 7 elements of a martial artist are more general. The internal organs are fixed. Humans have them, and so do divine beasts. However, the 7 elements are more unique. They exist in the body, but they also don't exist in the body. It's very difficult for you to find them. As for the yin and yang disc, it can help you find them and use the origin power of heaven and earth to refine them. Pavilion Mastery said carefully, remember, if you can't find them, don't force it. If you force it, you will hurt yourself and might not be able to step into the heavenly monarch realm for the rest of your life. You also have to remember that once you find them, immediately rely on the yin and yang disc to refine them with the origin power of heaven and earth. As long as you find the location of the one element and start refining, it's only a matter of time before you go from the one essence spirit realm to the seven essence spirit realm. At this moment, Mu Yun was among the 10 people, listening seriously. The reason why Pavilion Mastery was so self-studying and talking here was most likely because of him. Time passed. Time passed bit by bit. The master of the two rites finally spoke. Alright, just remember what I said. As for the yin and yang disc, there is also a consideration. The master of the two rites looked at the 10 people and said, the 10 of you, step into the yin and yang disc from 10 different positions and give it a try. As soon as the master of the two rites said this, the 10 people were eager to give it a try. Immediately, the 10 people spread out and surrounded the yin and yang disc. Below in the next moment, 10 figures walked out one by one. 100 meters in diameter, 50 meters in distance to the center. 10 almost everyone walked towards the center with all their might. But, at this moment, everyone was shocked. Yes. They walked very quickly and only felt the pressure when they were 20 meters away. However, some people felt a great pressure as soon as they entered the yin and yang disc. Mu Yun was one of them. Here at this moment, Mu Yun stood still in the yin and yang disc and took a step forward. Difficult. Difficult it was like ascending to the heavens, he couldn't take a single step forward. How could this be? God. Yan Qian, Jiang Shiping, Zhu Chen, and the others could probably advance 3 to 5 meters and still move forward with difficulty. But he couldn't take a single step forward. Only if he wanted to move forward, an extremely strong repulsive force seemed to appear in the yin and yang disc, pushing him back. Just as he took a step forward, he was pushed back by a strong pressure. Alright. The master of the two rites suddenly spoke. Looking at the 10 people, the master of the two rites nodded and said, since that's the case, then you can stay in your respective positions and start cultivating. Remember, the yin and yang disc is open for 10 years each time. Leave after 10 years. In fact, there's no point in staying any longer. Every time the yin and yang disc accumulates power, it's enough to release for 10 years. As soon as Pavilion Mastery finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Pavilion Master. Yan Qian said unwillingly, why can I only advance 7 meters here? Is it because my talent is too poor? Among the 10 people, only Mu Yun was worse than him. Even Jiang Shiping and Zhu Chen had advanced 9 meters. Why was his talent not good? Who told you? Pavilion Mastery smiled and said, this yin and yang disc has a greater repulsive force towards those who are more compatible with the origin power of heaven and earth. In other words, the more likely one is to enter the heavenly Lord realm, the more difficult it is to get close to the center of the disc. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This, Yan Qian suddenly understood. After all this time, the deeper one went, the worse their talent was. The lower the possibility of breaking through to the heavenly Lord realm. Yan Xianxian was very happy. No. Only suddenly, he looked at Mu Yun on the other side. Yan Qian's expression was ugly. At least he had walked 7 meters. However, Mu Yun hadn't even walked a meter. Didn't they say that it was easier for this fellow to step into the heavenly Lord realm? The master of the two rites said again, you don't have to worry about this. The reason why I didn't tell you is that I want you to do your best to step in. Go as deep as you can because that's the most suitable position. If you forcefully change it, it won't be suitable for you. Alright, 10 years is quite precious. You guys can cultivate. After Pavilion Mastery finished speaking, he left. The mountain gate closed at this moment. At this moment, the 10 people looked at each other. This time, the few people who were the deepest in the center of the disc blushed. Mu Yun at this moment, Yun sat down cross-legged and didn't say anything else. Talent, this kind of thing could be changed. In this life, his talent wasn't strong. However, as his cultivation realm increased, he changed his body and changed his limits. One talent in youth didn't mean that it would last forever. Heaven Lord realm, I'm coming. Yun sat cross-legged, ignoring the others. The other 9 people also cherished time at this moment. 10 to them, a year was no different from 10 days for an ordinary person. While meditating, Mu Yun immediately felt that power was condensing in his body. His internal organs were filled with essence energy, and a thin layer of membrane appeared on his internal organs. Those membranes wrapped around his internal organs. They protected his internal organs. 10 in a year, he had to reach the Heavenly Lord realm. Same as time. The master of the two rites returned to his residence. A figure was already waiting. Pavilion Master. Xu Hua, sit. Pavilion Master saw Gu Xu Hua and smiled. In 10 years, this kid has reached the 6 organs divine realm. Now, I wonder if he can break through to the Heavenly Lord realm. He should be able to. Gu Shuhua smiled and said, however, this kid is very talented in array formations. I'm afraid that I won't be able to teach him soon. Gu Shuhua was a level 3 ancient divine array master. Mu Yun now knew a lot about level 2 ancient divine arrays. It was only a matter of time before he became a level 3 ancient divine array master. When that time came, he really wouldn't be able to teach Mu Yun. 10 years have passed here, so there are only 80 years left. Pavilion Mastery said bitterly, in 80 years, what I can do for him is limited. Xu Hua, when the time comes, it's up to you. Pavilion Mastery shook his head and continued, I can feel the loss of life force. When Mu Yun comes out of seclusion, there will only be 80 years left. I will teach him how to walk the path of the Heavenly Lord realm. In 20 years, he will compete to teach as much as he can. When the time comes, he will participate in the Heavenly Lord Assembly. When he returns in 50 years, he will at least be able to reach the 3rd primordial spirit realm, right? When that time comes, Golong Kai might not be his match. However, even if Golong Kai and the other 2 lose, Sun Yi, Sui Qingrong, and the 3 elders will probably break the contract. When he returns from his training, I only have 10 years left. In 10 years, I will pass on the inheritance to him and help him reach the Sovereign King realm. The half-Sovereign King expert beside him will be in the auxiliary area with you. This kid will definitely be able to sit firmly in the position of Pavilion Master. The Master of the Two Rites' words came from the bottom of his heart. When the time comes, I hope you can help him. I will. Gu Shuhua said seriously. Of the 3 deputy pavilion masters, Gu Shuhua was a level 3 ancient divine array master. Although they were all at the 7 primordial spirit realm, Sui Qingrong and Sun Yi were no match for him. Add the Panga spirit beside Mu Yun. The 2 deputy pavilion masters couldn't refute him. However, when the time came, the pavilion master wouldn't be around. Gu Shuhua couldn't help but feel sad. To Pavilion Master he had dedicated his life to the 2 instruments pavilion. This kind of person gave up his chance to advance and devoted himself to the 2 instruments pavilion. Needless to say, it was admirable and made people sigh. However, was all of this really worth it? Mu Yun, the so-called son of God. Could she really lead the 2 instruments pavilion to greatness? Gu Shuhua was not sure. However, she knew that if the 2 instruments pavilion was handed over to the 2 deputy pavilion masters, it would definitely be more difficult than it was now. Mu Yun. Don't disappoint me, Gu Shuhua could not help but mutter softly. Time passed by bit. Inside the 2 instruments pavilion. Below the sect master's peak. The 10 figures remained motionless. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were tightly shut. A wisp of starlight flickered in her body. Streams of heaven and earth origin energy surged into her body. Heavenly Lord First Essence Soul. At this moment, a hint of joy appeared between Mu Yun's brows. She had reached the Heavenly Lord First Essence Soul. 7 years, she had spent 7 years to find the First Essence Soul. The tempering was complete, there were still 3 years left. Mu Yun did not want to waste it. The second essence tempering. At this moment, Mu Yun was fully prepared. At the same time, in the central wilderness of the eastern wilderness. The central wilderness was vast. There were 2 major sects here. The 4th tier Qiang Holy Empire. And the 4th tier Sevenfold Valley. These 2 sects could be said to have been rooted here for millions of years. Even in the entire eastern wilderness, the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiang Holy Empire were among the top. There were many 4th tier sects in the eastern wilderness. There were only 11 of them at the top. The Sevenfold Valley and the Qiang Holy Empire were among them. The most unique sign of a fourth-tier sect was whether there was an imperial emperor in the sect. And imperial emperors were also divided into strong and weak. 10,000-year Earth monarchs, 100,000-year imperial emperors, and million-year imperial emperors. The longer one stepped into the imperial emperor realm, the stronger their cultivation would be. When this strength was condensed to the extreme, one could find an opportunity to break through to the Paragon realm. As for the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiyang Holy Empire, they both had million-year imperial emperors. At this moment, in a mountain range in the central wilderness, two figures stood facing each other from afar. One of them was burly and had a restrained aura. If one looked carefully, he looked like an ordinary person and was very inconspicuous. The other person seemed to exude an aura of power without being angry. Hee, Qi, how long has it been? The burly man chuckled and said, I asked you out, why are you so nervous? What am I nervous about? The man named Qi smiled. It seems that the one who should be nervous is you, Hong Jiucheng. At the very least, I've been a god monarch for several hundred years longer than you. A few hundred years doesn't mean anything, does it? Hong Jiucheng didn't care at all. As the master of the Sevenfold Valley, he was not afraid of Qi, the monarch of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. Alright, cut the crap. Why are you looking for me? Emperor Qi said directly. The Heavenly Lord Assembly of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire is about to begin, right? Hong Jiuzhong said with a smile, I heard that you've chosen to hold it in the streamless ancient mountain this time, right? My Seven Valleys wants to get involved too. Oh? Qi Sui smiled faintly and said, when did your Sevenfold Valley become interested in the training held by my Scarlet Sun Holy Empire? What? You don't dare? Hong Jiuzhong smiled and said, the disciples of my Sevenfold Valley are not inferior to your Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. I'm not afraid. Is that so? Qi smiled and said, if that's the case, then bring your Sevenfold Valley disciples to participate. However, I have to say that this training is held regardless of life and death. Since my Scarlet Sun Holy Empire is holding it, we're naturally not afraid of losses. Same. Hong Jiuzhong laughed and said, if that's the case, I'll wait for good news. Hong Jiucheng laughed loudly and disappeared. Qi stood on the spot and did not leave. Not long after, a few figures rushed over. My lord, why did you allow the Sevenfold Valley disciples to enter? A man cupped his hands and said, this time, the ruins of the Streamless Ancient Emperor's ninth disciple have been discovered in the Streamless Ancient Mountain. If it weren't for the fact that kings, saints, and god monarchs can't enter that area, we would have gone to investigate long ago. If we let the Sevenfold Valley interfere this time, what if? Qi waved his hand and said, if I don't let him go, he won't go. If that's the case, then let him go. I don't believe that the noble disciples of my Scarlet Sun Holy Empire can't compare to the Sevenfold Valley disciples. The Streamless Ancient Mountain was where the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace was built by the Streamless Ancient Emperor. Over millions of years, generations of factions had changed, and those experts all wanted to enter the Streamless Ancient Mountain to explore. Even the top second-tier factions in the core region of the Abyss world were eager. However, even those supremes didn't discover any secrets. This time, the Scarlet Sun Saint Empire decided to use the Heavenly Monarch Assembly as an excuse to send their disciples in to investigate. It was a rare opportunity for them to discover the remains of the ninth disciple of the ancient monarch Wu Jian. If they could obtain the opportunity, they could give birth to a batch of kings. Or even a batch of saints. In the entire Scarlet Sun Holy Empire, there were only a few hundred saints. There were only a few thousand kings. If those Heavenly Lord disciples could reach the king realm earlier, it would undoubtedly increase the power of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Hong Jiuzhong must have come to find him for the ruins. If that was the case, then he would let the Sevenfold Valley disciples come. It was hard to say who would be the one to gain the upper hand, Qi said again, inform all the subordinate factions that the Heavenly Lord disciples are to report now. If anyone dares to hide anything, kill them without mercy. Yes. The news immediately began to spread. The Heavenly Lord Assembly was a grand event. All the fifth-tier factions had to participate in the grand event of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Time flew. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Two Instruments Pavilion. 10 figures stood up one by one. At this moment, Mu Yun exhaled and stood up. What a pity. I didn't reach the second primordial spirit realm. Mu Yun wanted to reach the second primordial spirit realm in the remaining 3 years. But she didn't get what she wanted. However, she was stable at the first primordial spirit realm. Cultivation wasn't in a hurry. Now that she reached the Heavenly Lord realm, she was qualified to participate in the Heavenly Lord Assembly. Junior brother Mu. Xianxia walked over. First primordial spirit realm? Senior brother Qi too. The two looked at each other and smiled. It was only at this moment that they understood what the Pavilion Master meant. The Heavenly Lord realm was very different from the Human Lord realm and the Earth Lord realm. This difference could only be felt when one reached the Heavenly Lord realm. A buzzing sound could be heard. The mountain gate opened. The Master of the Two Rites appeared again. Among the 10 people, 5 had reached the first primordial spirit realm. The Master of the Two Rites was also very satisfied. Alright, take a rest and carefully experience the benefits of the Heavenly Lord realm. From today onwards, you are the backbone of the Two Instruments Pavilion. You need to understand the responsibility you have to bear. After the Master of the Two Rites gave a few instructions, everyone left one by one. Not bad. Looking at Mu Yun, the Master of the Two Rites praised, in such a short time, your strength has improved very quickly. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Why are you thanking me? The Master of the Two Rites smiled and said, I really didn't help you much. Go back and digest it first. Look for me in 3 days. Once you reach the Heavenly Lord realm, you will need the Ancient God technique and Ancient God artifact to match it. N. Mu Yun returned to her mountain peak. At this moment, looking around, a completely different feeling arose spontaneously. Heavenly Lord realm, in 20 to 30 years, she had gone all the way from the Human Lord realm to the Heavenly Lord realm. This kind of speed was absolutely unprecedented. The Heavenly Lord Assembly, the exchange between the Heavenly Lord disciples of the Qiang Holy Kingdom will probably be very exciting. Mu Yun was looking forward to it. This time, she finally had the chance to come into contact with a fourth-rate sect, from the initial ninth-rate force of the Three Elements realm to the current fourth-rate force. And she was not far from the core of the Abyss realm. Once she reached the Sovereign realm, these would no longer be a problem. The Ninth Heaven realm's celestial emperor, the forbidden land of her mother, Yi Yushir. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Yun came to the Sect Master's Peak. The Master of the Two Rites brought Mu Yun to the top of the Sect Master's Peak. Next, there are still 20 years before the Heavenly Lord Assembly begins. The Heavenly Lord Assembly of the Qiang Holy Kingdom has a limit of 50 years each time. I'm very worried about your safety, but I have no choice but to let you go. The Master of the Two Rites said, this is an opportunity for you to become the Pavilion Master of the Two Instruments Pavilion. Therefore, in these 20 years, increase your realm as a supplement and mainly study the cultivation of the third-grade Ancient God technique. The Master of the Two Rites brought Mu Yun to the top of the mountain. At this moment, it was a foggy place. The Master of the Two Rites waved his hand and the fog dispersed. A large hall appeared in front of Mu Yun. This is the place where the Two Instruments Pavilion stores the Ancient God technique. Throughout history, only the Pavilion Master has been able to enter this place. With a creak, the Master of the Two Rites pushed open the door of the hall. A simple aura floated in front of her. The entire hall looked deep and wide, but it was very empty. There were a total of more than 100 bookshelves scattered around. This is the place where all the third-grade Ancient God techniques in the Two Instruments Pavilion are stored. Third-grade Ancient God techniques are related to the Heavenly Lord realm. There are only about 1,000 Heavenly Lords in the entire Two Instruments Pavilion. Just this point alone makes it incomparable to the Qiang Holy Empire. There are more than 10,000 Heavenly Lords in the Qiang Holy Empire. Mu Yun nodded. Therefore, every third-grade Ancient God technique is very important. Next, you can choose 2 Ancient God techniques as your main cultivation. I know you usually use a sword, so I chose a third-grade Ancient God artifact for you. The Master of the Two Rites said with a smile, alright, you can choose 2 Ancient God techniques first. As the Master of the Two Rites spoke, he did not disturb Mu Yun and directly left the hall to wait. Mu Yan looked at the huge two instruments pavilion and rubbed her hands together. Third-grade ancient god techniques corresponded to the Heavenly Lord realm. If she wanted to attend the Heavenly Lord assembly, she would indeed need it. And she really needed it, she just didn't know how powerful the third-grade ancient god techniques in the two instruments pavilion were. Mu Yan passed by the bookshelves and began to check them. Those ancient god techniques were all protected by arrays. However, at this moment, the arrays were all removed. Every bookshelf had a simple introduction. Moreover, there was even a scene that was very magical. Mu Yan began to carefully choose. The entire hall was silent at this moment. For example, the Thunder Moon Divine Palm, 100 Sun Mixed Yuan Body, she browsed through the ancient god techniques one by one. For a moment, Mu Yan found it difficult to choose. Big Dipper Seal, Mu Yan's gaze was attracted by a seal. First, she set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence Heavenly Dipper Seal, using origin power as compression, condense astral energy, form a seal, and directly blast it out. There was only one word to describe it, domineering. Origin power was a relatively high-level energy attribute between heaven and earth. If the origin power was compressed again, the power would definitely be incomparably domineering. Mu Yan did not hesitate and chose it. 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique. Slowly, Mu Yan's gaze was attracted by a sword technique. The 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique was not purely sword chi. Instead, it used sword chi to condense a sword cauldron, gathering the power of the sword cauldron and releasing sword chi could explode with the power of the cauldron. Mu Yan was well aware of how powerful the cauldron suppression was. Although the heaven and earth furnace was a furnace, it looked like a 3-legged round cauldron. To be listed as one of the 13 primordial treasures, one could see how powerful the heaven and earth furnace was. A cauldron could attack and defend in one. The power of this sword technique was domineering and might be even more unexpected. Mu Yan finished choosing the 2 ancient god techniques. Heavenly Dipper Seal, 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique. After choosing the 2 ancient god techniques, Mu Yan left the hall. The master of the 2 rites was waiting outside the hall. How is it? Heavenly Dipper Seal and 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique. Mu Yan smiled slightly. Good. The master of the 2 rites laughed and said, I originally decided to give you these 2 ancient god techniques. It seems that you really won't disappoint. Since you chose the 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique, then this divine sword is more suitable for you. As the master of the 2 rites spoke, he waved his hand, and an ancient sword appeared in his hand. This sword is called the 9 Cauldron Ancient Sword. It is a sword technique similar to the 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique. The master of the 2 rites smiled and said, using this sword to cultivate the 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique will make your 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique even more powerful. Bang! A bang sounded. A muffled explosion sounded from within the sword. A mortal artifact? Mu Yan looked at the master of the 2 rites. Yes. The master of the 2 rites said seriously, a divine artifact. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary divine artifact. You'll have to experience it yourself in the future. As soon as the master of the 2 rites finished speaking, he immediately left the place. Mu Yan hurriedly followed him. There are still 80 years left. The master of the 2 rites said slowly, I can protect you for 80 years. 20 years later, you will participate in the Heavenly Sovereign Assembly. 50 years of experience will be over. When your trial ends and you return, I will only have 10 years left. From start to finish, there is a total of 80 years. I hope you can grow and reach the Heaven Monarch 4th Essence Spirit Realm at the very least. You cannot lose to Golong Kai. The master of the 2 rites was extremely serious. Mu Yan nodded. The master of the 2 rites was indeed very good to him. There were some things that were inconvenient for him to say. In this trial, he might die in the trial grounds. However, the master of the 2 rites was certain that he wouldn't die. 80 years, in 80 years, not to mention the Heaven Monarch 4th Essence Spirit Realm, even the Heaven Monarch 7th Essence Spirit Realm was possible. Mu Yan had such confidence. Alright, in the next 20 years, you will follow me to learn the Heavenly Dipper Seal and the 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword Technique. At the same time, I will also teach you an ancient god technique. It's the ancient god technique of our two instruments pavilion. Mu Yun nodded again. At the same time, in the entire two instruments pavilion, the disciples who had stepped into the heaven monarch realm began to get busy. It wasn't just the two instruments pavilion. The Jiaoxing sect, the Blue Dragon sect, and the Boundless sect were also gearing up at this moment. The Heavenly Sovereign Assembly was a grand event. If the disciples of the sect could obtain an opportunity, it was not impossible for them to reach the heavens in a single step. At the beginning of the second day, Xianxia followed the master of the two rites to learn the Heavenly Dipper Seal and the 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword technique. At the same time, Gu Shuhua also began to teach him about the formation pattern condensation of level 3 ancient god formations, the principles of setting up formations, and so on. In the blink of an eye, 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the two instruments pavilion. At the sect master's peak. Mu Yun practiced a set of sword techniques thoroughly. Good. The master of the two rites praised. In 15 years, you have mastered the Heavenly Dipper Seal and the 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword technique, reached the Heaven Monarch realm, and successfully condensed a level 3 ancient god formation. The master of the two rites smiled and said, Mu Yun, you have really surprised me. At this moment, Mu Yun put away her sword and walked over. There are still 5 years left. In the next 5 years, you can put these things aside. I told you that I would teach you an ancient god technique. It's the ancient god technique of the two instruments pavilion. Yin Yang technique of heaven and earth. At this moment, the master of the two rites was standing in front of Mu Yun, gathering origin power between his hands. A black light and a white light started to rotate at this moment. The two lights kept converging and condensing. The two powers belonged to different attributes. The master of the two rites easily mixed the two powers together. A taiji-like pattern condensed and rotated at this moment. It spread to a distance of 10 meters. Mu Yun felt a destructive aura in the taiji-chi pattern. Without a doubt, this strike could easily cut off a 10,000 feet tall mountain. Yin Yang technique of heaven and earth. The master of the two rites said patiently, using the power of Yang and Yin to activate the origin power and condense it into a taiji-chi light. In the beginning, if you can condense the origin power and reach a diameter of 10 meters, you can be said to have mastered it. Reaching a diameter of 100 meters is the small mastery, and reaching a diameter of 1,000 meters is the large mastery. Once you reach the large mastery, it will be another concept of the yin-yang art of heaven and earth. However, you need to reach the sovereign king realm to be able to do it. The master of the two rites smiled and said, you can understand it as the 3 levels of 10 meters, 100 meters, and 1,000 meters. When you cultivate to the 1,000-meter level, it can be said to be the power of a top 3rd-grade ancient god technique. And this divine technique is a 4th-grade ancient god technique. After cultivating to the limit of 1,000 meters, it is compression. Compress the power and start to shrink, from 1,000 meters to 100 meters, then to 10 meters, and even to the size of a palm. Between tension and relaxation, the power is completely different. This ancient god technique is at the level of a 4th-grade ancient god technique. When the time comes, you will understand. But remember, don't try to compress the power before you reach the sovereign king realm. Why? Mu Yun was puzzled. The Holy King realm is divided into 4 major realms, the Iron Bone realm, the Silver Bone realm, the Golden Bone realm, and the Jade Bone realm. In the Iron Bone realm, your bones are forged like iron. Even the heavenly thunder can't break your body. Sovereign King, what is a sovereign king? A person who can be called a king among sovereigns. Only when you reach the sovereign king realm can you compress the power in your body. The master of the two rites paused and said again, remember what I said today. Don't try to compress the power before you reach the sovereign king realm. Okay. In the next 5 years, start cultivating this technique. Okay. Cultivation was dry and boring. For martial artists to pursue great strength, they had to walk this path. As time passed, it was getting closer and closer. The entire southern wasteland region and central wasteland region became lively. This time, the news was released. The Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom and the 7 Valleys, 2 4th-grade sects, joined forces to report the Heavenly Lord Assembly, and this heavenly sovereign assembly was more eye-catching than any of the previous ones. The two sects chose the location of the Heavenly Lord Assembly to be at the Seamless Ancient Mountain. In the entire eastern wilderness, no one was unfamiliar with the Seamless Ancient Mountain. Everyone knew that the Seamless Ancient Mountain was extremely dangerous. But everyone also knew that the Seamless Ancient Mountain was full of tempting treasures. People continued to enter, and people continued to die inside. This also created the mystery of the Seamless Ancient Mountain. The more it was so, the more mysterious the Seamless Ancient Mountain was. 5 years passed quickly. In the Yin and Yang Pavilion, everyone cultivated as usual during these 20 years. After all, there were only a few Heavenly Lord disciples. At this moment, in front of the pavilion master peak of the Two Instruments Pavilion, about 100 disciples gathered at this moment. And more than 90% of these disciples were at the primordial spirit realm of the Heavenly Lord. It was too difficult to cultivate at the Heavenly Lord realm. It would take at least 10,000 years to improve by 1 yuan. In the crowd, 3 figures were particularly eye-catching. It was a young man with long hair and a unique aura. This person was dressed in a light blue robe and was particularly outstanding. It was the current number 1 genius of the Two Instruments Pavilion, Gulong Kai. Gulong Kai was at the 4 primordial spirit realm. He was already the top among the disciples. On the other side, a few disciples were gathered. One of them was dressed in a more capable manner. At this moment, he was discussing something with a few disciples. This person was the number 2 genius of the Two Instruments Pavilion, Xianxia. Xianxia, who was at the 3rd primordial spirit realm of the Heavenly Lord realm, was slightly weaker than Gulong Kai. However, in the Two Instruments Pavilion, Xianxia was extremely prestigious. In another group of people, a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes stood with his hands behind his back. He was extremely cold. "Senior Brother Liu, I'm here to meet the Heavenly Lord Assembly. I hope you can give me some advice." A young man approached at this moment. "Advice?" The cold young man said proudly, "The Heavenly Lord Assembly is in the Unbroken Ancient Mountain. The Unbroken Ancient Mountain is extremely dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll die. How do you want me to advise you? Think of a way. The most important thing is to protect your own life." Hearing this, the disciple's face turned pale. At this moment, 2 figures came together. It was Mu Yun and Xianxia. Amazing, amazing. As expected of the pavilion master's disciple. Her strength has improved so quickly. In just a few decades, she has reached the primordial spirit realm of the Heavenly Lord realm. Seeing Mu Yun arrive, the young man in gorgeous clothes clapped his hands and cheered. Xianxia was also stunned when he saw that person. Junior brother Mu, Lu Shaoran is the elder brother of Lu Feng. He is also the grandson of the Martial Pavilion's elder Lu Hong. Lu Shaoran, Mu Yun knew this person. Lu Shaoran was one of the 3 people mentioned by the pavilion master. Primordial spirit realm of the Heavenly Lord realm, Mu Yun looked at Lu Shaoran and said with a smile, "It's better than some people who don't want to improve." When Mu Yun said this, Lu Shaoran's face turned pale. The rest of the group also looked over at them. Don't improve? How difficult was it to improve in the Heavenly Lord realm? A martial monarch had a lifespan of millions of years. Every step of improvement would take at least thousands of years. Mu Yun was the only exception. Lu Shaoran was also considered a genius. In less than 1,000 years, he could improve by 1 yuan. Mu Yun had improved to the primordial spirit realm of the Heavenly Lord realm in a few decades, and she actually started to provoke him. "Mu Yun, your improvement is very fast. Others need a few thousand years, but you need a few decades. Don't forget. You haven't surpassed me yet." Lu Shaoran snorted and said, "It seems like I have to make you suffer today. Let's set a small target first. For example, 1 second. You want me to suffer a little?" Mu Yun sneered and said, "The Pavilion Lord once said that you are the first obstacle to me becoming the Pavilion Lord. I don't think you can be considered as an obstacle. You are more like a stepping stone. You are really courting death." Lu Shaoran rushed out. A punch was thrown out at this moment. 3rd grade ancient god technique. Moon destroying king fist. It seems like Lu Shaoran has been painstakingly studying this divine technique for the past few decades. Incredible. Mastering this fist art at the binary divine realm and reaching the third primordial spirit realm, he might be able to. Everyone in the surroundings dispersed at this moment. Seeing the fist coming at him, Mu Yan's expression didn't change. All these years, he had sent his osteopyrum to cultivate in the two instruments pavilion to attract people's support. He had also gathered a lot of information. Now, the news of Mu Yan competing for the right to inherit the pavilion lord's position had spread throughout the pavilion. Now, the people who had the most support were naturally Galang Kai, Xiang Dongyu, and Lu Shaoran. Many disciples thought that Mu Yan wasn't qualified at all. Now, he was about to participate in the Heavenly Lord Conference's competition. Whether he was qualified or not would depend on this battle. It was time for him to display his strength. Kill. In an instant, Mu Yan took a step forward. Big Dipper Seal. As the seal was thrown out, a crazy amount of origin force of heaven and earth suddenly gathered at this moment. Bang, the two figures separated as soon as they made contact. Dong. 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 The floor cracked. Mu Yan didn't move at all. However, on the other side, Lu Shaoran's face turned pale as he retreated step by step. The floor under his feet had already been crushed into pieces. In an instant, there was dead silence in front of the main hall. This time, everyone looked at the two of them in disbelief. Binary Divine Realm. Galang Kai and Xiang Dongyu were stunned. How long had it been since Mu Yan entered the two instruments pavilion? At most, it was 30 years. He had reached the second primordial spirit realm from the second organ divine realm. 30 years, this was too fast. Even if he were to consume heavenly treasures, there was no way he could reach such a state. This time everyone looked at Mu Yan in a different light. If one's cultivation level rose quickly, one's combat strength might not be strong. But Mu Yan's combat power was very strong. This time, Lu Shaoran couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Mu Yan's divine realm of two organs. He was at the Heaven Monarch realm. Mu Yan, Heaven Monarch, nascent soul realm. He was still at the Heaven Monarch realm. Then, wouldn't Mu Yan be riding on his head in the future? Damn it. Lu Shaoran scolded in a low voice and snorted, I was merely sparring with you, but you actually went all out. Hee, I didn't even use half of my strength. Really? Mu Yan chuckled and said, sorry, I didn't even use 1/10 of it. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I think it's good to decide the winner here, Mu Yan said with a smile. Don't gossip behind my back. If you have the guts, then speak in front of me in the future. You're courting death. Lu Shaoran was burning with anger. Taking a step forward, Lu Shaoran was brimming with killing intent. Nonsense. A low shout suddenly sounded at this moment. In front of the grand hall, a few figures walked out one by one. Lu Shaoran, Mu Yan, what are the two of you doing? The few figures walked out one by one and looked at Mu Yan and Lu Shaoran. Gu Shuhua scolded at this moment, the Heavenly Monarch Conference competition is around the corner. Are you still fighting among yourselves? Do you know how many disciples from the Seven Valleys and the Qiang Saint Empire are participating in this competition? There are close to 20,000 people in total. The two instruments pavilion has less than 100 people. If we don't unite, how can we protect ourselves? Gu Shuhua scolded the two of them sternly. For a moment, even Elder Lu Hong was speechless. This disciple knows his mistake. Lu Shaoran cupped his hands and said. This disciple knows his mistake. Just now, senior brother Lu said that he wanted to spar with me. He didn't have any ill intentions. We are just comparing our realms. Mu Yan also said. Gu Shuhua looked at the two of them and said slowly, line up. Instantly, over 100 figures came to a stop. The master of the two rites walked out slowly. The Heavenly Monarch Conference is about to begin. This time, as Pavilion Master Gu said, there are about 9,000 participants from the Qiang Saint Empire. The Seven Valleys have also joined and sent out 8,000 people. As for the 5th grade sects under the Qiang Saint Empire, there are about 2,000 Heavenly Monarch Realm disciples. This time, there are at least 20,000 people participating in the trial. There are disciples from the 1 primordial spirit realm to the 7 primordial spirit realm. In the Qiang Saint Empire and the Seven Valleys, There are quite a number of 7 primordial spirit realm disciples. Someone might break through to the sovereign king realm within 50 years. If you are like a plate of loose sand, you will only become the stepping stones of others. The master of the 2 rites shouted, therefore, even if you don't form a team, you can't kill each other in there. This time, the Heavenly Monarch Conference will be held in the unbroken ancient mountain. I don't think I need to say more about how dangerous it is. Last time, the trial of the 4 major sects was only at the outermost periphery. This time, we will enter the inner periphery. Do you know how dangerous it is? The master of the 2 rites continued to explain some things. In the end, he led everyone out. They headed south all the way to the location given by the Qiang Saint Empire. After about half a day, they arrived at their destination. At this moment, Mu Yun was slightly stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. In the huge valley, tens of thousands of figures were gathered together. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there were too many powerful auras in the surroundings to count. Many of them had auras stronger than the pavilion master. In the valley, there were disciples participating in the trial. On the mountain peaks around the valley, there were many powerful auras that soared into the sky to maintain order. The master of the 2 rites led everyone to a stop. Please report that the 2 instruments pavilion has brought 117 disciples here. The warrior guarding the entrance of the valley looked at everyone with contempt. One by one, enter according to the registration information. Don't make any noise and don't cause trouble. Don't go in. The warrior looked at the master of the 2 rites and stopped them. Many disciples entered the valley one by one. At this moment, the crowd was chaotic. Looking carefully, the disciples of each sect were dressed differently. Mu Yun had not seen such a grand scene for a long time. More importantly, these people were all in the Heavenly Monarch realm. When he first entered the Abyss realm and entered the unbroken ancient mountain, the Heavenly Monarch realm was extremely far away from Mu Yun. But now, he had already reached the Heavenly Monarch realm. After the Heavenly Monarch realm, there were the Sovereign King realm, Sage Lord realm, and Imperial Lord realm. Those were not far away from him. At this moment, Mu Yun and Qi Zhongshu were gathered together. Qi Zhongshu looked around and said nervously, I still don't know where in the unbroken ancient mountain this trial will be. Mu Yun looked at Qi Zhongshu and comforted him, Senior brother Qi, don't worry. Don't fight or snatch. If there's a chance, get some benefits. Don't be greedy. It won't be too dangerous. We're blind. We don't know anything about this trial. Qi Zhongshu continued, I'm sure the people of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and Sevenfold Valleys are well aware of this, but if you don't know, you can listen. Mu Yun looked around and smiled faintly. Qi Zhongshu immediately understood. At this moment, the 2 of them dispersed and walked among the crowd as if nothing had happened. Slowly, the 2 of them reunited. At this moment, Qi Zhongshu's expression was even more unsightly. Mu Yun's expression was also solemn. What did you find out? I heard that a mysterious place has been discovered. It seems to be related to the unbroken ancient emperor, Qi Zhongshu said seriously. Also, it said that spacetime changes strangely in the unbroken ancient mountain. This place is not static. It can change at any time. Mu Yun nodded and said, this time, the geniuses are indeed concentrated in the Qiang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valleys. The Qiang Holy Empire's monarch is an invincible imperial emperor. It's said that there are hundreds of 7 primordial spirit realm disciples this time. Also, the Qiang Holy Empire's princesses and princes are participating in the competition. Qi Zhongshu hurriedly said, I also heard that the descendants of the Qiang Holy Empire's 3 kings and 4 dukes are participating. The 2 of them didn't know much about this. They had eavesdropped for a long time just now to get this information. This time, as a 5th grade sect, they were only participating in the competition to serve as a foil. The Sevenfold Valleys and the Qiang Holy Empire were most likely here for the secret treasure. Pulling in the various 5th grade sects was just a cover. Once they encountered an incredible ancient land and inheritance, the people of the Sevenfold Valleys and the Qiang Holy Empire were most likely to obtain it. After all, they had a large number of people and a high cultivation level. On the other hand, they had almost no chance. After all, they had a large number of people and were powerful. For a moment, Qi Zhongshu regretted coming. However, even if they didn't want to come and hid, the Qiang Holy Empire would still find them. This was forcing them to spar with the juniors of the two major factions. Qi Zhongshu was helpless at this moment. Mu Yun, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. He had always yearned for such a trial. He had only cultivated quietly. In the past 20 years, he had only advanced from the first primordial spirit realm to the second primordial spirit realm. It was too slow, it was really too slow. However, the trial was completely different. When others fought, he would devour. That kind of vitality was comparable to decades or even hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. This time, Mu Yun had already calculated it. In 50 years, he would run to wherever there was conflict. At the Heavenly Lord realm, he would easily fight within 1,000 miles. If someone died, he would devour them. Perhaps, it was even possible for him to reach the 7th primordial spirit realm. Time passed bit by bit. Gradually, more and more disciples gathered. Suddenly, around the valley and on the mountain top, hundreds of figures stood still at this moment. 2 figures appeared above everyone's heads. Qiang Holy Empire's monarch, Emperor Qi Shi. Sevenfold Valley's Valley Master, Hong Jiucheng. Hearing the surrounding voices, Mu Yun knew that the 2 figures floating in the air were emperors. Emperors were the top existences in the entire eastern wilderness. At the same time, they were also the peak of the monarch realm. At this moment, Mu Yun looked around. The disciples from the Qiang Holy Empire and Sevenfold Valley all had solemn expressions. Someone said, "It seems that hundreds of great saints are preparing to join forces to activate the array formation and send us into the streamless ancient mountain from here." Someone corrected, "That's not hundreds of great saints, but hundreds of level 5 ancient divine array masters." Level 5 ancient divine array masters? Hundreds of them. I'm afraid only the Qiang Holy Empire and Sevenfold Valley can gather them. Level 5 ancient divine array masters. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Hundreds of level 5 ancient divine array masters. They were all in the great sage realm. After the heavenly monarch was the monarch realm, sage realm, and emperor realm. Sage realm and level 5 ancient divine array masters. Even in the entire eastern wilderness, they would be considered experts. This is the foundation of a 4th grade sect and force, Mu Yun couldn't help but exclaim. He was still very far away from this step. This was an opportunity. He had to seize it. Get ready to begin. Imperial Lord Qi Shi said. Emperor Hong Jiucheng nodded. The 2 of them flew into the air. Hundreds of level 5 ancient divine array masters worked together to activate it. In an instant, the ground beneath everyone's feet rumbled. A series of buzzing noises could be heard at that instant. Suddenly, rays of light appeared on the ground. At this moment, Mu Yun was carefully observing the light. A level 5 ancient divine array was many times more advanced than a level 3 ancient divine array. Mu Yun's eyes were cautious. Rumbling sounds could be heard at this moment. Suddenly, lines of array patterns rose into the air. Mu Yun could feel the power in her body rising continuously. Hundreds of level 5 ancient divine array masters worked together. In an instant, more than 20,000 people turned into light pillars and gradually disappeared under the fluctuations of the array. The silhouettes disappeared one by one. Mu Yun looked around and found something. The time and location of everyone's departure seemed to be different. Moreover, the distance between departure and departure was also different. The disciples of the Sevenfold Valleys and the Qiang Holy Kingdom all seemed to leave in groups of a few. On the other hand, the disciples of the 5th grade sects were all sent off individually. Mu Yun gradually understood. These guys could be said to be doing this openly. At this moment, a light pillar shone on her body. In the next moment, Mu Yun only felt the wind and crane in her ears. Suddenly, her body flew up. After an unknown period of time, a whirlpool of energy made Mu Yun feel dizzy. Her body fell to the ground with a bang. She stood up and looked around. Mu Yun immediately became cautious. This place was already the waterless ancient mountain. The surrounding forest was vast and quiet. This time, the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire didn't tell them where the trial would be held. Mu Yun began to explore the forest by herself. In the Two Instruments Pavilion, a heaven monarch at the nascent divinity realm was already considered a top disciple. However, compared to the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire's vast national power, weak, very weak, in this place, she had to be extremely careful. Mu Yun made up her mind and looked around. For the next few days, Mu Yun was very careful. She did not fly in the air, nor did she move forward quickly. Other than the mountain range, there was nothing else. On this day, as Mu Yun continued to move forward, two ear-piercing sounds rang out above her head. Sensing the auras of the two figures, Mu Yun did not conceal her own aura. Not long after, the two figures that were originally flying away actually turned around and returned. "It's you." One of them looked at Mu Yun with a mocking smile on his face. Looking at the two of them, Mu Yun did not recognize them. "Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to actually come to participate in the Heavenly Monarch Assembly trial." The other person looked at Mu Yun with a face full of surprise. "It seems that I don't know you." "That's right, you really don't know us. But we know you." The disciple laughed and said, "Who wouldn't know the famous disciple of the Two Instruments Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Because of you, the Boundless Sect Master died. Now, we are being bullied by the Blue Dragon Sect and the Jiuxing Sect. You're actually at the Heavenly Monarch realm." The two of them looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. "Boundless Sect disciple," Mu Yun murmured, "then what do you want?" "What do we want?" The two of them looked at each other, and divine weapons appeared in their hands. "Kill you." In an instant, the origin power in their bodies exploded as they charged directly at Mu Yun. "You want to find trouble with me at the nascent divinity realm?" Mu Yun waved her palm. Bang! The two figures were instantly intimidated and dropped to their knees with a thump. Nascent divinity realm? The expressions of the two changed a few times. Not only had Mu Yun reached the Heavenly Monarch realm, but she had also reached the nascent divinity realm. What a joke! How long had it been? How could this guy improve so quickly? Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with the two of them and snorted. "If you want to kill me, you have to see your own strength. If you don't have the strength, why would you do such a stupid thing?" Bang! 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 The two figures directly turned into corpses. They were only at the nascent divinity realm, and they wanted to take revenge on him. A devouring aura spread out, and Mu Yun's strength increased. It was indeed the right choice to participate in the Heavenly Monarch Assembly. Killing and robbing, others were robbing, but he was robbing. After dealing with the two corpses, Mu Yun didn't stay for long and left this place. For the next period of time, Mu Yun had been carefully walking in the forest. If she encountered people who wanted to kill her, she would expose herself and kill them instead. Mu Yun avoided those who were above the nascent divinity realm. In 2 to 3 months, Mu Yun had already killed 7 or 8 nascent divinity realm martial artists. However, until now, Mu Yun didn't realize that the people who entered this place were in groups. It seemed that everyone was aimless and didn't dare to act recklessly in the beginning. In 2 to 3 months, Mu Yun stabilized her realm at the nascent divinity realm. Mu Yun also had a more thorough understanding of the surrounding dozens of miles. Mu Yun didn't intend to leave this place. 50 years had just begun. Right now, she needed to understand where this place was. What were the people from the Qiang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley looking for? On this day, Mu Yun was cultivating in a secret place that she found. Suddenly, a weak fluctuation came. Mu Yun felt that a few figures had entered the area she was in. In this forest, dozens of miles around, Mu Yun set up a small array to investigate. Once someone passed by, she would know the difference. In these few days, Mu Yun also treated herself as a wild beast that had occupied the mountain and was resting here. Whoever approached her territory would be careful. 7 people. 1 nascent divinity realm heavenly monarch, 2 nascent divinity realm heavenly monarch, and the remaining 4 nascent divinity realm heavenly monarch. Mu Yun immediately found out. The 7 people seemed to be in a team. The 7 people carefully came to this forest. Mu Yun used the heaven-slaying portrait to conceal her aura and kept approaching the 7 people. The 7 people didn't seem to have come here for no reason. They were prepared. The 4 nascent divinity realm disciples spread out in the periphery. As for those three people, one of them was a short man, and he held a round ball in his hand. The ball emitted a faint light. As the three people moved, the light was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It should be here. The short man said, Wei Hua, Wei Yi, the two of you, start digging. Senior brothers Xian, are we really going to dig? Nonsense. Xian shouted, this is the Heavenly Monarch Assembly organized by the Qiyang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley. Do you know how many Heavenly Monarchs there are in the two fourth-tier factions? I prepared for a long time for this trial. I borrowed this primordial searching spirit pearl to search for treasures. We can forget about those big treasures. But there should be something here. Let's not fight with the disciples of the Qiyang Holy Empire and the Sevenfold Valley. Even if it takes 50 years to raise our cultivation by 1 yuan, it's still worth it. All right. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Wei Hua and Wei Yi were also very excited. Xian was right. They definitely had nothing to do with the big treasures. However, they could get a lot of small treasures. This place was remote and definitely wouldn't be discovered by others. The two of them didn't dig wantonly. Instead, they carefully began to dig underground. At this moment, Mu Yun was 100 meters away from the 7 people. She was hiding in the bushes and watching them work. Primordial searching spirit pearl? Mu Yun was very interested. Wei Hua and Wei Yi continued to dig. Gradually, a 10-meter wide hole appeared around them. As they went deeper, the three of them seemed to change direction. Xian walked out of the hole and looked at the 2 disciples. Come down with me. You two, stand guard outside. If there are any changes, inform us immediately. As he spoke, the 5 of them walked into the hole together. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in a hurry. After waiting for another 15 minutes, Mu Yun made her move. Whoosh, an air-piercing sound rang out. The Divine Wood Sword attacked at this moment. The Divine Wood Sword was extremely fast. As it attacked, one of the primordial soul realm disciples couldn't react at all. When the other person reacted, his neck was already tightly gripped. Answer what I asked you. Mu Yun's cold voice rang out slowly. The disciple didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly nodded. Mu Yun continued, which sect are you from? The Boundless Sect. The Boundless Sect, it was the Boundless Sect again. Mu Yun realized that they were really fated. After asking this question, Mu Yun immediately attacked and killed that disciple. Under such circumstances, it was not appropriate to ask too much. If this disciple took advantage of his questioning and the people below received the news, it would be troublesome. Looking at the hole, Mu Yun hesitated for a moment but still entered. Even if the 5 people below joined forces, he might not be their match. But running was still not a problem. Mu Yun had also investigated this place. There was nothing special about it. That Xian seemed to have some skills. After entering the hole, in a short time, the hole was as tall as a person. It twisted and turned, slanting downwards. After descending for a few hundred meters, Mu Yun finally saw a natural passage in front of him. It wasn't dug out by Xian and the others, but seemed to exist naturally. After entering the passage, Mu Yun did not sense the auras of Xian and the others. The passage was more than 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. It continued to extend as if there was no end. As she walked, Mu Yun suddenly realized that there was no end. In half a day, Mu Yun walked at least a dozen miles. And in front, there was finally a sound. It was Xian and the others. Mu Yun concealed all her auras and looked ahead. Vaguely, the voices of Xian and the others entered her ears. We've made a fortune this time. Xian was obviously excited. This primordial spirit detection pearl only detects the aura of the treasure. But even so, it's still so rich. The real treasure trove will definitely be extremely luxurious. Haha, Xian seemed very excited. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. He couldn't help but be excited. He thought that it was just a small secret treasure. He didn't expect that it was the aura of a big secret treasure. The seamless ancient mountain was a dangerous place, but it was also a treasure mountain. He didn't expect to find a place with a big secret treasure like this. Be careful. If we find a big treasure this time, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Xian looked at them and couldn't help but be excited. At this moment, Wei Hua and Wei Yu were clearly very excited. If they really found a good place, they could hide for 50 years. After the Heavenly Lord Assembly ended, they could return to the sect and cultivate in seclusion. This time, other than the disciples of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and the Seven Valleys, many people who participated in the Heavenly Lord Assembly had this idea. Once they found a good place, they would find a place to hide and cultivate in seclusion for 50 years. After all, it was unrealistic to compete with the disciples of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and the Seven Valleys for those obvious treasures. In addition, this was the seamless ancient mountain, not to mention the people of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire and the Seven Valleys. The danger in the seamless ancient mountain itself couldn't be ignored. The 5 of them were carried away. Xian looked at one of them and said, "Lu He, go back and tell the 2 of them to come down. Remember, when you come down, seal the entrance." The disciple named Lu He nodded and immediately left. Xian said again, "Let's go take a look first. If we find something good this time, this Heavenly Lord Assembly will be worth it." The 4 of them continued to go deeper. At this moment, Lu He couldn't wait. It was really worth it for them to team up with Xian and enter this place together. Now, they had to tell the news to the other 2 partners. Lu He was so excited that he didn't see the figure in front of him. Mu Yun directly appeared and blocked his path. Without saying a word, she shot out the divine wood sword and pierced Lu He's forehead. "There's no need to report." With a wave of her hand, Lu He's corpse gradually dissipated. Mu Yun looked forward. He wanted to see what kind of good place Xian found this time. The changes in time and space in the seamless ancient mountain were very strange. It wasn't always the same. It was also because of this that the seamless ancient mountain was mysterious. Because there was no trace of it. Maybe it was the first time they came here, this place. It would be completely different the next time they came. Xian and the other 3. Mu Yun followed behind him, keeping a distance between them. The execution of the heavens painting could hide one's aura. This effect brought him endless benefits. "Look ahead." Among the 4, Wei Ye's voice suddenly trembled with excitement. What entered his eyes was a huge underground palace. The entire underground palace was vast and boundless. At the same time, he raised his head and saw numerous stone pillars hanging upside down. The stone pillars hung upside down in the air, and the bright pearls emitted a faint light. The entire underground palace looked bright and dazzling. The 4 of them were so excited that they were about to go crazy. 4 figures rushed towards the entrance of the underground palace. The entrance to the underground palace was 100 meters tall. Engraved on it were patterns of dragons and phoenixes, looking mysterious and unfathomable. The 4 of them were just trying to push the door open. Who would have thought that the door would suddenly open at this moment? Xian and the others looked at each other. It's opened, just like that. The 4 of them were extremely excited. In the next moment, they slipped into the underground palace. At this moment, Mu Yun walked out and stood in front of the underground palace. "Underground palace," Mu Yun muttered, "I didn't expect that these guys would really find an unusual place by chance." However, they had been moving underground and didn't know where they were now. Mu Yun didn't care about this. Standing in front of the palace door, Mu Yun looked carefully. The patterns of dragons and phoenixes carved on the door could be seen at this moment. The figure of the true dragon was exceptionally powerful. On the other hand, the phoenix figure was being suppressed by the dragon figure at this moment. "Guai," Mu Yun shouted, "Ancient Emperor Wujian, can you slay a dragon?" "Of course." Guai replied, "The dragon clan and the phoenix clan are both powerful first-class clans. However, not every divine dragon is invincible. The ancient emperor is also an emperor. In the entire vast 1,000 domains, emperors are invincible and pitifully rare. It may be difficult for an ancient emperor to kill the leader of the dragon clan. However, it's very easy to kill some elders of the dragon clan." Mu Yun said again, "Ancient Emperor Wujian and the Golden Axe Heavenly Palace." Since the ancient Emperor Wujian was once so powerful, and the ancient Emperor Wujian is so vast, it must not be just a treasure land. In fact, the place we are now is very likely to be the outermost area. You're not stupid to the bone. Guai grinned and said, back then, the 9 disciples of the ancient Emperor Wu Jian should be very strong. Their strength is not bad. If there were any disciples under the 9 disciples, they would be the grand disciples of the ancient Emperor Wu Jian. However, no matter how weak the grand disciples are, they would at least be at the imperial emperor level. Mu Yun didn't want to speak at this moment. Guai deliberately choked him. According to what you said, the ancient Emperor Wu Jian is an emperor. Then his 9 disciples are at least at the supremacy level. The disciples of the 9 disciples are at least at the imperial emperor level. This makes sense. Mu Yun really didn't want to be choked by Guai. However, looking at the construction of this underground palace, it shouldn't be at the level of an expert at the supremacy level. I think it's more likely to be the location of one of the grand disciples of the ancient Emperor Wu Jian. Guai said slowly, it's better for you to know some things when you reach the supremacy level. After Guai said this, he didn't say anything else. Mu Yun's current horizons were indeed much higher. However, he was afraid that it would affect Mu Yun. Someone is coming. Mu Yun's figure flashed and retreated into the tunnel. At this moment, he realized. There was more than one tunnel here that led to the underground palace. There were also 3 other tunnels that led to the underground palace. Almost a few steps in front and back, more than 10 figures walked out of the 3 tunnels one after another. I met an acquaintance. Mu Yun looked at a pair of people and smiled slightly. Lu Shaoran. This guy is so arrogant. He actually followed Galong Kai? Mu Yun concealed his aura and didn't say anything. On the other side, 2 groups of people also appeared at this moment. The 3 groups looked at each other in astonishment. Galong Kai. Xing Yun. Long Zishuan. The 3 leaders looked at each other. Mu Yun understood at this moment. Other than Galong Kai, the other 2 people were most likely from the Blue Dragon sect, the Boundless sect, and the Jiuxing sect. Galong Kai was indeed the number 1 genius of the 2 instruments pavilion, but the other party was also a heavenly lord. The people that Galong Kai knew were most likely disciples of the 3 major sections. Galong Kai, I didn't expect that the 2 instruments pavilion would dare to send disciples this time. One of the men in green sneered and said, the master of the 2 rites is going to be finished soon, right? You don't have to worry about it, Xing Yun. Galong Kai said indifferently, even if the pavilion master is dead, let's see if the 2 instruments pavilion can withstand your Jiuxing sect. Galong Kai, are you interested in joining the Blue Dragon sect? The other young man smiled and said at this moment. If you join the Blue Dragon sect, I guarantee that your future will be limitless. Long Zishuan, are you that confident? Galong Kai sneered and said, if I can step into the 5 primordial spirit realm this time, it will be easy for me to become the master of the 2 rites. Why should I go to the Blue Dragon sect? The 3 groups were at daggers drawn at this moment. Mu Yun also heard some words. Long Zishuan of the Blue Dragon sect. Xing Yun of the Jiuxing sect. These 2 people's auras were similar to Galong Kai's. They should be at the 4 primordial spirit realm. This was going to be a little troublesome. He was now at the 2 primordial spirit realm. If there were only Zhuo Xian and the others from the Boundless sect, he could deal with them in this underground palace. However, there were more than 10 people now. Moreover, they were Galong Kai, Long Zishuan, and Xing Yun, all of whom were at the 4 primordial spirit realm. Just this point alone made it difficult to deal with. However, the underground palace was right in front of him. If he gave up, it would not be Mu Yun's character. Galong Kai and the other 2 argued but did not make a move in the end. The underground palace is right in front. If you want to enter, then enter. I will not argue with you. Galong Kai snorted and turned to leave. He directly pushed the door open and entered with 4 or 5 people behind him. Xing Yun and Long Zishuan were also wary of each other at this moment. They led their people in. Mu Yun had been waiting outside the underground palace for a long time. She saw them enter one by one. In the end, they entered the underground palace. After entering the underground palace, Mu Yun was immediately attracted by the scene before her. At this moment, what entered his eyes was a boundless square. Above the square, those palaces were all suspended in the air. Every palace was suspended in the air. There were thousands of them, and they were arranged in picturesque disorder. It was as if there was an invisible force holding up these palaces. Mu Yun looked around carefully. Thousands of palaces were all suspended in the air. Such a scene was indeed rare. Mu Yun flew up and entered one of the palaces. The main hall looked grand and magnificent. Inside the hall, stone pillars were propped up. However, at this moment, it looked rather empty. It was as if no one had lived here before. Mu Yun rushed in. In the next moment, there was a burst of light in the main hall. Array! Seeing the changes, Mu Yun stood still calmly. The fluctuation of a second-grade ancient divine array. Now, Mu Yun was at least a third-grade ancient divine array master. Even if she was not an ancient divine array master, a mere second-grade ancient divine array would not be able to trap her. She took a step forward and the array changed. Buzz! Suddenly, the surrounding wind howled, the mountains were overturned, and the sea roared. However, Mu Yun stood on the spot. Motionless. Illusion array, she pointed her finger, and an array pattern shot out. There was a clang. That array pattern shot onto a stone pillar in the main hall. Bang! Immediately, the surrounding illusion completely disappeared. The main hall returned to its original state. Mu Yun stood in the middle of the main hall and looked around. There was no change, however, Mu Yun did not move and continued to wait. Not long after, a dripping sound suddenly sounded. It was as if a drop of water had fallen from the sky. Mu Yun waved her hand, and that drop of water landed in her palm at this moment. Looking carefully, Mu Yun's pupils shrank. That was not water. It was a drop of blood. A drop of resplendent golden blood. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Seeing the golden blood, Mu Yun was stunned. But then, an aura gradually rose in his body. Dragon form, dragon scales appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. He had been cultivating the dragon form. However, cultivating the dragon form required a large amount of divine dragon bloodline, souls, bones, and so on. In this great wide world, the dragon clan opened up a world called the dragon world. The real dragon clan was basically in the dragon world. The chances of encountering them in other places were too small. Even if he encountered them, it would be difficult for him to subdue them with his current strength. But at this moment, there was a drop of dragon blood in his palm. Golden dragon blood. The blood of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Guai said, "You're in luck." Mu Yun didn't say much at this moment. If the dragon form couldn't be improved, it wouldn't be able to keep up with his cultivation level. And to improve, it was to continuously fuse with dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon souls, and so on. Now, this drop of dragon blood contained an extremely rich aura. If he refined it now, his dragon form body would definitely grow by a lot. At this moment, Mu Yun absorbed the drop of dragon blood into his body. Gradually, a force in his body began to boil. Dragon scales gradually gathered on the surface of his body. This time, Mu Yun could feel it. There was a faint trend of metamorphosis all over his body. At this moment, Mu Yun only needed to quietly experience that feeling. Guai said, "Back then, the dragon clan inherited the bloodline. The ancestral dragon was the leader. Now, after continuous evolution, it turned into the 10 great dragon clans. The 5-clawed golden dragon is one of the 10 great dragon clans. I don't think this drop of golden blood is weak." Mu Yun felt the changes in his body and nodded. If I can continuously devour dragon bodies, perhaps one day, I can truly transform into a dragon. Guai chuckled and said, "Do you still remember that when you and Xianxia first entered the mortal world, Xianxia's body emitted the ancestral dragon's aura?" "Yes. If it's someone else, it's not possible to transform into a dragon. But you, on the other hand, have a great possibility." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. Guai would not lie to him. "Go on." Mu Yun smiled. "You possess the devouring bloodline. No one in the Great Thousand World possesses such a bloodline. It's not that the power of the bloodline doesn't exist in the Great Thousand World. It's just a manifestation of one's talent. You use your devourer bloodline to devour the dragon aura and fuse it with your body. In fact, the dragon aura is equivalent to a guiding force. One day, if you are able to devour an extremely powerful qi and blood, becoming a dragon will not be a lie. When Mu Yun heard these words, she quieted down. At that instant, the scales covering his dragon form body had disappeared. What replaced it was a piece of light golden armor that covered the clothes. That kind of feeling was like Mu Yun's own left and right hands changing, moving as she wished. Mu Yun clenched her fists and smiled. A drop of dragon blood had improved her dragon form body by more than several times. Just a few more drops. Mu Yun sighed. Guai turned a blind eye to her words. A few more drops? Did she really think that dragon blood could be preserved anywhere at any time? It seems that there should be many existences related to the divine dragon here. Guai said, if you have the chance, you might find some strange places. Okay. Mu Yun continued to look at the main hall, trying to find something strange. However, there was nothing strange in the main hall. In the end, Mu Yun could only leave. However, as soon as she left the main hall, Mu Yun was stunned. At this moment, the main hall that was originally floating in midair was now all on the ground. After descending 100 meters, there was no fluctuation at all. No, to be precise. It was because he did not feel any fluctuation. At this moment, Mu Yun stood at the entrance of the main hall and looked around. She looked up again. She looked up at the sky. That pattern had changed. It was like a dragon's shadow with a winding body that was tens of thousands of feet long. Specks of light shone down. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time she had seen such a change. That tens of thousands of feet long body gave people the feeling that it was an illusion. It was a real dragon that was nailed alive in the sky. Not only Mu Yun, but in the distance, Gelong Kai, Long Zishuan, and the others also looked up at the sky at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar from the depths of the main hall. Mu Yun's figure flashed and went toward the roar. Someone was fighting. Mu Yun rushed over quickly. She stood at the top of a main hall and looked ahead. At this moment, the two sides took the lead to fight. It was Gelong Kai from the Two Instruments Pavilion and Xing Qingyun from the Nine Stars sect. The rest of the people were also fighting in full swing in the surroundings. Mu Yun looked ahead with a thoughtful look in his eyes. At this moment, the roof of the main hall that the two of them were surrounding had long been damaged. Through the damaged roof, one could see a ray of light rising in the main hall. A ray of blood light, but it wasn't golden. It was blue. The blood essence of the ocean-shaking divine dragon. Guiyi's voice sounded at this moment. The ocean-shaking divine dragon, the ocean-shaking divine dragon, one of the top 10 dragon clans. Mu Yun looked at the center of the main hall. In the middle of the blood pool, there was at least a bucket with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 1 meter. So many, it was thousands of times more than the one drop he had fused just now. No wonder Gelong Kai and Xing Qingyun would fight at this moment. Gelong Kai, such a good thing is not something you should covet. Xing Qingyun sneered. Only when you know how to retreat can you live. I'll return the same words to you. Gelong Kai sneered. However, as soon as he said this, Gelong Kai's expression turned serious. He only had 5 people with him this time. Xing Qingyun had 7 people with him. At this moment, his people were at a disadvantage. If they continued to fight and there were casualties, it would be troublesome. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. Xing Qingyun knew that he had the upper hand and would not back down at this moment. Pei Yuan, Jia Xing. Xing Qingyun shouted, don't be in a hurry to kill them. Take away the blood pool and keep the dragon blood. Yes. Yes. Immediately, the two figures left their opponents. The advantage in numbers showed at this moment. The Two Instruments Pavilion was at a disadvantage in numbers. Now, they could not split up to stop Pei Yuan and Jia Xing. Die. An explosive shout sounded at this moment. At this moment, a figure dashed out. Bang bang, in an instant, explosions sounded. Pei Yuan was killed. Jia Xing's body seemed to explode as he held. In pain. Pei Yuan. Jia Xing. Seeing this scene, Xing Qingyun's expression turned ugly. Seeing your brother go, I will take the dragon blood and leave first. Let's meet at the old place. That figure let out an explosive roar, his figure flashed, turned into an afterimage, and disappeared. At this moment, Galongkai was dumbfounded. Xing Qingyun was even more dumbfounded. Galongkai, I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Die. Between Pei Yuan and Jia Xing, one was dead and the other was injured. If he fought with Galongkai now, the dragon blood would be gone. Xing Qingyun immediately left Galongkai and chased after him. Galongkai was even more puzzled now. Lu Shaoran, who was that person just now? I don't know. Lu Shaoran was also at a loss. Oh no, we were tricked. Galongkai shouted angrily and rushed out. That was not one of his men, someone had pretended to be one of his men. Galongkai cursed in a low voice and chased after him instantly. At the same time, Mu Yun increased his speed and kept the blood pool into the heaven exterminating diagram. As for Xing Qingyun and Galongkai who were chasing after him, Mu Yun was not worried. At this moment, Mu Yun was wearing a pair of boots with a faint green glow, which made him as fast as lightning. Divine Wind Boots. A low-grade mortal divine artifact. This was what the master of the two rites gave him this time. At the crucial moment, he could run fast. The master of the two rites was still worried that he had died. Now, it came in handy. For a moment, Mu Yun was running back and forth in the huge underground palace. Galongkai and Xing Qingyun were chasing after him. Mu Yun did not care about them. A 4 primordial spirit realm cultivator was much faster than a 2 primordial spirit realm cultivator. But now, he was wearing the divine wind boots and his speed was not slower than a 4 primordial spirit realm cultivator. How fast was the speed of 3 figures chasing after each other, but there was no end to this underground palace. In half a cup of tea's time, the 3 of them had already flown tens of thousands of miles, but there was still no end to the underground palace. Who is it? Get lost. While Mu Yun was running, a shout suddenly sounded. Then, a huge force came from the front. A palm print slammed down. Mu Yun could not dodge in time and could only use his dragon body to take it head-on. Bang, that palm print slammed down at this moment. With a bang, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his body seemed to have fallen apart. Heavenly Monarch, 5 primordial spirit realm, Mu Yun's face turned pale. You are not allowed to take another step forward, or you will die. That shout sounded again, and Galongkai and Xing Qingyun also stopped at this moment. In the distance, a figure stood proudly in midair. His clothes were incomparably luxurious. It was a man with an arrogant aura that was irresistible. The Luo family of the Qiang Holy Kingdom is here. Everyone else, get lost. The man said. This time, Xing Qingyun and Galongkai's faces completely changed. The Luo family of the Qiang Holy Kingdom, as a 4th-tier force, the Qiang Holy Kingdom had a strong foundation. And in the Qiang Holy Kingdom, the king was naturally the most powerful. The king's bloodline, the princes and princesses, were high and mighty, and they were also extremely powerful. Apart from the king, there were 3 kings and 4 ministers. The 3 kings were the Iron King, the Mu King, and the Luo King. The 4 ministers were the Gongsun family, the Chao family, the Yang family, and the Luo family. The Luo family was one of the 4 ministers. That young man was from the Luo family. Just his domineering aura alone. He was at least at the 5th essence spirit realm. A 5th essence spirit realm cultivator was enough to be called an elder in the 2 instruments pavilion, and he was at the top level. However, to the Luo family, he was just a disciple participating in the trial. The gap was too big. Mu Yun looked at the young man from afar with a gloomy face. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He would remember this palm. Young Master Feng. Xing Qingyun was not willing to leave just like that. He said loudly, this child has dragon blood in him. We have chased after him until now. If young master likes it, then we will gift the dragon blood to young master. After saying that, Xing Qingyun slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Galongkai also hurriedly slipped away with an unwilling expression. Only Mu Yun and the young man watched from a distance. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. To go and return, hand over the dragon blood and get lost. Mu Yan's face was filled with anger. In your dreams. Mu Yun shouted. Then die. The young man's long hair fluttered slightly. Remember, the person who will kill you is Luo Rui of the Luo family. The young man raised his hand and waved his palm. Before the palm wind arrived, the palm print hit Mu Yan's cheek. Heavenly Dipper Seal. With a wave of his palm, a seal shot out at this moment. Boom, almost instantly, the Heavenly Dipper Seal collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Mu Yan's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The gap was too big, 2 Essence Spirit Realm and 5 Essence Spirit Realm. They were not on the same level at all. Hand over the dragon blood and I can spare your life. Luo Rui said indifferently, if you're not willing, then die. Luo Rui's words fell and he struck out again. In an instant, the palm print rushed towards Mu Yun. But at this moment, Mu Yan's left eye opened. The black light was very eye-catching. Get lost. The heavens eye looked at him and a suction force took away the huge force of the palm print. Then, Mu Yan's face turned even paler. In the next moment, a tyrannical backlash force began to attack his internal organs. Fortunately, he had reached the heavenly monarch realm. Otherwise, even if the gate of reincarnation endured more than half of this attack, if his internal organs were affected, he would die a horrible death. Eh? Luo Rui looked at Mu Yun and was slightly surprised. Interesting, the interesting part is at the back. Mu Yun grinned at this moment. The divine wood sword pierced through the void. It's just a small trick. Luo Rui pointed with his finger, and the divine wood sword suddenly stopped. It could not advance an inch. A small trick? Mu Yun sneered. Boom, in the next moment, a spatial blade shot out from the divine wood sword. Puff, blood dripped. Mu Yun turned around and ran. On the spot, in midair. At this moment, there was a faint blood mark on Luo Rui's neck. Almost, died, Luo Rui touched the bloodstain on his neck and playfully asked, Who are you? Mu Yun's voice sounded at this moment. Xing Yun, kill me if you can. With a roar, Mu Yun had already fled 1,000 miles away. Luo Rui stepped forward. Brother Rui. At this moment, a figure walked over and hurriedly said, It's open. Luo Rui stopped in his tracks. Xing Yun. Forget it, Luo Rui turned around and left. Business was more important. At this moment, Mu Yun did not return along the original path. Only after going back and forth in this huge underground palace did they discover it. It was unimaginably vast. Even after thousands of miles, they still hadn't reached the end. The previous location seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. Where exactly was this place? It was actually so vast. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about this. That blow from Luo Rui almost took his life. The difference between the 5th Essence Spirit Realm was too great. It sounded like the difference between the 5th Essence Spirit Realm and the 2nd Essence Spirit Realm, but in fact, in the Heavenly Lord Realm, every yuan was a huge difference. Mu Yun was panting. Luo Rui did not chase after him. It was the greatest possibility. That guy had more important things to do. Mu Yun gritted his teeth. I won't let this matter rest. Even so, the most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. Mu Yun looked at the heaven-punishing painting. Under the world tree. It was a pool of dragon blood. Blue dragon blood. Sea-shaking divine dragon, one of the top 10 dragon clans, the sea-shaking divine dragon's dragon blood. Mu Yun couldn't help but say, it said that the sea-shaking divine dragon lives in the sea. It can control the huge sea and churn the waves. Mu Yun didn't know much about the top 10 dragon clans. He only knew about it when Guei occasionally talked about it. Can I swallow it in one go? If you're not afraid of bursting, you can swallow it in one go. Guei said with a smile. Mu Yun shrank his neck. Then forget it, Mu Yun dropped a drop and melted in his body. In an instant, a pure energy spread out from the dragon blood. Mu Yun's expression changed slightly. The dragon blood was healing his internal injuries according to the trajectory of the dragon transformation body. Although the dragon transformation body is called dragon transformation, it is also a kind of cultivation system. You can transform between the dragon body and the human body. The dragon blood has a strong promoting power and can also help you recover. Mu Yun roughly understood. The dragon transformation body could transform into a dragon. If he succeeded in transforming into a dragon in the future, his power would be completely different. Perhaps, no matter how great the injuries on his body were, drinking dragon blood and eating dragon meat could make up for it. Mu Yun couldn't help but think of Xianxia. Xianxia was a descendant of the ancestral dragon. If this guy knew that he wanted to eat dragon meat and drink dragon blood, he wondered if he would fight him to the death. However, the possibility wasn't high. Xianxia wasn't the leader of the dragon clan yet. After the ancestral dragon, the 10 great dragon clans were divided into categories. How could Xianxia, that idiot, have the ability to rule the dragon clan now? Moreover, the 10 dragon tribes and the 10 tribe leaders were all top-notch experts. Xianxia was probably inferior to him now. Drop by drop, the dragon blood continuously entered Mu Yun's body at this moment. The dragon transformation body merged with it. Time passed bit by bit. Slowly, Mu Yun opened his eyes. He had recovered. Not only that, he had broken through. Fourth Essence Spirit Realm. Mu Yun himself was a little excited at this moment. He couldn't help but be excited. If he really recuperated carefully, it would be impossible for him to recover without 8 to 10 years. However, as the dragon blood dripped into his body, his injuries were healed. His strength had improved. Third Essence Spirit Realm. At this moment, Mu Yun's eyes were calm. Xianxia, the Luo family. Luo Rui. At this moment, Mu Yun was energized. In the past few months, he had devoured a lot of essence, energy, and spirit to cultivate. And now, it had pushed him to reach the third Essence Spirit Realm. Following this, he continued to devour. At this moment, Mu Yun walked out of the hidden hall. In the underground palace, there was no lack of halls. According to his memory, Mu Yun hid his aura and came to the place where he met Luo Rui. That guy was at the 5th Essence Spirit Realm and was very powerful. But now, Mu Yun had reached the 3rd Essence Spirit Realm and was not so afraid. Moreover, if Luo Rui had really made up his mind to chase after him, the possibility of catching up was very high. But Luo Rui had given up. This made Mu Yun even more curious. It could only mean that there was something better that made Luo Rui have no choice but to give up. Mu Yun turned around again and found that a few auras were also waiting at the place where he met Luo Rui. Galongkai. Xianxia. Moreover, the two of them had found helpers from somewhere. The two of them were divided into different groups, each guarding one side with 7 or 8 people following them. At this moment, the two of them were looking ahead with their men, not noticing Mu Yun's arrival at all. In fact, even if the two of them wanted to notice, they wouldn't be able to. Unless Mu Yun exposed herself. The execution heaven painting's method of concealing one's aura was extremely brilliant. Mu Yun, who was like an inanimate object, looked ahead quietly in a hall. It seemed that Xianxia and Galongkai had made up their minds. Galongkai, get ready to take action, Xianxia said in a low voice. They should have all gone in. We have to go in and take a look to know what's going on. But if we happen to meet, how can there be such a coincidence? Xianxia shouted, do you know that wealth comes from danger? That Luo Rui didn't kill the kid who snatched our dragon blood. That kid is at the 2nd Essence Spirit Realm, while Luo Rui is at the 5th Essence Spirit Realm. It's enough to see that Luo Rui is not that strong. 2 against 1, we might be a match for him. Hearing this, Mu Yun was secretly happy. Not that strong, he was Mu Yun, cultivating the dragon transformation body had just improved. In addition, the gate of reincarnation could absorb a large portion of the attacks. Only Mu Yun could withstand it. If it were any other Essence Spirit Realm cultivator, they would have died long ago. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was happy to make Xianxia and Galongkai have such an illusion. The two of them looked down on Luo Rui. Luo Rui was a proud person. If they fought, he might even kill the two of them instantly. Mu Yun turned back now because she wanted to see what made Luo Rui stay. Since Galongkai and Xianxia were also here, things would be easier. Moreover, looking at the two of them, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The two of them looked like they were fighting to the death. Now, the dragon blood was gone. The two of them left to join forces, wanting to see what Luo Rui was planning. Let's go. In the end, Golongkai couldn't hold it in anymore. They had been waiting here for a long time. Luo Rui entered a palace in front of him and disappeared. Until now, he hadn't appeared. The only possibility was that there was really something good inside. Immediately, more than 10 people rushed in. Mu Yun waited for a moment. Seeing that there was no battle in front, she calmed down. Let's take a risk. With a flash, Mu Yun also rushed in, boom. However, in the next moment, in Mu Yun's mind, a buzzing sound rang out. Immediately after, Mu Yun's body had only rushed into the palace in front of her. However, in the next moment, she appeared in the middle of a mountain range. Green mountains and clear waters, as if they were made by heaven. Rumbling sounds kept ringing in front. When she was waiting outside just now, there was no fluctuation. However, when she came in, she saw, they had already started fighting inside. Golongkai and Xianxia led more than 10 people and were fighting with another group of people. There were only 5 or 6 figures in that group. However, there were 4 primordial spirit realm cultivators. The other 3 were all at the 3rd primordial spirit realm. At this moment, the 5 of them joined forces and actually blocked Golongkai and Xianxia's group of more than 10 people. Mu Yun also realized this at this moment. Golongkai and Xianxia were no match for the 2 4th primordial spirit realm Luo family members one-on-one. Only the other 3rd primordial spirit realm disciples harassed them from the side to maintain the situation. 5 people against 17 or 18 people, but they had the advantage. It sounded ridiculous. However, it was real. At this moment, Mu Yun's expression was solemn. The Luo family was only one of the 4 noble families of the Qiang Holy Empire. However, the disciples of the family were so strong. In the same realm, it was not a problem for the 2 of them to fight 1 against 2. The gap was indeed not small. Damn it! Golongkai thought that he was the most talented disciple of the 2 instruments pavilion. However, he didn't expect that he would be helpless against the 2 people opposite him. Was the gap really that big? At this moment, Mu Yun was searching for Luo Rui's figure. She first set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. There's a chance, if Luo Rui was here, Golongkai and Xianxia would have been finished long ago. Mu Yun's gaze finally landed on Luo Rui's figure. He finally understood why Luo Rui did not join the battle. At this moment, Luo Rui was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. Above his head, there was a green pearl that was emitting a faint light. Above the pearl, light shone in all directions. Looking carefully at the foot of the mountain where Luo Rui was sitting cross-legged, one's expression changed. It was a set of dragon bones, a complete set of dragon bones. At this moment, Luo Rui was sitting cross-legged on the dragon's head. The green pearl seemed to be absorbing something. Divine dragon bones, Mu Yun exclaimed. Guai suddenly said, "It is indeed a divine dragon." Guai was also very curious at this moment. There are many items related to the dragon race in this palace. It is very strange. Could it be that ancient Emperor Wu Jian hunted many divine dragons back then? At this moment, Mu Yun was staring straight at the dragon bone. He was not in the mood to think about that. After all, he was not the one who killed these divine dragons. However, that set of dragon bones made him feel rather tempted. If he could refine this set of dragon bones, he might be able to try transforming into a dragon body. As for Luo Rui, he was absorbing the power in the dragon bones. Obviously, he was prepared. Although it is a divine dragon, judging from its length, it should be a young dragon. It is not very strong. Guai said carefully, otherwise, this guy would not be able to use it. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was burning with passion. He had already reached the 3rd primordial spirit realm. He was definitely not a match for a 5th primordial spirit realm expert. However, he was unwilling to watch Luo Rui take the dragon bones for himself. What should he do? Whoosh! At this moment, among the people led by Golongkai, a second primordial spirit realm expert broke through the defense line of the few people beside Luo Rui and suddenly attacked Luo Rui. Seeing this scene, the few people turned pale. They disregarded everything and even risked being attacked by Golong Kai and Xing Qingyun to attack. Bang, with a loud explosion, the nascent divinity disciple died instantly. However, at this moment, Golong Kai and Xing Qingyun seemed to have noticed something. Kill! Golong Kai shouted, that guy must be doing something. We can't let him succeed. Kill him. At this moment, Xing Qingyun also roared and charged out. Mu Yun also understood at this moment. Luo Rui could not be disturbed now. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Mu Yun's mouth. You can't move? Mu Yun grinned. That's great. With a wave of his hand, a majestic force immediately rushed out at this moment. The divine wood sword, enveloped by Mu Yun's soul force, instantly charged out. Puff, the divine wood sword was forged from the world tree and was extremely sturdy. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, the world tree was full of vitality. Without the supply of the world tree's power of the world, it lacked the aura of life. This way, the divine wood sword would devour a portion of life force. Thirdly, Mu Yun's soul force would envelop the divine wood sword's attack. The three combined. At this moment, Mu Yun controlled the divine wood sword and instantly attacked. Ding, however, in the next moment, suddenly, the divine wood sword landed in front of Luo Rui and was about to pierce through his head. However, a clanging sound rang out. The divine wood sword was blocked. A small golden sword appeared in front of Luo Rui and blasted the divine wood sword back. Humph, try this. The small golden sword should be defending on its own. Mu Yun didn't care. No matter what, Luo Rui was from the Luo family, one of the four noble families of the Qiang Holy Empire. It would be strange if he didn't have any life-saving methods. The heaven and earth furnace smashed out at this moment. During this period of time, Mu Yun had been using the heaven and earth furnace that he had merged with previously to devour the real heaven and earth furnace. Now, the heaven and earth furnace that he summoned was no longer the little bit of power he had before. Instead, he plundered a lot from the heaven and earth furnace's main body. Sensing that Mu Yun was using its main body to attack, the heaven and earth furnace was furious. Kid, I will definitely kill you. Originally, Mu Yun only occupied 10% of the control, but now, it had increased by 2%. He was getting weaker and weaker, while Mu Yun was getting stronger and stronger. If this continued, he would be completely finished sooner or later. And now, Mu Yun was actually using the 12% of the heaven and earth furnace to smash out. Mu Yun was a vampire. She ate his flesh, drank his blood, and even wanted to stab his heart. Mu Yun ignored that bastard. The world tree was suppressing him, the heaven and earth furnace couldn't escape. It couldn't resist him. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Mu Yun's figure kept rushing forward at this moment. Bang, the heaven and earth furnace was raised in his hand and thrown out directly. The furnace with the hot aura of magma was extraordinarily powerful at this moment. Mu Yun didn't care about this. He pushed out his palm and attacked again. Boom, a huge rumbling sound rang out at this moment. The small golden sword in front of Luo Rui finally couldn't bear it anymore. Puff, at this moment, Luo Rui's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This attack caused him to suffer a great deal of damage. Bastard, Luo Rui looked forward at this moment. Mu Yun stood in the air. On the other side, Golong Kai, Xing Qingyun, and the others also saw the scene. It's you, Mu Yun, it's you. Golong Kai screamed. BSP, Mu Yun? Luo Rui looked at Mu Yun with murderous intent. Third primordial spirit realm? Looking at Mu Yun's realm, a trace of killing intent gradually condensed in Luo Rui's eyes. It was impossible that his divine sword couldn't block a mere third primordial spirit realm. This child definitely had something extraordinary on him. Pawn my plan, die. Luo Rui stood up at this moment. The green bead was still suspended in the air. Luo Rui looked to the other side. Luo Ku, Luo Ho, kill without mercy, kill them all. Yes. Yes. The other two people had ugly expressions at this moment. They had almost messed up the matter that young master had instructed them to do. This time, they would definitely be punished. Right now, they could only kill these people to make up for their mistakes. Luo Rui looked at Mu Yun. Ant-like thing coveting the dragon bone? Are you worthy? Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know after you try. Mu Yun grinned at this moment. Wealth came from danger. Over the years, from the weakest continent to the 3,000 small worlds, the endless great worlds, and the human world, he didn't escape death every time because he was afraid of death. Luo Rui wasn't at the peak now. He looked at Mu Yun and then at the others. Luo Rui's eyes were cold. He waved his hand and a strong suction force spread out from the green bead, sucking the dragon bone into it. I originally wanted to enter the 7th primordial spirit realm in one go, but you interrupted me. Then I can only kill you to compensate for my loss. Luo Rui was filled with killing intent. When Mu Yun saw Luo Rui take the dragon bone, he turned around and ran without saying anything. He came out this time to prepare to fight with Luo Rui. A 5th primordial spirit realm cultivator was very strong. However, an injured 5th primordial spirit realm cultivator might not be that strong. His main goal was still the dragon bone. Ridiculous, seeing Mu Yun turn around and run, Luo Rui naturally understood what Mu Yun was thinking. Luo Ku, Luo Ho, kill these people and catch up. Yes. Immediately, the 5 people exchanged blows with more than 10 people. Luo Rui's figure flashed and chased after them. At this moment, Gelong Kai and Xing Qingyun were also filled with grievances. These guys had been attacking more and more fiercely since just now. If this continued, how could it end? What was even more unexpected was that Mu Yun actually appeared here. Moreover, Luo Rui was extraordinarily angry that he was interrupted. How long could Mu Yun last? Once Mu Yun died, wouldn't Luo Rui kill them instead? Gelong Kai and Xing Qingyun were really not in the mood to continue fighting. They only wanted to run now. On the other hand, Luo Ku, Luo Ho, and the others were entangled and fought more and more fiercely. On the other side, Mu Yun ran all the way and did not care about this. Those guys fought whenever they wanted to. He led Luo Rui all the way and ran for a full 10,000 miles before stopping. It was not that he wanted to stop, but that he was caught. At this moment, palaces stood all around him. In front of Mu Yun, Luo Rui's eyes were cold. A 3rd primordial spirit realm cultivator is so fast. Luo Rui looked at Mu Yun and sneered. I'm more and more interested in you. If it was a 4th primordial spirit realm cultivator, he would definitely not be able to catch up to Mu Yun. This guy had many tricks up his sleeve. I'm not interested in you, but I'm interested in the dragon bone in your body. Mu Yun sneered. If you can't run, then kill. Kill? Are you worthy to talk to me about killing? Luo Rui sneered. Immediately, a short saber slowly appeared in Luo Rui's palm. That short saber flashed with saber light and was full of spirituality. You lured me here just to kill me and seize the dragon bone. If you still have helpers, then prepare to let them show themselves. If not, then I really say, you're really hopelessly stupid. Mu Yun chuckled and said, hopelessly stupid, I don't think so. In an instant, Mu Yun's eyes gradually changed. Her eyes were pitch black. At this moment, her right eye turned into a green light. Her left eye turned into a hollow black. Her 2 eyes were incomparably strange. A layer of armor appeared on the surface of her body at this moment. Mu Yun sneered and attacked with the divine sword in her hand. You're courting death. The 2 figures directly exchanged blows at this moment. Rumbling sounds spread throughout the entire ancient palace for a moment. It was just that this underground palace was vast and endless. Under the impact of the 2 people's attacks, those ancient palaces were not damaged at all. Mu Yun understood that it was not good to be entangled. If he could not kill Luo Rui, he would be the one to die, and if he killed Luo Rui, Luo Ku, Luo Ho, and the others came, then he would also be dead. He had to end this battle. 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword Technique. With a slash of the sword essence condensed. Clang, sword light gathered on the long sword. A 3-legged round cauldron instantly condensed. Seeing this scene, Luo Rui sneered and held the saber in his hand. At this moment, a trace of golden light flashed across the short saber. The golden light transformed, and a saber wind directly slashed out. Mu Yan's expression changed slightly at this moment, but her footsteps did not change. Charge, boom, the two figures collided with a loud bang at this moment. Bang! Bang! Two explosions rang out. At this moment, both of them retreated. Mu Yan's face was filled with joy at this moment. Although she was at a disadvantage in this collision. But it was obvious that Luo Rui could not use all his strength. There was a chance. Mu Yan's eyes lit up. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House Mobile Edition. Come again. Mu Yan shouted and slashed out with his sword again. 9 Cauldrons Divine Sword Technique, together with the 9 Cauldrons Ancient Sword. At this moment, a huge cauldron appeared again under the sword light and smashed out. Bang! At this moment, Luo Rui also attacked, his golden saber shining brightly. At this moment, the two collided again and again. Mu Yan's eyes were cold at this moment. No matter what, his strength was being consumed. Luo Rui's strength was also being consumed. And previously, interrupting Luo Rui's fusion seemed to have caused him a lot of trouble. Mu Yan was quite excited at this moment. It was good to be able to make Luo Rui suffer and exchange injury for injury. Come again. After a long time, Mu Yan attacked again. At this moment, Luo Rui wanted to curse, this bastard, didn't he know pain, but there was no other way. He could only take it head on. This time, it's different. Mu Yan waved her sword, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. Boom, suddenly, an explosion sounded at this moment. Luo Rui rushed out and crashed into the huge cauldron. But the sword light dispersed, and another huge cauldron appeared in the huge cauldron. Heaven and earth furnace, boom, the second explosion sounded. Luo Rui's face was ugly at this moment. That huge cauldron directly penetrated his abdomen. At this moment, his flesh and blood were roasted by the huge cauldron's hot aura, emitting a burnt smell. He was tricked. Mu Yan tricked him. How could this guy hide a cauldron in his sword aura? Luo Rui flew into a rage out of humiliation. However, at that very moment, an extremely dangerous aura burst out from within the crowd. Luo Rui didn't even think and directly raised his short saber to slash out. Suddenly, there was a puff sound. The short saber disappeared. Along with the short saber, his left hand also disappeared. Ah, with a scream, Luo Rui looked crazy at this moment. Space Blade, it was actually a space attack. It was impossible to use space attacks unless one was a supreme martial artist. How could Mu Yan do it? This time, Luo Rui really didn't expect it. 5 Primordial Spirit Realm is indeed very strong. Mu Yan was panting at this moment. She stopped a few hundred meters away from Luo Rui. The consumption this time was too great. The 9 Cauldron Divine Sword Technique gathered origin energy, condensed sword chi, and condensed it into a cauldron. In addition, the Heaven's Eye Space Blade. If he wanted to create a stronger space blade, it would be a huge burden on his eyes and his body. At this moment, Mu Yan was still looking at Luo Rui carefully. He was a disciple of the Luo clan of the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom. His life-saving means wouldn't be so simple. Why? Are you scared? Seeing that Mu Yan did not dare to approach, Luo Rui sneered. You still have life-saving methods. Mu Yan smiled and said, however, it's safer if I don't get close. I can smash you to death even from a distance. As Mu Yan spoke, she raised the Heaven and Earth Furnace. The Heaven and Earth Furnace could be big or small, and it contained a dense amount of Heaven and Earth Flame Chi. It was unlike the pure heat of a flame. It was more like the fusion of Yang Chi and Fire Chi. In any case, it didn't cost much to smash it. She didn't believe that Luo Rui could withstand a few more hits. Do you know who you want to kill? Luo Rui berated. I, Luo Rui, am a direct descendant of the Luo family, one of the 4 noble families. If others find out, you will die without a burial ground. Would I be able to reach this step if I was afraid of death? Mu Yan grinned and said, stop talking nonsense. Use whatever moves you have. Otherwise, I'll smash you to death. As soon as she said this, Luo Rui's expression really turned ugly. This guy was not afraid of death at all, but he was very cautious and afraid of death. You forced me to do this. Luo Rui was furious. He had no choice, moreover, Mu Yun wouldn't give him a chance to choose. In an instant, the green pearl rotated and floated above Luo Rue's head. In that case, let's die together. At this moment, Luo Rue was full of killing intent. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in golden light appeared within the green pearl. That golden figure had the same aura as Luo Rue. It was as if an external incarnation had been condensed. It was dazzling and radiant. Let's die together. Explode. At this moment, Luo Rue shouted in a low voice. In an instant, the golden body exploded. Boom, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. The area within 100 miles was completely enveloped by the golden light. Endless rumbles could be heard. At this moment, Mu Yun's body was exploding. At this moment, Luo Rue really didn't care anymore. Oh no. On the other side, Luo Ku, Luo Ji, and the others were pale. Young Master had self-exploded, and it wasn't his body that exploded, but his golden body. This kind of explosive power was even more powerful. But if Young Master wasn't forced into a desperate situation, he wouldn't choose to self-explode. How could this be? At this moment, the 4 or 5 people didn't chase after Gelong Kai and the others. They followed the direction and hurriedly chased after them. With a boom, the golden light shone brightly. At this moment, the palace below Mu Yun and Luo Rue's fight broke apart. Cough cough, all of a sudden, from within the ruins. The sound of blood coughing was heard. In the ruins, a figure stepped out. Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's entire body was dripping with blood. Even his internal organs were exposed. I almost died, Mu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he found that the internal organs were all mixed with the spit out. At the critical moment, if he hadn't hidden in the heaven and earth furnace, he would have died without a doubt. However, he only controlled 12% of the heaven and earth furnace, and he couldn't release its full power. But at least, it saved his life. At this moment, Mu Yun staggered to his feet. Looking around, he sighed softly and turned to leave. He definitely couldn't stay in this place anymore. This time, he suffered a loss, a huge loss. He originally thought that Luo Rue had left behind some ultimate move. But he didn't expect it to be a self-explosion. Furthermore, the golden body that had emerged from the cyan pearl was extremely powerful. The power of the self-explosion was too strong. This guy, with this explosion, everything was gone. This time, he suffered a huge loss. He killed people, but there was nothing. Damn it, Mu Yun kept cursing in a low voice and turned to leave. Not only did he not get anything, but he was also injured. It was too much of a loss, a huge loss. He even had to use his dragon blood to heal his injuries. At this moment, Mu Yun really wanted to curse. Not long after Mu Yun left, 4 or 5 figures arrived. It's gone, Luo Ku shouted in a low voice. Damn it. How could it be? At the side, Luo Ku was in disbelief. How could it be gone? Young Master is at the 5 Essence Spirit Realm. Even if he suffered some backlash, he is still at the 5 Essence Spirit Realm. That kid is only at the 3 Essence Spirit Realm, maybe he has help. Luo Ku shouted, let's go and find Young Master Luo Duan and Miss Luo Qingyan immediately. A few figures flew away at this moment. After a long time, under the ruins, a figure slowly crawled out. It was Mu Yun. She originally planned to leave this place. But Mu Yun found that she couldn't leave at all. She simply stayed, hid her aura, and pretended to be dead. But she didn't expect that those guys didn't even search. They didn't even look for the corpse when they felt that there was no aura. In fact, Mu Yun didn't know. Luo Rue's attack was extremely domineering. The golden body exploded. They thought that Luo Rue and the person who killed Luo Rue were all dead. They wouldn't waste time searching here at all. Mu Yun didn't stay for too long. After resting for a while, she hurriedly left. This time, she really left. Luo Ku, Luo Ho, and the others left. Mu Yun was still worried that Gelong Kai and the others would return and search again. It was better to take advantage of the time to recover some strength and leave quickly. Time passed by bit. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In Wujian Ancient Mountain. Inside the trunk of a huge tree. Mu Yun slowly exhaled. 10 years, to completely recover. Mu Yan curled her lips and felt helpless. She killed Luo Rui, but she didn't get anything. She even spent 10 years to recover from her injuries. What a huge loss. However, if Mu Yan was given another chance, Luo Rui would still kill her. This time, he had used his trump card. The heaven and earth furnace was much more domineering than before. The eye of heaven and the eye of reincarnation, one on the left and one on the right, complemented each other. As he improved, his power also increased. The control of the divine wood sword was even more smooth. This kind of change was imperceptible, and it wasn't a sudden transformation. At this moment, her entire body was comfortable. Mu Yan also exhaled. Wujian Ancient Mountain. Since the Qiang Holy Empire and the Seven Valleys said that this area would be opened for 50 years, it made sense. 10 years had passed since then. In the next 40 years, she had to improve. Heavenly Lord Third Essence Spirit Realm. If she wanted to improve, other than devouring, she could only use heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A pool of dragon blood couldn't be devoured in one go. This also required time. At this moment, Mu Yan sighed helplessly. Dig for treasures, how? 10 years had passed. Perhaps many people had already gathered in the underground palace. Could the Luo family still be there? However, the underground palace was incomparably huge. There should be many secrets. Luo Rui should have only found the dragon bone by accident. Could there be other dragon bones, or dragon blood? Dragon soul, dragon scales. Thinking of this, Mu Yan's heart became eager. She still had to go. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. If she didn't seize the opportunity this time, when could she break through to the Heavenly Lord realm? It seemed that she had broken through very quickly in the past few decades. However, the further she went, the slower her realm improved. She couldn't waste it like this. If it was time to fight, she had to fight. Let's go. Mu Yan made up her mind and headed towards the underground palace again. This time, she didn't bring any of the Panga spirit and 270 osteopyrum with her. In the Two Instruments Pavilion, the pavilion master was already very close to the end of his life. If the Jiuxing sect and the Blue Dragon sect had any ill intentions, that would be troublesome. Although the Panga spirit hadn't reached the sovereign king level, it could at least resist a sovereign king. He was relieved. In addition, the osteopyrum's current strength wasn't bad. She couldn't help him much by her side. Staying in the Two Instruments Pavilion was actually a fighting force. Sorting out her emotions, Mu Yan turned around again and headed towards the underground palace. Catch up to that guy and kill him. A low shout sounded at this moment. In an instant, more than a dozen figures rushed towards Mu Yan's direction. And in front of those dozen people, a figure was even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, with a bang, she directly crashed into Mu Yan's body. Dong, a dull sound rang out. Mu Yan felt a wave of softness and looked at the person in her arms. It was a woman. She had a ponytail and wore a jade-colored long dress. She was petite and looked very cute. Save me, the woman looked at Mu Yan and fainted as soon as she finished speaking. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. At this moment, the dozen or so figures behind him had already charged over. Without saying anything, Mu Yan carried the woman on his back and ran away. Since this woman was being chased and bumped into him, the dozen or so people would definitely kill him to silence him. In this way, he would die if he brought this woman along. If he didn't, those people would also chase after him as an eyewitness. In a short period of time, Mu Yan directly carried the woman and ran all the way. The dozen or so people behind him were moving faster and faster. In an instant, a few powerful auras with the strength of the fifth Yuan spirit realm made Mu Yan's expression turn ugly. Feet stepping on the divine boots, he moved swiftly. At this moment, a ray of light slowly rose in Mu Yan's eyes. Kill! A low shout sounded. A sword light suddenly appeared at this moment. As the sword light shot out, power fluctuated in Mu Yan's mind. Swoosh, the divine wood sword charged out and aimed at the leading fifth Yuan spirit realm disciples behind him. Then, the few of them reacted extremely quickly and immediately dodged. But because of this, their speed slowed down a lot. Mu Yun retracted his soul power back into the divine wood sword and kept attacking. First, time after time, he kept harassing them. Double, at this moment, his speed was maintained, and the distance between them was not pulled apart. First, at this moment, a voice rang out from his bosom. Mu Yun lowered his head to look. "You're awake?" When the woman woke up, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. "Who are you?" "Don't worry about who I am. The people chasing after me are still chasing after me," Mu Yun said. Yun said again, "I want to ask who you are. Why are you being chased by them?" Mu Yun really wanted to say that she had to run together with him. But she didn't say it in the end. The woman said weakly, "My name is Lingyu. Are those people still chasing after you?" "Yes." Although this was the case, Lingyu looked at Mu Yun with admiration in her heart. Mu Yun didn't abandon her. He was kind-hearted. Moreover, along the way, there were more than a dozen people behind him. There were quite a few of them at the 5th Yuan spirit realm, and many at the 4th and 3rd Yuan spirit realm. However, Yun was never caught. 3. It was not simple for an essence soul realm aura to reach such a level. "Throw this bead out." "Go." "Alright." Mu Yun took the bead and threw it out without thinking. "Dodge." In an instant, one of the dozen or so people behind him roared. Boom boom boom, immediately, a deafening explosion was heard. Boom, each wave of cries was louder than the previous one. This time, Mu Yun was completely stunned. What the hell? He thought that it was some kind of treasure, so he threw it to those people to make them give up on chasing after him. Unexpectedly, it was a thunderbolt bomb. Only it was that explosion, Yun turned around to look. To where the forest they passed through had long been destroyed. Everything within a kilometer radius had been reduced to dust. Strong. Although the range was not large. However, this destructive power was no weaker than Luo Rui's golden body explosion. Mu Yun looked at Lingyu in his arms and smiled. "Since you're safe now, I'll find a place to put you down. Let's part ways here." "No." Lingyu said. "You said again, those people will not give up on chasing after me. I can't move for a short period of time and am extremely weak. I hope you can protect me." "Me?" Yun smiled bitterly and said, "I'm at the 3rd Essence Soul Realm. Those people, if a few 4th Essence Soul Realm or 5th Essence Soul Realm come, you can take me and run." Lingyu said. "If they come, you can take me and run. If a 6th Essence Soul Realm or even a 7th Essence Soul Realm expert appears, you can leave me and run. I won't let you do this for free. Protect me for a month, and I'll give you an Essence Soul Protection Pill." Essence Soul Pill. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Protect the Essence Soul Pill was a 3rd-grade ancient divine pill. However, it was different from other 3rd-grade ancient divine pills. The Essence Soul Protection Pill was extremely beneficial to heavenly monarchs. It could temper the 7 elements in their body. However, refining it was extremely troublesome. Compared to some 4th-grade ancient divine pills, they were even more precious. 1 pill every 10 days. Yun said with a smile. "Deal." Unexpectedly, Lingyu did not refuse. 1 Essence Soul Protection Pill is worth a lot. It's enough to exchange for a mortal divine artifact. You're giving it away just like that. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Lingyu said. Yu smiled bitterly and said, "First of all, since you saved me, you won't harm me. If you really want to kill me, my storage divine artifact will directly collapse, and the things inside will be completely destroyed." Mu Yun was speechless for a moment. Also, how could it be over like that? Guai, if I die, don't worry, I can regain some freedom now. I'll take the heaven exterminating diagram and wait for the next 9 Fate Emperor. Mu Yun was speechless. You right? Keep it because of the feelings we have for each other all these years, too lazy to pay attention to Guai. Mu Yun brought Lingyu to a place near the water. Lingyu casually threw out a Essence Soul Protection Pill and said, "I can hide my aura. If I really stop, they won't be able to find me. Go somewhere else and wait for me. Don't be more than 3 miles away from me. I can also hide my aura." As Yun spoke, the heaven exterminating diagram gathered the soul. No, after a long while, Ling Yu suddenly realized that Mu Yun's aura had really disappeared. Not bad. Ling Yu nodded. The young man in front of her seemed to have a lot of things that outsiders didn't know about. Only, however, everyone had their own secrets. She couldn't ask and wouldn't ask. Just if Mu Yun didn't ask her what secrets she had. At this moment, the two of them drilled into the tree trunk and sat cross-legged. This Mu Yun had also consumed a lot of energy after running all the way. Ling Yu's face was even paler, like a ghost corpse. Pan-sitting down, Ling Yu stretched out her hand, and a pill appeared in her palm. Guaishi opened her mouth and said, "Essence gathering ancient 3 pills." What? Mu Yun had a look of ignorance. To be honest, ever since he gave up on alchemy and weapon techniques, he only specialized in array techniques. He didn't know much about alchemy and weapon techniques. He had never heard of this pill before. The essence-gathering ancient 3 pills are 3rd-grade ancient divine pills, but they are among the 3rd-grade ancient divine pills. It's almost impossible to refine them now. This ancient god pill is probably something that could only be refined in the ancient era. This woman. Mu Yun said. Yun immediately looked at Ling Yu a few more times. Ling Yaya swallowed the essence-gathering ancient 3 pills. Gradually, half a day later, her face regained its rosy color. At this moment, Ling Yu, who had a ponytail and a petite figure, looked a little more otherworldly. She was lively and cute, and also had the aura of a fairy. Mu Yun didn't look much. He wasn't someone who couldn't walk when he saw a woman. If it weren't for the fact that his children were special and strange, he would have been a father by now. His 9 wives were all extremely beautiful. Mu Yun didn't have many pursuits for women now. I'm really sorry. Slowly, Ling Yu looked at Mu Yun, opened her eyes, and said, "Because of me, you were implicated. 1 essence protecting spirit pill every 10 days. I'm happy to carry you on my back." Yun was also not tricked. "I see that you're at the 3rd essence spirit realm, but your strength is not bad. Where are you from?" 2 Instruments Pavilion. Mu Yun said slowly, "It's not worth mentioning. Compared to the disciples of the Qiang Holy Kingdom and the 7 Valleys, it's far inferior." "What about you?" "Me? I'm from the Qiang Holy Kingdom, the Ling family, an official family." Qiang Holy Kingdom. The 3 kings were the Iron King, the Mu King, and the Luo King. For the Gongqing family was the Gongsun family, the Chao family, the Luo family, and the Yang family. There was no Ling family. It seemed that the Ling family that Ling Yu came from wasn't too prominent in the Qiang Holy Kingdom. The two of them sat there and started chatting. "If you're interested, I can help you get a good future in the Qiang Holy Kingdom in the future." "No need," Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, "There are still things to do in the 2 Instruments Pavilion, and in the future, who knows?" Ling Yu nodded. The pavilion master of the 2 Instruments Pavilion should be at the Sovereign King realm, right? The human sovereign 5 organs divine realm, the earth sovereign 6 organs divine realm, and the heavenly sovereign 7 primordial spirit realm. In the end, these 3 realms can only be regarded as the prelude to reaching the next level. The Sovereign King Divine Bone Realm is divided into 4 levels, the Iron Bone Realm, the Silver Bone Realm, the Golden Bone Realm, and the Jade Bone Realm. Only then can you say that you've really reached the next level. Not only in the Eastern Wilderness, but also in the entire Greater Thousand World. As for the saints, they're at the Imperishable Saint stage. The Imperishable Saint stage is divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the peak stage. As for the Emperor after that, he would be able to rule over the entire Eastern Wasteland and dominate a region. Ling Yu became more talkative as she spoke. "I think you're not an ordinary person. Your future limit shouldn't be the Eastern Wilderness." Mu Yun smiled. "But everything still has to start from the bottom of your feet." "Start from the bottom of your feet," Ling Yu murmured and then smiled. Continue. For the next few days, the two of them did not leave this place. But back and forth, there were many unfamiliar auras, and they kept searching. "Who did you provoke?" 7 Valleys. Ling Yu laughed and said, "They're just a group of clowns. If I wasn't injured earlier, they wouldn't have had any chance to chase after me." When I recover, they'll be dead. Mu Yun did not say much. Instead, whatever this woman said, it was what it was. Now, he would be a good bodyguard. Let's get ready to go. Ling Yu said at this moment, I can't hide my aura if I stay in one place for too long. Okay. As Mu Yun spoke, she stood up and was about to walk out of the tree trunk. Wait. Yes? Carry me. Ling Yu's face was slightly red, looking even more cute. Mu. Yun coughed and said, can't you walk by yourself? I can't now. There are toxins accumulated in my body, so I can't use my origin power rashly. Mu Yun was speechless. Over the past few days, Ling Yu had been eating pills as if they were jelly beans. He thought that she should have recovered by now. What, she couldn't use her origin power even after half a day? Come on up. Mu Yun said. Yun squatted down. Ling Yu's face was slightly red. After hesitating for a moment, she still lay on Mu Yun's broad shoulders. Hold on tight. Mu Yun said. Yun said, I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I'm just afraid that you'll be blown down later. Yes. Ling Yu nodded, and the two figures disappeared into the forest. However, not long after Mu Yun and Ling Yu left, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A few figures appeared in the tree hole where the two of them were hiding. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. They ran away. A young man said. It seems that woman has something good to hide her aura. Another person said, everyone, be alert. Be careful. Yes. In addition, wherever you go, you must investigate thoroughly if there are any unusual movements. At the same time, be careful not to meet the princes and princesses of the Qiang Holy Kingdom. Understood. Immediately, the few of them dispersed, none in a valley and ancient mountain stream. Mu Yun and Ling Yu stopped again. This time, they ran for a few more days before stopping. In a natural cave in the valley. The two of them sat opposite each other. In the past few days, the two of them had been talking about more and more things. How many imperial emperors are there in the Qiang Holy Kingdom? I don't know. Ling Yu said calmly, the imperial emperor realm is divided into 10,000-year imperial emperors, 100,000-year imperial emperors, and million-year imperial emperors. I really don't know how many there are in the Qiang Holy Kingdom. After thinking for a while, Mu Yun felt that she was asking for nothing. Ling Yu was not a princess of the royal family, nor was she a member of the 3 princes and 4 dukes. How could a heavenly monarch know these? Why aren't there any 10,000-year imperial emperors? What do you think? Ling Yu smiled and said, the lifespan of a saint can reach millions of years. As for a monarch, his lifespan won't increase by much. At most, it will reach 10 million years. As far as I know, whether it's a monarch, a paragon, or even a more powerful existence, their lifespan doesn't exceed 10 million years. In that case, how can there be a 10,000-year imperial emperor? At this point, Mu Yun also understood a little. Also, what is an imperial emperor? Ling Yu knew quite a lot. Since she had nothing to do, she talked non-stop. A saint realm warrior. A monarch realm warrior. The difference between the two is that a saint realm warrior carries the power of heaven and earth and calls himself a saint. A monarch realm warrior merges with the power of heaven and earth and calls himself a monarch. Those who surpass saints and monarchs are paragons. Imperial emperors are at the peak of the monarch realm. At this time, a 10,000-year imperial emperor merges with the power of heaven and earth. A million-year imperial monarch has fused with the power of heaven and earth for 1,000,000 years. Breaking through to the autarch level is completely different. At this moment, Yu stretched out his hand and pulled Mu Yun's hand. Look at our hands, they're different. Yours is big, mine is small. Compared to a 10,000-year imperial emperor, yours is a 30,000-year imperial emperor. Therefore, the imperial emperor realm is judged by the time one enters it. The longer one remains in the utmost exalted realm, the more powerful one will become. When breaking through to the utmost exalted realm, one will also become even more powerful. However, it will also be more difficult. Ling Yu paused for a moment before continuing, there's quite a big difference. It is said that it will have a great impact on the supremacy realm. However, I don't know the specifics, Mu said. Yun did not ask further. Emperor Jun, he was still quite a distance away from becoming a god monarch. Tianjin's 7 primordial spirit realm required time and experience. And it was said that the 4 realms of the sovereign king required countless heavenly treasures to forge one's bone marrow. The path of a martial artist's strength was to constantly temper the body and soul. Just the body alone required an endless amount of resources to continuously grow. Mu at this moment, Yun deeply understood this point. Now she couldn't think to that extent. But the primordial spirit protection pill, Mu Yun looked at Ling Yu and said with a smile, "You can pay the bill now." Pay the bill? Ling Yu was slightly stunned, but she immediately understood. Thank you for your care. 2 primordial spirit protection pills. Ling Yu waved her hand and gave them to Mu Yun. Mu Yun didn't mind giving 1 more pill. This primordial spirit protection pill was extremely rare. It was very difficult for the 2 instruments pavilion to refine it. Mu Yun had only heard of it and had never taken it before. I'll cultivate for a while first. Okay. Mu Yun didn't say anything else and swallowed 1 pill. Ling Yu was slightly surprised when she saw the scene. Mu Yun actually trusted her so much that she didn't even check the pill. Who knew that the old fox, Guai, had already checked Mu Yun the moment the pill entered her hand. The pill entered her stomach and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Primordial spirit protection to Heaven Monarch Realm martial artists, the elemental spirit elixir was extremely beneficial. In other words, it had a high chance of helping a heavenly monarch realm advance. Speaking it sounded simple, but now, there were too few ancient god pills that could reach this level of effect. When a martial artist cultivated to this stage, they would mostly cultivate in seclusion. The primordial spirit protection pill could greatly reduce this step. This was also why the primordial spirit protection pill was so precious. Time passed. Bit by bit. About 3 days later, Mu Yun woke up. The old primordial spirit realm. But, the aura in Mu Yun's body was completely different. This was a change from top to bottom. Alone it was very strange. Although she hadn't reached the 4 primordial spirit realm, Mu Yun's entire body gave off an unusually strong feeling. You are indeed not simple. Ling Yu looked at her for a long time before saying, coming from the 2 instruments pavilion, you have such talent and a solid foundation. If you were in the Qiang Holy Empire, you would definitely be able to reach the Imperial Emperor realm. Mu Yun nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, even if he wasn't in the Qiang Holy Empire, he would still be able to reach the Imperial Emperor realm. Now what he had displayed was only his true cultivation talent. He had already been several times more powerful than ordinary geniuses. And, in addition to devouring, his speed was even faster. If you have the chance in the future, you can join the Qiang Holy Empire. Therefore, the 2 instruments pavilion will also be protected by the Qiang Holy Empire. Ling Yu persuaded again. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yun didn't dwell on this issue. The 2 of them continued to hide in the tree trunk. After a while, after a few days, they changed places again. In this way, after a month, Mu Yun also obtained 3 primordial spirit protection pills. Ling Yu's injuries had recovered quite a bit. In fact, in Mu Yun's eyes, Ling Yu wasn't recovering from her injuries. She was completely taking medicine. Each kind of pill was taken every day. This kind of heroism made Mu Yun speechless. Only this Miss Ling Yu was definitely one of the top prodigies in the Ling family. One day, the 2 of them changed their hiding positions again. During this period of time, Yun had been cultivating non-stop. His strength had improved steadily, but he still hadn't broken through to the 4th primordial spirit realm. In this realm, others might need thousands of years to break through to the next realm. In just 30 years, Yun had reached the 3rd primordial spirit realm from the 1st primordial spirit realm. This kind of speed was enough to make people shudder. Let's rest here today. They came to a forest. There were low mountain ranges around them, and the trees were lush. Ling Yu looked around and nodded. In the past month or so, she could also tell. Mu Yun's understanding of this kind of place was very deep. She seemed to be able to avoid many dangerous places with ease. How are you now? He looked at Lingyu. She looked no different from an ordinary person, but during this period of time, she had been carried by him every time. I've recovered a portion of my strength. However, if I can avoid using my origin power, I won't use it. Lingyu said again, but if anything happens, you just have to protect yourself. Hearing this, Mu Yan's expression became strange. This woman still had a way to protect her life until now. Mu Yan smiled and said, since you still have a way to protect your life, why don't you share some with me? Lingyu glanced at Mu Yan and said indifferently, I can only use it myself. I can't share it with you. The two of them, they sat down and cultivated respectively, not saying anything else. Yes. After about an incense stick's worth of time, suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded at this moment. Originally, when the two of them were hiding, there would always be some people passing by. But this time it was different. Then, the sound of something breaking through the air stopped 10 meters away from the two of them. Immediately, Mu Yun and Lingyu looked at each other. They were both careful and motionless, as if they were dead objects. Gongsun Han. A voice sounded and shouted, you were the one who said that you found something unusual here. We're here now, but there's nothing. Are you deliberately playing with us? Gongsun Han, we don't have time to waste with you. Another voice sounded. Chao Buyu, Xianxia, this is the unbroken ancient mountain. You should know that the position will change, right? It seemed that Gongsun Han had spoken. Ask your subordinates to look carefully. They will definitely find it. The two people outside did not speak at this moment. Mu Yun and Lingyu listened to the three of them for a long time before the three of them finally left. Su. After a long time, the two of them spoke. Gongsun Han, Chao Buyu, Xianxia, Lingyu said in a low voice, the direct descendants of the Gongsun family, Chao family, and Yang family have the strength of a heavenly monarch 5 primordial spirit realm. They seem to have found a good place. Mu Yan's heart was a little eager. Stop dreaming. Lingyu said, they are all ruthless characters who are about to break through to the 6th primordial spirit realm. It's harder than ascending to the heavens to snatch food from their mouths. That might not be the case. Mu Yun smiled and said, opportunities are given to those who endure and wait. Didn't a 5th primordial spirit realm expert die in her hands? Of course, Mu Yun would not say this sentence out loud. It's mainly you. I'm fine. Lingyu was also a little moved at this moment. She said, if you can protect yourself, don't worry about me at the critical moment. Really? Yes. Okay. Mu Yun nodded and said, in that case, let's hide our auras and follow from afar. If there's a chance, we'll make a fortune. If there's no chance, then forget it. Okay. The two of them agreed and immediately set off. Lingyu was more and more curious about Mu Yun. This guy came from the 2 instruments pavilion. If it were anyone else, they would probably turn around and leave when they saw Gongsun Han and the others. But, Mu Yun, on the other hand, was thinking of pulling teeth from the tiger's mouth and getting some benefits. No, not to mention, she was very bold. Mu Yun did not care about what Lingyu was thinking. Thinking to improve, one had to seek riches and honor in danger. The 4 noble families were big and had a lot of businesses. Those 3 people, as Lingyu said just now, were all direct disciples. They must have a lot of good things on them. 2 they followed carefully. Duke Sun Han and the other 2 left this place and met up with the main group. Mu Yun and Lingyu only saw this meeting. The 3 of them had gathered nearly 100 people. Duke Sun Han, Xianxia, and Chao Buyu came to the front of the 100 people. This time, it's very important. I've already found out that there's a source stone mine within 100 miles of this place. If we can find it, everyone will split a source stone mine equally. It's enough for you to reach the sovereign king realm. I hope everyone can search diligently. Gongsun Han said firmly, it's now or never. Now, I hope that everyone will bring out 100% of your enthusiasm. As soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, the eyes of nearly 100 people lit up. Source stone vein mine, if they dug out a source stone vein and divided it among 100 people, it would be a huge fortune. This kind of wealth was enough to speed up their cultivation by several times. The source stone could not only help restore source power. It was also the hard currency in the eastern wilderness. Palm holding the source stone, it was not a problem to exchange for ancient god pills and ancient god artifacts. Gong Sun Han, Chao Buyu, and Xianxia looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. If these guys didn't tell them what they were looking for, they wouldn't be able to look for it 100% seriously. Mu Yun's eyes were also filled with desire. Source stone vein mine, where did the source stones of the major factions come from? It was a vein mine. There was a hidden vein mine here. Logically speaking, since there was a hidden vein mine, it was impossible for everyone to not sense it. Unless, it was concealed by something. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Ling Yu. Ling Yaya also looked at Mu Yun. Even she couldn't help but want to take a look at the vein mine. Two people slowly retreated. You're injured now, it's fine. You said firmly, if we really fight to the death, I won't be worse than you. Moreover, Gong Sun Han won't lie. Otherwise, Chao Buyu and Xianxia will skin him alive. Yun said seriously, are you sure? Yes. Okay. Mu Yun was eager to give it a try. Since that's the case, let's do it. They immediately retreated, hid their auras, and waited quietly. Then, these people's search range would not exceed 100 miles. 100 miles was enough for them to find it easily. The two of them were not in a hurry. The sun set in the west, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, becoming gloomy. And in this gloomy atmosphere, strands of source power were like gossamer, caressing the body. It's source power. Yes. Mu Yun nodded. It was the aura of source power. And, moreover, it was different from the origin energy of the heavens and earth. This level of origin energy was entangled, as if it was leaking out. Mine. Mineral veins. At the same time, Mu Yun and Ling Yu spoke. Too, if he could realize this, then so could others. One at this moment, numerous figures were flying towards a mountain forest. Mu Yun and Ling Yu hurried forward. Explosions took place one after another. That at this moment, some figures were splitting open the mountain. Meng in the hazy night, the sunlight gradually receded. However, a layer of gentle light gradually appeared at this moment. It's really an ore vein. That person was pleasantly surprised. No, now that he thought about it, there really was a mine here. What do you think? Sun Han said proudly, since I brought you here, I naturally didn't lie to you. My people will take 40% of the mine, Chao Buyu, Xianxia, and your people will each take 30%. As for the natural spiritual materials and spiritual fruits that are related to the mine, that will depend on your own abilities. As soon as these words came out, Chao Buyu and Xianxia both nodded. Since that's the case, let's go. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 people were eager to try and rushed into the mine. That the huge mine couldn't be seen at a glance. And, moreover, like tree whiskers, its roots were intertwined. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly stunned. Such a good place was really hard to come by. Let's go. The three teams separated at this moment. Gong Sun Han immediately said, the mine is dead, they can't move it away now. Let's find the divine fruits and divine plants first. Those things are the most important. If they are picked by them, it will be a big loss. Yes. For a time, on the other side, Xianxia and Chao Buyu also gave the order. The entrance of the mine was like an old tree's roots. Only every minuscule vein was more than 10 meters thick. This kind of place was indeed rare. The moment Yun entered the mine, the devouring power was activated. These mines were piles of source stones, containing abundant source power of heaven and earth. It would be a waste not to devour it. Town suppressing the heaven and earth furnace consumed a lot of source power. And, moreover, the Zhu Tian painting needed to be expanded now. Source power was the best foundation, Mu Yun devoured freely. On the side, Ling Yu was startled. She could clearly feel that when she entered this place just now. Mu around the clouds, the origin energy was like a river, rushing into his body. Wasn't this guy afraid of exploding? Mu Yun was really not afraid. Source power his body did not absorb much of the power gathered. All was gathered in the Zhu Tian painting. Now, the world tree was guarding the Zhu Tian painting. It had to suppress the heaven and earth furnace. In the Zhu Tian painting, the mountains and rivers were already close to 1,000 miles. But this wasn't enough. This time, Yun had to rely on the source power to expand the Zhu Tian painting again. Force all of it rushed into the Zhu Tian painting, opening up the space in the Zhu Tian painting. Yun didn't say much, and Yu didn't ask much. At this moment, the two of them carefully walked towards the depths. The power accumulated layer by layer. This time, Yun devoured with all her might. Even Guai began to help. However, it was a pity that Pangoling, Luo Tianxing, and the others weren't here. 2 of the 170 osteopyrum were here. They might be able to break the seal left behind by their father one by one. However, even so, Yun wasn't worried. This time, in the Zhu Tian painting, the power of the realm was rich. Source power, the power would also be rich to the extreme. At that time, the 270 osteopyrum cultivating in the Zhu Tian painting would be sitting on a vein mine. Comfortable. Guai, can you move the vein mine away? Directly into the Zhu Tian painting? Yun asked. If the heaven and earth furnace is willing to help you, there is hope. Hearing this, Yun was stunned. Heaven and earth furnace? Then forget it. This guy might directly refine the vein mine. Then, she wouldn't be able to suppress it at all and would be finished. Dispelling the idea, Yun grinned and said, but even if we can't move it away, we have to dig a part of it this time. At that time, we won't have to worry about not having enough source stones for cultivation. At this moment, Moon didn't seem to be interested. They went all the way in. The vein mine was quite big. The two of them walked all the way in and actually didn't meet any of the 3 parties. They probably won't take the vein mine first. Instead, they will take the divine fruits and divine plants that are attached to the vein mine. That's why they will fight for those things. Hearing this, Yun was moved. Since that's the case, let's go. Where to? Yu asked curiously. To kill. Yun said. Yun said with a smile, the 2 of us can kill 4 primordial spirits at most, and we can't be held back. However, once we are held back, we will be attacked by the group. They are looking for divine fruits and divine plants. They will definitely not gather together. We will find those who are alone and kill a few. You really dare to do that, Yu said, but have you thought about it? In fact, they came together and must trust each other. How can there be absolute trust in this world? Yun smiled and said, if I really wanted to kill you, would you be killed by me? When you asked me to be your guard, you must have been wary of me. Both of them were well aware of this. I feel that it won't be very effective. Of course, it will make them suspicious of each other, but it's not good to kill too many people. I understand. Yun smiled and said, it's enough for a team to kill 1 or 2 people. Yu didn't say much. She was indeed not interested in the vein mine. However, the divine plants and divine fruits that grew in the vein mine were very valuable. Some divine plants and divine fruits didn't exist in the outside world. Let's talk. Let's do it. Yun entered the depths of the vein mine. Not long after, she saw 2 disciples at the primordial spirit realm gathered together. They were looking at a sparkling green plant in front of them excitedly. It's the primordial rainbow flower. The primordial rainbow flower used to make 4th grade ancient divine pills. The 2 disciples were very excited. Good stuff, I want it. Yun appeared and looked at the 2 of them with a smile. Origin: the primordial rainbow flower could be swallowed directly or refined into ancient divine pills. Yes. Heaven Monarch realm martial artists could be said to be priceless. Not only could it help condense the 7 elements, but it could also temper one's muscles and bones. Yun: if one reached the sovereign divine bone realm and opened the 1st level of the iron bone realm, the effect would be magical. You are. Bang, bang, a low explosion sounded. The 2 of them had their necks slit and their souls shattered. Yun plucked the primordial rainbow flower. Good stuff, this thing would only appear when it was attached to a mineral vein. It was definitely not in the E-Pavilion. After putting away the primordial rainbow flower, Yun looked behind her. Yu looked at Yun with a strange expression. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Those are Gongsun Han's people. Yun said indifferently, if I was afraid, how could I reach this stage today? In the Qiyang Holy Kingdom, there are nearly 10,000 Heaven Monarch Realm disciples. But there are only about 100 people in the Two Instruments Pavilion. Are the geniuses in the Two Instruments Pavilion worse than those in the Qiyang Holy Kingdom? I don't think so. The difference in cultivation resources is too big. Sometimes, a full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Ling Yu nodded and didn't ask Mu Yun about the primordial rainbow flower. Take it. After that, Mu Yun searched for divine fruits and divine plants in the veins. When she encountered one Essence Soul Realm and two Essence Soul Realm disciples, she directly killed them. In the beginning, Gongsun Han and the other two parties didn't find any problems. But later, the three parties felt that something was wrong. People were missing. One under the vein. 4 or 5 people gathered around Gongsun Han. Where's Gongsun Yu? Gongsun Han asked, didn't I tell you to follow him? Young master, you didn't let us follow. Gongsun Han's expression was slightly cold. If an accident happens, can you bear the responsibility? When you see something good, you can't take your eyes off it. You have to see if you can take it with your life. As soon as he said that, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Young Master Han. Something bad has happened. A figure flew over. Young Master Yu is dead. What? Gongsun Han's expression turned ugly when he heard that. Gongsuan Yu was dead. Who dared to kill him? Gongsuan Yu was one of the more outstanding people among the younger generation of the Gongsun family. The family focused on nurturing him. This time, he was brought here to broaden his horizons and train Gongsun Yu. But, he didn't expect him to die. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence bang. Suddenly, an oppressive aura rose at this moment. Duke, the few people in front of Sun Han immediately turned pale and half-knelt on the ground. Damn it. Who did it? Did you find any clues? Then. They shook their heads. Damn it. Damn it. Gongsun Han's face was livid. Apart from us, it's only Xianxia and Chao Buyu. Who else could it be? The Yang family and the Chao family aren't very close to us. Are you blaming me for working with them? Gongsun Han looked at them with an unfriendly expression. At this moment, everyone was submissive and did not dare to refute. Duke. Sun Han was a heavenly lord with 5 primordial spirits. He had always been their leader. If they offended Gongsun Han, they would not have a good life in the Gongsun family. Tell the others to form teams of 3 to 5 and search for divine fruits and divine plants. Duke. Sun Han paused and shouted, if you find that the Chao family and the Yang family are hostile to us, you can kill them directly. Yes. The people immediately scattered. Duke. Sun Han rubbed his head at this moment. Gongsun Yu's death was a troublesome matter. Could it be Chao Buyu and Xianxia? It should not be. Why would the two of them cause trouble for themselves? At this moment, on the other side, Xianxia and Chao Buyu also received the news. Someone in the team had died. And it was not just one person. 3 at this moment, a trace of vigilance appeared between them. One in this vein. Mu. Yun and Ling Yu continued to go deeper. After killing a few people, Mu Yun stopped. After all, those people must be connected to each other. Others would soon know that someone had died. If they went to attack, they would expose themselves. That was enough. If they were more suspicious of each other, it was unlikely that they would work together at the final moment. Be careful. Suddenly, Ling Yu spoke. What happened? Source beasts. Origin beasts? Mu Yun didn't quite understand. Spirit Moon said cautiously, divine plants and divine fruits aren't the only things that grow in the mines. Some divine beasts that accidentally stumbled into this place would sometimes stay here to cultivate. These divine beasts are generally called Genesis beasts. Genesis beasts usually choose to cultivate in mineral veins. Moreover, they won't choose ordinary mineral veins, but mineral veins where divine plants grow. Mu Yun understood and said, in other words, if a source beast appears, there is a high possibility that divine fruits and divine plants will appear? Yes. At this point, Mu Yun was eager to give it a try. God, the divine fruit plant grew by attaching itself to the ore vein, so it must contain abundant origin energy aura. It was the purest form of origin energy. That these Genesis beasts were no fools. Let's go and take a look, Yun said cautiously. If possible, he would kill Genesis beasts and obtain divine herbs. If he was no match for them, then he would take a detour. Though it was a good thing, but he had to be alive to take it. All right. The two of them continued forward. Whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of wind could be heard in the ore vein. Whoosh, it was the sound of the wind, but it was more like the breathing of some Genesis beast. They appeared in the mine tunnel at a turn. Lingyu looked ahead, and her expression changed slightly. Wind erosion origin beast. Wind erosion origin beast? Yes. Moon said carefully, it's at least at the 5 primordial spirit realm, or even the 6 primordial spirit realm. Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. He was now at the 3rd primordial spirit realm, and Lingyu's combat strength was only equivalent to the 2 primordial spirit realm. No play. Spirit Moon said bitterly, forget it. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, Lingyu looked behind the wind erosion origin beast with a strange expression. But, then, there was a burst of ecstasy. Fengyan flower. Fengyan flower? What is it? Moon said excitedly, it's a top-notch good thing. It can help a 7 primordial spirit realm martial artist temper their meridians, blood, and bones and increase their chances of breaking through to the sovereign king realm. Lingyu was very excited at this moment. Even his body was faintly trembling. I want it. When Yin heard this, his expression was strange. Even if the two of us join forces, we won't be a match for a 5 primordial spirit realm martial artist. Mu Yin said hesitantly. 10 primordial spirit protection pills. It's still very dangerous, 20 pills. Deal. Yun smiled slightly. He didn't know the value of the Fengyan flower, but it must be extraordinary to make Lingyu so excited. Only however, what he lacked now was not divine plants and divine fruits to step into the sovereign king realm. Instead, it was the primordial spirit protection pill to raise his heavenly lord realm. Protection pill. The primordial spirit protection pill had a unique effect on a 7 primordial spirit realm martial artist. In the past few days, he had only swallowed 3 or 4 pills. He didn't kill or devour anyone, but he could vaguely feel that he was not far from the threshold of the 4 primordial spirit realm. 20 pills. Not to mention breaking through to the 4 primordial spirit realm, even the 5 primordial spirit realm might be enough. No, needless to say, Lingyu was really rich. I'll lure it away. You take the opportunity to pick the Fengyan flower. Be careful. Don't worry, I can't bear to die for 20 primordial spirit protection pills. Mu Yan's figure flashed. In an instant, the divine wood sword turned into a ray of green light and attacked directly at this moment. Clang, however, in the next moment, the divine wood sword encountered great resistance. A clang sounded, and the divine wood sword rebounded. I forgot to tell you, the wind erosion origin beast is good at wind blade attacks. Moreover, there's an invisible wind wall surrounding its body all year round. F***ck. Mu Yun cursed softly, and the 9 cauldron divine sword appeared in her hand. At this moment the wind erosion origin beast was already enraged. Roar. Roar, a roar sounded at this moment. The deafening sound caused Mu Yun's body to sway. While, accompanied by the wind erosion origin beast's roar, low roars rose and fell in the entire mine. Oh no. What's wrong now? Lingyu hurriedly said, hurry up, the origin beasts in this mine seem to have a good relationship with each other. It might be calling for help. Still, could it be played like this? Big families were guarding each other's divine plants. How could there be a relationship? Mu Yun also knew that logically speaking, these origin beasts all possessed extremely high intelligence. But, even though they were in the same mine, they could still communicate with each other from a distance in different mine tunnels. This was somewhat inconceivable. At this moment, the wind erosion origin beast was completely enraged. Shua, its huge body stood up at this moment. Zai, upon closer inspection, it looked like an antelope. Its entire body was covered in green fur, and its eyes were glowing with green light. The two horns on its head were especially shiny. The most domineering part of the wind blade is its horns. Be careful. I got it. Yun let out a low roar and instantly charged out. 9. The cauldron divine sword attacked, and a huge cauldron materialized at this moment. Slash. The cauldron smashed out, and with a bang, the sword light dissipated. Then, there seemed to be an invisible barrier on the surface of the wind erosion origin beast's body that blocked all attacks, making it impossible to break through. How do I break this fellow's windscreen? This kind of windscreen was not an ordinary breeze. Instead, the wind blades gathered together and fused together through perfect control of their power. Ba, Dao, mighty, it was not something that could be broken by ordinary attacks. Slash. Mu Yan's sword contained the power of the sword's soul and slashed out again. However, at this moment, the wind erosion origin beast did not even look at her. Clang. Again, this time, the sword light was blocked. Use this. Seeing that Mu Yun was unable to anchor the wind erosion origin beast, Ling Yu was also anxious and directly threw out a round ball. Aren't you afraid that this mine tunnel will collapse? Don't worry, it won't. Ling Yu was rather confident. Mu Yun did not care at this moment. He could kill the injured Luo Rue at the 3rd primordial spirit realm. That fellow was at the 5th primordial spirit realm. But, now, facing the wind erosion origin beast, he did not even have a way to break through its defense. This was too aggrieving. Mu Yun shouted. Yun threw it out directly and retreated rapidly. Boom, a low rumble sounded, and the round ball exploded. But, at this moment, Mu Yun realized that the round ball did not spread too far. Zhou 10 meters was simply an earth-shattering explosion, but other than that, there was nothing else. This was unbelievable. Roar. In an instant, a roar sounded at this moment. The wind erosion origin beast was furious. Mu Yun looked over at this moment. A hole appeared around the wind erosion origin beast's body. And in the surface of its body, blood flowed continuously from where the hole had exploded. Injured it was injured, Mu Yun could not help but look at Ling Yu. This woman must have something even better on her. It was just that she could not bear to use it now. Actually, on the other hand, it was better to let him use 20 primordial spirit protecting pills than to take out those life-saving items. Mu Yun also understood this point. Everyone was just taking what they needed. Low roar sounded, and the wind erosion origin beast charged towards Mu Yun with murderous intent. Wind erosion origin beast? It looks like an antelope, covered in green and white fur. You are also an antelope. After cursing, Mu Yun confirmed that she had earned enough hatred points and flew away. The wind erosion origin beast was completely enraged at this moment. Ling Yue had been at the side, hiding her aura. How could the wind erosion origin beast not be angry when it saw this weak human looking down on it? Bang, bang. Bang, at this moment, banging sounds rang out continuously in the entire mine tunnel. The human and the beast began to chase. Ling Yue walked out at this moment. I hope you can survive. As her words fell, she directly plucked the phoenix lily. At this moment, Mu Yun fled at full speed, the divine wood sword and heaven and earth furnace stabbing and smashing out again and again. A large part of the tunnel had already collapsed. But the wind erosion origin beast did not care at all and was determined to kill Mu Yun. Suddenly, Mu Yun looked ahead. Another in a mine tunnel, a few auras were faintly discernible. Without saying anything, Mu Yun directly rushed to another mine tunnel and changed direction. At this moment, in the mine tunnel, Gong Sun Han looked around with an ugly expression. I told you not to underestimate the enemy. Now that you have obtained the Saitama Godvine and 2 people have died, do you think it is worth it? In the tunnel, 2 human corpses and 1 origin beast corpse were still in the air. The Saitama Godvine was precious. But no matter how precious it was not worth the lives of 2 disciples. Do as I say and no one will die. If you do this again next time, then train yourselves in the seamless ancient mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, several disciples lowered their heads. They were all at the 3 and 4 primordial spirit stage. Facing a 5 primordial spirit stage origin beast, 2 of them dying was too much of a loss. But, at this moment, a figure suddenly flew over in the mine tunnel. Look, when they saw that figure, everyone became vigilant. Big Brother Gongsun. However, that person shouted, Big Brother Gongsun, save me. As the words were spoken, that person had already rushed into the crowd. Roar, the next moment, a deafening roar sounded at this moment. First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book residents the wind erosion source beast appeared at this moment. Look, there were actually 7 or 8 people beside Mu Yun. The wind erosion source beast immediately charged out. This guy was indeed tempting it. Only was it afraid because it had helpers, it was being underestimated, it was infuriating, the wind erosion source beast charged out directly. Damn it! Gongsun Han roared angrily at this moment. How could this be? Look, ordinary source beasts would guard the divine plants and divine fruits that they had set their eyes on and would not leave easily. Now, how could it appear here? Should die. Follow what I said before and form a defensive formation. Yes. Several disciples were immediately filled with murderous intent at this moment. They had just been reprimanded by Gongsun Han, and now another source beast appeared. This was a chance to prove themselves. The group was filled with righteous indignation at this moment. At this moment, Yun dashed behind the crowd and became an invisible person. Shit, the killing began in an instant. The wind erosion source beast was already furious at Mu Yun's sneak attack. While Gongsun Han and the others had just gone through a great battle and 2 of their people had died. They were also furious. Look, when the wind erosion source beast charged directly at them, they were instantly furious. Bastard! A loud bang was heard. A disciple's body exploded at this moment, and blood splattered all over Gongsun Han. Gongsun Han cursed angrily. Kill them. Done at this moment, several figures rushed out with murderous intent. Here at this moment, Mu Yun's aura dissipated at the back. Too cruel. Yun muttered, but gradually slipped away. At this moment, the 2 sides were already in a killing frenzy. No one cared about the other. Bang! A loud thud was heard as the wind erosion source beast's body fell to the ground. His body was badly mutilated, and there was no longer any sign of life. Gongsun Han was panting. Although he was also at the primordial spirit realm, the wind erosion origin beast was still an origin beast. Cultivating here was much better than cultivating at the 5th essence soul realm. But in the end, he was killed. But yes, another 3 people had died on his side. Bastard, who caused this trouble? Gongsun Han shouted furiously. As soon as he said this, the remaining 4 or 5 disciples looked at each other. Young Master Han. The disciple cupped his hands and said, that person just now disappeared. Gone, what did he mean? Inyu the source beast that came ran away on its own. Gongsun Han was even angrier. Furthermore, he doesn't seem to be from our Gongsun clan. Hearing that, Gongsun Han was completely enraged. No, were they from the Gongsun family? What did he mean, to lure a quintuple origin spirit realm Genesis beast over for no apparent reason, and then flee? Again then, they would fight the source beast here, were they crazy? Gongsun Han couldn't catch his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now he had also suffered some injuries. But, he could still hold it in. But, when he heard these words, anger attacked his heart. This mouthful of blood was not from being beaten up. But, it was from anger. Remember that guy. Gongsun Han shouted, find him and kill him. Yes. Yes. Young Master Han. At this moment, 2 figures flew over in the mine tunnel. Gongsun Han and the others immediately looked at the 2 people warily. Young Master Han, I am. Ku he. Gongsun Han let down his guard and said, what's the matter? He was also stunned at this moment. Why did it feel like these people were very hostile to them? He thought of the serious matter and hurriedly said, not good, 2 more disciples died just now. Dead? Again, dead. Gongsun Han couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This time, he was really angry. Something's wrong, young Master Han, it seems that someone is targeting us. Is it Xianxia or Chaobuyu? At this moment, their hearts were also heavy. A team of more than 30 people had lost 7 or 8 people. The losses were too great. If you see that person again, wipe your eyes. Otherwise, prepare to die. Gong Sun Han was furious at this moment. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was really angry. The losses were too heavy, more importantly, until now, they didn't know who it was. This was the most annoying. What should we do next? Young Master Han. A disciple couldn't help but ask. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? Gong Sun Han said in annoyance, next, follow my instructions. Anyone who slacks off, kill without mercy. Moreover, whoever dares to mess around will die without a doubt. Yes. Yes. For a moment, everyone was silent. And, at the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun turned back and forth a few times before finally finding Ling Yu. Where's the wind erosion origin beast? Guess. Mu Yun smiled indifferently and said, the trouble has been solved. You've got the thing, so, next. 20 yuan spirit protection pills. Ling Yu was quite heroic and directly threw out 20 yuan spirit protection pills. At this moment, both of them had reached their goal. What should we do next? Forget about this, I'm going to break through. Let's find a safe place first. When Mu Yun said this, Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. About to break through, but thinking about it carefully, the strange devouring in Mu Yun's body, when the origin power gathered to a certain extent, might have prompted her to become stronger. She didn't know that Mu Yun had only reached the 3rd primordial spirit realm for 10 years. Also it was because she fought with Luo Rui and was seriously injured, delaying 10 years. In these few days, she had eaten a lot of yuan spirit protection pills. In addition to the 20 yuan spirit protection pills in her hand, it was almost enough. The two continued to go deeper. There were many mine tunnels. After all, only 30 people had entered here. In the end, the two of them chose a branch deep in the mine tunnel and waited obediently. Mu Yun blocked the aura of her body and sat cross-legged at this moment. She even set up a few ancient divine arrays to block the aura of the two of them. Finally, she looked at Ling Yu. You don't have to look at me. Just set up another array. Ling Yu said, we haven't reached the point where we can be honest with each other. Yes. Mu Yun didn't argue. She set up another array and surrounded herself in the middle. At this moment, Mu Yun picked up the yuan spirit protection pill and swallowed it in one gulp. At the same time, Ling Yu saw Mu Yun's appearance in the spiritual array and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Quite cautious, ancient divine array master, 3rd primordial spirit realm, from the 2 instruments pavilion, Ling Yu smiled slightly. Mu Yun, an interesting guy. At this moment, Mu Yun was not in the mood to think about these things. The disciples of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom were very powerful. Bang, if Luo Rui hadn't been injured, he definitely wouldn't have died at his hands. At this moment, Mu Yun swallowed the yuan spirit protection pill and opened the 3 elements. This light sword at this moment. The 3 rays of light were only faintly discernible in Mu Yun's body. As the power merged, Mu Yun felt joy in her body and mind. This was the effect of the yuan spirit protection pill. It was unexpectedly powerful. Rumbling sounds rang out one after another. Mu Yun at this moment, origin power was constantly gathering in Yun's body, constantly searching for new elements. Tempering the 7 elements. The so-called 7 elements were any part of the body other than the internal organs. Generally speaking, there were 7 major parts. But in reality, they were divided into thousands of parts. At this moment, a hint of determination appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. It's here. The 4 elements began to be tempered. 1. The yuan spirit protection pills were continuously swallowed into her abdomen. 4. The position of the elements was becoming more and more accurate. 1. Strings of origin power were constantly gathering towards the position of the 4 elements. Strong, her great vitality was increasing one after another. At this moment, a hint of coldness appeared in Mu Yun's eyes. The rumbling sounds were deafening. His entire body seemed to be a region. High, the mountain was raised, the seawater spread, and a powerful force rushed out. Protecting, 20 yuan spirit pills. At this moment, Mu Yun had already swallowed 17 pills. In her body, the 4 elements gradually solidified and stabilized. The surging power filled Mu Yun's body with an abundance of energy. It was comfortable and delightful. For Yuan spirit realm, break. With a low shout, the 4 elements were completely stabilized. Source, the source power kept pouring into her body. A unique force surged through his limbs and bones. Comfortable, Yun removed the ancient god formation and smiled slightly. The power poured into her body, surging and tyrannical, very comfortable. Is it over? At this moment, Lingyu looked at Mu Yun and was slightly stunned. N. Mu Yun nodded and didn't say anything. Ling Yu was speechless. It was over just like that? Open, what kind of joke was this? It had only been 10 days. In 10 days, Mu Yun had crossed the threshold of the 3rd Yuan spirit realm and reached the 4th Yuan spirit realm. Say, how many people would be angered to death if they went out? I swallowed 17 Yuan spirit pills to reach this step. Mu Yun said. Ling Yue laughed. Do you think I will believe you? Normally, reaching the peak of the 3rd Yuan spirit realm and touching the 4th Yuan spirit realm. Then, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to break through. Mu Yun but Yun, 10 days, 10 days, he was afraid that the other party had only just begun. Ling at this moment, you looked at Mu Yun and was indeed very surprised. This guy was not an ordinary person. Are you really not interested in joining the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom? The Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom doesn't need me. Mu Yun smiled and said, even if I am at the 4th Yuan spirit realm now, in the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom, I am nothing. You smiled and didn't say anything. Mu Yun wasn't talking nonsense about this. Heaven, the Scarlet Sun Holy Kingdom already had nearly 10,000 lords. Then, there were probably tens of thousands of heavenly lords. And, there were at least 1,000 lords. There were also hundreds of lords. He was just a 4th Yuan spirit realm heavenly lord. He was really nothing. Ling Yu didn't say anything. Everyone had their own ambitions. She didn't have the right to control Mu Yun. Mu Yun asked. Yun noticed that the current Ling Yu seemed to be even more different. I am probably at the 3rd Yuan spirit realm, then, if you continue to protect me, I can give you Yuan spirit pills. You interrupted, when I recover to the 5th Yuan spirit realm, you can leave as you wish, alright. Yun nodded. The Yuan spirit pill had a special effect. He had already verified this point himself. Then where are we going next? Yu was also rather curious about this place. Of course, we are going to look for divine plants and divine fruits, Yun grinned and said, we can't finish moving such a vein, but we can get as many good things as we can. However, we have to be careful. If we meet Gongsun Han's people, we have to avoid them. Why? Yu asked curiously. Ahem. Mu Yun coughed. Yun coughed and said, I lured the wind erosion origin beast to his side. If he sees me again, he will probably want to swallow me. For a moment, Ling Yu looked at Mu Yun with a strange expression. This guy really dared to do anything. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Mu Yun and Ling Yu walked together and continued to go deeper. Inside the vein. More than 20 figures appeared at the entrance of the vein. Old Ku, look. A thin young man's eyes lit up. Old Bei, it's a vein. The young man called Old Ku smiled and said, this time, we've really come to the right place. At this moment, the two of them couldn't hide the joy in their eyes. If the Source Stone vein was mined, it would definitely be a huge income. It was even possible for them to reach the Sovereign King realm in the future. He looked at the 20 people behind him and said, everyone, be careful. There must be a lot of Source Stones in the vein. Dig as much as you want. However, the most precious thing in a vein is not the Source Stones, but the divine fruits and divine plants that grow around the vein. Don't be careless. Those things are guarded by Source Beasts. The chances of you dying are higher. Cheer up, let's make a good profit. Immediately, more than 20 people were in high spirits. Such luck wasn't something that could be encountered every day. It was really a great fortune to encounter it today. Immediately, more than 20 figures rushed in. In the vein, Mu Yun and Ling Yu worked together and kept picking divine fruits and divine plants. At Mu Yun, who had reached the 4 primordial spirit realm, had his strength increased greatly at this moment. Yes, the control of the heavenly dipper seal and the condensation of the 9 cauldrons divine sword technique were becoming more and more domineering. With the two of them working together, they killed many heavenly monarch 5 primordial spirit realm martial artists. Spirit Ling Yu also recognized Mu Yun's strength more and more. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out. The source beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. Body, flesh and blood rolled on the ground. He could not be any more dead than he already was. Spirit Ling Yu went forward and picked the divine plant with a smile. In the past few days, the two of us have picked 7 divine plants and 3 divine fruits. The harvest is quite big. Ling Yu smiled and said, if you don't want these, I'll give you the corresponding primordial spirit protection pill. Mu Yun nodded. He also coveted divine plants and divine fruits. However, he was not an ancient god alchemist now. While moreover, there was not even a single grade 4 ancient god pill master in the 2 instruments pavilion. He would rather exchange those divine fruits and divine plants with Ling Yu for Yuan protecting divine pellets to help him improve his cultivation. Mu Yun only realized it now. That some of the major forces really had deep foundations. Protection 1 elemental spirit elixir was enough for hundreds of heaven monarch realm disciples in the 2 instruments pavilion to fight for it. But in the hands of Ling Yu, they were like jelly beans. During this period of time, Ling Yu had already taken out over 100 spirit protection pills. Spirit home. Mu Yun was surprised that Ling Yu was not from the 3 princes and 4 noble families, nor was she from the royal family of the Scarlet Sun Holy Empire. Next, the 2 of us will continue, all right. At this moment, Ling Yu was in a good mood. The 2 of them continued their journey together. This vein of ore extended deep into the ground, and it seemed to be very spacious. The deeper one went, the purer the origin stone vein would be. These things made Mu Yun extremely envious. However, the origin stone vein was dead. Even if Gong Sun Han, Chao Buyu, and Xianxia dug it out themselves, they wouldn't be able to dig that much. This was not in a hurry. Look. As the 2 of them carefully advanced, Ling Yu suddenly stopped and pointed at the mine. These origin stones are different from the ones outside. Spirit said. Moon grabbed the ore and said slowly, there's an additional smell. What smell? Ling Yu continued, if I'm not wrong, it should be a blue tiger. Blue tiger? This name didn't sound like much. Spirit said. Moon said, the blue tiger is only a low-level divine beast at first. However, this kind of blue tiger is extremely sensitive to mineral veins. When it finds a mineral vein, it will hide in it and hide its aura. It will guard some divine fruits and divine plants without making a sound. If someone is not careful and is attracted by those divine plants and divine fruits, it will kill its way out. It is very fierce. Hearing this, Mu Yun's face was filled with shock. What level is it at? It's hard to say. Spirit said. Moon said again, but it's at least not lower than the 5 primordial spirit realm. Mu Yun frowned slightly. This was not easy to deal with. Spirit, what Ling Yu meant was that the blue patterned tiger might be hiding nearby. Let's leave this place. Ling Yu said seriously, if it's at the 6 or 7 primordial spirit realm, then it's not something we can deal with. Yun nodded. Ling Yu was right. Although he was at the 4 primordial spirit realm now, it was not difficult for him to deal with the 5 primordial spirit realm together with Ling Yu. But the 6 primordial spirit realm was too difficult. Let's go. Yes. At this moment, they turned and left. Whoosh, whoosh, a gust of cold wind suddenly drifted over. Oh no. Spirit said. Moon's expression changed. She pulled Mu Yun and quickly left this place. Bang, but, in the next moment, a bang suddenly sounded. Behind Mu Yun, a claw directly clawed out. Blood spurted out, and Mu Yun's entire back instantly turned into a bloody mess. Even the 2 of them rolled out with Ling Yu. But at this moment, in the mine tunnel, 2 figures stood proudly. 7. It was 8 meters tall, and its skin and flesh were covered with sparse fur. And those fur were all dark blue. Blue tiger. Ling Yu exclaimed. At this moment, Yun finally knew why this origin beast was called the blue tiger. The skin on its body was like a bag of skin. And, moreover, those fur were extremely sparse. It was like a tiger that had shed its fur. Let's go. At this moment, Yun's back was burning as he shouted. If it wasn't for the fact that he had always forged his body, that claw just now would have pierced through his internal organs. The 2 blue tigers were at least at the 6th primordial spirit realm. Or, perhaps even stronger. Ling Yu didn't say much. She took out 2 black balls with both hands and threw them out. Bang! In the mine tunnel, the sound of an explosion rang out. 1 black smoke spread out at this moment. Yun immediately appeared. His eyes couldn't see, his ears couldn't hear, and his soul power couldn't spread out. It was as if his entire body was in darkness. A jade-like hand grabbed at this moment. Yun followed that hand and left. It wasn't until they walked out of this mine tunnel that the scene in front of them gradually returned to normal. That was close. Ling Yaya exhaled. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. Ling Yu said. You said bitterly, it seems that we can't go any deeper. Yun also nodded. Now, he had close to 40 to 50 primordial spirit protection pills on him. It was enough to reach the 5 primordial spirit realm. Yun, where are we going next? Let's find a place and wait for an opportunity. Yun said seriously, now, Gongsun Han and the other 2 will definitely gradually come up. After all, the 2 of us are weak. We're looking for trouble. If we can kill them, Ling Yu looked at Yun with a strange expression. This guy was really not afraid of death. Kill Gongsun Han and the others? And, Gongsun Han and the other 2 were all at the 5 primordial spirit realm. 3 each of them had 20 to 30 people by their side. Those were also at the 4 primordial spirit realm and the 3 primordial spirit realm. Once the 2 of them were surrounded, it would be troublesome. Yun was really daring. Yes. Yun didn't care about this. Previously, we killed a few people from the 3 parties. Now, they have probably become cautious. Unfortunately, it will be a little strange if we make a move now. If only someone can take the blame for us. Ling Yu said. When you heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled. You wish. Take the blame? Unless it's someone from the 3 Kings clan or a disciple of the 7 Valleys. Yun smiled and didn't say much. Indeed. In fact, unless someone else came. No. That was impossible. Only this time, the trial ground was in the seamless ancient mountain. They didn't know where it was. But they were sure that it was vast. 2 more than 10,000 people sounded like a lot. But, it had spread to such a large place. How could it be so easy to meet? At this moment, Ling Yu frowned. What's wrong? Ling Yu asked. You suddenly laughed. The helper you want to take the blame is here. On the other side, Kuligua and Bei Dingyu led more than 20 people into the mineral vein. Old Ku, be careful. Bei Dingyu said, it seems that someone has entered here first. They led the team into this place. Along the way, they encountered many corpses. There were human corpses and source beasts. While those divine plants and divine fruits were obviously picked by someone. Except for the people of the Qiang Holy Empire, there's no need to worry about anyone else. Moreover, even if it's the Qiang Holy Empire, as long as it's not the royal family, there's nothing to worry about. Besides, even if it's them, what can they do? Kuligua said indifferently, both of us are at the 5 essence spirit realm. With more than 20 people, there's no need to be afraid of anyone. As soon as he said that, Bei Dingyu nodded. The 4 essence spirit realm disciples will lead the team and go through the mine tunnels. If they encounter something and pick it, it will belong to everyone. If you encounter trouble, call for help immediately. Hearing this, more than 20 people's faces immediately lit up. Then, at this moment, more than 20 people were divided into 4 or 5 teams. They headed deeper into the mine and spread out carefully. Later, the 20 or so people left one after another. A figure walked out from one of the mines. The opportunity is here, Mu said. Yun smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, those 2 people should be disciples of the 7 valleys. This is interesting. Ling Yu now understood that Mu Yun was thinking about something. You can easily kill 3 Essence Spirit Realm disciples now, Mu said. Yun thought for a moment and said, how about this, the disciples of the 7 valleys will split up. You can kill a few and shout that you are from the Gongsun family, the Chao family, or the Yang family. I'll go find the people from these 3 families and kill as many as I can. When they meet, it'll be strange if they don't fight. Previously, Gongsun Han, Chao Buyu, and Xianxia had already felt that something was wrong. However, the 3 of them had joined forces after all and still trusted each other. This time, it was different. The disciples of the 7 valleys came. A few people from the family died, and a few more from the 7 valleys died. When the 2 sides met, it would be strange if they didn't kill each other. After all, the Qiyang Holy Empire and the 7 valleys were both located in the middle of the eastern wilderness. The 2 sides had fought a lot because of their territories. Mu Yan also learned this from Ling Yu. This time, he attacked in private and could hide his aura. It was impossible for these people to recognize him. More importantly, he had already reached the 4 Essence Spirit Realm. This time, there was a show to watch. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Inside the vein, in a mine tunnel, several 4 figures attacked together. The sound of fighting could be heard hundreds of meters away in the vein. Bang, with a low thud, a huge figure fell to the ground in the tunnel. Finally dead. The figure couldn't help but exhale. Although I don't know what the 4 fruits on this divine plant are, they must be very valuable. The 4 of us can split them. Senior brother Chu nodded. The brothers were very busy, so it was best to split these fruits. Be careful. At this moment, senior brother Chu's expression changed. He dodged. The figure flashed and dodged. However, the other 3 were all at the primordial spirit realm, so they weren't so lucky. Boom, a low rumble sounded, and the ground cracked open. The 3 figures exploded into minced meat, and their souls scattered. Senior, a figure appeared in front of senior brother Chu. Who are you? Senior brother Chu shouted with a pale face. TSK, you're Xiao's man, right? A voice sounded and shouted, I'm taking this. How dare you? Senior brother Chu was furious. Kill, this person wanted to kill the Yang family. This person was courting death. You know I'm Xiao's man, and you still dare to attack me. You're courting death. Courting death? The person in front of him sneered and attacked. Bang, an explosion sounded, and in an instant, a palm print fell on senior brother Chu's chest. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who's courting death? Why would the Sevenfold Valley be afraid of killing a lackey of the Yang family? After entering the seamless ancient mountain, the Sevenfold Valley and the Qiyang Holy Empire were mortal enemies. Senior brother Chu felt his vision go black, and he lost consciousness completely. On the other side, the disciples of the Sevenfold Valley separated. Suddenly, a person appeared and killed several disciples. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire vein gradually became gloomy. Finally, the 2 figures met. What do you think? Yun looked at Ling Yu, who was dressed in a black dress, and said excitedly. He killed 7 people. Amazing. Mu Yun smiled and said, I killed 9. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. This time, the anger it caused was big enough. Now, all that was left was for the martial practitioners of the 3 major families to meet the disciples of the 7 valleys. Once they met, they would definitely fight to the death. Boom, not long after the 2 of them met, suddenly, in the cave. A loud explosion took place at that instant. Burst the sound echoed throughout the mine. Mu Yun and Ling Yu looked at each other. Just like that, they started fighting? This fighting so quickly was indeed out of their expectations. Let's go and take a look. The 2 of them could no longer hold themselves back and headed towards the source of the rumbling sounds. Li between getting closer and closer. Boom, the buzzing sound became clearer and clearer. Bang, suddenly, there was a loud bang in the tunnel as a corpse fell towards the two of them. A disciple of the Yang family. After glancing at the corpse, the two of them looked ahead. In front, hundreds of meters away. Hundreds of figures were besieging more than 20 figures at this moment. Just it was Xianxia, Chao Buyu, and Gong Sun Han working together. Ku Ligua and Bei Dingyu were in the encirclement, shouting and cursing loudly. Gong Sun Han, you are so shameless. You killed our people and framed us for killing your people. Bullshit. Ku Ligua scolded. Gong Sun Han was even more furious. I killed your people? Gong Sun Han shouted angrily, it was you, Ku Ligua, who killed my people. I framed you. I didn't know that you, Ku Ligua, were here. Venomous slander. I think you are the one. While they were cursing, they didn't stop. This time, the few of them were really angry. Each of them. From beginning to end, a total of 10 to 20 people had died. This time, the Qiyang Holy Empire and the Seven Valleys had indeed sent many disciples. However, no Ligua and Bei Dingyu, Gong Sun Han, Chao Buyu, and Xianxia. They were all at the 5 primordial spirit realm. Their ability to win people's hearts was limited, and the number of disciples following them was also limited. One death was one less. Those disciples who died were also tools for them to obtain a higher status in the future. Now, when the two sides met, they were completely bloodthirsty. Mu Yun and Ling Yu were both able to hide their soul auras. Without the naked eye, they couldn't see the two of them. Here, at this moment, the two of them were quietly watching everything from the side of the mine. The 5 primordial spirit realm experts fought, and their strength exploded violently. Some of the mine tunnels even began to collapse. Fortunately, the quality of the source stones here was good and had a strong endurance. Otherwise, the mine would have collapsed long ago. Mu Yun watched the battle, but he didn't make a sound and began to absorb. Then, most of these disciples were at the 1 primordial spirit realm, the 2 primordial spirit realm, and the 3 primordial spirit realm. Now that he had reached the 4 primordial spirit realm, the essence, energy, and spirit of these disciples were devoured and transformed. But it was better than nothing. The battle became more and more tragic. Many source stones were scattered all over the ground in the entire mine. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to pick up those ores. Mu Yun and Ling Yu were silent when they saw the scene. Damn it! Ku Ligua cursed at this moment. 3 against 2, he and Bei Dingyu were always at a disadvantage. If this continued, the two of them would definitely die. Gong Sun Han, Xianxia, and Chao Buyu had clearly taken a fancy to this. They had deliberately framed the two of them. Mu Yun was currently in the mine tunnel and frowned. Those two guys can't hold on any longer. Mu Yun said. Yun said slowly, it seems that we still need to take action. What do you want? Simple. Mu Yun said. Yun smiled and said, in a while, you and I will appear and release our auras to help Ku Ligua and Bei Dingyu kill one of them by surprise. Then, the two of us will go and kill those 4 primordial spirit realm martial artists. Even if Gong Sun Han and the other 2 have 100 people, there are less than 10 4 primordial spirit realm martial artists. With your and my abilities, killing a few of them of the same level is not a problem. Ling Yu immediately understood what Mu Yun meant. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yun was about to make a move. Wait, at this moment, Ling Yu took out a veil and covered her face. At this moment, Mu Yun looked at Ling Yu and couldn't sense the aura in her body at all. There's no need to do this, you can, but I can't. I know those 3 people, and they know me. All right. Mu Yun said. Yun originally planned for the 2 of them to appear and expose their auras. No then, Ku Ligua and Bei Dingyu might not trust them. But now, it didn't matter. After all, Ling Yu was from the Ling family of the Qiyang Holy Kingdom. If she appeared and the news was leaked, it would be troublesome. But, it didn't matter if it was Mu Yun. At this moment, the 2 of them were hiding. At this moment, in the mine tunnel. Caligua was beaten back by Gong Sun Han and Chao Buyu, vomiting blood non-stop. On the other side, although Bei Dingyu could fight evenly with Xianxia, but he couldn't support Caligua. If this went on, it would be over. Bang, a loud bang sounded. Keep this moment, Ligua couldn't hold on any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He really couldn't hold on any longer. 2-1 against 1, at the same realm, it was already not bad to be able to hold on until now. Old Ku. Old Bei. Caligua immediately shouted, "Run, I'm dead, but you can't die. You must find senior brother and tell him everything." Run? A sneer sounded at this moment. Xianxia laughed sinisterly and said, "He can't run away." That's not necessarily true. At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded at this moment. Suddenly, a phantom-like figure appeared out of nowhere. One dressed in black, holding a long sword in his hand, he slashed down from the sky. When Xiaxia saw the man in black, his expression changed slightly. But he didn't panic. The aura on the man's body showed that his strength was only at the 4 yuan spirit realm. He didn't need to panic. Slash. Sword at this moment, the light slashed down from the sky. Xianxia sneered and directly punched out in response. Boom, the fluctuations of the crack spread out at this moment. There was a trace of disdain in Xiaxia's eyes. A mere 4 yuan spirit realm, how dare you? Kill. Before Xianxia could finish his words, a delicate shout sounded at this moment. At this moment, Ling Yu's aura was concealed, and her figure charged out. Xianxia scolded in a low voice, "It's not over, is it?" This time, he punched out at this moment. "It's not over." Moo at this moment, Yun suddenly appeared. The divine wood sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the stream of light also instantly charged out at this moment. Heaven the earth furnace turned into the size of a palm and directly smashed out. 2 rays of light went straight to Xiaxia's head. Boom, 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 the attacks of Yu and Mu Yun arrived one after another. The murderous aura of the divine wood sword and the heaven and earth furnace was incomparably dense at this moment. This time, Xianxia was completely unable to resist. A scream sounded at this moment. Xiaxia's entire body exploded. But he didn't die. Go to hell. At this moment, how could Bei Dingyu let go of such an opportunity? Instantly he charged towards Xianxia and killed him with a punch. At this moment, Xianxia, who was at the 5 yuan spirit realm, was attacked one after another and could no longer hold on. Bang, he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Moo at this moment, Yun landed on the ground. "Senior brother Bei, good job." Mu Yun exclaimed. Yun exhaled and smiled. "Who are you?" "I'm a disciple of the 7 Valleys. Senior brother Bei doesn't recognize me, but in the past, when I was at the 1 yuan spirit realm, I received help from senior brother Bei." Bei Dingyu sized up Mu Yun for a moment. Xianxia. Xianxia. At this moment, Gong Sun Han and Chao Buyu's faces were ugly. The sudden change of events caused Xianxia to die. "It's you." When Sun Han saw Mu Yun, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Do you know him?" "How can I not know him?" Sun Han barked. "He was the one who led a source beast and ambushed my men, causing quite a few of them to die. This bastard still dares to appear here." Then he saw Mu Yun and Ling Yu helping Bei Dingyu. Gong Sun Han immediately understood. "Bei Dingyu, Caligua, you still say that it's not your people who killed our people, and you still say that we are deliberately looking for trouble?" At this moment, Caligua and Bei Dingyu were also dumbfounded. It was also the first time they met Mu Yun. How did she become one of their people? First set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. "Senior brother Ku, senior brother Bei." Mu Yun spoke at this moment. "This disciple was forced into this matter. One of Gong Sun Han's disciples chased after me. I ran into the territory of a source beast, so the disciple stopped chasing me. But I angered that source beast, so that source beast chased after me crazily. So in the end, I led them to their side." With an aggrieved look on her face, Yun began to explain. "Haha." Ligua laughed and said, "Gong Sun Han, you are a disciple of the Qiyang Holy Empire. You attacked first. You deserve to be unlucky. Well done. Mu Yun nodded. Humph, it's just Xianxia. We have more people than you. We can still kill you. Gong Sun Han was furious. Mu Yun was obviously making things up. She must have colluded with Ko Ligua and Bei Dingyu long ago. It was meaningless to say more now. Everything would be over after killing these two people. Senior Brother Ku, Senior Brother Bei, the two of us will resist those four essence spirit realm cultivators. If you have the chance, leave this place immediately, Mu Yun said righteously. If we die, I'll have to trouble you two to report to the sect. You can't let us die in vain. Now that Mu Yun was spouting nonsense with a straight face, Ling Yu was completely convinced by him. If anyone offended Mu Yun, they would be in deep trouble. Who do you think we are? Ku asked. Li Guo laughed and said, Don't worry, Gong Sun Han and Chao Buyu can't kill us now that Xianxia is dead. Since you are willing to save us, how can we leave you behind? Li Guo laughed and swallowed an ancient god pill. If we die today, then let's die together. At that moment, Ko Ligua attacked again. Bei Dingyu had already freed up his hands and attacked the two of them. This time, 3 against 2 became 2 against 2. Mu Yun and Ling Yu were not idle at this moment. Just even after Xianxia died, Mu Yun did not forget to devour him. The hidden power of a 5th primordial spirit realm expert was stronger than 103rd primordial spirit realm experts. This time, Mu Yun and Ling Yu set their sights on the few 4 essence soul realm martial artists from the 3 great clans. Foremost of the primordial spirits were dead, so the 3 primordial spirits would not be able to cause much of a stir. A fight between martial artists was not like an ordinary army. No matter how strong a general was, he might be able to kill 10 or 100 people, but he would never be able to kill 1,000 or 10,000 people. This battle could not change the outcome of the battle at all. But it was different when martial artists fought. Gao high-level martial artists had a strong suppressive effect on low-level martial artists. Yes, when the time came, it was not something that could be piled up with numbers. Ruth's same heavenly lord could kill tens of thousands of saints with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Mu Yun brandished her sword and attacked. Combined with the divine wood sword's unexpected slash and the pursuit of the heaven and earth furnace. 4 primordial spirit realm warriors were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. On the other side, Ling Yu was also surging with killing intent, but she was charging towards the 3rd primordial spirit realm. There were close to 100 martial artists from the 3 clans. But after Mu Yun and Ling Yu joined, the number of people quickly decreased by 4 or 5. Mu Yun's mobility was too strong. While fighting with those 4 Essence Soul Realm martial artists, he also continuously killed some 2 Essence Soul Realm and 3rd Essence Soul Realm martial artists. This guy was doing it on purpose. Gong Sun Han and Chao Buyu were completely enraged when they saw the scene. This bastard. Gong Sun, kill Mu Yun. You 4 Essence Soul Realm martial artists, surround him and kill him. Don't let him run around. Gong Sun Han gnashed his teeth in hatred. But at this moment, it was useless. It was true that there were many people. Viewed in a short period of time, there were not many casualties. However, after Mu Yun appeared, there were more casualties. If Mu Yun was not dealt with, there would be too much trouble. Yes. At this moment, the remaining 5 or 6 4 Essence Soul Realm disciples hurriedly surrounded Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was overjoyed. He had originally planned to do so. It couldn't be better for these people to surround and kill him. And it was hard to say who would kill who next. He grinned. In Mu Yun's palm, the divine wood sword and heaven and earth furnace were secretly preparing. Same as time. The 9 cauldron ancient sword flickered. 9 cauldron divine sword technique. With a low shout, the long sword slashed out. Bang! A disciple was cleaved into 2 by Xianxia's sword. After reaching the 4 Essence Soul Realm, there was no difference in realm. The strength that Mu Yun could display was completely not what these people could imagine. Boom! At this moment, the sound suddenly exploded. The divine wood sword and heaven and earth furnace attacked one by one. Another 2 people were directly killed. Blinking in an instant, half of the 6 4-essence soul realm martial artists died. Seeing this scene, Caligua and Bei Dingyu were extremely excited. 4-essence soul realm martial artists went to surround and kill Mu Yun. Following the 3 4-essence soul realm martial artists who followed, the two of them were now attacking the 2-essence soul realm and 3-essence soul realm martial artists. Although the other party had many people, was it useful? It was useless. No matter how many people there were, they were just trash. At this moment, Caligua and Bei Dingyu were fine as long as they held on. Thinking at this point, the two of them immediately attacked more and more fiercely. Mu Wenyan saw this scene. He looked at Lingyu on the other side calmly. Lingyu nodded and didn't say anything. At this moment, the two of them attacked more and more fiercely. Anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. 4-essence soul realm martial artists couldn't stop Mu Yun. Damn it! Gong Sun Han could see at this moment. The faster Mu Yun killed, the faster his disciples would be defeated. No, he couldn't delay any longer. Gong Sun Han cursed loudly. Suddenly, a domineering force surged in his body. At this moment, he punched out towards Caligua. Bang! Caligua's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he couldn't take it anymore. Originally, when facing the two of them, he was already at a disadvantage and suffered a lot of injuries. Now, facing one person was also difficult. Damn it! Bei Dingyu cursed softly at this moment. It seemed that a comeback was imminent. If Caligua died now, it would be over. Old Ku, be careful. I understand. At this moment, the two of them simply joined forces. Mu Yun! Bei Dingyu shouted, hurry up and deal with those 4-essence soul realm martial artists, then hand them over to Du Feng and the others. Come and help us. Okay. Du Feng was the 7 Valleys 4-essence soul realm disciple. Mu Yun also realized that Du Feng was not bad at the 4-essence soul realm. The current situation. Mu Yun was holding back the 4-essence soul realm martial artists by herself. Du Feng led his men to kill those 3-essence soul realm martial artists. Only Caligua and Bei Dingyu were firmly suppressed and couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, it was indeed not a solution. Senior brother Du Feng. Lingyu spoke at this moment. Let me deal with these people. You go and help the 2 senior brothers hold on first. Okay. As a 4-essence soul realm martial artist, Du Feng naturally understood. Caligua and Bei Dingyu couldn't hold on for long. After a moment, at this moment, Du Feng left. Lingyu's power was greatly displayed. Here at this moment, the scene became even more chaotic. However, Yun's actions slowed down. He kept leading the remaining 3 4-essence soul realm martial artists to run around in the mine. Once. Each of them killed those disciples who wanted to escape. Here. This time, he was prepared to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Run. If there were people, the news would be leaked. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Only the remaining 3 4-essence soul realm disciples all thought that Mu Yun couldn't hold on any longer, so they ran and hid. However, it was very difficult for them to catch up to Mu Yun. But, those 2-essence soul realm and 3-essence soul realm disciples couldn't take it. Mu Yun went back and forth and killed more than 10 people. Most importantly, Mu Yun killed whoever wanted to run. Close. Of the 100 people, only 70 or so were left. But these 70 or so people didn't dare to run. Mu Yun would kill whoever wanted to run. This time, who would dare to run? Dang, at this time, everyone became well behaved. 3-essence soul realm disciples, don't be stunned, kill. This time, the disciples of the 3 great families were really anxious. Mu Yun didn't want them to run at all. This wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. More than 20 people killed more than 70 of them? Open, what a joke. The few of you, guard the entrance of the mine. If they run away and attract reinforcements, we will all die. Don't worry, I alone will kill them all. Okay. As soon as Mu Yun spoke, the remaining 20 or so disciples of the 7 Valley were filled with righteous indignation and killing intent. This time, Yun had no scruples. 2 the Essence Soul Realm and 3 Essence Soul Realm disciples of the 3 great families were killed. Mu Yun didn't care about the 3-4 Essence Soul Realm disciples at all. He was waiting for Caligua and Bei Dingyu to be unable to hold on. The best outcome was for both sides to suffer. Bang, 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 gradually, more than 70 disciples died in Mu Yun's hands one by one. From 70 people, to 50 people, and then to 30 people. This time, the disciples of the three great families were completely anxious. Run, they couldn't run away. The entrance of the mine was guarded by the disciples of the Seven Valley. Kill? Kill, they couldn't. Mu Yun was too terrifying. At this moment, Mu Yun was in a fierce battle. After so many heavenly lords died, his devouring power was activated. Now, the essence, energy, and spirit accumulated was simply abundant. He, who was sitting on the devouring power, could constantly replenish his strength. And the power obtained from the devouring power could also be fed back into his body. This kind of intense change made Mu Yun feel exceptionally comfortable. Bang, bang, right at this moment, 2 bangs were suddenly heard. 2 figures scurried back in a sorry state. Jing, it was Caligua and Bei Dingyu. At the same time, Du Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His head was directly crushed by Gong Sun Han. This scene made Mu Yun's expression change slightly. Soon, it's over. At this moment, Mu Yun was panting. Standing in the middle of the remaining 20 or so people, his face was pale. This guy can't hold on anymore. Someone shouted. Kill him. Caligua and Bei Dingyu also saw the scene. It's over. Although Yun was very powerful, he was only at the 4 Essence Spirit Realm after all. Moreover, there were too many people on the other side. Mu Yun, the hope that rose before was about to be extinguished again. Kill me? Are you worthy? Yun was still shouting at this moment, as if he was going to fight to the death. Immediately, Mu Yun rushed into the crowd and started killing again. Seeing this scene, Caligua and Bei Dingyu were completely helpless. There was no way. There was no other way. They were already forced into a corner. Gong Sun Han and Chao Buyu looked at the two of them at this moment. At this point, there's no other way if you don't admit death, right? Chao Buyu said. Buyu sneered and said, that kid must die too. Let's set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Mu Yun indeed had to die. 100 there were only 20 or so people left in the team. This was all done by Mu Yun. Bei Dingyu sneered and said, if we die together. Brothers, let's go all out. Let's go all out. In an instant, those disciples at the 2 and 3 primordial spirit realm charged out. This time, they were really going all out. Caligua and Bei Dingyu charged out once again. At this point, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, Yun was panting and being surrounded by 3 disciples at the 4 primordial spirit realm. It was the same on the other side of Lingyu. However, the two of them were communicating with their soul voices. Are you done pretending? Not enough. Mu Yun replied, those 4 guys haven't reached the end of their rope yet. Wait a little longer. We have to let one side die completely. Lingyu was speechless for a moment. Mu Yun was really cautious. In fact, the 4-5 primordial spirit realm cultivators were no threat to the two of them. However, Lingyu also knew Mu Yun's worries. There were still more than 30 people left. If Gong Sun Han, Chao Buyu, Caligua, and Bei Dingyu stopped the two of them and let the others escape, Mu Yun was indeed in danger. At this moment, they continued to kill. Gong Sun Han and Chao Buyu were about to vomit blood. When they came, there were more than 100 people. After entering, nearly 20 people died for no reason. Nearly 100 people against Caligua's 20 people. But, even now, there were still more than 10 people left. On the other hand, there were only 20 people left. The loss was too great. All of this was because of that Mu Yun. If it weren't for Mu Yun, they wouldn't be like this at all. But, however, they couldn't kill Mu Yun at all. Bastard! Gong Sun Han was completely furious. He cursed softly and threw a punch. Bang! Ku! At this moment, Li Gua took the punch head on and spat out a column of blood. He really couldn't take it anymore. If it weren't for the arrival of Mu Yun and Ling Yu, who changed the situation, he would be lying on the ground. Senior Ku, in a moment of desperation, Mu Yun yelled out and bolted over. You're courting death. Sun Han didn't expect that Mu Yun, who was already exhausted, would still dare to attack. In a fit of rage, Gong Sun Han slapped Mu Yun. But in that instant, a sense of threat swept through his mind. Bang, a low explosive sound rang out at this moment. Half of Gong Sun Han's had exploded. At some point in time, the heaven and earth furnace had charged out from behind him, moving extremely quickly. Hell, why do I still have strength left? Mu Yun sneered and said, simple, I was pretending. Mu Yun slashed down with his sword. Bang, at this moment, the sword light flickered, and a bloody light appeared. Kugongsun Han was killed. This change was too fast. Mu Yun was already showing signs of exhaustion after being hunted down earlier. No one expected her to suddenly kill someone. Bastard! Bu Yu cursed. Well done. Beautiful. Kuligwa and Bei Dingyu laughed heartily at this moment. Gong Sun Han was extremely strong and had consumed a lot of energy. Now, he was killed by Mu Yun. With only Chao Buyu left, their chances of winning were higher. Mu Yun, I'll remember you. Chao Buyu's face was ferocious. Senior Bei, he wants to run. Mu Yun panted and said, this time, I'm really at my wit's end. Have a good rest. Bei Dingyu shouted, Old Ku, can you still hold on? Yes. At this moment, Li Guo swallowed a pill and stood up. This time, he had really hollowed out his body. Keep this moment, Li Guo was extremely fast, and his murderous aura was flourishing. At this moment, Ling Yu came to Mu Yun's side to protect Mu Yun. This time, they had really killed their way to the end. There were only 7 or 8 disciples left on Zhonggu's side. And the 3 families only had 11 or 12 people now. More importantly, these people were all injured. Mu Yun's expression and appearance were extremely dispirited. Ling Yu stood by the side to protect her. At this moment, the two of them had a tacit understanding. There are 19 left. 18, beside him, Mu Yun kept counting. Go and kill 2 more people from the 3 families. Otherwise, the disciples of the 7 valleys will die too quickly. Okay. Ling Yu rushed out angrily. At this very moment, all the parties were completely enraged by the fight. It was not as simple as anger. Yes. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Mu Yun was extremely happy now. Hundreds of people activated their devouring power. The amount was endless. Although most of them were at the 2 or 3 primordial spirit realm. But, there were more than a dozen 4 primordial spirit realm cultivators. He had devoured 2 of the 5 primordial spirit realm cultivators. Next, there were 3 primordial spirit realm cultivators left. Using this opportunity, he might be able to advance further. Kill to your heart's content. Mu Yun smiled in her heart. Bang, a bang sounded at this moment. Chao Buyu self-destructed. Chao Buyu had already reached his limit. Baiku Ligua and Bei Dingyu were entangled. He couldn't escape or kill them. Since, he might be able to drag one down with him. This was the best way. Cough cough, at this moment, the sound of coughing blood sounded. Chao Buyu self-destructed. Bei Dingyu was still fine, but Kuligwa was already at the end of his rope. He had been hanging on to his life with pills. Now, his body was almost blown into 2. Old Ku, it's okay, he won't die. Dingyu looked at the remaining 7 or 8 people from the 3 families and the 4 people on his side. His eyes were red. It was true that they had won. But the losses were too great. No, it didn't matter. After killing the last few people, this mineral vein belonged to them. The good things in the spatial rings of those dead warriors also belonged to them. This time, all in all, they still made a big profit. No, those who died were the ones who made a big profit. Bei Dingyu laughed out loud. Kill them, the things, the mineral vein, they are all ours. Hearing Bei Dingyu's words, the eyes of the others turned red. No, wrong, once they killed those people, the item would be theirs. Suddenly, at this moment, several figures instantly charged out to kill. Mu, Yun and Ling Yu also joined in. The two with the strength of 4 primordial spirit realm joined in. Soon, the battle was over. 7 or 8 people were no match for them. Bang, the latter corpse fell to the ground. 7 The 4 disciples of Zhonggu were completely relieved. Still good, they didn't die. Embraced with the resources of these people, their realms improved very quickly, but at this moment, a burst of cold air burst out. Puff, puff, wooden sword, a string of 4. 4 The disciples' body fell to the ground softly. What's going on? Huh? Dingyu and Coligua's faces suddenly changed at this moment. This sudden situation caused them to feel puzzled. Only at this moment, Mu Yun didn't explain much. You're not a disciple of the 7 Valleys? You guessed it right. Yun said lightly, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Don't you know? Damn it. Bastard. Coligua and Bei Dingyu's faces were pale at this moment. These 2 people were simply imposters. Ling, at this moment, you stopped Mu Yun from making a move. Look at the 2. Ling Yu said, where's Wu Yun? Who are you? Why are you asking about senior brother Wu? Dingyu said cautiously. Where is he? Who the hell are you? Who are you? Dingyu was really confused at this moment. Mu Yun and Ling Yu's origins were unknown, why did they trick them? Mu, at this moment, Yun was a little confused. Wu Yun, who is it? Difficult. Are they the people who chased after Ling Yu? It seems that you don't know. Yu shook her head and made a move. After this battle, he was completely exhausted. At this moment, he had no strength to resist at all. Wu Yun, is he the person who chased after you? Ling Yu nodded and said, the 7 Valleys and the Qiyang Holy Empire are close to each other, and the friction between them is the greatest. Every year, there are thousands of disciples who die, if not tens of thousands. The world of martial arts has always been cruel. Mu said. Yun whispered. Ling Yu didn't say much. Let's start searching the battlefield. Yun spoke at this moment. The 2 of them began to search the interspatial rings. In the mine. In a mine tunnel. Mu Yun and Ling Yu sat cross-legged. 2 in front of them, there were hundreds of interspatial rings piled up. However, among these hundreds of interspatial rings, only a few were truly useful. Only Gongsun Han, Coligua, and the other 2 had many good things in their interspatial rings. The rest of the disciples, apart from origin stones, only had some ancient god pills. Sure, at this point in the battle, most of the origin stones and ancient god pills had been consumed. Ling Yu didn't like those things, so she gave them all to Mu Yun. Yes. Mu Yun wasn't interested in these things. What he wanted was to kill people. Devouring blood was the most important thing for him. Let's stay here and cultivate for a while. Mu Yun said. You're probably at the 4 primordial spirit realm now. I'm also on the verge of breaking through to the 4 primordial spirit realm. Why don't we stay here first? What do you think? Ling asked. Yu looked at Mu Yun, and her eyes gradually widened. At the verge of breaking through to the 4 primordial spirit realm, are you joking or serious? How long has it been since you reached the 4 primordial spirit realm? Now. Are you going to break through again? Ling Yu said, no problem. I also need time to stabilize my realm and recover. The 2 of them chose a location. Mu Yun set up a concealment array again, and the 2 of them remained silent. They had profited greatly this time. This was the first time Mu Yun had devoured so happily ever since he reached the Heavenly Lord realm. Especially the essence, energy, and spirit of Gongsun Han, Coligua, and the other 2. Very powerful. First, wisps of essence, energy, and spirit were being tamed in his body. Under the guidance of the purifying bloodline, they gradually entered Mu Yun's body. The position of the 5th primordial spirit was gradually changing and transmitting. Mu Yun could feel the power condensing in his body. First, the Heavenly Lord realm was divided into 7 primordial spirits. Every realm of the 7 primordial spirit realm was a tempering process. The first 4 primordial spirits and the last 3 primordial spirits were completely different. Second, the difficulty of tempering in the 3rd primordial spirit realm was greatly increased. This was also the reason why Mu Yun had to wait until Gong Sun Han, Ke Ligua, and the others reached their limits before making a move. If one underestimated a 5 primordial spirit realm cultivator, they would have to pay a terrible price. Back then, when he was at the 3rd primordial spirit realm, he dealt with Luo Rue. That guy suffered a huge backlash, and he also spent a lot of effort to kill Luo Rue, causing him to recover for 10 years. Regarding this, Mu Yun was still extremely careful. He first set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. End of chapter 2638. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.